Chapter 1, Beauty Picture. Oh, yes, that's it, hiss. Sister Qinglan, your son-in-law is really good at it. It feels so tingling. I haven't had this kind of experience in a long time. Inside the Shin family villa, a soft and beautiful body, wearing a super short gauze pajamas, was lying on the small bed. Chu Chen was right behind her, working hard and massaging her vigorously. She is my mother-in-law Lu Qinglan's best friend, Wang Fong. A standard beauty, about 38 or 39 years old, with fair skin, beautiful looks and a proud curve. Especially those legs, which are longer than the model's. Qinglan, is your son-in-law really blind? Wang Fong glanced at Chu Chen with some concern. To be honest, Chu Chen is quite handsome, but unfortunately, he is blind. Don't worry, he has been blind for 3 years and can't see anything. Next to her, Lu Qinglan, who was wearing a lace nightgown, lifted her little feet and stepped lightly on the edge of the coffee table, applying lotion and saying nonchalantly, "This guy, apart from his massage skills, is just a loser." Wang Fong breathed a sigh of relief, continued to lie down, closed her eyes and enjoyed it. What are you doing? Haven't you eaten? Use more energy. Seeing Chu Chen in a daze, Lu Qinglan scolded him in dissatisfaction. Chu Chen finally reacted, shook his head, and continued to massage Wang Fong. Wang Fong couldn't help but let out a soft hum. Just now, Chu Chen discovered that his eyes seemed to be able to see again. The darkness in front of him was no longer there. Instead, there was a picture of a beautiful woman. Chu Chen rubbed his eyes and confirmed it over and over again. I can really see it myself. This figure is so hot. 3 years ago, Chu Chen was still the young master of the Jiangbei Chu group. During a mountain climbing trip, he met an old blind man who said that he had amazing bones and was a rare genius in cultivation. He gave him a copy of the Dragon Emperor Medical Classic and said that if he learned it, he would be invincible in the world. At first, Chu Chen didn't believe it, but driven by curiosity, he flipped through the book and just learned a little from the contents of the book, and then he became blind. Later, his parents spent all their family fortune to treat Chu Chen's eye disease, but every attempt ended in failure. Unexpected things happen in life. Less than 3 months after Chu Chen became blind, his parents jumped from the roof of the group's building, causing a sensation in Jiangbei. No one knows why the Chu couple, who were the most powerful people in Jiangbei, committed suicide. However, once they died, the Chu group was leaderless and quickly disintegrated, and was swallowed up by other companies in Jiangbei. The Shin family obtained the largest share of the Chu group. The reason is simple. Xin Yue, the third daughter of the Shin family, and Chu Yang were engaged since childhood. After Chu Chen's parents died, leaving behind a blind son, the Shin family not only did not cancel the engagement, but 3 days later, they arranged for Chu Chen and Xin Yue to get married with great fanfare and brought Chu Chen back to the Shin family. Everyone knows that the Shin family is using Chu Chen to take away the largest share of the Chu group. The Shin family was indeed successful and became the most competitive emerging enterprise in Jiangbei. However, no one in the outside world knew how miserable Chu Chen's life was during his 3 years in the Shin family. Except for Xin Yue, everyone else in the Shin family treated him like a dog. Beating, scolding and humiliation have become commonplace. Because, in their eyes, Chu Chen is no longer the eldest master of the Chu family, but a poor, powerless, and blind loser. If it weren't for the purpose of winning over the previous collaborations of the Chu group, Lu Qinglan would have let her daughter divorce Chu Chen long ago. Call. Chu Chen took a deep breath and realized that he could really see. He is not blind anymore. At this moment, all the grievances of the past 3 years burst out in Chu Chen's heart. 3 years, I was blind for 3 whole years. During the 3 years in the Shin family, he endured humiliation and was more humble than a dog. Even the servants of the Shin family could humiliate him by replacing the food in his bowl with dog food when he wasn't paying attention. Chu Chen remembered all of this in his heart. What are you daydreaming about? Press it quickly. Wang Fong saw Chu Chen in a daze and urged him in dissatisfaction. Chu Chen finally reacted and hid the deep hatred in his eyes. He glanced at Lu Qinglan, who was sitting on the sofa next to him, with her legs crossed and bending over to apply red nail polish. She had perfect curves. Lu Qinglan is so beautiful. She doesn't look like a woman of 38 at all. She looks more like a girl in her 20s. She has a more mature charm and appeal. Aunt Fong, it's done. Chu Chen said lightly. Are you done? Wang Fong felt a little unsatisfied. She stood up, walked past Chu Chen in a dignified manner, and went to the bathroom next door to take a shower. Hiss. What's the weather like today? blindingly white. Do you want to press it? Shu Chen asked, his eyes fixed on Lu Qinglan. Lu Qinglan now wears only a gauze suspender that is half covered. It is as exquisite as a carved work of art, exuding a unique charm. She has a slender waist that can be held in one hand, and she has no extra fat because of years of yoga practice. Even though she has given birth to a child, she has maintained a very good figure. With various maintenance measures, her skin is as tender as that of an 18-year-old girl. What are you looking at? Lu Qinglan took off the mask on her face and met Shu Chen's eyes. She frowned immediately and was very unhappy. If you look at me again, I'll dig out your eyes and feed them to the dogs. Shu Chen's look just now made her feel very uncomfortable. It was as if he could see. That shouldn't be the case. He has been blind for 3 years. Mom, I'm back. The door of the villa was pushed open, and Xin Yue walked in. Seeing the scene in the living room, she frowned slightly. Mom, why did you let Shu Chen give you an SPA again? That's all he's capable of. Are we going to let him eat and drink for free at home? Lu Qinglan said dissatisfiedly. Shu Chen looked up and glanced at Xin Yue, who put down her bag and bent down to take off her high heels. His wife is also the only woman who has never mocked or despised Shu Chen in the past 3 years. Whenever she saw Shu Chen being bullied, she would stand up and say, Shu Chen is my husband, who dares to bully him? However, Xin Yue is too busy and cannot protect Shu Chen all day long. In order not to make Xin Yue worry, Shu Chen gradually got used to swallowing his anger and living a humble life. This was the first time Shu Chen saw Xin Yue's appearance clearly since marrying into the Xin family. Even before he went blind, he had never seen Xin Yue. As the rumors said, she is the most beautiful female president in Jiangbei's business world, with a tall figure and beautiful looks, even more beautiful than she sure. A well-fitting white blazer and a red X skirt outlined her perfect curves, and she wore thin black stockings on her legs. On her feet, she wore a pair of black high heels with red soles. The moment she bends down to take off her high heels, her amazing curves can make other women jealous and crazy. What are you looking at, you blind man? Seeing Shu Chen distracted, Lu Qinglan scolded him in dissatisfaction and said to Xin Yue, don't forget the family dinner tonight. The old man wants to dissolve your marriage with Shu Chen in public. In addition, Li Xiaohu, the young master of the Li group, will also be there. Go upstairs and take a bath, and try to win the cooperation project of Longwang Pharmaceutical in Li Xiao's hands tonight. Cancel the engagement? Xin Yue frowned, glanced at Shu Chen beside her, and replied helplessly, I know. Then she went upstairs. Shu Chen's face looked ugly and he clenched his fists in hatred. Mr. Shen actually wants to cancel the engagement tonight. In addition, he was not unfamiliar with this Li Xiaohu. He had been pursuing Xin Yue for more than half a year. He was a typical playboy who spent his days in debauchery. The mother-in-law tried to match Xin Yue and Li Xiaohu in front of her more than once. Threatened to kick him out. He knew that Xin Yue didn't like it, but for the sake of Xin Group, she had no choice most of the time. Now that I'm not blind anymore, there's no reason to cancel this engagement. Shu Chen said in his heart, looking at Xin Yue's back on the stairs, his eyes full of soft light. Shu Chen, come up. Xin Yue's voice came from upstairs. Coming. Shu Chen responded and ran upstairs hurriedly. After 3 years, he has long been accustomed to everything in this home. Even though he can't see, he is just like a normal person. After going upstairs, Shu Chen pushed open the bedroom door and was stunned by the scene in front of him. Xin Yue stood in the bedroom, her clothes fell to the ground, revealing a flawless body. Chapter 2, Wife, you are awesome. Beautiful. It's so beautiful. This was the first time Shu Chen saw Xin Yue standing in front of him like this. Help me unbutton the back. Xin Yue reached for the copper buttons on the back of her bra with both hands. Oh. Shu Chen responded and quickly took a few steps forward. He could smell the faint fragrance on Xin Yue. I don't know if it's because it's too small or what. Shu Chen tried several times before he finally untied it. Call. He exhaled, his face burning. I was blind before and couldn't see anything. Now it seems that my wife's figure is too amazing. Which man can bear it? Xin Yue picked up the silk nightgown on the bed and put it on. She turned around, faced Shu Chen, and asked, Did you hear what my mother said just now? Shu Chen was stunned, his eyes fell on Xin Yue, and his breathing became rapid. What are you looking at? Xin Yue frowned slightly and asked. Shu Chen was stunned for a moment, and replied awkwardly, No, nothing. Xin Yue raised her beautiful eyebrows and waved her hand in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen pretended not to see it and just smiled foolishly. Still can't see? Xin Yue muttered, without much hesitation, and said, I will take you there in the evening. Remember, don't talk nonsense. Chu Chen responded, I know. Xin Yue looked at the man in front of her, and a trace of pity flashed across her beautiful face. Perhaps, divorcing me and leaving the Xin family would be a relief for him. Afterwards, Xin Yue went into the bathroom to take a shower. Chu Chen also quickly dug out a broken wooden box from under the bed and took out the Dragon Emperor Medical Classic, which had been sealed for 3 years. At the beginning, the old blind man said that if Chu Chen studied this book, he would be blind for 3 years. He didn't believe it, but now, he believes it. The old blind man also said that once he regains his sight, he will be able to gain the power of the dragon's eyes and understand the contents of this book. Sure enough, Chu Chen could now completely understand everything in this medical book. In just a moment, vast knowledge rushed into Chu Chen's mind, including medicine, martial arts, cultivation secrets, feng shui secrets, etc. Chu Chen quickly sat cross-legged and meditated according to the contents of the book. The book says that the realm of spiritual practice is based on qi refining, and above that are foundation establishment, golden elixir, nascent soul, and spirit transformation. The book does not explain the realms after spirit transformation. Maybe his ability was too low, he could only see half of the content, and when he turned to the back, it was blank. Refining qi is only the first step in cultivation. It is to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and strengthen muscles, bones and blood vessels. A master of foundation building can even live up to over 200 years. He is invincible in the world and worshipped by thousands of people. According to the records in books, there was once a foundation building master who could attract thunder from heaven and kill evil dragons, and was deeply respected and admired by all people. Chu Chen let out a long sigh, feeling extremely excited. If I can reach the foundation building level, wouldn't I be invincible in the world and be able to defeat everything? Chu Chen said excitedly. By then, who would dare to humiliate and ridicule myself? Lu Qinglan. Shen family. Just wait. One day, I, Chu Chen, will become a figure revered by everyone in Jiangbei. I want you to kneel before me and kowtow to me to apologize. As for my parents' death, I will definitely investigate it thoroughly. No matter who the murderer behind the scenes is, no matter how powerful or terrifying they are, as long as they are related to the death of my parents, as long as they are the aristocratic families who embezzled my Chu family's property, they must pay the price. Chu Chen clenched his fist and swore fiercely. Then, Chu Chen began to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In less than a moment, a small golden vortex formed in Chu Chen's dantian. With a crisp bang, he directly broke through to the first level of qi refining. So strong. Chu Chen clenched his fists, unable to suppress his excitement. At this moment, he felt like he was reborn and had endless energy. However, the spiritual energy here is too thin. I need to find a place with abundant spiritual energy to practice. As long as I break through to the second level of qi refining, even 10 masters will not be my match. Chu Chen said to himself. Chu Chen, help me take off my bathrobe. Xin Yue's voice came from the bathroom. Chu Chen quickly put the book away, responded, stood up, took out his bathrobe, and stood at the bathroom door. The bathroom door opened and Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. Xin Yue stood in front of the mirror, wiping her wet hair. After handing the bathrobe to Xin Yue, Chu Chen turned around and left quickly. About half an hour later, Xin Yue changed into a backless red hip-hugging evening dress and brought Chu Chen to the Dragon Emperor Hotel. This hotel is also an asset of Longhuan Pharmaceutical Group. Chu Chen, remember what I said? After getting off the car, Xin Yue asked worriedly. Remember, don't talk nonsense and be patient. Chu Chen smiled faintly. Xin Yue exhaled, stretched out her hand, wiped the sweat from Chu Chen's forehead, and said, I'm sorry, I have wronged you in the past 3 years. Perhaps, divorcing me will be a relief for you. When the time comes, I will give you some money. You can leave Jiangbei and find a quiet place to live a good life. These words made Chu Chen's heart palpitate. In the past 3 years, except for her, no one in the Shen family treated her as a human being. Chu Chen looked at Xin Yue in front of him, lost in thought for a moment, and just when he was about to tell her that he was no longer blind, Xin Yue said, Wait outside, don't run around. Xin Yue didn't want to let Chu Chen in, as that would only cause him to suffer more accusations and humiliation. For 3 years, she has never treated Chu Chen as a blind man. However, the feuds and family interests among the wealthy were not something a weak woman like her could contend with. She has done her best to keep the marriage going for 3 years. After tonight, Shin Yue and Chu Chen's marriage will come to an end. Chu Chen, Shin Yue said worriedly, don't run around. Stay in the car and wait for me to come back. If you don't see anything and get lost, I won't be able to find you. Chu Chen nodded, I understand, you can go in. Shin Yue let out a breath, turned around and walked into the hotel lobby. When passing by the hotel security at the door, she specifically gave a few instructions and asked them to help watch. The 2 hotel security guards were stunned the moment they saw Shin Yue. Beauty is like jade. The fairy has descended to earth. Miss Third, the old man has been waiting for you for a long time. At the door, the Shin family's butler bowed. Shin Yue nodded, subconsciously looked back at Chu Chen, and then followed the housekeeper in. After Shin Yue left, noisy discussions were heard at the hotel entrance. That must be Shin Yue, the daughter of the Shin family? She is indeed the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei. I heard that Shin Yue is going to dissolve her marriage with her blind husband tonight. Isn't the guy in the car the rumored son-in-law of the Shin family, Shin Yue's blind husband, and the orphan of the Chu family? In an instant, all eyes were fixed on Chu Chen. Many people even deliberately walked up to Chu Chen and waved at him, and some brave ones even punched him to threaten him. However, Chu Chen pretended not to see it, forced a smile, then closed his eyes and silently breathed in the spiritual energy around him. He is indeed a blind man. It's a pity for Shin Yue. I don't know if she has been taken advantage of by this blind man, ha. A group of people laughed and looked at each other with contempt. Get out of the way. Master Li is coming. With a shout, the crowd dispersed, and a handsome man came from behind the crowd with an arrogant look on his face. Li Xiaohu, the young master of the Li group. One of the 4 great playboys in Jiangbei. Hey, isn't this the blind man from the Shin family? Li Xiaohu spotted Chu Chen with his eyes closed in the car and mocked him. Then, he walked up to Chu Chen, put his arm around his shoulders, and said provocatively with great pride, Blind Chu, after tonight, your wife will be mine. Don't worry, I will love her well in bed. Ha ha ha. There was a burst of laughter. Oh, I almost forgot, you are blind and can't see. It's a pity that you can't see with your own eyes the scene of Shin Yue being conquered by me. Okay, when I have had enough fun tonight, I will tell you in person, ha ha ha. Li Xiaohu laughed. Seeing that Chu Chen did not respond, Li Xiaohu shook his head, turned around and left with a mocking look on his face. What are you talking to a blind man? It's a loss of status. However, the next second, a cold voice came from behind. Say what you just said again. In the car, Chu Chen suddenly opened his eyes, revealing a harmless smile. There was a faint golden light in his eyes, and he stared at Li Xiaohu coldly. Chapter 3, Each one is top-notch. Li Xiaohu turned around and suddenly met Chu Chen's gaze. His body trembled and he felt creepy. What's going on? Isn't Chu Chen blind? Why did I feel that the look in his eyes just now was as terrifying as that of a ferocious beast? Blind Chu, what did you say? Li Xiaohu came back to his senses, his face was angry and very unhappy. I was actually frightened by the look of a blind man. Everyone at the hotel entrance looked at Chu Chen. His expression was strange and full of mockery. What's going on with Chu Chen? How dare he threaten Li Xiaohu? Isn't this just asking for humiliation and seeking death? I say what you just said again. Chu Chen stared at Li Xiaohu coldly. The more this happened, the more scared Li Xiaohu became. That's strange. Why does it feel like Chu Chen is no longer blind? Are you threatening me? Li Xiaohu sneered, walked towards Chu Chen, and said provocatively, want to hear it? Then I'll say it again. When I conquer your wife tonight, I will tell you in person. Ha ha ha. As soon as these words were spoken, there was laughter all around. Blind Chu, the son-in-law of the Shin family, dares to threaten the young master of the Li group? This person is not only blind, I'm afraid he is also a fool. In the car, Chu Chen smiled faintly. Next second. Bang! A crisp slap sounded in front of the hotel. Chu Chen shook his hands and sneered, excuse me, there was a mosquito buzzing in front of me just now. Mr. Li, can you help me check if I have killed it? Uproar. Everyone was stunned and looked at this scene in shock. Blind Chu actually slapped Li Xiaohu? You dare to hit me? Li Xiaohu covered his face, furious. I was actually beaten by a blind man. Chu Chen, you are courting death. Li Xiaohu roared with a ferocious look on his face. Several bodyguards in black suits quickly rushed out from all directions, surrounded Chu Chen, and stared at him hungrily. Chu Chen had a simple smile on his face, as if he didn't care at all about the danger that was about to happen. It just so happened that he wanted to test his strength at the first level of qi refining. What's going on? At this time, the hotel manager ran over. When he saw Li Xiaowu, he quickly stepped forward and groveled to please him. Mr. Li, why didn't you notify me in advance so that I could pick you up in person? Answer it. Can't you see I'm being beaten? Li Xiaowu was very angry. Only then did Manager Zhao see the 5 bright red finger marks on Li Xiaowu's face, and he immediately took a breath of cold air. Who was so bold as to attack Li Xiaowu? Who did it? Manager Zhao asked. Everyone pointed at Chu Chen, who looked calm and composed, and said, Manager Zhao, this blind man did it. Are you the blind son-in-law of the Shen family? Manager Zhao questioned dissatisfiedly, and then scolded, You dare to cause trouble in the Dragon King Hotel, do you want to die? Kneel down and kowtow to Master Li to apologize. Li Xiaowu was quite dissatisfied when he heard this, for what happened today, just kowtow and apologize is not enough. I'm going to cripple his hand. Manager Zhao hurriedly reminded him when he heard this, Mr. Li, Mr. Long is here tonight too, so you can't make too much noise. Otherwise, if you make Mr. Long unhappy, you won't have to try. Mr. Long? When Li Xiaowu heard this, his face darkened. Mr. Long, Long Fugua, is the helmsman of the Jiangbei Long family and the chairman of Longhuang Pharmaceutical. The Dragon Emperor Hotel is a subsidiary of the Dragon Emperor Group. This man is a big shot in Jiangbei. He has been active in the political, military and business circles of Jiangbei for decades and has connections throughout the province. Then listen to Manager Zhao. Li Xiaowu frowned. With the strength of his Li family, he is not even qualified to meet Elder Long. If Chu Chen, a blind man, offended old Long and the cooperation failed, it would be a loss. What are you standing there for? Kneel down and kowtow to Master Li. Manager Zhao scolded. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's eyes fell on Chu Chen. Kneel down and kowtow in public. This also made Chu Chen completely unable to raise his head in Jiangbei. Even the Shen family will be laughed at. Chu Chen smiled evilly when he heard this. His calm eyes fell on Manager Zhao and he asked, Are you sure you want me to kneel down? Click. In an instant, Manager Zhao was so frightened that he took 2 steps back, as if he was falling into an abyss, as if he was being stared at by some ferocious beast. Isn't this boy blind? Why do his eyes feel so scary? When he came to his senses, everyone around him looked at him in confusion. Manager Zhao was immediately angry. I was actually scared away by a blind man. Yes. Kneel down now. There was a hint of ferocity in Manager Zhao's eyes. What qualifications do you have to make him kneel down? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the door. Everyone looked over and saw a beautiful and attractive figure appear before their eyes. With the stunning beauty of a fairy, she walked out from the crowd in a red backpack revealing hip-bearing evening dress, like a fairy fallen into the mortal world. Xin Yue came over with a cold expression, pulled Chu Chen behind her, and looked at Manager Zhao with cold eyes. Everyone knows that Chu Chen is a blind man, and the Shen family often bullies this blind man, so everyone thinks that Chu Chen can be bullied at will. But they all forgot that Chu Chen is Xin Yue's husband. Xin Yue once told everyone that bullying Chu Chen was bullying her. Bang! The next second, Xin Yue slapped Manager Zhao in the face and scolded him coldly, Manager Zhao, I hope you can recognize your position. You are just a hotel manager, and Chu Chen is my husband. Whoever dares to bully him, I will not be polite to him. You! Manager Zhao covered his face was sullen, he gritted his teeth and said coldly, Miss Shen, your blind husband just beat Mr. Li. Li Xiaowu stood up and pointed to the slap mark on his face. Xin Yue was stunned and looked at Chu Chen with some surprise. For the past 3 years, Chu Chen never fought back or retaliated when he was beaten or scolded. Why did he attack Li Xiaowu today? Did you hit him? Xin Yue frowned and asked. Chu Chen smiled and said, I don't know. I can't see anything. I was just hitting a mosquito. You're talking bullshit. Li Xiaowu was anxious, pointing at Chu Chen and yelling, I see you're not blind at all. Xin Yue frowned, looked at Li Xiaowu, and said, Mr. Li, for my sake, let's forget about this tonight. My husband is blind, and everyone in Jiangbei knows it. What happened just now may have been a misunderstanding. I apologize to you on his behalf. I'm sorry. Li Xiaowu was very unhappy, but since Xin Yue said so, he could only accept it. After all, his target tonight is Xin Yue. It would be bad if things get too awkward. Okay, Xin Yue, I'll forgive him this time today. But remember, I'm not a kind-hearted person. Next time, if I see him again, he'll have a hard time. Li Xiaowu threatened, glared at Chu Chen fiercely, turned around, and walked into the hotel. Seeing this, Manager Zhao had no choice but to lead his people away. Xin Yue exhaled, took Chu Chen's hand, and said, "Come with me." Chu Chen followed Xin Yue and came to the hotel lobby. After arranging him in the rest area, Xin Yue squatted down, took Chu Chen's hand, and said gently, "Just sit here, don't run around, I will come out to accompany you later." Okay. Chu Chen nodded and looked at Xin Yue with gentle eyes in front of him. My wife is really beautiful. No wonder Li Xiaowu was thinking about it. Xin Yue straightened Chu Chen's clothes, then stood up and left. After walking a few steps, she turned back and murmured to herself, "Chu Chen, it would be great if you were not blind. I really hope that one day you can see what I look like. This is my only wish in the past 3 years. Unfortunately, our marriage will end tonight." After saying that, Xin Yue disappeared. However, when Chu Chen heard what she said, his heart trembled violently. It turned out that her only wish was to be able to see his appearance clearly. At this time, 2 women walked in from the door. One of them was a plump woman in her 30s with an elegant temperament. She was wearing a black, low-cut, backless evening dress that perfectly showed off her figure. A pair of headlights, very bright, like lotus steps, it feels like my eyes tremble slightly up and down. Her legs are long, slender and white, and with every step she takes, she exudes the unique charm of a mature woman. Perhaps it is because the woman practices yoga frequently, her figure is perfect and she looks charming under her hip skirt. Next to her was a girl in a white miniskirt, about 20 years old, with an extraordinary temperament, pure and beautiful, fair skin, a proud figure, a snow-white neck, delicate features, rosy lips, and a beauty that could make fish sink to the bottom of the water, geese fall to the ground, and the moon hide in shame. The girl's outfit was more conservative, but it still couldn't hide her perfect figure. The only drawback was that the girl didn't look very well, her steps were unsteady, and she coughed slightly from time to time. Behind the 2 of them, there were 2 bodyguards in Zhongshan suits. They looked like peerless masters at first glance, with extraordinary bearing and a cold and sharp aura emanating from their bodies. "Xinyao, how are you? How about this, let your aunt take you to the hospital first." The hot woman supported the girl and said worriedly. "I'm fine, Aunt, let's go, don't keep Grandpa waiting too long." The girl shook her head. But, the next second, the girl covered her chest, looked painful, and fell to the ground with a pale face. Xinyao, don't scare me." The woman was terrified and shouted, "Quick, send him to the hospital." Coincidentally, Chu Chen saw this scene and found that the girl's current condition was very consistent with a disease in medical classics. With just one glance, Chu Chen discovered that the girl had blood congestion inside her heart. Heart disease? It seems quite serious. Without timely medical treatment, he might not survive more than 20 minutes. Chu Chen looked up and discovered that this girl's appearance and temperament were truly extraordinary pure. She is totally the image of a campus girl. White short skirt, perfect figure, curvy figure, and amazing size. A pair of long legs is even more beautiful. Even the air is a little hot. Chapter 4, Are you curing the disease or taking advantage? Chu Chen rubbed his eyes and confirmed again. My eyes seem to have really become more powerful. The girl's long legs, straight. Ahem. Chu Chen coughed twice and said, "It's too late to go to the hospital now." As he spoke, Chu Chen raised his head slightly and looked at the woman squatting next to the girl. Damn it! This woman has an amazing figure. In Zhongbei, it is definitely the ceiling. What do you mean? Explain yourself. The woman stood up and glared at him. With one look, the bodyguards around her quickly rushed out and stared at Chu Chen with murderous intent. Seeing this, Chu Chen frowned slightly and said, "Your niece is suffering from a lack of blood supply and congenital heart disease. She will die in less than 5 minutes. The nearest hospital is 20 minutes away." Chu Chen looked at the other party calmly and said, "Shut up. You're talking nonsense." "Xinyao is just," the woman scolded. But the girl in his arms suddenly struggled in pain, her breathing became rapid, and her face turned pale and bloodless. "Xinyao. Xinyao, don't scare your aunt." The woman shouted anxiously, her eyes red. Chu Chen raised his eyebrows and said, I can save her. It's not that Chu Chen likes to meddle in other people's business. He just wants to verify whether the medical book is really as the blind old man said, that it can cure all diseases and even bring the dead back to life. Are you a doctor? The woman asked doubtfully. Chu Chen shook his head and said, I'm not. Then what makes you say you'll save her? The woman said dissatisfiedly, with a sharp look in her eyes. Chu Chen shrugged and said, You guys don't have time anyway, so why not try it out? This sentence made the woman stunned and she fell into confusion. Chu Chen was too lazy to continue speaking. He just drank his tea silently, waiting for the other party's choice. Seeing the time passing by, another bodyguard hung up the phone and said to the woman anxiously, Second miss, it will take at least 10 minutes for the ambulance to arrive. I'm afraid. Hearing this, the woman panicked, bit her red lips, looked at Chu Chen, and said, As long as you can save Qingyao, you will be the great benefactor of my Long family, and you can make any conditions. Long family? Chu Chen's expression changed slightly, but he didn't show it. So, the two women in front of him are the second daughter of the Long family, Long Hongyan, a famous socialite in the Jiangbei business community. He has a wide range of social contacts and knows many important people. She is also the perfect lover in the hearts of all men in Jiangbei. The one lying on the ground is the young lady of the Long family, the most beloved granddaughter of Mr. Long Fugua. The Long Qingyao who is known as the pure goddess of Jiangbei? Chu Chen shook his head slightly, stood up, and walked to Long Qingyao. With a golden light flowing in his eyes, he could instantly see the internal structure of Long Qingyao's heart below her chest. Blood vessel blockage. Myocardial dilation. The problem is quite tricky. After taking a breath, Chu Chen raised his hand and reached directly into the clothes on Long Qingyao's chest. What are you doing? Long Hongyan looked angry and shouted immediately. Chu Chen said calmly, to treat the disease. Is this how you treat illnesses? Long Hongyan stared at Chu Chen's dirty hands viciously. Could it be that this guy wants to take advantage of Qingyao? Chu Chen raised his eyebrows and asked unhappily, Can it be cured? Long Hongyan looked angry, but the situation was critical and she had no other choice. She could only grit her teeth and said with a cold face, If you can't cure Qingyao, I will not only have someone chop off your hand, but also make you live a life worse than death. Chu Chen smiled and lifted up his clothes. It was bulging under the tight clothes. Be good. Don't judge a book by its cover. Afterwards, in Long Hongyan's angry eyes, Chu Chen reached out his hand as if no one was around and started to rescue her in front of her. If Qingyao doesn't wake up, I will definitely kill you. Long Hongyan said, gritting her teeth. Chu Chen did not care about it. Instead, he began to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body according to the contents of the medical book, attached it to his palms, and then stimulated the acupoints to transfer it into Long Qingyao's heart. In less than a moment, Long Qingyao, who had been pale, regained his color on the face, and his long eyelashes began to tremble slightly. Aunt! Long Qingyao slowly opened her eyes and whispered. Qingyao, are you awake? Long Hongyan was extremely excited. Long Qingyao nodded slightly, and suddenly felt something strange in her chest. She looked down and her pretty face was immediately filled with blush and anger. Bang! Long Qingyao slapped him directly. A moment later, in the rest area next to him, Chu Chen was extremely depressed, rubbing his cheeks, which were burning with pain. Beside her, Long Hongyan supported Long Qingyao, who was blushing and a little embarrassed, and smiled awkwardly. Mr. Chu, I'm sorry, Qingyao. It's okay. Chu Chen said helplessly and glanced at Long Qingyao. How come this girl, who looks pure and weak, has such strong hands? Mr. Chu, I'm sorry. Long Qingyao bent down and apologized. Thank you for saving me. For that slap just now, Long Hongyan has explained what happened. It turns out that the man in front of her is not being a hooligan, but is saving her. Okay, it's my bad luck. Chu Chen said speechlessly. Long Hongyan quickly took out a business card, handed it to Chu Chen and said, Mr. Chu, this is my grandfather's business card. In the whole Jiangbei, only 3 people have received it. You are the 4th. If you have anything, just call the number above. As long as my Long family can do it, we will definitely go through fire and water. The Chu Chen in front of her looked ordinary, but the medical skills he displayed just now shocked Long Hongyan immensely. Such people must be made friends with. Who knows, it might be useful in the future. Chu Chen took the business card, glanced at it, and found that it was made of pure gold. The Long family is indeed a wealthy family in Jiangbei. Even their business cards are gold cards. Afterwards, Long Hongyan took Long Qingyao away. Long Qingyao looked back at Chu Chen a few times, with a hint of curiosity in her eyes. Just as the two girls left, Shen Yue came over, looking somewhat ugly and helpless, and said to Chu Chen, "Chu Chen, come with me, Grandpa wants to see you." As she spoke, Shen Yue looked at the two figures leaving and asked Chu Chen, "Who were those two women just now? Why do I feel like they look familiar?" Chapter 5, If this is true, I will kneel down and call you daddy. No one, let's go. Chu Chen put away the business card and, with the help of Shen Yue, walked into the banquet hall next door. In the hall, Mr. Shen and everyone in the Shen family had already taken their seats. What Chu Chen didn't expect was that Li Xiaowu was also there, and was sitting next to Mr. Shen. At this moment, he was staring at Chu Chen with an evil sneer on his face, his eyes full of abuse and disdain. "Grandpa, Chu Chen is here," Shen Yue said to the old man and prepared to sit down with Chu Chen. Suddenly, Shen Wei, the young master of the Shen family's main branch, said in dissatisfaction, "What right does a blind man have to sit down? Let him stand, so as not to spoil everyone's fun." "That's right, didn't you see young Master Li was here? A blind man sitting at the table, isn't that disrespectful to young Master Li?" Shen Bingbing, the young lady from the second branch of the Shen family, echoed the sneer. The other members of the Shen family also followed suit with cold remarks. "Yue, this is a family dinner. An outsider has no right to sit at the table. Everyone at this table has made contributions to the group. The worst one has brought a $5 million contract to the company. He's a blind man who eats and drinks for free at the Shen family all day long. He's worse than a dog. Why should he sit with us?" The crowd chattered, expressing their dissatisfaction with Chu Chen coming to the table. Shen Yue looked embarrassed and was about to refute, but Chu Chen pulled her hand and said with a smile, "It's okay, I've been sitting outside for a long time, just in time to stand." "But..." Shen Yue was anxious. Chu Chen didn't say anything. He asked Shen Yue to sit down and stood behind her. At this time, Mr. Shen spoke up, "Chu Chen, my Shen family has raised you for 3 years, and I have repaid your Chu family's favor. I will not say anything else. If you sign the divorce agreement with Yue, I will compensate you with 5 million and a house." As he spoke, the butler took out a divorce agreement and handed it to Chu Chen. "Ha, butler, if you give him the agreement, can a blind man see it?" Shen Wei laughed jokingly. Chu Chen did not take the agreement, but turned his head, looked at Shen Yue with bright eyes, and asked, "What about you, do you agree to divorce?" Shen Yue glanced sideways at Chu Chen, especially at the moment their eyes met. For some reason, she felt as if Chu Chen could see her. "I." Just as Shen Yue was about to speak, Shen Bingbing interrupted her and said, "What right does she have to disagree? Sign it now and get out of the Shen family. What can a blind man bring to the Shen family? How many people in Jiangbei have laughed at our Shen family over the years because of you? From what you said, as long as it brings benefits to the Shen family, this marriage can be kept, right?" Chu Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at Shen Bingbing with cold eyes. "What can Li Xiaowu bring to the Shen family?" Click. Shen Bingbing's body trembled, and she suddenly felt a little dazed. "What's going on? I was actually frightened by the look of a blind man." "Ha ha. Did I hear you right? Chu Chen, you just asked what Li Xiao could bring to the Shen family?" Shen Bingbing sneered and said, "Young Master Li can help our Shen family win the cooperation with Longwang Pharmaceutical Group. That is a project worth 100 million. Mr. Long will be having dinner in the number 1 private room upstairs tonight. Mr. Li said that he will take us upstairs to meet Mr. Long and discuss cooperation on the project. Can you do this?" Shen Bingbing asked back with a mocking look on her face. "How do you know I can't do it?" Chu Chen smiled faintly. After these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. Including Shen Yue, everyone looked at Chu Chen in surprise. What happened to him today? How dare you ask Shen Bingbing back? Li Xiaowu took a sip of tea and said in a rather pretentious manner, "Blind Chu, anyone can say nice things, but strength is king. How can a blind man like you get a 100 million project from the Dragon King Group? What, do you think the Dragon King Group is as blind as you?" Ha ha ha. There was laughter in the hall. Chu Chen, the Dragon King Pharmaceutical Group is a top-notch group in Jiangbei, with a market value of over 10 billion. You are a blind man, let alone discussing the project. I'm afraid you don't even have the qualifications to make an appointment for a meeting in negotiation, right? He's not only blind, but also stupid. Yue, divorce him right away. A young man as handsome as Li Xiao is the right choice for you. Mr. Li, please don't mind. People like Chu Chen are typically blind and have low self-esteem. They just want to save face for themselves. Li Xiaowu laughed mockingly twice, looked at Chu Chen and said, Blind Chu, don't even mention this 100 million medical project. As long as you have the ability today to call any person in charge of the Dragon King Pharmaceutical Group over, I, Li Xiaowu, will kneel down and call you daddy. Are you sure? Chu Chen smiled coldly, took out the business card from his pocket, and said, What a coincidence, I happen to have Mr. Long's business card. Do you want to invite him over to sit down? Dead silence. The entire banquet hall fell silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned and looked at Chu Chen in disbelief. What? Mr. Long's business card? He is crazy. Blind Chu, what did you just say? Mr. Long's business card? Xin Wei chuckled and burst out laughing. The rest of the Shin family also laughed out loud. Chu Chen, are you crazy? Don't you know how valuable Long Lao's business card is? Li Xiaowu's face was full of mockery and he held up 3 fingers. In the whole of Jiangbei, so far, only 3 people have obtained Mr. Long's business card. The first one is the mayor of Jiangbei City, Huang Kehong, mayor of Huangbei City. The second one is the god of wealth in Jiangbei, Tang Yunlong, the god of wealth. The third one is the leader of Jiangbei, Master Sun Jojo. As he spoke, Li Xiaowu stood up, walked up to Chu Chen, patted his face arrogantly, and teased, Chu Chen, who do you think you are? Chu Chen's face darkened, he grabbed Li Xiaowu's wrist, shook it off, and said coldly, If it's true, just call him and ask and you'll know. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaowu snatched the golden business card from Chu Chen's hand, took a few glances at it, and said with a smile, Don't mention it, it's quite realistic. Chu Chen, you put in a lot of effort. However, none of us have ever seen Mr. Long's business card. Could the number on yours belong to some junk collector? It's quite high-end, with auspicious clouds and golden dragons. After saying that, Li Xiaowu held the business card and sneered, How about this, Chu Chen, I'll give you one chance. Kneel down now and admit that this business card is fake. We can ignore the little trick you played for your own self-esteem. There's a number above, you can call and ask. Chu Chen said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Li Xiaowu had a grim expression and cold eyes. I see you really won't cry until you see the coffin. Okay, then I'll satisfy you. Li Xiaowu took out his cell phone and dialed the number on it. The Shin family members present all had gloating expressions on their faces, waiting to see Chu Chen make a fool of himself. I say again, if this is Mr. Long's business card, I, Li Xiaowu, will not only kneel down before a blind man like you and call you dad, I will also eat up this whole table. Li Xiaowu sneered sinisterly with a vicious look in his eyes. Beep beep. The waiting tone of the cell phone rang in the hall, very harsh. Everyone stared at Chu Chen with mocking sneers, ready to see him make a fool of himself. Chapter 6, Let Me Step on Your Face. At the same time. In the number 1 box on the top floor. Dad, just now downstairs, I met a young doctor who was both good-looking and skilled in medicine. Long Hongyan walked into the box and spoke to Grandpa Long, who was playing chess with his eldest brother Long Wu in the box. Oh? What little miracle doctor is worthy of your praise? Old Master Long asked without raising his head. At the same time, he dropped the chess piece in his hand onto the board and made a checkmate and a chariot move. Long Fugua, Mr. Long. A big shot in Jiangbei's political, business and military circles. One word, one look, and the whole of Jiangbei would tremble. He has white hair and a youthful face, and his complexion is rosy. The Long Wu opposite was Long Fugua's eldest son and now the undisputed leader of the Jiangbei Long family. He had a square face, eagle eyebrows and tiger eyes, and he had the aura of a superior. But at this moment, after seeing the old man's checkmate draw the rook, his face immediately became solemn, and the chess piece in his hand did not fall for a long time. Then, he shook his head, smiled and said, Dad, I lost. Old Master Long laughed twice and said, Xiaowu, you still need to practice your chess skills. Dad is right. Long Wu responded. Grandfather. At this time, Long Qingyao walked over, took the old man's arm, and said coquettishly, That little miracle doctor just saved me. If it weren't for him, you would never see your precious granddaughter again. Hearing this, Long Fugua turned his head, looked at Long Qingyao with a kind look, and asked in a rather doting tone, What's going on? Long Qingyao quickly told Long Fugua what had just happened in the hall downstairs. Of course, she didn't tell anyone about Chu Chen's method of treatment by touching breasts. She was too embarrassed to say it. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Long family, if a man takes advantage of her, Chu Chen will have to marry into the family. So, this young man named Chu Chen is the great benefactor of my Long family. Long Fuguai nodded and said seriously. Hong Yan, did you leave the other party's contact information? You saved my precious granddaughter. No matter what they ask for, my Long family will satisfy them. Long Fuguai emphasized. Long Hongyan smiled, smoothed down her skirt, knelt beside Long Fuguai, made him a cup of tea, and said with a smile, Dad, I gave him your business card. Business card? Long Wu was a little surprised and frowned. Second sister, isn't it a bit too reckless for you to do this? Not everyone can get my father's business card. In the whole of Jiangbei, only 3 were given out. Even the mayor of Jiangbei had to beg for a long time before my father gave it to him. What special strengths does this young man named Chu Chen have that you actually gave him our father's business card? Long Hongyan looked at Long Wu and said with a smile, Brother, you should know my ability to judge people. This young man named Chu Chen may not look that good now, but I am sure that with his medical skills, he will reach a height that we all look up to in the future. For my Long family, making friends with such a person through a business card is an opportunity. On the side, Long Qingyao echoed, Dad, I think what Aunt said is right. Long Wu frowned and glanced at Long Qingyao. He saw through her thoughts at a glance and joked, Why, have you fallen in love with that boy? You've only met him once. Dad, what are you talking about? I'm just speaking the truth. Long Qingyao's pretty face was instantly flushed. She shyly hooked her hair beside her ear, her eyes evasive. Ha ha ha. Long Wu and Long Fuguai laughed at the same time. Qingyao, I'm your father. You've never been so interested in a boy since you were a child. If you like him, I'll ask someone to find out. As long as he has good character, it's okay for him to marry into my Long family. Long Wu said with a smile. Oh, I won't talk to you anymore. Long Qingyao stood up shyly and sat aside. She just felt her cheeks burning. Is it that obvious? At this time, Long Fuguai said, Since Hong Yan gave it to me, then I will give it to you. I believe in Hong Yan's ability to judge people. After saying that, Long Fuguai stood up, and Long Hongyan immediately stepped forward to support him and walked to the main table to sit down. Okay, everyone, take a seat. We're having a family dinner tonight, Long Fuguai said. Long Wu immediately ordered the hotel staff to serve the food. None of the 4 people noticed that there was an incoming call from a strange phone placed on the chessboard next to them. And at this moment, downstairs, in the Shen family's private room, Li Xiaohu was holding the cell phone and using the speakerphone. Sorry, the user you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Please try again later. Ha ha ha. In an instant, everyone in the Shen family, including Li Xiaohu, burst into laughter in the box. He looked at Chu Chen as if he were a clown. Even Xin Yuwei felt ashamed and took a deep breath. Blind Chu, why doesn't Mr. Long accept the offer? Is it because there was no prior communication, or because the money was not paid enough, so he doesn't want to act with you anymore? Li Xiaohu sneered jokingly. Xin Wei laughed in agreement. Chu Chen, does your face hurt from being hit? Xin Yuwei, look at your blind husband. Not only is he blind, but he also talks nonsense and disturbs everyone's mood for dinner. Xin Bingbing immediately turned her attention to Xin Yuwei and said unhappily, In my opinion, you and Blind Chu should not attend the family dinner tonight. Take him out. Yes. A blind man who brags. Seeing him makes me sick. What are you standing there for? Get out of here. Don't you think it's not enough that you've embarrassed us? Lu Qinglan, who had been silent in the crowd, also opened his mouth and shouted angrily. For 3 years, because of this blind man, how many times have they, an orphan and a widow, suffered the contempt from the first and second wives? In Lu Qinglan's heart, she wished she could drown Chu Chen in the toilet. Try again. Maybe Mr. Long was busy just now. Chu Chen frowned. Logically speaking, Long Hongyan is the second daughter of the Long family and a famous socialite in Jiangbei. She wouldn't give herself a fake business card. Ha ha ha, try to fight again? Blind Chu, you really won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Li Xiaowu sneered, rolled his eyes, and said with a wicked smile, Okay, then tell me, if you can't get through this time, what are you going to do? Chu Chen frowned, glanced at Xin Yuwei, who looked unhappy because of the teasing, and said, If you still can't get through, you can do whatever you want. Okay. Great. I was just waiting for you to say that. Li Xiaowu had a grim smile on his face and said, "If you can't get through, you have to kneel down in public, kowtow to us 10 times, and yell 10 times that I'm an idiot, and then we'll let this matter go today. How about that?" In one word, all the Shin family members in the box stared at Xu Chen as if they were watching a joke. Xu Chen was about to agree when Xin Yuwei stood up and said anxiously, "Xu Chen, I know you are doing this for my own good, but after tonight, we will cancel the engagement. You don't have to do this." After saying that, Xin Yuwei looked at the old man and said in a panic, "Grandpa, I will take Xu Chen out first." Mr. Shin said nothing, his face gloomy, and nodded. He also didn't want to ruin a nice family dinner because of a blind man. Moreover, the most important task tonight is to let Li Xiaowu bring the Shin family to meet Old Long. This is the Shin family's top priority and it will determine the future of the Shin family. But we can't let the future of the Shin family be ruined because of a blind man. Let's go. Seeing that the old man agreed, Xin Yuwei pulled Xu Chen and was about to take him away. But Xu Chen didn't move at all, and looked at Xin Yuwei seriously. "You?" Xin Yuwei was a little confused. Especially when she met Xu Chen's gaze, for a moment, she felt as if Xu Chen could see her. "Believe me, as long as you want, I can help you get the medical project of Longwang Pharmaceutical Group," Xu Chen said seriously. Xin Yuwei's heart trembled. For some reason, she always felt that Xu Chen was not joking. Damn it! Blind Xu, you're really good at bragging. First you said this game card is Mr. Long's business card, and now you're saying you can get a 100 million medical project from the Dragon King Pharmaceutical Group. Li Xiaowu sneered coldly, raised his eyebrows, and asked arrogantly, "Why, Mr. Chu, can you say something to call Elder Long down?" "You can try." Xu Chen turned his head and smiled faintly. Box number 1. Long Qingyao kept winking at Long Hongyan, who smiled knowingly and said to Long Fugua, "Dad, how about I have someone bring that Xu Chen up to you?" Long Fugua thought about it and nodded, "No need. Since they saved my precious granddaughter, my Long family should go down in person to express our gratitude." "Grandpa, are you going down in person?" When Long Qingyao heard this, her big eyes instantly became bright. Long Fugua smiled and said, "Why, you don't want Grandpa to go down?" "Grandpa, you're making fun of me again." Long Qingyao's pretty face turned red. Okay, you all stay here, I'll go down by myself." Long Fugua laughed heartily, stood up, walked out of the box and went straight downstairs. After all, this hotel is one of the Long family's businesses. With a little inquiry, you will know which box Xu Chen is in. At the same time, downstairs, in the Shin family's private room, Li Xiaowu sneered at Xu Chen with contempt. "Okay, blind Xu, you are awesome. If Elder Long walks in through this door today, I, Li Xiaowu, will kneel down and put my face on the ground for you to step on." As soon as he finished speaking, a loud laugh like a bell came from the door. "Oh? Who wants to kneel down and let Mr. Chu step on his face? I came in to see the fun." Then, an old figure walked in from the door with his hands behind his back. Chapter 7, Dad? Where did you come from, you old beggar? Do you know where this is? Get out. Shen Wei was the first to stand up and shouted angrily at Long Fugua, who walked in from the door. Shen Bingbing also followed suit and scolded, "What's wrong with this Dragon King Hotel? How dare they put all this garbage in here?" Everyone in the Shen family stared at Long Fugua, who walked in with dissatisfaction. "Who is this old man? Are you a beggar?" Long Fugua was stunned for a moment, then he laughed, "Don't you know me? I want to know you, a bastard." Shen Wei shouted, "Who the hell do you think you are? Are you worthy of being recognized by me?" The Shen family was originally a second-rate family in Jiangbei. He is not even qualified to meet Long Fugua. In addition, Mr. Long usually keeps a low profile and seldom shows up in public. Whenever there is a problem, he asks his son Long Wu to solve it. Therefore, in Jiangbei, many second- and third-rate wealthy families have only heard of him but have never seen him. It's normal that Shen Wei doesn't know Long Fugua. "Young man, don't be so harsh." Long Fugua's face darkened and he looked unhappy. Shen Wei sneered jokingly, "Old Biden, do you know who you are talking to? I am the eldest son of the Shen family in Jiangbei. With just one word from me, you old thing can die without a burial place." "Really? So, the Shen family has absolute power in Jiangbei?" Long Fugua asked back with a fake smile. Shen Wei stared at Long Fugua, took 2 steps forward, patted his face arrogantly, and said, "Old Bidden, even if my Shen family can't cover the sky with one hand in Jiangbei, it's still very easy to kill an old dog like you. What's your name?" Long Fugua asked, suppressing his anger. I have been traveling around Jiangbei for 50 years, and have never been slapped in the face by a young man in public. If someone else were here and saw the scene, they would have been scared to death. That's Mr. Long Fugua. Lianjiang Beihuang city capital wants to be respectful and polite to people. Remember, I will never change my name or surname, Xinwei. Xinwei said arrogantly. Long Fugua nodded. Xinwei, right? I remember your name. Then you better remember this. Xinwei said with a teasing smile, one day, you may have to kneel down and beg me. Long Fugua snorted twice. Li Xiaohu also glanced at Long Fugua and felt that this person looked familiar. But, for a moment, I couldn't remember who the other person was. Forget it, no matter who he is, anyone who speaks for Chu Qin is his enemy. What, old beggar, you want to speak up for this blind man? Li Xiaohu stared at Long Fugua with cold eyes, very unhappy. From what you said just now, you are Mr. Long? Naturally, Li Xiaohu had never met Long Fugua. But once, when I was at a dinner party with my father, I saw it from afar. I didn't remember the other person's appearance. Long Fugua smiled faintly, that's right. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire box fell silent for a moment. All the members of the Shin family stared at Long Fugua with wide eyes. Even Mr. Shin became nervous. He quickly stood up and stepped forward, stretching out his hands, and shouted excitedly, You are Mr. Long? I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. I am sorry for not welcoming you from afar. Grandpa, are you getting senile? Could this old Biden be old Long? Xinwei's words interrupted Grandpa Shin's steps, leaving him standing there in embarrassment. Who is Elder Long? He is a figure that is respected and feared by the mayor of Jiangbei, the god of wealth of Jiangbei, and the ninth lord of Jiangbei. How could he come to our Shin family's private room? As he spoke, Xinwei looked at Long Fugua and said arrogantly, If this old Biden is old Long, I, Xinwei, will kneel down and eat shit. It was at this time that Mr. Shin finally reacted. Xinwei is right. Mr. Long is a big shot who is above everyone else. How could he suddenly come to the Shin family's family dinner? For a moment, Mr. Shin's eyes turned dissatisfied when he looked at Long Fugua. Haha, blind Chu, sure, I've even arranged for an actor to act with you. Li Xiaohu shouted mockingly at this time. I was wondering why Mr. Long is here. It turns out he is an actor hired by this blind man. Shin Bingbing said angrily, turned her head, stared at Xin Yue, and scolded, Xin Yue, look at what your husband has done. He even dared to find someone to impersonate Elder Long. Does he want to push our Shin family into the fire pit? Xin Yue felt like she was sitting on pins and needles, her pretty face full of shame. Haha, you all think I'm fake? Long Fugua laughed and stared at Li Xiaohu and the Shin family with cold eyes. Old man, if you are serious, I am still Mr. Long's father. Xinwei retorted. Hearing this, Long Fugua's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Xinwei and said, Xinwei, right? There is no such thing as a third time. This is the second time you have offended me. Oh my, old bidden, you're out of breath when I tell you you're fat. Do you really think you're an old dragon? Xinwei laughed, his face full of mockery. Li Xiaowu sneered, impersonating Elder Long is a capital crime. To tell you the truth, I am going to meet Elder Long tonight. He is currently in the number 1 private room upstairs. You want to meet me? How come I didn't know? Long Fugua asked in surprise. Li Xiaohu immediately sneered jokingly, Old man, you're exposed, right? You don't even know who Mr. Long is meeting tonight, and you still dare to say that you are real? Get out. Otherwise, I'll have someone break both of your legs. Li Xiaohu roared ferociously. Long Fugua frowned and said unhappily, You want to break my legs? Okay, didn't you say you would meet with Old Long tonight? Call down the person assigned to you and see if he dares to break my legs. Li Xiaowu smiled coldly and said, Old man, you and this blind Manchu are really the same kind of people. You won't give up until you reach the Yellow River. You want to die, right? Fine, I'll let you die knowingly. The one who arranged for me to meet with Elder Long was Elder Long's son, Long Wu, Master Wu. He is the current ruler of the Jiangbei Long family and the general manager of the Dragon King Pharmaceutical Group. Uproar. Everyone in the Shin family gasped and looked excited. No matter how hard they tried, they would never have imagined that the person who arranged the meeting between Li Xiaohu and Long Lao would be Long Wu. That's the new dragon in Jiangbei. Lord Long Wu. Li Xiaowu's network is so powerful that he can actually contact Long Wu. Damn! Mr. Li, you're so awesome. Even Master Wu knows you. Shen Wei immediately praised excitedly. Shen Bingbing also echoed, Mr. Li, when can you introduce Master Wu to us? Yes, Mr. Li, when you marry Shen Yue, we will all be a family. Everyone in the Shen family echoed in unison, all trying to please and flatter Li Xiaowu. Li Xiaowu said quite proudly, it's a small matter. Then, he stared at the old man and Chu Chen in front of him with pride, and threatened, Old man, and you, blind Chu, if I call Master Wu down, the consequences will be terrible for you. According to Master Wu's temper, if you dare to impersonate Elder Long, you too will either die or be crippled. When Shen Yue heard this, she became very anxious. Just as he was about to speak, Long Fubua stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, call and ask Long Wu to come down now. Okay. Old man, you are really courting death. Li Xiaohu was too lazy to say anything more. He took out his cell phone, dialed a number, bent over at 90 degrees, and said respectfully and flatteringly, Master Wu, it's me, Li Xiaohu from the Li family. Xiaohu, you have had dinner with my dad. What's the matter? Long Wu's dull voice came from the other end of the phone. Li Xiaowu sneered with a gloating look on his face, glanced at Chu Chen and Long Fubua and said, it's like this, Master Wu, someone here is impersonating Master Long and ruining his reputation. What? Pretending to be my father? Which box? I'll be there right away. Long Wu said in a deep voice, furious. Box 666 on the first floor. Li Xiaohu replied. Bang! The phone was hung up. Li Xiaohu let out a long sigh and only dared to hang up after confirming that the other party had hung up the call. Immediately, he straightened up and said to Chu Chen and the old man in a domineering manner, Master Wu will be here soon. You two are dead today. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone in the Shen family looked at Chu Chen with gloating eyes, as well as the old man who looked very calm. Shen Yue was so anxious that she was sweating profusely. Bang! Not long after he finished speaking, the door of the box was kicked open. Who is pretending to be my father? Long Wu walked in angrily, full of murderous intent and with a face like that of devil. It's Master Wu. Damn! It's really Master Long Wu. Master Li is awesome. Oh my god. This is the first time I see Master Wu. Everyone in the Shen family was talking about it and was very emotional. Li Xiaowu immediately ran over, groveling and calling him Master Wu, pointing at Long Fugue, and yelled, it's this old beggar who pretends to be your father. Long Wu was furious. He turned around and was about to lose his temper when he was stunned and shouted, Dad, why are you here? Chapter 8, Did I Hurt You? Uproar. The whole place was in dead silence. Dad? Shen Wei, Shen Bingbing, and everyone in the Shen family, including Li Xiaohu, were all stunned, their eyes almost popped out. What the hell? This old bidden is really Mr. Wu's father, Mr. Jiang Beilong? All of a sudden, the faces of everyone in the Shen family and Li Xiaohu turned pale. Especially Shen Wei, who had previously shouted and made personal attacks on Long Fubua, was so frightened that his face turned pale as death. With a thud, his knees went weak and he knelt on the ground. It's over, it's really over now. Shen Wei said tremblingly. Li Xiaohu was also stunned for a long time before he reacted and asked Long Wu, Wu, Master Wu, are you sure? Is this old man really your father? Bang! Long Wu turned around and slapped Li Xiaohu in the face with great force, knocking him to the ground. Several teeth flew out of his mouth. He angrily said, who do you call an old man? No, Master Wu, you misunderstood. I just made a slip of the tongue. Li Xiaohu was stunned. He also finally realized that this old man was really Long Wu's father. Jiang Beilong Lao. Oh my god. This is a huge disaster. Snort. Long Wu snorted coldly, his aura was so strong that it made everyone feel breathless. No one in the Shen family dared to sit down at this time. They all stood trembling with fear, lowering their heads, not even daring to look. The entire box was in dead silence. No one dared to make a sound. Shen Yue was so frightened that her pretty face turned pale, and she stood beside Chu Chen in fear. She also didn't expect that the old man in front of her was actually the old man Long from Jianbei whose words were law. Mr. Chu, I wonder if you are free to accompany me upstairs for a few drinks? Long Fugua was too lazy to pay attention to Li Xiaohu and others. He looked at Chu Chen with a kind look and asked. When these words were spoken, everyone in the audience was extremely shocked. What? Elder Long actually invited Blind Chu to drink upstairs. What is going on? Could it be that Chu Chen really knows Old Long? This. It's unscientific. Xin Yue's beautiful eyes also showed a strange look as she stared at Chu Chen. She suddenly felt that this husband, with whom she had lived for 3 years, seemed a little strange. When I'm free, Chu Chen replied. I couldn't help feeling a little nervous, but I didn't show it. After all, the other party is Jiangbei Long Lao. Okay, I'll wait for Mr. Chu upstairs. Long Fugua smiled, turned around and was about to leave. Seeing that Long Fugua and Long Wu were about to leave, the Shin family members and Li Xiaohu all breathed a sigh of relief. However, when Long Fugua walked to the door, he suddenly turned around and said to Li Xiaohu and others with a fake smile, Wait, I forgot that when I came in just now, someone said that I had to kneel down and let Mr. Chu step on my face. Hiss. Just one sentence frightened Li Xiaohu so much that his face turned pale and his whole body trembled. Long, Mr. Long, it was just a misunderstanding just now. Li Xiaohu said with a smile. Long Fugua snorted and laughed, misunderstanding? So, Master Li doesn't take me seriously? Snap. A bolt of thunder exploded in Li Xiaohu's heart. Long Fugua's words are very serious. In Jiangbei, if you dare not take Mr. Long seriously, your family will be destroyed in no time. Li Xiaohu is now angry but dares not speak out. What? Do I need to ask Mr. Li to kneel down? Long Fugua's face darkened. Behind him, Long Wu took a step forward, his eyes cold and his aura as powerful as a dragon. Li Xiaohu had no choice, nor did he dare to have a choice. With a plop, he knelt on the ground in front of the Shin family and Xin Yue, then bent over and laid his face on the ground, staring at Chu Chen with gritted teeth, threatening, Chu Chen, if you dare to step on my face, I will definitely. Snap. Before he could finish his words, Chu Chen's size 44 foot stomped hard on Li Xiaohu's face. By the way, he crushed him hard a few times, causing Li Xiaohu to scream in pain. Fuck. Chu Chen, you fucking dare. Li Xiaohu roared. Chu Chen pretended to be startled, moved his foot away, and shouted in panic, Ouch, Li Xiao, I'm sorry, I can't see anything. I wanted to go forward and pull you up, but who would have thought that I stepped on your face? Did it hurt you? Puff. Xin Yue, who had been worried and nervous, couldn't help but laugh at this moment. Anyone could see that Chu Chen did it on purpose. However, Li Xiaohu could only swallow his bitter experience and not speak out about his suffering. Xin Yue glanced at Chu Chen's back, her eyes filled with love. This guy, when did he become so sinister? You. Li Xiaohu got angry for a moment, stood up, rubbed his cheeks that were stomped on and left footprints, threw his hands in anger, and said to Chu Chen grimly, Okay. Blind Chu, you are lucky today. Don't give me a chance, I will make you live a life worse than death. After saying this, Li Xiaohu left the box angrily. If I stay any longer, my face will be completely destroyed. Seeing Li Xiaohu leave, the remaining members of the Shin family were silent and looked at each other in bewilderment. Especially Xin Wei, he was trembling all over like a death row prisoner before execution. Seeing Long Fugua's eyes sweeping over him, Xin Wei slid down and knelt in front of Long Fugua, kowtowed, and blood came out of his forehead. He wailed, Mr. Long, I'm sorry, I'm a dog eye, I didn't recognize a great man, and I offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and just let me go. Long Fugua looked at Xin Wei, who was so arrogant before, and snorted coldly, saying, Young Master Xin, you have to be a man who sticks to his words. What's the meaning? The Shin family was bored. But Xin Wei still remembers it clearly. He said that if the old man in front of him was Old Long, he would kneel down and eat shit. This. Why, Mr. Shin doesn't want to? Long Fugua smiled faintly. Xin Wei was so frightened that his hair stood on end. He quickly shouted, Eat, I'll eat. Soon, Xin Wei asked the hotel staff to get a bowl of golden juice, and in front of everyone, he pinched his nose and drank it. After drinking it, he rushed out and vomited violently. Long Fugua was too lazy to stay any longer and left with Long Wu. Before leaving, Long Wu looked at Chu Chen meaningfully. He is actually blind? My second sister didn't say anything either. Even after Long Fugua and Long Wu left for more than 10 minutes, the atmosphere in the box was still very depressing. All members of the Shin family looked at Chu Chen with confusion. Chu Chen, how do you know Elder Long? That's right. Mr. Chu, why didn't you tell us earlier that you knew Elder Long? You brought shame to our Shin family. Damn it. How could this bastard be so mean? Not only did he deliberately embarrass our Shin family, but he also pissed off young Master Li and ran away. Then, wouldn't our medical project with the Dragon King group be ruined? A group of people started shouting at the same time. Most of them vented all their resentment on Shu Chen. Xin Yue couldn't help but ask, "Shu Chen, how do you know Elder Long? Why haven't I heard you mention him before?" "I don't really know Mr. Long. It's just that just now, in the hall, I saved a girl. She seems to be Mr. Long's granddaughter." Shu Chen scratched his head and laughed naively. "Old Master Long's granddaughter? You mean, Long Qingyao? You saved her?" Xin Yue asked in surprise. Shu Chen nodded and said, "Well, she had a sudden heart attack. I have been idle at home for the past 3 years, so I learned some medical skills by following the audiobooks." Hearing this, everyone suddenly understood. Everyone thinks that this blind man Shu Chen is really lucky. He even managed to save Mr. Long's granddaughter. That is the apple of Mr. Long's eye. "Mr. Chu, Mr. Long asked me to take you upstairs." Suddenly, a woman in Cheongsam walked in at the door. She was tall and hot, with seductive eyes. "I'll go right away." Shu Chen responded, and turned to Mr. Shin and said, "Grandpa, as long as I get the medical project of Dragon King Group, Yue and I don't have to cancel our engagement?" "Of course," Mr. Shen replied. Xin Yue was excited, looked at Shu Chen, and said nervously, "Shu Chen, don't do anything rash. Even if you saved Elder Long's granddaughter, it's a project worth 100 million yuan, and they won't give it to you casually. Don't worry, I know my limits." Shu Chen smiled, stretched out his hand, gently touched Xin Yue's fair and tender cheek, and said, "For 3 years, thanks to you for always taking care of me and protecting me from the wind and rain. This time, I will be your harbor." Looking at Shu Chen's leaving back, Xin Yue felt warm in her heart and tears rolled down unconsciously. "Shu Chen, it would be great if you were not blind." Outside the hotel, Li Xiaowu's face was extremely gloomy. "Shu Chen, I want you dead." Li Xiaohu was furious. He dialed a number and shouted, "Bring a few people over here. I'm going to kill someone tonight. By the way, just in case, call along Elder Wu, who is a top-ranked martial arts expert on the Dragon and Tiger rankings." After hanging up the phone, Li Xiaowu stared at Xin Yue, who came out of the door with a sinister look in his eyes, and said obscenely, "And you bitch, I wanted to talk about feelings with you slowly, but tonight, I will fuck you." Chapter 9, The First Lady, the Female Fairy. Here, Shu Chen entered the number 1 box. In the box, only Elder Long Fugua and his eldest son Long Wu were left. "Mr. Chu, please take a seat," Long Fugua said politely. "Thank you, Master Long." It was the first time that Shu Chen met Master Long, and he was still a little nervous. But he remained very stable. After all, the old man in front of him was the well-known Mr. Long in Jiangbei. Even if it was the former young Master Shu Chen, when he saw this old Master Long, he would have to bow his head and respectfully call him Old Master Long. After Shu Chen sat down, Long Fugua glanced at Shu Chen's eyes and asked curiously, "Excuse me, is Mr. Chu really blind?" If Long Fugua wanted to find out something about someone, it would only take a few minutes. "I really can't see it." Shu Chen thought about it and simply continued to pretend to be blind. Upon hearing this, Long Fugua nodded, with a hint of disappointment on his face. Originally, if Shu Chen was a handsome man, he could let Long Qingyao get in touch with him. But now it seems that the Shu Chen in front of him is not only blind, but also married and is the son-in-law of the Shin family. "Mr. Chu, I asked you to come here to thank you for saving my granddaughter before," Long Fugua said lightly. Behind him, Long Wu quickly took out an antique black wooden box, pushed it in front of Shu Chen, and then opened it. In an instant, a burning breath came to my face. Shu Chen took a closer look and found that what was in the box was nothing else but a fire Ganoderma lucidum. This is exactly the same fire Ganoderma recorded in the medical book left by the old blind man. The whole body is red, like flame. The breath is hot. This is a rare elixir. It will be of great benefit to Shu Chen's practice. "Mr. Chu, inside this box is a fire Ganoderma lucidum, which I bought at an auction 10 years ago. Today, I am giving it to you as a thank you gift from Qingyao," Long Fugua said in a calm tone, while observing Shu Chen. Although Shu Chen wanted it very much. According to medical records, as long as Shu Chen refines this fire Ganoderma, he can break through to the second level of qi refining. But he can't. "Mr. Long, thank you for your kindness, but I cannot accept this fire Ganoderma." Shu Chen declined, "It's just a piece of cake for me to save Miss Long." Hearing this, Long Fuguo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone could resist the temptation of the fire Ganoderma. Even ordinary people who don't know much about medicine know that fire Ganoderma is worth a fortune. Chu Chen, a son-in-law who came to live with his wife's family and was blind, actually refused directly. From this it seems that this little guy has good character. Ha, my friend Chu, if you don't accept it, Xingyao will probably blame me. Long Fuguo laughed and said, I heard that this fire Ganoderma is very useful for people with eye diseases. It's useless for me to keep it, so I might as well give it to Chu Xiaoyu as a favor. Chu Chen refused again and again, but he was stubborn and had to bow and thank him. Thank you very much, Mr. Long. Chu Chen put away the fire Ganoderma lucidum and then asked, Old Long, from what you said just now, is there anything else? If you need my help, I will definitely do my best. There is indeed something that I need your help with. Elder Long suppressed the smile on his face and said to Chu Chen solemnly, I asked you to come here because I want you to do me a favor. What help? Chu Chen asked. I want you to help cure my second daughter's illness. Elder Long said, and shouted to the next cubicle, Hongyan, come out. The next second, the compartment door opened and Long Hongyan walked out. Chu Chen raised his head, looked over, and was shocked again. This woman's figure is really unfair. The front is convex and the back is curved. She is worthy of being the number one socialite in Jiangbei. Both her figure and temperament are the best of the best. She exudes a special charm from head to toe. Mr. Chu, we meet again. Long Hongyan laughed, her voice was so soft and numb that it made people's bones numb. Chu Chen subconsciously glanced at the woman's face. Perfect foxy face. Her eyes were filled with peach blossoms. Just one glance and a man will fall for her. No wonder Long Hongyan was rated as the number one socialite in Jiangbei. With such a figure and appearance, which man would not love her? Just at this moment, Long Hongyan met Chu Chen's gaze. Eyes met. She asked curiously, Mr. Chu, can you really not see? Chu Chen then realized that he had lost his composure, and quickly turned his eyes away, saying awkwardly, I really can't see, I have been blind for 3 years. Oh, what a pity. Long Hongyan responded and said pitifully, I thought Mr. Chu could see it just now. Where is Qingyao? Asked Old Long. Long Hongyan replied, she went back first. Elder Long nodded, stood up and said, well, you guys chat, Xiao Wu and I will leave first. After saying that, Long Fuguo and Long Wu left the box. In the huge box, only Long Hongyan and Chu Chen were left. The atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. The air also became a little hot. In particular, Long Hongyan smoothed her skirt with both hands, bent her knees and knelt in front of Chu Chen, and began to make tea for Chu Chen. The evening dress is about to burst. Purple is more charming. Chu Chen exhaled, quickly avoided his gaze, and asked, Miss Long, Elder Long asked me to help you heal your illness? Excuse me, are you feeling unwell? Mr. Chu, don't call me Miss Long. It doesn't sound nice. Long Hongyan made a cup of tea and brought it to Chu Chen. Her arms are slender, white, and round. Especially the 5 fingers, which are long and slender. I'm older than you, so I'll call you Brother Xiaochen, and you can just call me Sister Hongyan. Long Hongyan smiled, her eyes seductive. Chu Chen responded, Sister Hongyan. Long Hongyan smiled happily, her body shaking, making Chu Chen feel dazed. It's really not small. Sister Hongyan, are you feeling unwell? Chu Chen asked again. Long Hongyan raised her head, propped her chin with both hands, stared at Chu Chen with blinking eyes, and said, Brother Xiaochen, you have to take a look for yourself. Where do you think I'm feeling uncomfortable? If I remember correctly, your eyes were not blind when we were in the hall earlier. He can also accurately feel Qingyao's chest and treat her illness. After saying that, Long Hongyan had a meaningful smile on her face. Her beautiful big eyes stared at Chu Chen's eyes, as if she wanted to see through him. Chu Chen was stunned. This witch. Did you find anything? Sister Hongyan, you are joking. Actually, we blind people are blind in our eyes but not in our hearts. Sometimes, we can see things that ordinary people cannot see. Chu Chen explained casually, but most of the time, it's all based on feelings. Long Hongyan laughed mischievously, is that so? If I take it off, then you won't be able to see it, right? Gulp. Chu Chen was stunned and a little surprised. However, before he could open his mouth, Long Hongyan opposite him actually unzipped the back of her evening dress. The evening dress slid down. Brother Xiaochen, my left side hurts recently. Can you help me take a look? Long Hongyan said shyly. Chapter 10, A Little Hot. Beautiful. It's really beautiful. Which man doesn't love a woman like this? The most terrible thing was that Long Hongyan looked at Chu Chen with loving eyes. Her eyes were as charming as silk, and she looked so delicate and charming. In an instant, Chu Chen's cheeks turned red. He had never seen such a scene in his life. Hey, Brother Xiaochen, why are you blushing? Long Hongyan asked with a smile. Chu Chen was so embarrassed. Ahem, maybe the air conditioner is turned on too high. It's a bit hot. Chu Chen explained, trying his best to hide his embarrassment. Really? Are you sure it's not your heart that's warmed? Long Hongyan squinted and smiled. Chu Chen didn't dare to look at her, and quickly avoided her predatory gaze, hesitating. I'd better go out first. Seeing Chu Chen was about to leave, Long Hongyan quickly grabbed Chu Chen and said, Little brother Chen, why are you running? I won't eat you, sit down. Chu Chen was embarrassed and stood, not daring to sit down. He was worried that Long Hongyan would say something that would make him blush again. Facing this woman, he really had no way to deal with her. And charming. And strong. Any man who marries her will be truly happy. Why are you standing there? Sit down. Long Hongyan pulled Chu Chen to sit down again. Chu Chen sat down again somewhat awkwardly, not daring to look at Long Hongyan in front of him. She is so beautiful, just like the queen in a fairy tale world. Her figure and skin are both first class. Especially those eyes, so moist that one will fall in love with them at first sight. Brother Xiaochen, please help me take a look. Long Hongyan urged, looking down, it hurts a lot recently. Chu Chen was helpless, took a deep breath, and said, Sister Hongyan, this may not work, right? There are differences between men and women, you should find a doctor with other specialties. I just learned a little bit of medical skills by myself, I am afraid that I can't treat you. After saying that, Chu Chen got up and left in fear. That won't work. Chu Chen must stick to his bottom line. Hearing this, Long Hongyan said resentfully, I have consulted many famous doctors, and they all said that something has grown inside. If we want to cure it, we can only remove it. As she spoke, Long Hongyan began to sob, feeling very sad. Chu Chen was frightened and felt very embarrassed. He was most afraid of women crying. Especially for an intelligent and lovely elder sister like Long Hongyan, when she cried, Chu Chen felt as if he had done something bad. Sister Hongyan, please don't cry. I really can't do it. Chu Chen said in a dilemma. Brother Xiaochen, you should know how much of a blow it would be to a woman if this part was removed, especially a woman like me who is naturally beautiful and has a good figure. When we were in the hall earlier, I saw you just pressed a few buttons and woke Qingyao up, so I thought of asking you to help me. As she spoke, Long Hongyan put on her evening dress and said, Of course, I won't force you. If you can't cure it, then forget it. After that, Long Hongyan made another cup of tea for Chu Chen and said with a smile, After drinking this cup of tea, you and I will be like brother and sister. If you encounter any trouble in Jianbei in the future, you can come to me. Chu Chen was stunned and looked down at the steaming cup of tea on the tea table. After thinking for a while, he sat down again and said with some reluctance, Actually, it is not impossible to cure it. Really? Do you have a solution? Long Hongyan was very excited, staring at Chu Chen with her beautiful eyes. What she is most proud of is her figure. If it was really removed, she might as well die. Chu Chen nodded and said, Yes. As long as Brother Xiaochen can cure me, you can ask for any reward you want, 10 million, 100 million, anything is fine. Long Hongyan looked excited. She grabbed Chu Chen's hand and bit her red lips, as if she had made a great decision. She said, Of course, if you don't want money and want something else, that's fine too. I have never been in contact with any man in all these years. Hiss. Chu Chen took a breath of cold air. He never stops until he says something shocking. Long Hongyan's words were too damaging to men. She is the number one socialite in Jiangbei. She is the goddess in the eyes of countless men. If I remember correctly, there was once a wealthy man who offered a sky-high price to have Long Hongyan have dinner with him, but was rejected. Sister Hongyan, I don't need any reward. Just think of it as a favor from a younger brother. However, I'm not sure if it can be completely cured. I need to try. Chu Chen pulled his hand away and said awkwardly. If Xin Yue were here, she would definitely be jealous. I can't betray my wife. Okay, tell me, how do we try it? Long Hongyan asked with a smile, and her impression of Chu Chen was further improved. This little man is really good. This. Chu Chen was a little shy, stuttered for a long time, and said, I will try the Chinese medicine method for you. It may offend Sister Hongyan, I hope you can understand. As soon as these words came out, Chu Chen's cheeks turned red with shyness. There is no way. The book Dragon Emperor Medical Classics left by the old blind man does record this treatment method. It seems to be called Zhurong Ancient Medical Skills. It is necessary to stimulate the other party's acupuncture points and assist with the spiritual energy in the body to achieve the purpose of eliminating the lump. This process is quite long. One course of treatment is 3 times. 2 courses of treatment will cure the disease. When Long Hongyan heard Chu Chen's words, her pretty face was stunned at first, and then her cheeks turned red. Even though she is 30 years old and is known as a Jiangbei socialite, she is very generous in her dealings with others, including her previous words to Chu Chen, which were full of teasing. But, she is actually very conservative at heart. After hesitating for a moment, Long Hongyan gritted her teeth and said, Okay, now? Chu Chen nodded in response. Afterwards, Long Hongyan lay on the sofa according to Chu Chen's instructions. Hiss. Her figure is really excellent. Brother Xiaochen, you start. Long Hongyan said in a low voice. Chu Chen blushed. Sister, what you said is ambiguous. Sister Hongyan, let me start. All right. About 20 minutes later, Chu Chen let out a breath. Long Hongyan felt it and found that it was indeed not painful anymore. She was overjoyed and said, Brother Xiaochen, your medical skills are amazing. It doesn't hurt anymore. Ahem. Chu Chen coughed, avoiding the scenery, and said, Sister Hongyan, this is only the first time. If you want to cure it, you need 2 courses of treatment, 3 times each. Brother Xiaochen, are you sure? You are not trying to take advantage of me? Long Hongyan giggled and stared at Chu Chen with her beautiful eyes. Brush. Chu Chen was so embarrassed that he explained. Okay, I'm just teasing you. Long Hongyan giggled and her body trembled. This little man is so funny and can't help being amused. Next time, if I need anything, I'll come straight to you. Long Hongyan said, standing up and putting on her evening dress, let's go, I'll take you out. Afterwards, Long Hongyan sent Chu Chen out of the hotel, and they exchanged contact information. Before leaving, Long Hongyan's face suddenly became solemn and she said, Brother Xiaochen, as a reward for tonight, I will give you the news you want to know the most, which is about the Chu family and your parents back then. Moment. Chu Chen's expression changed, and a terrifying aura burst out from his body, but he quickly hid it and asked, About my parents? That's right. Long Hongyan said calmly, Just now, I asked my men to check and found that your parents' death and the demise of the Chu group were somewhat related to Li Xiaohu of the Li family. Li Xiaohu? Chu Chen's eyes narrowed, and murderous aura was boiling in his body. Chapter 11, Tonight is the day you die. Chu Chen also didn't expect that the death of his parents and the destruction of the Chu family were actually related to Li Xiaohu. Originally, Chu Chen had no plan to do anything to Li Xiaohu. After all, he is now just a small son-in-law of the Shen family. Li Xiaohu is the young master of Li Xiao group. As long as he doesn't continue to harass Shen Yue, Chu Chen can turn a blind eye. But now, Chu Chen has a reason to move against Li Xiaohu. Even, kill him. I understand. Thank you, Sister Hongyan. Chu Chen thanked and secretly clenched his fists. Long Hongyan smiled, took out a cooperation agreement, handed it to Chu Chen and said, This is what my eldest brother asked you to give it to you. It's a pharmaceutical project of Longhuan Pharmaceutical Group, worth 100 million yuan. All major companies in Jiangbei are vying for it. You are lucky. The medical project worth 100 million that the Shen family had been trying so hard to get. Chu Chen was a little excited, but he pretended to be excited and declined politely. Sister Hongyan, Elder Long has just given me a fire Ganoderma. This medical project is too expensive. I can't accept it. Okay, if you don't want it, doesn't your wife need it? Long Hongyan smiled faintly, besides, it's just a project cooperation. For the Long family, it's insignificant. Take it. You know my eldest brother has a bad temper. He doesn't like to owe favors to others, and he doesn't like to be rejected even more. Upon hearing this, Chu Chen no longer refused. After thanking him repeatedly, he turned around and left. Long Hongyan looked at Chu Chen's leaving back, her beautiful eyes full of admiration. This little man, with his great medical skills and humble character, is hard not to like. Second miss, are you interested in Chu Chen? The female assistant in a black hip skirt and black stockings asked in a low voice behind her. Long Hongyan turned her head, rolled her eyes at her, and said, "Don't talk nonsense, I'm just simply appreciating you." After saying that, Long Hongyan was about to leave, but just after taking 2 steps, the female assistant received a call. After saying a few words, her face suddenly changed. Second miss, something happened. The female assistant said anxiously. Long Hongyan frowned and asked, "What's wrong?" Li Xiaowu brought people to surround Chu Chen, the female assistant replied hurriedly, and he also called Wu Yinglong, the master ranked 62nd on the tiger list. Tiger list, Wu Yinglong? Long Hongyan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Let Along go and protect Chu Chen in secret. Don't fight him unless it's absolutely necessary." Tiger list. This Li Xiaowu is really not simple. He can even invite the masters of the tiger list. The female assistant asked doubtfully, "Second miss, do you really want to let Along go? Is that Chu Chen worthy of you treating him like this? Isn't he just a blind man? I heard that he is a live-in son-in-law who lives off his wife. That's just other people's prejudice against him. I think that Chu Chen is very different from others and has a promising future." Long Hongyan said with a bright smile. This way. Xin Yue waited in the car for a long time before she saw Chu Chen walking slowly from not far away. Chu Chen. Xin Yue hurriedly got out of the car, trotted over, supported him, and said with a hint of reproach, "Why did you come out by yourself? Didn't I tell you to call me and I'll pick you up? You can't see me, what if you get lost?" Hearing this, Chu Chen felt warm in his heart. He looked up and glanced at Xin Yue, who looked anxious in front of him. He handed the cooperation agreement to her and said, "I got it." Xin Yue's pretty face was stunned, and she looked down at the cooperation agreement in Chu Chen's hand. She took it, opened it quickly, and looked at it for a few seconds. It is a medical project cooperation agreement of Longhuang Pharmaceutical Group. Chu Chen actually got it. In an instant, Xin Yue's eyes became red and misty, and she couldn't help but let her tears roll down. She squatted down, hugged her knees, and sobbed softly. This made Chu Chen very anxious. "Wife, why are you crying?" Chu Chen scratched his ears and cheeks anxiously. This was the first time he saw Xin Yue cry. No, it was the first time I cried in front of him. In the past, Chu Chen had seen Xin Yue hiding in the room and crying secretly many times. Most of the reasons are because of him. Because he is a blind man. Because he is good for nothing. Because he brought a lot of criticism and humiliation to Xin Yue. Nothing. Xin Yue cried for a while, stood up, wiped her tears, and suddenly hugged Chu Chen, hugged his neck tightly, and exhaled the breath of orchid. "Thank you, Chu Chen." It had been 3 years, and this was the first time that Xin Yue felt the masculine charm of Chu Chen. Also, a sense of security. Who said her husband is a loser? He can get the medical project of Longhuang Pharmaceutical Group. Click. Chu Chen's heart was beating fast. "Yes, of course, I am your husband," Chu Chen said, raised his hand and gently patted Xin Yue on the back. Xin Yue burst into laughter and said, "Let's go home." At this moment, Xin Yue felt infinitely confident and relieved. There is no need to cancel the engagement with Chu Chen. The predicament of the Shin family company can also be solved. Afterwards, Xin Yue helped Chu Chen get into the car and fastened his seatbelt. This whole scene was also seen by Li Xiaowu, who was sitting in a large Land Rover parked on the side of the road not far away. Bang! He slapped the steering wheel hard, his face grim, and said viciously, "Damn you, blind Chu. Tonight is the day you die. Drive, follow." The car started, and the big Land Rover and 2 vans followed Xin Yue's car quietly. In the car, Xin Yue was driving and asked, "What does Mr. Long want you to do?" Chu Chen made up an excuse and replied, "Ask about his granddaughter's situation." Just then, at a traffic light, Xin Yue braked, Chu Chen's body swayed, and his left hand accidentally touched Xin Yue's thigh. Smooth and tender. A little cold. Hiss. Chu Chen couldn't help but take a breath. "My wife has such great skin. What's wrong? What are you laughing at?" Xin Yue noticed that Chu Chen was grinning foolishly, so she turned her head and asked while blinking her beautiful eyes. Chu Chen said awkwardly, "No, nothing. It was a close call, I almost got exposed." As a husband, he is actually distracted by his wife. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh and turned to look out the window. Suddenly, Chu Chen discovered that there was a large Land Rover and two vans following behind the car. At first, Chu Chen didn't pay attention to it, but after passing a few streets, the three cars kept following him closely, and Chu Chen immediately became alert. Are you being followed? Who could it be? Wife, let's stop at a small fork in the road ahead. I have to pee urgently. Chu Chen said. Xin Yue said oh, drove the car to the side road and slowly stopped. Chu Chen was about to get out of the car in a hurry, and Xin Yue asked, do you need my help? No need, I can do it myself. Chu Chen replied awkwardly. Let her help. How to help? Do you want support? After saying that, Chu Chen rushed to the grove next to him. Li Xiaowu, who was driving the Land Rover following Xin Yue's car, saw Chu Chen actually get out of the car, and immediately a sinister sneer appeared on his face. Humph. Chu Chen, you really have no door to hell but you broke in. Why did you choose such a deserted place when you could have parked your car to pee? Well, I'll send you off. Li Xiaowu snorted coldly, took out his cell phone, and said gloomily, everyone, get out of the car. Kill that blind man first. Remember, you have to do it without anyone noticing. The voice of his subordinates immediately came from the phone. Mr. Li, where is that little girl Xin Yue? After dealing with Chu Chen, tie her up and send her to my car. Li Xiaowu licked the corner of his mouth, his face full of lust. Okay. On the phone, a group of men shouted a few times and got out of the car. Chapter 12, Chu Chen shows off his power. Soon, a group of 7 or 8 strong bodyguards rushed into the grove, searching for Chu Chen. Everyone was holding a steel rod or something similar in their hands. However, after searching for a long time, Chu Chen was nowhere to be found. This is strange, where did the person go? Did you find him over there? The scarred man who led the group asked his men around him. The group all shook their heads, no. Scar brother, could that kid have run away? Someone asked. This grove is not big, but Chu Chen's figure was not found. Can it disappear out of thin air? Probably not. His wife's car is still there. Scar brother glanced at the car with its hazard lights on at a distant intersection and said, where can a blind man go? Let's look for him again. Are you guys looking for me? Suddenly, a cold voice appeared above everyone's head. Scar brother and others quickly looked up and saw a figure standing on the tree. Just looking at his standing posture, he is terrifyingly strong. Who else could it be? Of course it's Chu Chen. Fuck. I was wondering where you were hiding, and it turns out you were hiding in a tree. Scar sneered, raised the baseball bat in his hand, pointed at Chu Chen on the tree, and shouted, get down quickly. What are you doing climbing a tree, you blind man? P, what's wrong? Chu Chen said with a smile, and directly unzipped his pants and urinated in front of the people below. In an instant, Scar brother and others were drenched in urine. Fuck. You bastard, you're looking for death. What are you standing there for? Go get him down. I'm going to smash that thing of his. Scar brother was furious. He was the most miserable, because Chu Chen urinated towards him. He peed all over his head and face. He even peed in Scar brother's mouth. The next second, a group of people rushed up aggressively. Chu Chen was also very decisive. He jumped down from the tree directly, kicked the 2 men away with his feet, and stood steadily on the ground. A terrifying chill and murderous intent emanated from his body. You are not blind? Scar brother reacted immediately. Especially when she came into contact with Chu Chen's eyes, which were as dark as water and like those of Yama, her legs began to tremble and her whole body began to shiver. Those eyes look ordinary, but why are they so scary? It was as if being stared at by a ferocious beast. Did you find out? Chu Chen said with a fake smile, I'm sorry, you can only die. What? Scar brother was stunned and terrified. Next second, Chu Chen's figure rushed towards the remaining crowd like a ghost. Bang bang bang. In a flash, there was a dull sound of fists and bodies colliding. 2 people had their faces smashed by Chu Chen's punch. The 3 people had their hands and feet crippled by Chu Chen. The remaining 2 people felt a black shadow in front of their eyes before they could react. The next second, their necks turned 360 degrees, their bodies tilted, and they fell to the ground with their eyes wide open, dying with their eyes open. Seeing this scary scene, Scar brother was so frightened that he wet his pants and turned around to run away. Kill Chu Chen? How to do it? In the blink of an eye, all the brothers he brought with him died. Is this a blind man? This is clearly the king of hell. Since you're here, just stay. Chuchen said coldly. He pushed off the ground with both feet, rushed out with a whoosh, appeared behind Scar Brother, and with one punch, he knocked him 2 or 3 meters away, spurting out several mouthfuls of blood. Call. Chuchen let out a breath, looked at his fist, and his face showed uncontrollable excitement. I didn't expect that the first level of chi refining would be so powerful. In less than half a minute, 8 or 9 bodyguards were knocked down. The most important thing is that Chuchen clearly felt that his reaction ability, speed, and strength had been greatly improved. This punch has a force of at least 100 kilograms. After exhaling a breath of foul air, Chuchen looked at Scar Brother, who was lying on the ground wailing with a sharp look in his eyes, and asked coldly, I ask you a question, and you only have one chance to answer it. Do you understand? Scar Brother was already terrified. He nodded repeatedly and cried out, I understand, Master Chu, as long as you don't kill me, just ask me. I'll tell you everything I know. Who asked you to come? Chuchen asked. Li Xiaohu. Chuchen's face darkened, his brows knitted, and anger danced in his eyes. It's him. Mr. Chu, is there anything else? You can ask anything. Scar Brother said quickly. He was scared. I'm really scared. The aura of Chuchen when he attacked just now was just like that of the King of Hell. No more. Chuchen shook his head. Scar Brother breathed a sigh of relief, struggled to get up, and said, Then, can I leave now? Can. Chuchen smiled. Scar Brother felt relieved and turned around to run. But, the next second, Chuchen's words made him feel like he was falling into an icy cave. But, leave your life behind. Those 5 simple words, like the death knell of death, exploded in Scar Brother's mind. What? Leave your life behind? Thump. Scar Brother knelt down, kowtowed repeatedly, and shouted, Master Chu, please forgive me, I was also forced. This is all Li Xiaohu's idea, it has nothing to do with me. Do you think you can survive if you know my secret? Chuchen walked towards Scar Brother step by step. The dead branches and leaves under his feet made a crackling sound. In this quiet grove, it seems particularly harsh. Seeing Chuchen approaching, Scar Brother suddenly jumped up, took out a dagger from his waist, and stabbed it into Chuchen's heart. Go to hell! Scar roared. But, the next second, Scar Brother was stunned. Because Chuchen directly clamped the dagger with 2 fingers. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move forward even an inch. What a pity, I'll send you to death. Chuchen said coldly, raised his hand, a terrifying force surged in the palm of his hand, and with a bang, he smashed Scar Brother's head. Then, Chuchen looked at the corpses all over the ground and frowned. For some reason, he felt that his temperament seemed to have changed. Ruthless. Even after killing so many people, he didn't feel anything. I even think these people deserve to die. Is it because of the scripture left by the old blind man? Hey! Scar! What the hell are you doing? Did you deal with that blind man? Suddenly, the walkie-talkie that Scar dropped on the ground rang. It was Li Xiaohu's voice. Chuchen walked over, picked up the intercom, sneered, and said, I'm sorry, Scar and the others are all dead. The next one is you, Li Xiaohu. Boom! Here, inside the Land Rover, Li Xiaohu heard the voice coming from the intercom. He trembled all over, frowned, and said grimly, Chuchen? You're not dead? Click, click. There was a slight sound coming from the intercom. Chuchen crushed the walkie-talkie and followed the small talisman technique recorded in the medical book left to him by the old blind man. He raised his hand, gathered the spiritual energy in his dantian at his fingertips, and then drew a talisman in the air. Puff! A fire talisman appeared out of thin air. Chuchen then swung the fire talisman, which fell on Scar Brother and the others, and burned rapidly. In just a moment, the bodies of Scar Brother and others were burned to ashes, and when the wind blew, they became nutrients for the surrounding trees. After doing all this, Chuchen walked out of the grove. At the same time, Li Xiaohu was furious. He smashed the intercom and roared, Damn it! A bunch of good-for-nothings. They can't even handle a blind man. Mr. Li, please be patient. I am here for you. Suddenly, a dull sound came from the back seat. Li Xiaohu quickly turned his head, smiled and said, Mr. Wu, I'll leave it to you to take action later. I want that kid to be smashed to pieces. Afterwards, I will give you the 2,100,000-year-old wild ginseng I promised you. The old man in the back seat opened his eyes from meditation, flashing a cold light of shock, and said with a smile, "No problem." The old man was only about 1.6 meters tall and looked very ordinary. However, it gives people a feeling of extreme danger. It's creepy, like a ghost crawling out of hell. After receiving the reply from Elder Wu, Li Xiaohu finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked towards the direction of the grove with a gloomy look and said coldly, "Xu Chen, even if you have hidden some skills, so what? In front of Elder Wu, who is ranked in the top 100 of the tiger list, you are just an ant." Chapter 13, If you dare to touch her, you will die. Seeing Xu Chen coming out of the grove through the car window, Li Xiaohu said in a deep and furious voice, "Mr. Wu, please take action and kill that kid immediately." "Good." Wu Yinglong responded, pushed open the car door, put his hands behind his back, jumped out of the car, and the moment his feet landed on the ground, a circle of dust was created. If someone who practices martial arts were here, he would definitely be able to recognize Wu Yinglong. The master ranked 62nd on the tiger list. He is ranked 5th among the 3 evil spirits and 4 devils in the northwest. Known as the Bloody Hand Flying Dragon. When Li Xiaowu saw old Wu walking towards Xu Chen, he couldn't help but become excited. If old Wu takes action, Xu Chen will definitely die. Humph. Blind Xu, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for seeking death. Li Xiaowu sneered lewdly and glanced at Xin Yuwei's car with its hazard lights on at a distant intersection. As long as Xu Chen dies, Xin Yuwei will be his tonight. When he thought of holding a beauty like Xin Yuwei under him and enjoying herself to his heart's content, Li Xiaowu's blood instinctively boiled and his breathing became rapid. Now. Xu Chen emerged from the grove and just after taking a few steps, he felt a strong sense of crisis. A short figure suddenly appeared in front of me. There was a terrible aura raging all over his body. Xu Chen frowned and stared at the other person. "Who are you?" Xu Chen asked. Wu Yinglong sneered and said curiously, "That's strange. Master Li said you are blind, but I feel like you are not blind." "Mr. Li?" "Li Xiaohu." Xu Chen became nervous instantly. Because he felt an irresistible aura from the other person. "Master." The strength is far above him. "Blind Xu, I told you I won't let you go." At this time, Li Xiaowu, who could no longer bear his temper, got down from the Land Rover in the distance, walked to the side of Wu Yinglong, stared at Xu Chen with a ferocious sneer in his eyes, and said gloomily, "Although I don't know what means you used to escape from Scar and the others, but in front of Mr. Wu, who is ranked in the top 100 of the tiger list, you can only wait for death obediently." Tiger list? Top 100? Xu Chen frowned. It was the first time he heard of this tiger list. What's this? Of course, now is not the time for Xu Chen to consider these things. The old man Wu that Li Xiaowu mentioned should be the short old man in front of him. He had gray hair, his hands behind his back, was wearing a black shroud and a pair of cloth shoes. A pair of eyes, flashing coldly in the chaos. There was a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. It looked just like he had crawled out of a coffin. "Of course, I can give you a chance. Kneel down and let me step on your face. I can leave your body intact." Li Xiaowu said grimly, anger flickering in his eyes. Previously, in the box, the scene where Xu Chen stepped on his face made him feel upset. This was the first time in his life that someone dared to step on his face in public. Moreover, he was a blind man whom he always considered to be a coward. He must step on this face back. And, step on it hard. Xu Chen narrowed his eyes, smiled, and said, "Sorry, my knees are stiff and I can't kneel down." He is so stubborn and doesn't know whether to live or die. Li Xiaowu said coldly, "Old Wu, kill him." This sentence is said easily. It was as if killing Xu Chen was a common thing for him and old Wu. Okay. Wu Yinglong nodded. He took a step and slowly walked towards Xu Chen, revealing his yellow teeth in a sinister manner. Sen Luo said, "Boy, if you kneel down and accept death voluntarily, you can suffer less." So much nonsense. Xu Chen said coldly, and began to use his luck. The dust under his feet vibrated, and the leaves around him also rustled. Wu Yinglong was surprised when he saw this, then he said with a smile, "No wonder Scar is not your opponent, it turns out that you are also a martial artist. It's a pity that you have just started to use internal energy. Your strength is not enough to stand up to me, Blood Hand Flying Dragon." Introduction to internal strength? Is this how the secular world divides the realms of strength? Fight if you want. Xu Chen said coldly. Wu Yinglong put his hands behind his back and laughed. Ignorance is bliss. Okay, since you wanna die, I will show you what real strength is. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying aura of pressure emanated from Wu Yinglong. This breath pressed Chu Chen's legs so hard that they felt like they were filled with lead, making it impossible for him to move at all. Ha ha ha. Wu Yinglong laughed triumphantly, and suddenly took a step forward, with his claws like a dragon, grabbing Chu Chen's chest fiercely and murderously. This is the real martial arts. Boy, you will never be able to touch it in your life. Die. Chu Chen watched helplessly as the other party grabbed him. He tried his best to mobilize the spiritual energy in his body, then he raised his foot and hurriedly dodged to the side. Swish! A ray of white light flashed across Chu Chen's chest. The sharp claws grabbed Chu Chen's chest and tore his clothes to pieces. So strong. So fast. Chu Chen sighed, and a strong sense of crisis arose in his heart. This old man's strength is much stronger than Chu Chen thought. With my current strength, I am no match for him. Ha ha ha. Blind Chu, what's wrong? Is that all your strength? Seeing that Chu Chen could only dodge, Li Xiaowu laughed triumphantly. When you die, I will take good care of your wife, including in bed. Chu Chen's eyes darkened when he heard this. But before he could take the initiative to attack, Wu Yinglong's second grab was already approaching. Boom! Chu Chen dodged in a hurry, but the trunk of the big tree behind him, which was as thick as a bowl, was directly crushed. Bang! Without waiting for Chu Chen to react, Wu Yinglong clenched his fist and punched Chu Chen hard in the chest. Thump, thump, thump! Chu Chen was immediately blasted back and spurted out a mouthful of blood. So strong! Chu Chen was shocked. It seems that the masters on the tiger list are indeed very capable. I am far from being his opponent. Boy, weren't you very arrogant just now? Why don't you fight back? Wu Yinglong put his hands behind his back and sneered complacently. Chu Chen knelt on one leg, covered his chest, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, slowly stood up, and mobilized all the spiritual energy in his dantian to his right fist, and then roared. Go to hell! A loud shout echoed throughout the woods. A faint white airflow actually appeared on Chu Chen's fist. Wu Yinglong remained calm, took Chu Chen's fist nonchalantly, and shook his head. Weak. Too weak. I'll cripple one of your arms first, and then I'll torture you slowly. Wu Yinglong said coldly, with a vicious look in his eyes. Hiss. In an instant, Chu Chen felt a huge force and pain coming from his right arm. Not good. Chu Chen screamed inwardly, raised his foot, and kicked Wu Yinglong fiercely. Wu Yinglong's face changed, he quickly let go of his hand and stepped back. A look of surprise appeared on his stern old face. My boy, it seems that I underestimated you. Wu Yinglong sneered. Li Xiaowu, who was watching the battle not far away, became a little impatient at this time and urged, Old Wu, hurry up and make a quick decision. Don't play around. He's just a blind man. Kill him quickly and don't delay my business. Wu Yinglong heard this and nodded, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yinglong's aura rose again and became extremely terrifying. A terrible pressure made Chu Chen feel like all the bones in his body were about to break. At the same time, at the intersection over there, Xin Yue, who had been waiting in the car for half a day, became a little worried when she saw that Chu Chen had not come back for a long time. She decided to get out of the car and look for it. Chu Chen? After Xin Yue got out of the car, she shouted into the woods. On this side, Chu Chen heard the shouting, turned his head and saw Xin Yue's graceful figure vaguely in the moonlight. Honey, are you still in there? Can't you see? I came in to look for you. Xin Yue shouted towards the woods a few times, and looking at the dark woods ahead, she felt very scared. She has been afraid of the dark since she was a child. I get scared when I see a cockroach. But, for Chu Chen, she took a deep breath and whispered, Xin Yue, don't be afraid, you can do it. Then, she mustered up her courage, took cautious and timid steps, and walked towards the woods. Seeing this, Chu Chen became anxious. If Xin Yue is allowed in, it will be very dangerous. Li Xiaowu naturally saw Xin Yue over there, and immediately his face was full of lewd sneers, and he said, Old Wu, this blind man is left to you. I can't hold it back any longer. I'm so angry. I'm going to find that woman to vent my anger first, hee hee. As he spoke, Li Xiaowu rubbed his hands and walked towards Xin Yue. Stop. Li Xiaowu, if you dare to touch her, I will kill you. Chu Chen roared in a deep voice. Chapter 14, I heard that your wife is very beautiful. Ha ha ha. Blind Chu, do you know what you are talking about? Kill me? Do you have the ability to do that? Li Xiaowu mocked and said, you are now in a difficult situation, and you still have the energy to talk nonsense here? After that, Li Xiaowu said to Wu Yinglong, Old Wu, pull out his tongue. I want to take it back to feed the dogs. It's a trivial matter. Wu Yinglong sneered. My son, in your next life, you'd better wear glasses and don't offend people you shouldn't offend. Old man, I'll take you on your way. After saying that, Wu Yinglong's figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Chu Chen in an instant, bringing with him a gust of biting wind that made his cheeks hurt, as if cut by a knife. He put one hand behind his back and punched Chu Chen in the heart. A faint light ignited at the fist. The posture of this punch showed that he did not take Chu Chen seriously at all. Chu Chen's skin tightened, his hair stood on end, and he sensed a terrible sense of crisis. There was no way. He had no time to dodge the punch. He could only grit his teeth and punch back. Boom! The two fists collided, making a loud noise. Chu Chen was knocked 4 or 5 meters away, his fist covered in blood. At the same time, a destructive force quickly surged into his meridians from his fist, like a poisonous snake, and began to corrode his limbs and bones, trying to destroy the foundation of his martial arts. Ha ha ha! You don't know your own limitations. Li Xiaowu saw Chu Chen's miserable state and sneered grimly, Old Wu, he is the master ranked 62nd on the tiger list, known as the Bloodhand Flying Dragon of the Northwest. The number of people who died at his hands was at least 80, if not 100. You are a blind man, you are nothing. Li Xiaowu spat, too lazy to look at Chu Chen, turned his head, and looked at Xing Yue who was walking towards him with lustful eyes. This is his goal. She is indeed a beauty on earth. Even from a distance, Li Xiaowu could feel that Xing Yue smelled fragrant. Hey, Xing Yue, here I come. Tonight, I am going to have a good time with you. Li Xiaowu rubbed his hands, turned and walked away. Chu Chen was shocked. He said in a deep voice, Li Xiaowu, you dare. However, just as he finished speaking, he spat out a mouthful of blood with a pu sound. With a plop, he knelt on one knee on the ground. Damn it! Chu Chen's face turned red, blood surged in his body, he clenched his teeth tightly, his expression was extremely ugly and anxious. He absolutely cannot let anything happen to Xing Yue. If I can enter the foundation building stage, I can dominate the entire Jiangbei region, and even the entire southern province. At that time, killing this old man in front of me will be as easy as butchering a dog or cutting vegetables. Chu Chen said secretly in his heart, clenching his fists in hatred. At this time, Wu Yinglong walked towards Chu Chen with a mocking expression, with a stern Shura face, and sneered, Boy, you dare to be arrogant with such little ability, you really don't know how to live or die. Chu Chen snorted and laughed when he heard this, Old man, what's so great about you? You're almost half buried in the ground, and you only have this little ability. I've only been practicing martial arts for less than a day. If you give me time to practice, I will kill you like slaughtering a dog. What? When Wu Yinglong heard this, his expression changed drastically. You've only been practicing martial arts for less than a day and you've already entered the realm of internal strength? This kid is so talented? Humph. If that's the case, then I can't let you stay. Die. Wu Yinglong's face was ferocious. He roared, raised his hand, grabbed Chu Chen's neck, and lifted him up in the air like a chicken. Forehead. Immediately, Chu Chen felt his neck tighten and he couldn't breathe. His aura was also suppressed by the other party, and he was unable to resist. It can be seen that although you are blind, you are a genius in martial arts. Wu Yinglong sneered cruelly, it's a pity that those who can survive are called geniuses, and those who die can only be called ants. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yinglong increased the strength in his hands. Chu Chen only felt that his neck was about to be broken by the other party and he couldn't breathe at all. He struggled hard and glanced in the direction of Xing Yue. It was discovered that Xing Yue seemed to have noticed something and was walking towards this side. On the other side, Li Xiaowu had already trotted over. Yue, don't come over. Chu Chen used up his last bit of strength to remind Xing Yue. But he couldn't shout out at all. Don't waste your energy. I won't kill you right away. I will torture you slowly and let you watch your wife being toyed with by Master Li. When Wu Yinglong said this, he also glanced in the direction of Xing Yue, licked his tongue, and grinned, I have to say, your wife is really beautiful, and her figure is also superb. After young Master Li has enjoyed it, I also want to try it to see if it is moist, ha ha ha. You. Chu Chen's eyes were bloodshot and his anger surged. Snap. Wu Yinglong applied more force again, and Chu Chen felt that his neck was about to be broken. Bang! Suddenly, a figure flew over from a distance, fell heavily to the ground, rolled several times, and rolled in front of Wu Yinglong. Puff! The man spat out a mouthful of blood, covered his chest, and screamed in pain twice. It's not someone else, it's Li Xiaohu. Wu, Mr. Wu. Yes, there's someone. Li Xiaohu shouted with difficulty, feeling that 2 of his ribs were broken. Who? Seeing this, Wu Yinglong's face darkened and he shouted angrily towards the darkness in the distance. Let him go. Just then, a sound came from the darkness not far away. Then, a young man with a flat head and a military green sweatshirt walked out from behind the woods. He stared at Wu Yinglong coldly, lit a cigarette with a click, took a puff and exhaled the smoke, and said word by word, let him go. Wu Yinglong narrowed his eyes and snorted coldly, who are you? How dare you interfere in my business? If you don't want to die, get out of here. I said, let him go. However, the other party ignored Wu Yinglong's threat. Chu Chen, who was pinched in mid-air, noticed the man at this moment. Looks a little familiar. It seems to be the guard that was with Old Long before. Wu Yinglong was a little annoyed. He threw Chu Chen out and turned to stare at the man coldly. Another guy who doesn't know how to live or die. Wu Yinglong said with narrowed eyes. Then, he glanced at Li Xiaowu who had finally gotten up from the ground, and said coldly, Mr. Li, there is one more person, so you have to pay more. As long as we kill them, I'll pay any amount of money. Li Xiaowu rubbed his chest and said viciously. Wu Yinglong smiled, raised his foot, and walked towards the man step by step. The man glanced at Chu Chen beside him and said coldly, let's go, leave this to me. Who are you? Chu Chen asked. Along. The man replied, the second miss asked me to come. Dragon Beauty? Thank you. Chu Chen did not delay, bowed to express his gratitude, then turned and left. Chu Chen. Here, Xin Yue called out. Seeing the shadowy figures ahead and Chu Chen jogging, she hurried forward and asked worriedly, why did you take so long? What happened? It's nothing, get in the car first. Chu Chen said anxiously. Xin Yue said oh and followed Chu Chen into the car. After getting in the car, Chu Chen quickly began to breathe and regulate his breathing according to the methods recorded in the medical classics. I thought that the first level of qi refining was very powerful, but now it seems that there are always people who are better than you. I need to get stronger, even stronger. Chu Chen thought to himself and glanced at the rearview mirror, give me another half year, and I will definitely be able to enter the foundation building stage. By then, killing that old guy will be a piece of cake. At this moment, Chu Chen's heart was filled with longing for strength. He wants to become stronger. He must protect Xin Yue, and more importantly, find out the truth about his parents' death and avenge them. I originally wanted to seek revenge on Li Xiaowu tonight, but now it seems that the plan has changed. What Chu Chen needs to do now is to become stronger quickly. Holding the black box containing the fire Ganoderma, Chu Chen thought to himself, I don't know to what extent this fire Ganoderma can improve my strength. Chapter 15, My Wife is Too Bold. In the woods, Wu Yinglong was knocked back by a punch from the man, his knuckles were broken and bleeding profusely. Immediately, his expression changed drastically. He stared at the other person warily and asked in a deep voice, who are you? Qiaolong. The man replied indifferently. Hiss. Wu Yinglong was so frightened when he heard this that he trembled all over. He said in disbelief, are you the Qiaolong next to the old man of the Long family? Ranked 19th on the tiger list? Yes. Qiaolong said calmly and exhaled a puff of smoke. Wu Yinglong immediately bowed and said, sorry, I'll leave now. After saying that, he ignored Li Xiaowu's roar, grabbed his collar, threw him into the car, and ordered, drive. Go! Li Xiaowu was about to yell a few words when Wu Yinglong gave him a warning look and said in a deep voice, if you don't want to die, drive and leave immediately. This one sentence scared Li Xiaowu so much that his whole body was covered with goosebumps. Helplessly, he could only step on the accelerator and drive away. Qiaolong watched the other car leave, then turned around, walked to the passenger door of Xin Yue's car, knocked on the window, and signaled Chu Chen to get out. Wu Yinglong is a master on the tiger list, ranked 62nd. He is a vicious and cruel person. If he causes trouble for you again, just contact me directly. Qiaolong left a number for Chu Chen. Chu Chen thanked him and asked, Brother Along, what is Wu Yinglong's strength? Qiaolong looked at Chu Chen suspiciously and asked, you don't know? Haven't you already mastered the inner strength? I just practiced blindly and I know very little about the martial arts world. Xu Chen scratched his head. Qiaolong nodded and said, Wu Yinglong has achieved a minor level of internal strength and ranks 62nd on the tiger list. You are just starting to gain inner strength, and you are one level behind him. It is normal that you cannot beat him. Then how is this strength divided? Xu Chen asked. Qiaolong did not hide anything and told Xu Chen everything he knew. After Xu Chen returned to the villa, while Shen Yue was taking a shower, he took out the medical book from under the bed and started reading it. As he watched, he recalled what Qiaolong had said before. Qiaolong actually didn't know much about the martial arts world. After all, he was the bodyguard beside Old Long and was selected from the Special Forces Brigade. He only started to come into contact with martial arts in the army. However, from him, Xu Chen learned that the martial arts tradition has a long history, and can even be traced back to the pre-Qin period. It was passed down by the pre-Qin Qigong practitioners. The vast majority of them were passed down from Taoism, Buddhism, and some ancient martial arts sects that were hidden and secluded. There are many inheritances and complex types of exercises. But with the passage of time, many special martial arts techniques have been lost. Today, the martial arts sects and techniques that have been passed down in the secular world have formed a set of systematic theories in schools. The last prosperity of the martial arts world should be during the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China. At that time, there were many talented martial artists and masters who came out one after another to launch the National Salvation Movement. The most sensational thing was that all the great Taoist masters came down from the mountains and appeared in the world. However, with the emergence of firearms, martial arts began to decline, and now, there are only a handful of decent martial arts masters. According to Qiaolong, the division of strength in today's martial arts world is still very simple. External strength, internal strength introduction, internal strength small success, internal strength great success, internal strength perfection. The vast majority of warriors in the world are in the external strength realm. For example, military kings, martial arts gym owners, boxing champions, etc., are all masters of external force, and they also learn some external force skills, but they are just stronger than others, and their muscles and bones are stronger. To be a true warrior, one must start by learning internal strength. Such people have already begun to accumulate energy in their bodies. Tonight, Wu Yinglong is a master who has achieved some success in internal strength. Qiaolong is the culmination of internal strength. Internal strength is extremely difficult to cultivate. It is impossible to cultivate internal strength without the support of top-level internal mental methods or the study of internal skills. For example, Wu Yinglong, who practiced martial arts for 30 years, developed internal strength only after becoming a disciple of a master of internal martial arts. As for how to distinguish the levels of internal strength, Qiaolong has a simple way to judge. That is the size of your energy. Generally speaking, external force can reach a force of 100 kilograms with one hand. Getting started with internal strength, with a force of 200 kilograms in one hand. The internal strength has been slightly improved, and one hand has a force of 300 kilograms. When the internal strength reaches its peak, one hand can exert a force of 500 kilograms. As for the perfection of internal strength, it is incredible. One can split steel plates with bare hands, smash metal and stone with fists, and with one hand, have the force of 1,000 pounds. Once you have achieved perfection in your internal strength, you will enter the ranks of martial arts masters. There are only 2 such people in the whole Jiangbei. Qiaolong also knew very little. This is because the martial arts master is a national treasure level figure. On weekdays, he rarely shows up and is basically busy studying martial arts. Moreover, these types of people are all on a roster within the country. Call. Xu Chen let out a breath and closed the medical book. According to Brother Qiaolong, to achieve a small level of internal strength, one needs 300 kilograms of strength in one hand. Xu Chen clenched his fist secretly and looked at the wooden box beside him. He wants to break through. He wants to become stronger. Without time to think about it, Xu Chen took out the fire Ganoderma and held it in his palm. A wave of scorching air blew towards him again. If the book the old blind man gave me is correct, if I refine this fire Ganoderma according to the method written in it, I can break through to the second level of qi refining. But, at the second level of qi refining, he can only exert 300 kilograms of force with one hand, which is comparable to the strength of that old ghost. If that's the case, I won't be able to avenge the assassination tonight, let alone deal with Li Xiaohu and force him to reveal the murderer who killed my parents. Xu Chen stared at the fire Ganoderma in his hand with a serious look in his eyes. Only by breaking through to the third level of chi refining, reaching a strength of 500 kilograms with one hand, and becoming a master like Brother Qiaolong, can I take revenge? After a moment of silence, Shuchen didn't think about it anymore. Simply place the fire Ganoderma on the palm of your hand, activate the spiritual energy in your body, and begin to refine it. If you want more, why not give it a try? In just a moment, Shuchen felt a powerful and hot spiritual energy flowing into his body along his meridians. Then, this powerful aura traveled throughout the body and finally slowly returned to the dantian. Shuchen closed his eyes and felt the changes in his body. Every acupuncture point in the body seemed to be on fire at this moment, flashing with a faint flame luster. At the same time, in the bathroom, Xin Yue was taking a shower, rubbing shower gel on her neck, chest, waist, abdomen, and back. Suddenly, she felt the temperature in the room rising rapidly. Faintly, she also felt a faint burning breath flowing into her body. It's so hot. Xin Yue lowered the water temperature, tilted her slender white neck, and let the water flow over her face, across the hills, plains, and canyons. If Shuchen saw this scene, he would definitely widen his eyes and be unable to sleep all night. Because Xin Yue has such a good figure. Her skin is also very white, very dazzling. Shuchen, are you there? Help me take off my bathrobe. After Xin Yue finished washing, she realized that she hadn't taken her bathrobe. In the room, crackling sounds like frying beans came from Shuchen's body. Then, Shuchen suddenly opened his eyes, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and his pupils became brighter. At this moment, Shuchen exuded a powerful aura all over his body, and the timid aura from before disappeared. I didn't expect that I would break through 2 small realms in succession and reach the 3rd level of chi refining. Shuchen was very excited. He clenched his fists and felt an unprecedented power filling his body. The 3rd level of chi refining is equivalent to what Qiaolong calls the great achievement of internal strength. In just one day, Shuchen jumped from a waste to a martial arts master with great internal strength. Old Ghost Wu. Li Xiaohu. Just wait, I will kill you now. Shuchen was excited and quickly stood up and was about to go out. However, when Shuchen glanced towards the bathroom, suddenly, he found that his eyes flashed and the door and wall of the bathroom disappeared. Oh my god, my wife took a shower without any clothes on. Chapter 16, The Night is Seductive. Gulp. Shuchen was stunned, his eyes wide open. Xin Yue stood in front of the mirror in the bathroom, comparing her figure and posing in various positions. It seems like my figure has improved again. Xin Yue muttered happily in the bathroom. Shuchen was startled and scratched his ears. This is. Shuchen was overjoyed. Is this the result of developing clairvoyance and superhearing? After thinking about it, Shuchen held his breath and concentrated, trying to listen to the farther and more subtle sounds outside. As luck would have it, I just happened to hear Lu Qinglan calling someone in the gym downstairs. Baby, when will you come to see me? I miss you, really. Oh, I just missed you. All love words. Moreover, the tone is so coquettish. Did she find a boyfriend outside? It's not Lu Qinglan's fault. After all, she has been missing her husband for 5 or 6 years. There's nothing wrong with finding a young boy outside and experiencing the love of young people. Should I tell Xin Yue and ask her to help Lu Qinglan find a husband? Shuchen shook his head and withdrew his messy thoughts. Honey, are you out there? I'm out. In the bathroom, Xin Yue saw that Shuchen did not respond, so she opened the door and poked her little head out. There was a pink towel wrapped around her head, and her hair was wet, dripping with crystal clear water droplets. Husband? Xin Yue called out again tentatively, her face flushed. Shuchen saw a charming scenery at a glance. After letting out a long sigh, Shuchen lay down on the ground and pretended to sleep. Seeing Shuchen lying on the ground, as if he had fallen asleep, Xin Yue bit her red lips and trotted out quietly. Flawless. Why didn't Ti notice that she had such a great figure before? Honey, are you asleep? Xin Yue wrapped herself in a bathrobe, sat on the edge of the bed, wiped her wet hair, and kicked Shuchen gently. Shuchen also knew that it would be pointless to pretend any longer, so he simply pretended to stretch, sat up, and said with a smile, I'm a little sleepy, so I took a nap for a while. Nice. Beautiful. My wife is a stunning beauty. By the way, Shuchen, why did you take so long in the woods earlier? I really thought I could hear someone arguing. Xin Yue tilted her head and wiped her wet hair. Oh, just a few drunks. Shuchen explained casually. He didn't want Xin Yue to worry about him. After hearing Chu Chen's explanation, Shin Yue did not continue to ask. She put down the towel, supported herself on the edge of the bed with her hands, and her beautiful eyes suddenly blinked at Chu Chen. Chu Chen was also embarrassed by the look, and hurriedly avoided the other party's seductive gaze, coughed twice, and asked, "What's wrong?" Shin Yue stared at Chu Chen for a long time, and suddenly asked, "Chu Chen, can you really still not see?" Forehead? Chu Chen was stunned. Could it be that Shin Yue discovered something? It shouldn't. I hid it pretty well. Well, I still can't see it. Chu Chen replied. Shin Yue bit her red lips, her eyes complicated, as if she was making a difficult decision. It's okay. As long as you are here, I would be willing to be blind for the rest of my life. Chu Chen comforted. Shin Yue's eyes were red and tears were rolling down. She seemed afraid that Chu Chen would see them. She turned her head and wiped them away secretly. Then she suddenly looked at Chu Chen, tightly grasping the bedsheet with both hands, and said seriously, "How about you sleep on the bed tonight?" That sentence still remained unsaid. Shin Yue was still a little shy and didn't dare to say it directly. For 3 years after getting married, Chu Chen had been sleeping on the floor. No matter hot summer or cold winter. Today, because Chu Chen brought back a 100 million medical project from the Dragon Emperor Pharmaceutical Group, Shin Yue suddenly felt that if she and Chu Chen had a further relationship, then the old man and his family would not continue to let her divorce Chu Chen. Ah? Chu Chen was stunned, obviously unable to react. Sleep in bed? That means I have to sleep with Shin Yue. Call. All of a sudden, Chu Chen's breathing became rapid, his heartbeat started to speed up, and he became nervous. After sleeping on the floor for 3 years, I can finally get into bed tonight? Why, you don't want to? Shin Yue saw Chu Chen in a daze, her pretty face looked a little unhappy, and she said coquettishly. Chu Chen hurriedly replied, "No, it's not, I just can't react." Puff. Fool. Shin Yue smiled brightly, looked at Chu Chen's silly appearance, stood up, and decided to take the initiative. She walked up to Chu Chen, stretched out her bare hands, shyly hooked the hair hanging by her ear, and said gently, "Then, let's sleep together." Such a scene struck Chu Chen's heart directly. This shy, pure, and charming look is the most heartwarming. He is very nervous. After all, he didn't understand that aspect. Do you really want to be with Shin Yue tonight? All of a sudden, Chu Chen blushed and his heart beat faster and faster. Shin Yue's cheeks were flushed and her hair fell on her shoulders, making her look like a lotus flower emerging from water, delicate and beautiful. Honey, I don't quite understand, do you? Shin Yue sat next to Chu Chen, blushing, and asked in a low voice. Chu Chen was embarrassed for a moment and scratched the back of his head. I don't quite understand. Ah, what should we do? Shin Yue was a little flustered. How about we find some videos to watch? Shin Yue suggested. Chu Chen was stunned. Is this okay? Being stared at by Chu Chen like that, Shin Yue also felt shy. It should be possible. Shin Yue said in a muffled voice, with her head lowered and her cheeks red. Then, Shin Yue took out her phone and flipped through it for a long time, but she didn't know where to find it, so she asked Chu Chen, "Which website should I go to?" Chu Chen was embarrassed for a moment. "I don't know either." Ah? Aren't you men the ones who understand this best? Shin Yue looked at Chu Chen suspiciously. Chu Chen said seriously, "I am a serious person and never watch those." Shin Yue frowned, somewhat doubtful. There was no choice but to continue searching. After finally finding it, Shin Yue's cheeks blushed when she saw it. Finally, she exhaled and pulled Chu Chen up. "I'm ready." Chu Chen's heartbeat quickened as well, and he hummed, "I'm ready too." Chapter 17, Contrast. Chu Chen nodded and took Shin Yue's small hand, which was as soft as jade. Just as he was about to get up, there was a sudden knock on the door, which scared the two people in the room. "Yue, come out for a moment. Mom has something to tell you." Lu Qinglan called out from outside the door, his tone somewhat serious. "Oh, here it comes." Shin Yue responded hurriedly, glanced at Chu Chen, and said shyly, "Wait for me to go out for a while, wait for me." Chu Chen nodded. When Shin Yue walked out of the room, she saw Lu Qinglan wearing a thin red lace nightgown, with her long white legs exposed. She was sitting on the sofa with a serious and ugly look on her face. "Mom, what's wrong?" Shin Yue asked. Lu Qinglan raised her head, glanced at Shin Yue with her willow-shaped eyebrows, and asked, "What's wrong with you tonight? Why don't you agree to divorce that blind man Chu Chen? Li Xiaowu, the young master, has more capital than him. He has money, status, and strength. Do you know how many years my mother and I have been ridiculed by the first and second wives because of him? This time, you finally have a chance to get rid of that blind man, but you are still hesitating. Tell me the truth, are you in love with that blind man? When Xin Yue heard this, she said anxiously, Mom, I didn't want to divorce Chu Chen in the first place, and I don't like Li Xiaowu either. You forced me to divorce him. What do you mean we are forcing you to divorce? This is all for your own good. Lu Qinglan was furious. Why is a woman like me so stubborn? What's the good of guarding a blind man? You are still too young and don't understand this society at all. Only those with money and power are the boss. Mom, I know you're doing this for my own good, but ever since my dad left, our family has been led by Grandpa and his family. We do whatever they say. Xin Yue said dissatisfiedly, her eyes reddened, I can't even decide on my own marriage. Mom, I'm already 24 years old. I want to have my own life and my own choices. Today, I will tell you in front of you that I will not divorce Chu Chen. Even if he is blind, I will support him for the rest of his life. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinglan was so angry that his temples were throbbing. He scolded, What's so good about that blind man? What kind of magic potion did he feed you that you have to defend him like this? He is just an ordinary person, but it is precisely because of his ordinariness that I don't want to divorce him. Xin Yue replied. Lu Qinglan was furious and shouted, I don't care what you think. I'm your mother. You have no say in this matter. If you don't like Li Xiaowu, I will introduce you to someone else. There are so many young talents in Zhengbei. There will always be someone suitable for you. Mom. What do you want to do? I am your daughter, not a commodity. I am not to be traded. Xin Yue cried angrily, tears rolling down her cheeks. Inside the room, Chu Chen pricked up his ears and could hear clearly the quarrel in the living room. Damn, Lu Qinglan actually interrupted his and Xin Yue's good time. Now, he is also forcing Xin Yue to divorce him. Chu Chen secretly clenched his fists. Sooner or later, he would make Lu Qinglan kneel before him and apologize to him. Mom, you can't control this matter anymore. In the living room, Xin Yue spoke calmly, neither humble nor arrogant. Lu Qinglan was anxious, what do you mean? Xin Yue directly took out the cooperation agreement for the medical project from her bag, handed it to Lu Qinglan and said, Chu Chen got the medical cooperation project from the Long family. Grandpa promised before that as long as he can get it, he will not interfere with our marriage again. Lu Qinglan quickly flipped through the agreement and took a few glances. Surprise was written all over her face, and then she became excited. Did you really get it? Yeah. Xin Yue nodded. Lu Qinglan looked at the agreement, and the smile on his face grew wider. Unexpectedly, I actually got the Long family's medical project. This is going to make a fortune. This blind guy is really lucky. Lu Qinglan thought to himself, but on the surface he still pretended to be indifferent and serious, and said, In my opinion, this cooperation project has nothing to do with that blind man. Most likely, the Long family has seen the potential of the Shen family and you. However, since we have obtained the cooperation agreement, I will not be in charge of your affairs for the time being. Xin Yue frowned, too lazy to continue tangling with Lu Qinglan, and turned around and said, Then I'll go in and sleep. Etc. Lu Qinglan shouted, staring at Xin Yue with sharp eyes, and warned, Xin Yue, I warn you, don't cross the line, you can't sleep in the same bed with that blind man. You have to keep your virginity pure and not let that loser take advantage of you. Your body is so precious, it's what so many big shots dream of. Xin Yue stamped her feet and said angrily, Mom, what are you talking about? You know what I said. Lu Qinglan said coldly. Xin Yue snorted angrily, turned around and went into the bedroom. In the bedroom, Chu Chen pretended not to hear and asked, What did Mom want to see you for? I heard that you two seemed to have a quarrel? Xin Yue took a deep breath, her eyes were red, she wiped her tears and said, It's okay, go to bed early. Chu Chen nodded and lay down. It is impossible to sleep in the same bed with Xin Yue tonight. Chu Chen lay on the ground, looking at the ceiling, slightly sideways, looking at the graceful Xin Yue lying on the bed with her back to him, and secretly said in his heart, Wife, don't worry. Sooner or later, I will be successful and make everyone look at me with new eyes. I will also make you proud of me. As time passed, about 20 minutes later, Xin Yue fell asleep. Chu Chen quietly got up, tried a little, and only heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that Xin Yue was asleep. Just in case, Chu Chen drew a sleeping talisman in the air. This sleeping talisman can make Xin Yue sleep till dawn. This way, we can ensure that Xin Yue will not find out anything. Afterwards, Chu Chen walked out of the room. When passing by the door of Lu Qinglan's bedroom, Chu Chen discovered that the door was not closed tightly. He exhaled a breath of hot air, turned around, climbed out the window quietly and jumped into the darkness. Tonight, he has only one purpose. That is, kill Wu Lao Gue and Li Xiaowu. As the saying goes, revenge never takes overnight. These two people must die. Keeping them any longer would be dangerous for Chu Chen. But as soon as he went out the door, Chu Chen was confused. Where could he find the Tiger List masters Wu Yinglong and Li Xiaowu? After thinking for a long time, Chu Chen had no choice but to call Long Hongyan. However, it was already late at night, and Chu Chen was not sure whether the other party would answer the call. However, unexpectedly, the other party answered the call immediately. Hey, little brother Xiaochen, do you miss your sister so soon? Do you want to come over and play with your sister? On the phone, Long Hongyan's charming voice came, making Chu Chen feel tingling and alert. This woman is such an irresistible vixen. Chapter 18, I'm here to take your lives. Sister Hongyan, I would like to ask you for a favor. Chu Chen said. Long Hongyan smiled and said, no problem. Tell me, what can I do for you? I want to know the whereabouts of Wu Yinglong and Li Xiaowu. Chu Chen said with murderous intent in his tone. At this moment, in Panlong Bay, Jiangbei, the largest villa area for the rich, Long Hongyan was soaking in the bathtub, holding a mobile phone in her fair arms, with a bath towel wrapped around her head. She frowned and asked, why are you asking about this? In the bathtub, the blue waves are rippling and the water is full of life. A touch of Snow White, appearing and disappearing underwater, is captivating. Sister Hongyan, can I keep this a secret for the time being? Chu Chen said. Long Hongyan smiled and said, okay, if you don't tell me, I won't ask. I'll send the address to your phone in 3 minutes at most. However, I want to remind you that Wu Yinglong is the 62nd ranked master on the Tiger List. I heard from along that you are also a warrior, but you are just starting to learn internal strength. I'm afraid it's unrealistic for you to deal with him. Chu Chen was stunned. He didn't expect that the other party had guessed what he was going to do. This woman is not stupid because of big breasts. Instead, she is very smart. Chu Chen said, thank you Sister Hongyan for reminding me, I know my limits. Okay. Long Hongyan said, hung up the phone, and quickly asked someone to find out the whereabouts of Wu Yinglong and Li Xiaowu, and sent the address to Chu Chen's mobile phone. After doing all this, the bathroom door was pushed open, and Long Qingyao, dressed in a white bathrobe, walked in and jokingly said, Aunt, who are you calling so late at night? It's not your lover, is it? Long Qingyao removed her makeup in front of the mirror, revealing a stunning figure and skin as white as snow. Then, she took off her bathrobe, revealing her snow-white body, and walked into the bathtub with a pair of long legs as white as snow. Then she slowly lay down, leaving only her head exposed, closing her eyes and enjoying it. I don't know if it's because of the excessive moisture inside or for some other reason. I always feel that there is a proud white color floating in the rippling water, which is very dazzling and attractive. The scene of two women bathing together is truly erotic. It's Chu Chen. Long Hongyan replied. When Long Qingyao heard this, she immediately sat up, stared at Long Hongyan with bright eyes, and asked nervously, why did he call you? What's the matter? Long Hongyan thought about it and explained the whole process. Then isn't brother Chu Chen very dangerous? Long Qingyao was anxious, her pretty face full of worry. She nervously hugged Long Hongyan's arm and said coquettishly, Aunt, please ask someone to follow brother Chu Chen, so that he can be protected in case he is in danger. Long Hongyan looked at Long Qingyao who was worried about Chu Chen and smirked, why, you're already worried about him before you even get married. Qingyao, you're not really in love with that boy, are you? I tell you, he is a married man and he is blind. When Long Qingyao heard this, her cheeks flushed red, and she quickly explained hesitantly, Aunt, what are you talking about? I'm just worried about him. After all, he saved me before. The more she spoke, the redder Long Qingyao's cheeks became. Long Hongyan giggled, her body swaying back and forth, her beauty rippled, and she said, Qingyao, I'm also a woman, and your thoughts are all written on your face. Ah, no way. Long Qingyao was startled and touched her burning cheeks. I hope my Aunt 1T really find out. Oh, how embarrassing. Long Hongyan stopped teasing her and said, don't worry, I'll let along pass and won't let your Prince Charming get hurt. Ha! Hearing this, Long Qingyao let out a breath, patted her majestic chest, took Long Hongyan's arm, and said coquettishly, "My aunt is still the best." Long Hongyan rolled her eyes at her, reached out her hand, grabbed it, and said teasingly, "Oh, you've grown up again, what do you usually eat?" Long Qingyao was caught off guard by Long Hongyan's sneak attack, which made her cheeks flushed. She said coquettishly, "Aunt, what are you doing? You don't have anything of your own, why are you pinching me?" As soon as he finished speaking, Long Qingyao also took action and grabbed Long Hongyan's chest. For a moment, the two girls were playing in the huge bathtub, splashing water everywhere. The spring scenery was alluring. At the same time, Chu Chen received the address sent by Long Hongyan. Lido International Club. Without saying a word, Chu Chen took a taxi directly there under the cover of night. On the top floor of Lido International Club, in the VIP 888 box, Li Xiaohu looked depressed, smoking a cigar, and asked Wu Yinglong, who was having sex with two hot young models on the bed next to him, "Mr. Wu, who is Qiaolong? Are you so afraid of him?" Wu Yinglong had just gotten off two young models with fair skin and hot bodies. He pulled up his pants and exhaled, saying that Qiaolong is one of the two great masters around Old Long together with another one called Panghu. They are known as the Dragon and Tiger twins of Jiangbei and are ranked 19th on the Tiger list. His strength is one realm higher than mine. If I hadn't brought you back earlier, we would both be corpses now. So strong? Li Xiaowu's face darkened and he cursed, "Damn it. I don't know how that blind man Chu got lucky to catch the eye of Elder Long." No. Wu Yinglong came over, poured himself a glass of wine, and said, "It should not be Elder Long's intention to attack Long." "If it's not Mr. Long? Then who is it?" Li Xiaohu asked in confusion. Wu Yinglong said with a sinister look in his eyes, "Qiaolong and Pang, who were said to be the bodyguards of Elder Long, but in fact they have always been arranged by him to protect his son and daughter. After all, no one in Jiangbei is stupid enough to attack Elder Long. This Qiaolong should have been arranged by the famous lady Long Hongyan from Jiangbei." Li Xiaohu's eyes narrowed and he asked, "You mean Long Hongyan intervened in this matter?" Wu Yinglong nodded. Li Xiaohu was furious when he heard this. He stood up, kicked over the coffee table, and said angrily, "Damn it. Does this Long Hongyan really think she is a big shot in Jiangbei? She's nothing more than a socialite. To put it bluntly, she's a whore who's been fucked by thousands of men. She looks aloof and uninterested in men on weekdays, but who knows how many men have played with her behind her back. Sooner or later, I'm going to sleep with that bitch." Li Xiaohu was furious. He knew Long Hongyan's fame. But more importantly, I know what she looks like and her figure. After all, that woman is the goddess in the eyes of all men in Jiangbei. Many people secretly looked at her photos at night and did bad things. Li Xiaohu has done this before. When he thought of Long Hongyan's cold face and hot body, his breathing became rapid. "No. We must not let that blind man Chu go," Li Xiaowu said in a deep voice, his eyes grim. Wu Yinglong said, "Mr. Li, be patient. Once I refine the wild ginseng, I should be able to break through to the realm of great inner strength. By then, even the people like Qiaolong will be trampled under my feet. It's easy for you to kill Chu Chen. Even if you want that woman Long Hongyan to sleep with you, I can do it." Li Xiaohu was overjoyed. "Really?" Wu Yinglong nodded. Li Xiaowu said excitedly, "Okay, I will have someone send the wild ginseng to you, Mr. Wu, and you should refine it quickly. I can't wait any longer." As soon as the words fell, with a bang, the door of the box was kicked open from the outside. With a few bangs, the two bodyguards outside the door flew back in, fell to the ground, spurted blood, and died suddenly. "Who?" Li Xiaohu turned his head and glared at the door. "I." Chu Chen walked in from the door, full of murderous aura. "Blind Chu? It's you." Li Xiaohu then shone the spotlight from overhead and finally saw the face of Chu Chen, who walked in through the door. Immediately, he sneered cruelly, "Chu Chen, it's great that you, a blind man, can actually find this place." As he spoke, Li Xiaohu looked behind Chu Chen. "Don't look at it, it's just me," Chu Chen said indifferently, walking towards Li Xiaohu step by step. Li Xiaohu laughed loudly when he heard this. "Okay, blind Chu, are you here to die?" "You are wrong." Chu Chen's eyes darkened, gleaming with brilliance, and he said coldly, "I'm here to take your lives." Chapter 19, Only the Dead Can Keep Secrets. "What did you say? You want to kill us?" Li Xiaohu burst into laughter upon hearing this, and sneered, "Blind Chu, are you crazy or am I? You dare to come here alone and speak so shamelessly, you really don't know how to write the word death. On the other side, Wu Yinglong also had a cruel sneer on his face. My boy, I let you go earlier. Do you really think I am a good man? Wu Yinglong laughed angrily. I really don't know where this kid got the confidence to say such things. Since you have fallen into my trap, I will send you off. Wu Yinglong said in a cold voice, walking towards Chuchen step by step. Wait. Li Xiaowu suddenly spoke up, stopped Wu Yinglong, and sneered, Old Wu, let me do it. After saying that, Li Xiaowu picked up the fruit knife from the fruit plate, walked towards Chuchen with an evil look in his eyes, and said coldly, Chuchen, everyone says you are blind, but I always feel that you are not. Today, I will dig out your eyes and see if you are really blind. Puff. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xiaowu stabbed Chuchen's eyes decisively and cruelly with the fruit knife in his hand. Snap. However, the next second, Chuchen raised his hand and directly grabbed the other person's wrist. With a slight force, he heard the sound of broken bones. Ah! You are not blind. Li Xiaowu was shocked and felt a sharp pain in his wrist. He felt that his palm had been broken by Chuchen. In an instant, I was covered in cold sweat and trembling with pain all over. Congratulations, you guessed it right. Chuchen smiled coldly, raised his foot, and kicked Li Xiaowu out with a bang. Boom! Li Xiaowu flew backwards and knocked down the wine rack on one side. Crash! A shelf full of wine bottles rolled down and smashed on Li Xiaowu, leaving his face, hands, and body covered with glass. The bright red wine mixed with blood stimulated Li Xiaowu to scream, Ah! You bastard! So you have been pretending to be blind. Old Wu, kill him for me. Li Xiaowu crawled up from the ground like a madman, covering his broken wrist, and tremblingly tried to reach out to pull the broken glass off his face, but he screamed in pain. My son, I didn't expect that you are not blind. Wu Yinglong stood up at this time, staring at Chuchen with a grim look, and said coldly, Isn't it good to be alive? Why do you have to come here to die? It's not certain who will die. Chuchen said coldly. Wu Yinglong was furious. How arrogant. You are just an ant who has just started practicing internal energy. What qualifications do you have to challenge me? Swish. The next second, Wu Yinglong pushed the ground with both feet, bursting out with powerful explosive force, and pinched his claws like a dragon, grabbing Chuchen's neck. He wanted to kill him with one blow and break Chuchen's neck. Seeing Chuchen standing there motionless, Wu Yinglong sneered with a mocking look on his face. Why, are you frightened by my aura? With such little strength, you dare to imitate others and come to seek revenge in the middle of the night. You simply don't know how to live or die. Old man, I'll send you off right away. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yinglong increased his strength, and his sharp claws flashed with a faint white light. But, the next second, Chuchen's reaction shocked Wu Yinglong. Chuchen stood in place with a calm look on his face. He raised his hand easily and grabbed Wu Yinglong's fist. This. Wu Yinglong was stunned. How is that possible? Snap. Without waiting for Wu Yinglong to react, Chuchen squeezed hard and crushed Wu Yinglong's fist. Boy! You're looking for death. Wu Yinglong was furious. He raised his foot and kicked Chuchen's head hard. This kick was enough to smash the boulder into pieces. However, it was calmly blocked by Chuchen. At the same time, Chuchen threw a backhand punch, gathering strength suddenly, with white air flowing on his fist, and with a bang, it hit Wu Yinglong's chest heavily. Old dog! Die! Chuchen shouted angrily, and all his energy exploded. Boom! This punch hit Wu Yinglong directly in the chest, and the latter flew out with a whoosh and slammed into the wall, leaving spiderweb-like cracks on the wall. Then he fell to the ground with a plop, like a dead dog, and was unable to get up again. How come your strength has improved so quickly? Wu Yinglong lay on the ground, spitting out several mouthfuls of blood, staring at Chuchen who was walking towards him step by step with disbelief on his face. This is simply weird. An hour ago, this kid had just reached the beginner level of internal energy. Now, he can actually knock me out with just one punch. At the very least, it is the strength of great internal energy. Combined with what Chuchen said earlier, he had only been practicing martial arts for one day. Fear. Evildoer. Who is this kid? Wu Yinglong's mind was full of questions, but Chuchen didn't give him any chance at all. He raised his foot and stomped on his head as if he was stepping on a watermelon, and smashed it with a bang. Overbearing. Fierce. This scene was seen by Li Xiaowu, who was standing by, and he was so frightened that his hair stood on end and his whole body was shaking. Who could have thought that a blind man could become so scary and horrible? Wu Winglong is the master ranked 62nd on the tiger list. Known as the Bloodhand Flying Dragon of the Northwest. In the blink of an eye, he was killed by Chu Chen. Horrible. It's so scary. Li Xiaowu swallowed his saliva with a gulp, his whole body trembling with nervousness. Seeing Chu Chen glanced at him, he quickly shouted threateningly. You, what do you want to do? Chu Chen, let me tell you, I am Li Xiaowu, and my father is Li Jinkuan. He knows a lot of people, and he is a close friend of the Jiangbei dragon head Jui. If you dare to touch me, my father will never let you go. Li Xiaowu was scared and trembling all over. Especially when he came into contact with Chu Chen's murderous eyes, it was like seeing the king of hell. He is not blind. Definitely not. Although no one knows when Chu Chen regained his sight, it is certain that he has been pretending to be blind tonight. I'll give you a chance. Does my parents' death have anything to do with you and the Li family? Chu Chen said coldly, sitting on the sofa opposite Li Xiaowu, calmly poured himself a glass of wine and took a few sips. Li Xiaowu was stunned, his eyes fixed, and he quickly shook his head and shouted, I don't know what you are talking about. Really? It seems that you won't cry until you see the coffin. Chu Chen said coldly, raised his hand, grabbed Li Xiaowu's neck and lifted him up. Li Xiaowu's face turned red from being pinched, and he couldn't breathe. He could only struggle hard, his eyes wide open, and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. Chu Chen, if you have the guts, just kill me. You want to hear the news of your parents and the destruction of the Chu family from me? You are dreaming. You are so stubborn. Chu Chen said coldly. Snap. He grabbed Li Xiaowu's right arm and pulled it hard, breaking it. Ah! Li Xiaowu immediately howled in pain. I'd like to see, is it your words that are tough or your bones that are tough? Chu Chen said in a cold voice, with a terrifying aura. Li Xiaowu shouted in pain, I'll tell you everything. Don't kill me, don't kill me. Chu Chen let go of his hand, and Li Xiaowu fell to the ground, coughing violently a few times, gasping for air, and then said in horror, the death of your parents and the demise of the Chu group have nothing to do with my Li family. My Li family is also following orders and acting on orders. I just suppressed your parents and the Chu family in business. Other than that, I didn't do anything. Li Xiaowu was terrified. He knew that if he didn't tell him, Chu Chen would really kill him. Hearing this, Chu Chen frowned and asked coldly, whose orders are you following? Li Xiaowu's body trembled, his eyes flickered, and he cried, Master Chu, I can't tell you, I really can't tell you. If I tell you, not only will I die, but my whole family will die. Please, let me go, I will be your slave in the future, okay? Li Xiaowu kowtowed repeatedly. Who could have thought that a blind man who allowed himself to be humiliated and oppressed would become so terrible? Li Xiaowu, you are not qualified to bargain with me. Either speak or die. Chu Chen said coldly. He raised his hand and a fire talisman appeared and fell on Wu Winglong's body. In an instant, Wu Winglong's body burst into flames, and in less than a moment, it turned into ashes. If you don't tell me, your fate will be the same as his. Chu Chen said coldly. Li Xiaowu was so frightened by such a horrible and bizarre scene that he collapsed and cried out, Master Chu, I was wrong. I said I didn't want to die. It was a big boss in the provincial capital who sent the 4 major families in Jiangbei to force us to do this. Master Chu, it's not just my Li family. The ones who suppressed the Chu group and forced your parents to death also included the Zhao family, the Qian family, and the Sun family. Who is the big boss in the provincial capital? Chu Chen frowned, murderous aura boiling in his body. Master Chu, I am just a nobody. I really don't know what's going on in the provincial capital. I only know that the 4 major families in Jiangbei are all loyal to that big boss. Let alone the big boss in the provincial capital, my Li family is not worth mentioning in front of the 4 major families in Jiangbei. Li Xiaowu was so scared that he lay on the ground like a dog and begged for mercy, Master Chu, please don't kill me. I will never tell anyone that you pretended to be blind. Only the dead can keep secrets. Chu Chen lowered his head and looked down at Li Xiaowu coldly. Li Xiaowu was startled and ran away. But it's too late. Chu Chen smashed the opponent's head with one palm, and at the same time swung the fire talisman to destroy the body. After doing all this, Chu Chen left the club. As soon as he went downstairs, he met Chao Long and Long Hongyan in the Maybach at the door. She sat in the car, wearing a red cheongsam with a slit to the thigh, her legs wrapped in light black stockings, a heart-shaped heart on her chest, revealing a small piece of proud whiteness, and smiled at Chu Chen, get in the car. Chapter 20, Come, let your sister hug you. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, but still got into the car. Qiaolong drove the car himself. The car started and drove into the night. In the car, Xu Chen felt a little nervous and embarrassed. He was worried about why Long Hongyan would be waiting for him here. The embarrassing thing is that Long Hongyan has such a great figure. Sitting so close to each other, Xu Chen could smell the faint feminine scent on her, which was very pleasant and intoxicating. Moreover, because the road was uneven and the car was bumpy, Xu Chen's hand inadvertently touched Long Hongyan. Hiss. Even through that ultra-thin layer of black silk, you can still feel its softness and smoothness. Surprisingly, these suspender stockings are the most attractive to men. I can't believe that Long Hongyan, a Jiangbei socialite and a cold and rich woman, can actually play up the contrast. Add to that her exquisite royal facial features and her impressive figure, which man sitting next to her can resist such extreme temptation? For some reason, Xu Chen always felt that he was very weak in front of her. This woman has a very strong aura. Sister Hongyan, where are we going? Xu Chen broke the awkwardness and asked. Long Hongyan replied calmly, you'll know when you get there. Oh. Xu Chen nodded. Has Li Xiaohu been dealt with? Long Hongyan suddenly asked, tilting her head, her beautiful eyebrows and eyes sparkling with charming luster in the night. Xu Chen thought about it, and without hiding anything, he replied, it's solved. Long Hongyan nodded and reminded, his father, Li Zhenkuan, is no ordinary person. You have to be prepared. He will find out about you in 3 days at most. I know, but I'm not afraid. Xu Chen clenched his fists, and a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. Li Xiaohu's death is just the beginning. The Li family is his next target. And the Zhao family, Qin family, Sun family, and the so-called 4 major families of Jiangbei mentioned by Li Xiaohu will all pay the price in blood. So confident? Long Hongyan became interested and stared at Xu Chen with charming eyes. She propped up her chin, her hair scattered on the side of her ears, and asked with a smile, Brother Xiaochen, I am very curious. How did you find this place tonight without seeing it, and kill Li Xiaohu and Wu Yinglong beside him? Wu Yinglong is a master ranked 62nd on the Tiger ranking, and his internal strength has reached a certain level. Aaron said before that you are only at the entry level of internal energy. Tell me, sister, how did you do it? To be honest, Long Hongyan came here in person because she was worried about Xu Chen. However, to her surprise, as soon as she arrived at the club, she saw Xu Chen coming out of the building. There is no need to guess, Wu Yinglong should be dead. The Xu Chen in front of him should not be underestimated. Actually, I have to thank Elder Long for the fire Ganoderma lucidum I gave to me. I boiled it and ate it after I returned. Later, I found that my strength had actually improved. Even my 5 senses had become stronger. I could feel even the slightest movement. Xu Chen scratched his head and smiled, although I still can't see, I'm actually about the same as an ordinary person. Fire Ganoderma? Long Hongyan looked at Xu Chen doubtfully, so, you still can't see now? Xu Chen nodded, pretended to be calm, and continued to pretend to be blind. Long Hongyan looked at him for a long time, but could not see any signs that Xu Chen was lying, so she changed the subject and asked, what is your current strength? It should be similar to Brother Along. Xu Chen said casually. Qiaolong, who was driving in front, suddenly braked and looked at Xu Chen through the rearview mirror with some surprise. Similar to yourself? The inner strength is fully developed? Is this kid real? It's only been 1 night, and he was able to break through from the entry level of internal strength to the advanced level of internal strength? Is this a monster? Long Hongyan was also surprised and asked, you have reached the peak of internal strength now? Xu Chen nodded and hummed. Long Hongyan took a deep breath, her face full of disbelief, and said, Brother Xiaochen, you really surprised me. Do you know how long it took Aaron to reach the level of internal strength? How long? Xu Chen asked back. Long Hongyan said, 5 years. 5 years? Xu Chen looked at Qiaolong in disbelief, scratched his head, and said apologetically, I'm sorry, Brother Along, Qiaolong didn't want to talk, just drove. But my heart was in turmoil. It took him 5 years of practicing martial arts to reach the level of great internal strength, ranking 19th on the Tiger list. The Xu Chen in front of him, this young man in his early 20s, had actually reached a strength comparable to his own in just 1 night. Is this a monster? Qiaolong felt very sad, but he couldn't say it. This time, I really found a treasure. Long Hongyan was overjoyed. She opened her arms excitedly, revealing her spacious and proud arms, and threw herself at Xu Chen, saying with a smile, come, let your sister hug you and give you a good hug. Chu Chen was stunned and unable to dodge, so he was directly hugged by Long Hongyan. I feel like I'm suffocating. Hong, Sister Hongyan, I can't breathe. Chu Chen shouted in a buzzing voice. Long Hongyan said in a low voice, Stinky boy, your sister Hongyan is not someone you can rely on, just any man. You are the first one. After saying that, Long Hongyan let go of Chu Chen. Chu Chen's face turned red, and he didn't know whether he was shy or suffocated, but he was breathing heavily. However, I still have to remind you that Li Jinkun is not as simple as you think. As far as I know, he and the ninth master of Jiangbei Dragonhead have a close relationship. Long Hongyan said worriedly. Jiangbei leader? Chu Chen muttered, his face darkened, and said, no matter who he is, the Li family, I will take it. If Jiangbei leader dares to interfere, I don't mind chopping off his head. In a word, the car was filled with murderous intent. Long Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, you are brave, worthy of being the little man I have chosen. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to contact me and I will definitely help you. Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Long Hongyan with gratitude, and asked suspiciously, Sister Hongyan, why are you helping me so much? Long Hongyan smiled seductively, hooked the hair beside her ear, stared at Chu Chen seriously and seductively, and said, because I think you are not a fish in the pond. Sooner or later, you will soar into the sky. Jiangbei is too small for you. What I'm doing now is also a kind of investment. When you stand at the top of Jiangbei or even Southern Province and become the #1 person in Southern Province, don't forget me. Chu Chen's heart trembled, and he smiled, Sister Hongyan, you are joking. I am just an ordinary person, not as powerful as you say. Yeah? Long Hongyan smiled and said, but I think you are not simple. Sooner or later, you will be able to make the leap. Just then, the car stopped. We're here. Long Hongyan got out of the driveway. Chu Chen was stunned and followed Long Hongyan out of the car. But when Chu Chen saw the luxurious private hot spring club in front of him, he was full of doubts. He pretended not to see it and asked, Sister Hongyan, where is this? It can be seen that this hot spring club is private. There were a few bodyguards at the door, with bulges around their waists. It should be a gun. Hiss. Bodyguards with guns? Are there any top celebrities in this club? Hot Spring Club. Long Hongyan smiled charmingly, Little Chen, this isn't your first time in a place like this, is it? Then I'll take you around today. Chu Chen's cheeks instantly turned red, and he asked awkwardly, Sister Hongyan, what are we doing here? Of course, accompany me to take a hot spring bath. Long Hongyan said with a delicate smile. This is not good. I'd better go back, my wife is still waiting for me. Chu Chen hurriedly turned around and was about to leave. Take a hot spring bath? And her. Chu Chen doesn't want to cause a scandal. Otherwise, all the men in Jiangbei will kill him. Moreover, if Xin Yue knew about this, he would be speechless. Long Hongyan laughed twice and said, okay, I'm just teasing you. I'll bring you over to see someone. Who? Chu Chen asked. Long Hongyan restrained her emotions and said, this is a special patient. If you can help me cure him, it will be a big favor to my sister. Special patients? Long Hongyan did not explain in detail. She just asked Xiaolong to guard the door and took Chu Chen into the hot spring club and came to the largest and most secret room inside. The whole room was filled with mist and the temperature was a bit high. As soon as Chu Chen came in, he wanted to take off his clothes. Inside the room, there was a huge circular pool. At this moment, a fair and smooth beautiful woman's back caught Chu Chen's eye. Damn it! Is this the special patient that Long Hongyan mentioned? It's actually a woman? Or the one without clothes? Chapter 21, Strange Disease. Chu Chen took a deep breath and felt his blood boiling. If Long Hongyan is a cold and beautiful woman, a queen of allure, then the woman in front of him with her beautiful bare back facing away from him is completely on par with Long Hongyan. You can tell from the back that her figure is also extremely perfect. Sister Yao, the person is here. Long Hongyan said with a smile. Chu Chen glanced at Long Hongyan and found that her attitude towards women was somewhat polite. It seems that the other party's status and position is not lower than Long Hongyan. You know, in Jiangbei, the Long family is like a stabilizing force. Mr. Long is a well-known figure in the political, military, and business circles. As the daughter of Long Fuguei, Long Hongyan's fame and status in Jiangbei are naturally very high. But now, Long Hongyan was very polite to the woman who was soaking in the hot spring in the pool in front of her. Shu Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. Who could it be? The other party hummed softly, his tone was a little cold, not enthusiastic at all. Then, with the sound of splashing water, the woman stood up directly from the pool. With a gulp, Shu Chen swallowed. The best. Perfect body. Women with big butts are good at giving birth. Just when Shu Chen couldn't take his eyes off and was lost in thought, the woman turned around without any concern. In an instant, the impressive scenery captivated everything. Because of the water vapor, it was vague and Shu Chen could only see an outline. However, it is this hazy feeling that is even more unbearable. What a white woman. It was only when the other person put on a bathrobe and walked in that Shu Chen saw the woman's face clearly. A face that is more beautiful than she sure, but it has a cold temperament. What a cool and beautiful woman, especially her eyes. Especially the shoulder-length hair, which highlights her cold temperament and makes her look like a fairy who is not of this world. Is he the little miracle doctor you mentioned? The woman crossed her arms and sat on the lounge chair next to her, with her seductive white legs crossed and a glass of wine in her hand. Are you sure he can't see it? Long Hongyan smiled and said, Sister Yao, he can't see. You just need to ask around and you'll know. The son-in-law of the Shin family became blind 3 years ago. The woman nodded and her movements became bolder. Also, the bathrobe was not tied. Xiao Chen, quickly call Sister Yao. Long Hongyan said in a low voice. Shu Chen nodded immediately and called out, Sister Yao. The woman responded coldly. Shu Chen took the opportunity to ask in a low voice, Sister Hongyan, who is she? Just by listening to her voice, she sounds like a great beauty. The woman just happened to hear what Shu Chen said and a smile appeared on her lips. This guy has a sweet mouth. The woman couldn't help but look at Shu Chen a few more times. He is a nice guy and quite handsome. But it's a pity, from what Long Hongyan said, he is a blind man. Long Hongyan replied, she is the wife of Mayor Huang, Yao Shihan, the third daughter of the Yao family in southern province. She is 1 year older than me. Although she looks cold on the outside, she is still very passionate on the inside. Cold on the outside, but passionate on the inside? Isn't that just being lonely and depressed? Of course, Shu Chen didn't dare to say this. He also didn't expect that Long Hongyan would actually bring him to meet Huang Shishou's wife. Hongyan, this is the first time you have brought such a young doctor here. I really want to know who this young man is and why you would recommend him to me in the middle of the night. Yao Shihan stared at Shu Chen with her beautiful eyes, trying to see through him. When you reach this position, whether you are doing things or looking at people, you want to see them through. After all, there are too many people asking her to do things for them on weekdays. In her position, it would be a good idea to have some preparations. Long Hongyan smiled and said, Sister Yao, I said he is the future #1 in Jiangbei, do you believe it? The future #1 in Jiangbei? Yao Shihan was shocked by Long Hongyan's evaluation of Shu Chen. She looked at Shu Chen carefully again and asked, Are you sure? He is a blind man. Blindness is not a problem. As long as he has the ability, he can still make it big in the future even if he is blind. Long Hongyan said affirmatively. These words made Shu Chen blush and his heart beat faster. He didn't expect that in this world, besides Xin Yuwei, there was another woman who trusted and believed in him so much. However, to Yao Shihan, this sentence sounded a little ridiculous. It's not that she looks down on Shu Chen, nor that she thinks Long Hongyan is exaggerating, but in this world, in this society, who values ability and skill? Only if you have money and power can you get the respect of others. As if to test Shu Chen, Yao Shihan looked at Shu Chen and said, Shu Chen, right? Since Hongyan recommended you so much, then you can check for me and see if my disease can be cured. Shu Chen looked Yao Shihan up and down for a few times, then frowned and said, Sister Yao, there is a lot of moisture in here, I can't see it. I wonder if it would be convenient for me to take your pulse at a close distance? Okay. Yao Shihan nodded, stretched out her white hand and placed it on the armrest. Shu Chen let out a breath, pretended not to see anything, walked up to Yao Shihan, fumbled twice, and finally touched Yao Shihan's wrist. In the eyes of Yao Shihan and Long Hongyan, Shu Chen is now blind. However, for Shu Chen, he only now realized how exaggerated Yao Shihan's figure was. Compared with Long Hongyan's perfect queen figure, Yao Shihan's legs are longer and whiter. She must have paid great attention to skin care, as her skin still has a milky luster. Moreover, you can also smell the special feminine scent on her. Shu Chen took a deep breath, felt the delicate touch on his hand, and took Yao Shihan's pulse. After a moment, Shu Chen frowned. Strange, the pulse seems to be fine. How is it, little doctor, can you figure out what's wrong with me? Yao Shihan asked. Chu Chen frowned. Could this be what Long Hongyan was talking about? On the other side, Long Hongyan started to get anxious when she saw Chu Chen didn't speak for a long time. Yao Shihan has been suffering from this disease for several years. She has consulted many famous doctors, but none of them could find out what the cause is. The reason why Chu Chen was brought here was because Chu Chen had previously saved Long Qingyao and cured her illness, which made Long Hongyan feel that he had some extraordinary abilities. Sister Yao, can I ask about the smell of you? Chu Chen asked somewhat awkwardly. Yao Shihan's face changed, and she looked at Chu Chen warily, saying dissatisfiedly, You still want to smell it? Little doctor, this is the first time I've heard of such a strange way of seeing a doctor. Chu Chen explained, people like Sister Yao must have heard of the Chinese medicine's look, smell, ask, and feel method. Smelling is also a way of diagnosis in Chinese medicine, which was passed down by our ancestors. After hearing Chu Chen's explanation, Yao Shihan nodded and asked, How do you want to smell it? This. Chu Chen was a little reluctant to speak, but in order to diagnose Yao Shihan and not embarrass Long Hongyan, he still said, Sister Yao needs to take off her bathrobe, and then I will draw a talisman on her chest. If there is a problem with any part of her body, that part will emit a special smell. This one sentence made Yao Shihan's face turn cold. Long Hongyan behind him also turned pale and became nervous. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. You can also draw talismans? Yao Shihan asked in disbelief, What kind of strange diagnosis method is this? Chu Chen explained, This was taught to me by an old divine doctor. It is a kind of ancient medical technique called Zhu Yu. It was included in the category of official medicine during the Sui and Tang dynasties. In the Yuan dynasty, 13 branches of Zhu Yu were developed. It is an orthodox ancient medical technique. You can also understand it as ancient witchcraft. Yao Shihan frowned, smiled, and said, Okay, I'll believe you this time. As soon as she finished speaking, Yao Shihan took off her bathrobe. For a moment, Chu Chen swallowed and his breathing began to become heavy. The curvy figure and the skin as white as snow really aroused people's imagination. Chapter 22, Only 7 Days to Live. Chu Chen took a deep breath, shielding himself from the snow-white beauty in front of him, and following the ancient medical techniques in the medical classics, he stretched out his hand, dipped it in a little water, and drew a talisman on Yao Shihan's chest. You know what, it's really unusually tender and smooth. Chu Chen felt dazed and wanted to take a picture of it to admire it day and night. Fortunately, he had good concentration. After the rune was drawn, Yao Shihan began to experience strange changes. A faint layer of black and gray gas appeared in the chest and abdomen. Of course, only Chu Chen can see this black and gray aura. Because his eyes are different from those of ordinary people and he can see many things that others cannot see. For example, the evil energy. All the evil and fierce energies, such as violent energy, negative energy, evil energy, corpse energy, miasma, etc., are collectively called negative evil energy. This is also part of the records in medical classics. Chu Chen found it a little unbelievable at first, but now it seems to be true. There was an obvious layer of faint black-gray gas floating around Yao Shihan's chest and abdomen. Like corpse gas. Chu Chen frowned and thought to himself. Logically speaking, it is impossible for a nobleman like Yao Shihan, the wife of Huang Shishou, to be exposed to corpse qi. In order to be contaminated by corpse qi, one must come into contact with a transformed corpse. Could it be that Yao Shihan had come into contact with a corpse that had transformed into a zombie a few years ago? In order to confirm his guess, Chu Chen leaned over gently, and sure enough, he smelled a faint stench of corpse in Yao Shihan's chest and abdomen. How's it going? Do you smell anything? Yao Shihan asked, frowning and staring at Chu Chen, who was only half an inch away from her. As long as she shook her body slightly, her proud figure would hit Chu Chen's face. Sister Yao, I've already figured out the problem. Chu Chen said, motioning Yao Shihan to put on her bathrobe. After Yao Shihan wrapped herself in her bathrobe, she said, You speak. Before I say anything, I would like to ask Sister Yao a few questions. I hope Sister Yao can answer you truthfully. This is very important for me to diagnose your condition. Chu Chen rarely became serious. Yao Shihan glanced at Chu Chen, then looked at Long Hongyan, and nodded, Sure, as long as it does not involve some illegal issues, you can ask. Chu Chen took a breath and asked seriously, Sister Yao, have you ever touched a corpse before? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire box fell into deathly silence. Yao Shihan's eyes darkened, and she stared at Chu Chen with sharp and cold eyes, and said coldly, "What did you say?" "Corpse?" Long Hongyan next to her also became nervous. She didn't expect that Chu Chen would actually ask Yao Shihan such a question. "Yes, the corpse." Chu Chen nodded. Yao Shihan frowned and shook her head, "No." "Really not?" Chu Chen asked. Yao Shihan replied with certainty, "No." Chu Chen heard this and said in confusion, "That's strange. I smell the stench of corpse on Sister Yao. Usually, this kind of smell is only contaminated by people who have come into contact with a corpse. Little brother, you must be responsible for what you say." Yao Shihan looked at Chu Chen with a cold face and unfriendly eyes. Long Hongyan also stepped forward and tried to smooth things over. "Sister Yao, maybe Xiaochen smelled it wrong. How about we leave it like this for tonight? You have a good rest. I'll take Xiaochen back first." After saying that, Long Hongyan pulled Chu Chen and was about to leave. However, Chu Chen said confidently, "Sister Hongyan, I am not kidding. Sister Yao does smell like a corpse, and it has already developed into corpse poison. If it's not dealt with promptly and early, Sister Yao might only live for 7 days. "What? Only 7 days to live?" Yao Shihan's face changed drastically, and she shouted sternly, "Enough! Do you know what you are talking about? If you dare to talk nonsense again, even if you are recommended by your beloved, I will not be polite to you." Seeing Yao Shihan was angry, Long Hongyan quickly pulled Chu Chen, who was about to say something, and bent down to apologize. "Sister Yao, I'm sorry. Xiao Chen is young and hot-tempered, and he spoke without thinking. I apologize to you on his behalf. I'll take him away now." Yao Shihan looked indifferent and warned, "Little brother, it's a good thing that you want to get promoted, but forcing yourself to show off, talking nonsense, and pretending to be a charlatan will only backfire." If it wasn't for Long Hongyan's sake, she would have lost her temper long ago. Chu Chen frowned, not knowing what to say for a moment. He sighed and said, "Sister Yao, you may not believe me, but I still want to remind you that you'd better be careful these few days. If nothing unexpected happens, you will have chest pain tomorrow, and your skin will start to turn red and ulcerate." "Enough!" Yao Shihan shouted coldly. Long Hongyan quickly grabbed Chu Chen and said, "Sister Yao, I'll take him away now. Hongyan, you are not a child anymore. Don't make friends with just anyone. A charlatan like this will only lower your status." Yao Shihan reminded coldly. Long Hongyan frowned her pretty brows, said nothing, and left the box with Chu Chen. After going out the door and getting in the car, Long Hongyan let out a sigh of relief, a layer of sweat already seeping out of her forehead. "Sister Hongyan, I'm sorry." Chu Chen blamed himself. Long Hongyan smiled and said, "It's okay. Sister Yao doesn't believe you, but I do. To her, you're just a normal person, but I don't think you are. If you want to win the respect of more people, prove it to them with your abilities." Long Hongyan blinked her eyes and looked at Chu Chen with a watery look. When Chu Chen met Long Hongyan's gaze, his heart suddenly beat fast. "Yes. If you want to gain the respect of others, you have to show your ability. Okay. I will prove it to them, and also prove that Sister Hongyan, you did not make a mistake in choosing the right person," Chu Chen said. Long Hongyan's eyes were like water, and she smiled and said, "Then I'll wait. By the way, you just said that Sister Yao won't live past 7 days. Is that true?" Long Hongyan asked seriously. Chu Chen nodded and said, "It seems like this now. The corpse chi in Sister Yao's body has turned into corpse poison. She will die within 7 days." Long Hongyan took a breath and said solemnly, "I understand. I'll take you back first." Then the car left. But just after the car left, Shinwei walked out of the entrance of the hot spring club, hugging a handsome, clean, muscular man. In his hand, he was holding a cell phone. "I was wondering how that blind guy suddenly got close to the Long family. Turns out he was working as a gigolo at night." Shinwei laughed lewdly and teasingly, looking at the extremely intimate photos of Chu Chen and Long Hongyan taken on his phone. Of course, a lot of it is a matter of perspective. I didn't expect that the cold and beautiful lady who is known as the most famous lady in Jiangbei actually likes this. If Xin Yue sees these photos, it will be a drama. Chu Chen, Chu Chen, why don't you do something else? You actually imitate others and come out to cheat in the middle of the night." Shinwei's eyes rolled, and with a sinister smile on his face, he put the phone back into his pocket. After returning to the villa, Chu Chen quietly slipped into the bedroom and was relieved to see Xin Yue still sleeping soundly. Seeing that it was almost dawn, he simply sat cross-legged and began to breathe in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to consolidate his realm. No words were spoken that night. The next day, after Xin Yue woke up, she received a phone call and hurriedly washed up, not even bothering to eat breakfast, and went out with her bag. "Wife, what happened? Why are you so anxious?" Chu Chen asked while mopping the ground. Xin Yue leaned against the wall, hooking her high heels, and replied, "The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce owed our company 30 million yuan in payment for goods for 3 months, and it has not been settled yet. Now there are some problems with capital turnover. I will go and deal with it. You stay at home today, I will come back later to accompany you." Xin Yue was about to turn around and leave after she finished speaking. After thinking for a while, she walked over to Chu Chen again, kissed him on the face, and said with a charming smile, "This is a reward for you. Wait until I come back. My mother is not at home tonight." Chu Chen was stunned and stared blankly at Xin Yue leaving the villa. At that moment, even her back was extremely attractive. Reward yourself? Is it because of the project of Longhuan Pharmaceutical Group? This was the first time Xin Yue kissed herself. Soft, fragrant, and sweet. Besides, she said that her mother-in-law was not at home tonight and asked her to wait for her. What does this mean? Could it be that? Chu Chen was excited. After 3 years of marrying into the wife's family, was he finally going to get through this? Touching his cheek, he grinned naively, pumped his fist excitedly, and even mopped the floor with passion. At this time, as soon as Xin Yue got into the car, her cell phone rang. I took a quick glance and saw it was a message from Xinwei, which seemed to be some photos. Chapter 23, Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Xin Yue picked up her phone and was about to open WeChat when her secretary called again. "Mr. Xin, how long will it take you to arrive? The situation here is a bit bad. The person in charge of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce said that he wants you to come over in person to talk." The female secretary's voice sounded nervous and anxious. "I see. I'll be there soon. It'll probably take about half an hour. You stabilize the situation first." Xin Yue replied, hung up the phone, stepped on the accelerator, and drove hurriedly to the Black Dragon department store. The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is a notorious company in Jiangbei. Many local companies in Jiangbei cooperated with them, but in the end they did not get paid for the goods. Many people went to make a fuss, but in the end, nothing was done. There was even news about a boss who went to collect debts and drowned in the moat the next day. As the head of the Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Heilun's reputation in Jiangbei is even worse. He is lustful, greedy for money, and does all kinds of evil. But, after all these years, nothing has happened to him. Rumor has it that there is a big shot backing Zhao Heilun. Xin Yue let out a breath, her face looking very ugly. If the company cannot get back the 30 million yuan in payment for the goods, its cash flow will be in trouble. By then, let alone the Long family's 100 million medical project, even the company's employees' salaries won't be paid. Although the Xin family appears to be doing well on the surface, they have serious internal problems. Especially in the past 2 years, the Xin family took over many project cooperations from the Chu family, and they were unable to revitalize them, which led to project interruptions, investment losses, and even a lot of money losses. Otherwise, the Xin family would not have set their sights on cooperating with the Long family on a 100 million yuan medical project. Only by getting that 100 million project can the Xin family have a chance to revive. But now, the most important thing is to get the payment back from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. As for Chu Chen, after Xin Yue left, he cleaned the villa step by step, and then returned to the bedroom, took a shower, took out the medical classics under the bed, and continued to study. Now, Chu Chen has reached the 3rd level of qi refining, and is on par with Chao Lon. However, Chu Chen didn't know what his specific strength was. After all, he had no fighting experience. If I fight against Chao Lon, I will probably lose within 3 moves. Simply, Chu Chen continued to sit cross-legged and breathe in and out to consolidate his strength, while trying to reach the 4th level of qi refining. However, after 4 or 5 attempts, they failed. It seems that it is not so easy to break through to the 4th level of qi refining. Chu Chen was depressed, supporting his chin. If you want to break through to the 4th level of qi refining, there are now 2 ways. The first is to find a place with sufficient spiritual energy to practice breathing in cultivation. The second is to use the methods recorded in medical classics to refine the spirit gathering pill, swallow it and break through. Chu Chen thought about it and felt that refining the spirit gathering pill seemed to be easier than finding a feng shui treasure land. After all, the medicinal materials needed for the soul-gathering pill are available in most Chinese medicine pharmacies. Of course, the older the medicinal material is, the more spiritual energy it contains. I have to get stronger. Chuchen clenched his fists, took out his wallet from the drawer, opened it and saw that there were only a few $100s in it. This is the private money he has saved in the Shin family over the past 3 years. It's not that Shin Yue didn't give him pocket money on weekdays, but as soon as the money reached his hands, it was taken away by his mother-in-law Lu Qinglan. Every time I threaten him, telling him not to tell Shin Yue, otherwise, he will have to pay the price in the evening. Why? Chuchen sighed, held the $365.70 in his hand, left the villa, went to a nearby pharmacy, and bought several bags of medicinal materials according to the recipe of the soul-gathering pill. At the same time, office of the chairman of the Li Group. Early in the morning, Li Zhenkuan received news that his son was missing. Even the Tiger List master Wu Yinglong, whom he had arranged to be by Li Xiaowu's side, had no news. Find him. I must find him alive or dead. Even if I have to turn Jiangbei upside down, I must find him. Li Zhenkuan's face darkened and he yelled at his men in front of him. What the hell did this bastard do to make him hide away? You keep causing trouble for me all day long. If you can't find that little bastard, all of you should carry a big rock and sink into the river. Li Zhenkuan held his forehead with a look of annoyance. Yes. Several men responded and quickly left the office. Soon, a force in Jiangbei City began to investigate Li Xiaowu's whereabouts. Of course, Chuchen didn't know. He had already returned to the villa carrying several bags of medicinal herbs. He rushed into the kitchen and started to refine the soul-gathering pill using the rice cooker. Boil over medium heat for 3 hours, then simmer over low heat for an hour. After finishing it, Chuchen breathed a sigh of relief. He stewed 3 pots in total. After all, he didn't know what the success rate was. The rest of the time is just waiting. Just then, my cell phone rang, and I saw it was Long Hongyan calling. Sister Hongyan, is there something wrong? Shu Chen asked. Long Hongyan said anxiously, Xiao Chun, where are you? Sister Yao is in trouble, I'm here to pick you up. At home. Shu Chen replied. In less than half an hour, Long Hongyan drove over. Xiao Chen, get in the car. Long Hongyan rolled down the window and shouted anxiously to Chu Chen, who was standing at the door. Chu Chen got into the car quickly. Long Hongyan stepped on the accelerator, and the Ferrari turned into a red lightning and rushed out. In the car, Chu Chen asked, what happened? You're right. Sister Yao started having chest and abdominal cramps this morning. A lot of red rashes appeared on her body, and her skin started to fester. Long Hongyan replied quickly, looking very anxious. Chu Chen frowned and muttered, how could it be so fast? What's wrong? Long Hongyan asked suspiciously. Chu Chen said, nothing, let's go check out the situation first. At this time, as soon as Shin Yue arrived downstairs of the Black Dragon commercial building, her female secretary in a tight-fitting suit and black stockings hurried over and said, Boss Shin, you're finally here. The few groups of people we sent in to negotiate were all beaten out by the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Then Zhao Heilong requires you to talk to her in person. Otherwise, you won't get a penny of the money you owe us. Shin Yue raised her willow leaf eyebrows and said with a sigh, I see. I'll go in and take a look first. After saying that, Shin Yue was about to walk into the Black Dragon department store. The female secretary hurriedly stopped Shin Yue and said worriedly, Boss Shin, if you go in alone like this, I'm worried something might happen. Zhao Heilong is well known in Jiangbei for his lust. I think he did it on purpose today. Don't worry, I know what to do. Shin Yue smiled faintly and said, you stay outside. If I don't come out after half an hour, call the police. Yeah. The female secretary nodded vigorously and watched Shin Yue walk into the Black Dragon department store. At the door, several burly men with tattoos stared at Shin Yue as she walked over, their faces full of lust. They reached out to stop Shin Yue and asked with a smile, Beauty, who are you looking for? I'm Shin Yue from Shin's company. I'm here to talk to your president Zhao about the payment for the goods. Shin Yue said neither humbly nor arrogantly. The other party glanced at Shin Yue with a squinting look, rubbed his hands, and said with a smile, okay, but I have to search you first. With just one word, the sturdy men around all laughed lasciviously. Shin Yue's face darkened. She raised her hand and slapped the man in the face. Her eyes were cold and she said, remember, you are just a guard dog. You want to search me? Let your CEO Zhao come down in person. You're looking for death. The man was slapped in the face and immediately became furious. He widened his eyes and swung his fist at Xin Yue. Stop. Suddenly, a cold female voice was heard. A tall woman with a ponytail, wearing a red hip skirt and a white shirt, twisted her plump hips and walked towards me with an imposing manner. Sister Rong. Several strong men quickly bent down and bowed. The woman hummed, walked up to Xin Yue, and said with a smile, Boss Xin, please go upstairs. Boss Zhao has been waiting for you for a long time. Xin Yue frowned slightly, secretly encouraged herself, and followed the woman into the elevator. Arrived at the office on the top floor. The woman called Sister Rong brought Xin Yue to the door, made an invitation gesture, and said with a smile, Mr. Zhao is inside, Mr. Xin, please come in. Xin Yue let out a breath, clenched her fists, and walked into the office. The office is very luxurious and extravagant. At this moment, an obese middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa, smoking a cigar. His hands were full of gold rings and he wore a gold necklace, looking like a nouveau riche. He is the head of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Heilong. In Jiangbei, he is called Feilong. Mr. Zhao. Xin Yue nodded. Zhao Heilong, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Xin Yue in front of him with a squinting and unscrupulous look, and said with a smile, Boss Xin, please sit down. The words fell. The office door slammed shut. Chapter 24, Cupping. We're here. Chu Chen and Long Hongyan rushed to the small villa where Yao Shihan lived. After getting off the car, I went straight to the bedroom in the inner courtyard. However, as soon as he entered the yard, Chu Chen felt a surge of evil aura coming towards him. Hiss. Such a strong evil spirit. Chu Chen shivered and felt a little cold. He glanced at Long Hongyan and found that she was also rubbing her fair arms and muttered, It's so hot in the sun, why is the yard so cold? Chu Chen frowned, picked a leaf from the willow tree next to him, held it between his fingers, chanted a spell, wiped his eyes with the leaf, and shouted in a low voice, Heavenly Eye, open. Opening the third eye is a mysterious magical power recorded in medical classics and belongs to the Maoshan talisman. Medical classics record that the human body has countless mysteries. 3 inches above the forehead, there is an eye hidden, which is called the third eye. Once the third eye is opened, you can see many things that ordinary people cannot see. Ghost. Evil and sinister spirit. Monsters and demons. This is also why children often cry for no reason when they are young. Because children have the third eye since birth. However, as we grow older and are influenced by the environment, the third eye will slowly close. Basically, after the age of 7, the third eye will be completely closed. Of course, when one's third eye is cultivated to a certain level, one can tell fortunes and predict luck for others, predict good and bad luck, and even see through mountains and rivers, dragon veins, the general situation of the world, and so on. Most of those fortune tellers, ghost warriors, and shamans have cultivated the third eye. Chu Chen could have directly seen the evil aura floating in the yard, but relying on spiritual energy to stimulate the eyes would be a continuous consumption and harmful to the body. Using the Maoshan talisman to open the third eye consumes very little of the spiritual energy in Chu Chen's dantian. Really? Chu Chen was secretly surprised. As soon as his third eye opened, he saw a faint evil aura floating around the yard. Corpse Qi. The source of these corpse Qi is the room in the innermost courtyard. If I'm not mistaken, Yao Shihan lives there. However, Chu Chen was also confused in his heart. With such a wide range of corpse Qi, could it be that the entire ground under the yard is filled with corpses? Sister Hongyan, is the daughter of the Yao family in southern province of a very noble status? I see that you seem to be very polite to her. Chu Chen followed behind Long Hongyan and asked in a low voice. Logically speaking, the Long family is the largest family in Jiangbei, and Old Man Long is so prestigious in the political, military, and business circles. Long Hongyan should not be so polite to Yao Shihan. In fact, he was not only polite, but also a little respectful. Long Hongyan replied, Do you think that my grandfather has a high status in Jiangbei, and even Mayor Huang has to be polite to my grandfather, so his wife, logically, should be polite to me? Chu Chen nodded. Long Hongyan stopped, looked at Chu Chen, and whispered, The Long family certainly has some strength and status in Jiangbei, but the water in Jiangbei is very deep, it's not as simple as you think. In fact, in Jiangbei, besides the Long family, there are 4 other families. Their strength is comparable to that of the Long family. The 4 major families? Chu Chen's face darkened, and his eyes flashed with coldness. Are they the 4 major families in Jiangbei again? Sooner or later, I will make them pay for their blood debt with blood. But, Xiaochen, you have to remember that in Jiangbei, above the Long family and the four major families, there are 3 top families. Long Hongyan said. 3 tops? Xu Chen's eyes were stunned, and his face was full of suspicion. In the past, as the eldest son of the Chu family, I had never heard of the so-called 3 supreme things. What does this have to do with Sister Yao? Xu Chen asked. As they walked, Long Hongyan said mysteriously, one of the top talents was supported by the Yao family of Southern Province. Do you think that the Yao family, who can support a family that is far superior to the Long family, is just an ordinary family? The status of the Yao family in Southern Province is more powerful and exaggerated than you think. As the daughter of the Yao family, Yao Shihan is naturally the object of flattery by all the wealthy families in Jiangbei, and I am no exception. It is rumored that the reason why Huang Kahong became the mayor of Jiangbei City was due to Yao Shihan's manipulation. In other words, Yao Shihan's marriage to Huang Shishou was a complete marriage of downgrade. It is said that she eloped with Huang Shishou from Southern Province because of love. After saying that, Xu Chen nodded to show that he understood. Unexpectedly, this Sister Yao is also a pure love female warrior and a passionate person. Let's go. Time waits for no one. If you have any questions, ask after you cure Sister Yao. Soon, Long Hongyan took Xu Chen into the innermost bedroom. Along the way, Xu Chen discovered that this endless stream of corpse qi was pouring out of the room. The layout of the room is simple, but also grand. There was a large bed in the middle, which was now blocked by a thin red curtain. One could vaguely see a graceful figure lying on her side on the bed, moaning in pain. Sister Yao, Xiaochen is here. Long Hongyan said in a low voice. On the bed, Yao Shihan got excited and stood up and said anxiously, Mr. Chu, I was wrong last night. I shouldn't have disbelieved you. Please help me. Early this morning, I started to have unbearable chest cramps. When I changed my clothes, I found a lot of rashes on my back, some of which had already broken out. Xu Chen nodded and said, Sister Yao, be patient, I will show you right away. After saying that, Xu Chen stepped forward, and was immediately overwhelmed by a pungent fishy smell. Typical corpse smell. It seems that the corpse poison in Yao Shihan's body is already very serious. Mr. Chu, just tell me what you need to see and what you need to prepare. I can buy any precious medicinal materials, no matter what they are. Yao Shihan was so anxious that she was about to cry. She was a woman who loved beauty, but now there were so many rashes and ulcers on her back that she wanted to die. Not to mention, there was a foul stench. Let me take a look first. Xu Chen said, walked closer, lifted the curtain, and said, I can't see, please help me, Sister Hongyan, and tell me what's going on with Sister Yao now. Long Hongyan was stunned for a moment, then quickly stepped forward, enduring the stench of corpses, and glanced at Yao Shihan's body, exclaiming, Xiaochen, Sister Yao's hands and legs are also beginning to develop rashes, and. Anything else? Xu Chen asked. Long Hongyan stared at Yao Shihan's back and said in horror, a blood-red flower appeared on Sister Yao's back. Blood-red flowers? Xu Chen was shocked and said, oh no. What's wrong? Long Hongyan and Yao Shihan asked in unison. Xu Chen acted very anxious and said, that is the corpse poison flower. The appearance of this means that Sister Yao, your lifespan is less than 3 hours. What? Lifespan is less than 3 hours? Yao Shihan was completely frightened and cried delicately, Mr. Chu, please save me. As long as you can save me, you will be my great benefactor. My Yao family will never forget your kindness. In the future, in Jiangbei or even in Nan province, if you have any problems, just tell me. My husband and I will do our best to help you. Yao Shihan was really scared. Long Hongyan also asked anxiously, Xiao Chun, can it be cured? Xu Chen frowned and said solemnly, I'll try it. I need a set of cupping jars. Cupping? Long Hongyan asked in confusion, what are you going to do? Xu Chen's eyes were burning as he said, extract the corpse poison. Soon, a set of cupping jars were brought in. Xu Chen looked at Yao Shihan and said, Sister Yao, please take off your clothes and lie on the bed. I will remove the poison from your corpse for you. Yao Shihan did as she was told, took off her thin nightgown, and lay on the bed. Xu Chen's eyes widened. This figure is really top-notch. Even with red rashes all over my back, I couldn't resist the temptation of the snow-white skin. Call. Xu Chen exhaled a breath of hot air, silently recited the heart-clearing mantra, forced himself to calm down, picked up the cupping jar, burned alcohol in it 3 times, and then sucked it on Yao Shihan's back with a pop sound. Especially at the moment when the cupping jar was sucked up, not only Xu Chen, but even Long Hongyan saw a layer of faint black gas coming out of Yao Shihan's body and lingering in the cupping jar. What is that? Long Hongyan asked nervously. Corpse poison. Chu Chen replied and continued cupping. The whole process lasted half an hour. Chu Chen was also exhausted and sweating profusely. Although it is just a simple cupping, each cup contains the spiritual energy of Chu Chen. Use spiritual energy to force out the corpse poison in Yao Shihan's body. Okay, Sister Yao, the corpse poison in your body is quite severe. These cupping jars will only take effect after half an hour. During this half hour, remember, you must not remove the cupping jars, otherwise, the corpse poison will attack your heart and cause endless troubles. Chu Chen warned, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. I'm a little tired, I'm going to go outside and rest for a while. After explaining, Chu Chen was supported by Long Hongyan and left the bedroom. However, as soon as Chu Chen left, a tall woman with delicate features, a little makeup, a proud figure, a cold temperament, wavy hair, wearing a white coat with a black lace open-chested shirt, revealing a pair of snow-white and slender legs, and high heels, hurried in. Because I was walking too fast, the snow scene on my chest was shaking slightly. Shihan, what's wrong? The woman ran in and asked anxiously. There is a tag hanging on the chest. Director of the Department of Dermatology at Jiangbei Medical University, Wan Qingqing. Much better. Yao Shihan was lying on the bed and smiled. Wan Qingqing came closer and took a look. She frowned and said angrily, who made these cupping jars? This is ridiculous. After saying that, she was about to go up and remove the cupping jar. Chapter 25, Poking the Beautiful Sister's Nest. You can't pull it out. Long Hongyan walked in from the door and immediately spoke up to stop them when she saw this. Ms. Long? Wan Qingqing frowned, a look of dissatisfaction flashed across her pretty face, and asked, why can't I pull it out? Director Wan, I have asked Chu Chen to examine Sister Yao. It was found that she was infected with corpse poison. These cupping jars are used to remove the poison from Sister Yao. They cannot be removed for the time being, otherwise the poison will attack her heart and even gods cannot save her. Long Hongyan explained. Corpse poison? Wan Qingqing's pretty face was covered with frost as she scolded, what nonsense! What Chu Chen? I think he is most likely a charlatan. I've seen so many patients, and I've never heard of corpse poison. It's complete nonsense. Even if it is corpse poison, I have never seen anyone use cupping to remove corpse poison. If a few cupping cups can remove corpse poison and cure Shihan's skin ulcer, then what is the use of us Western doctors for? Qingqing, I've seen that Chu Chen before, he's really capable. Yao Shihan on the bed chimed in, how about we wait a while before pulling it out? Shihan, Miss Long was deceived, and you were deceived too? Wan Qingqing turned her head and said anxiously, in my opinion, you have a typical skin ulcer, which is caused by bacterial infection. This. Yao Shihan hesitated. Wan Qingqing turned her head and said to Long Hongyan in a bad tone, Miss Long, the best doctors in Jiangbei are all in our medical university, and I am the director of the dermatology department of the medical university. I have studied for a doctorate abroad, and I have seen all kinds of skin diseases. I don't know who you brought here to treat Shihan just now, but in my opinion, the so-called corpse poison and the practice of cupping to remove the corpse poison are completely sophistry. I know Miss Long is doing this for my best friend's good, but please don't rush into it and bring some shady people to my best friend. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, I don't think Miss Long can afford it, right? Wan Qingqing's words were cold and sharp. Long Hongyan looked ugly and conflicted. Wan Qingqing was right. If anything happened to Yao Shihan, she, Long Hongyan, would be the first one to be caught. Not only her, but also the Long family will collapse under the pressure of the Yao family. Or, let's wait until Chu Chen comes back. Although Long Hongyan was shaken, she still insisted. Wan Qingqing said dissatisfiedly, I don't have time to wait with you. I must remove the cupping jar today. If Shihan has any problems, I, Wan Qingqing, will be fully responsible. Afterwards, Wan Qingqing walked to Yao Shihan's bed with her long white legs and directly removed all the cupping jars on her back. The moment the cupping jars were removed, it was visible to the naked eye that all the black gas inside the cups flowed into Yao Shihan's body. In an instant, something strange happened. Yao Shihan, who was originally calm, suddenly began to tremble and twitch violently, covering her chest with her hands, her face full of pain. Puff! The next second, several mouthfuls of blood spurted out of her mouth. The most serious thing is that the ulcerated parts of her body began to turn black and emit a foul odor. Especially the corpse poison flower behind him, it seemed to come alive and slowly bloomed from a small bud. This scene scared Wan Qingqing and Long Hongyan. Ah! How could this happen? Shirhan, are you okay? Wan Qingqing was frightened and at a loss. She had never seen such a situation before in her life. Her pretty face turned pale and her whole body was shaking. She didn't expect that the condition would become so serious right after the cupping was removed. Director Wan, what's going on? Long Hongyan asked anxiously. Hurry up and show it to Sister Yao. Wan Qingqing took a deep breath and finally calmed herself down. She quickly stepped forward to check on Yao Shirhan's condition. It wouldn't matter if you didn't check, but once you checked, Wan Qingqing was so scared that her face turned pale. Yao Shirhan now looked like a demon. Red rashes began to appear all over her skin, and then it festered and broke, oozing pus and blood. Even the breathing became weak. How could this happen? Wan Qingqing was completely frightened, her eyes were red and she was at a loss. Seeing that the situation was not right, Long Hongyan did not delay and quickly ran out and pulled Chu Chen, who was resting in the hall, in. After hearing the situation, Chu Chen also rushed in, frowned and asked, Sister Hongyan, what's the situation now? Tell me. When asking this question, Chu Chen had already seen Yao Shirhan's appearance on the bed and the removed cupping jars on the ground. His face immediately darkened and he frowned. But he was blind and could not expose himself. Long Hongyan immediately told Chu Chen about Yao Shirhan's situation. Didn't I tell you not to unplug it within half an hour? Why didn't you listen? Who unplugged it? Chu Chen took the opportunity to scold in a deep voice. The sound was so loud that Wan Qingqing, who was already panicking, was frightened and burst into tears out of grievance. I didn't know it would be like this. Wan Qingqing cried, tears streaming down her face, terrified and aggrieved. Chu Chen frowned and glanced at Wan Qingqing. Still a great beauty. She looks about the same age as Yao Shirhan. She has a good figure, especially her legs, which are so white under her white coat. Looking at that face again, it is truly stunningly beautiful, with a heroic air. Chu Chen felt sad for a moment, wondering if he had disturbed his beautiful sister's well-being. They all have their own characteristics and merits. Long Hongyan has a big heart. Yao Shirhan has long legs and a big butt and is good at giving birth. The person in front of me. Wan Qingqing, the director of the dermatology department of the medical university, has a seductive face and a heroic aura. There is a beauty mole at the corner of the eye. Xiao Chun, it's too late, hurry up and let Sister Yao take a look. Long Hongyan reminded anxiously. Chu Chen nodded and was about to step forward, but was stopped by Wan Qingqing, who suddenly reacted. Are you that Chu Chen? What do you want to do? Wan Qingqing asked. Chu Chen frowned and replied, save people. Why do you save people? In my opinion, it was you who cupped Shirhan and that caused her to become like this. Wan Qingqing shouted, staring at Chu Chen with resentment, I have already called the hospital, and someone will be coming to rescue him soon. You are not needed here. Chu Chen was like oh shit in his heart. Fuck me. Is there something wrong with this woman's brain? Do you think she can hold on until people from your hospital arrive in her current condition? Chu Chen asked coldly. Wan Qingqing hesitated, her eyes flickering. At this time, Chu Chen had already stepped forward, pushed away Wan Qingqing in front of him, and prepared to rescue Yao Shirhan. You can't touch her. Wan Qingqing shouted and was about to stop her, but Long Hongyan behind her said in a bad tone, Director Wan, Sister Yao is in critical condition now. If you stop her again, you won't be able to afford it if something happens. Wan Qingqing trembled, her face was silent, she clenched her fists and said anxiously, anyway, he can't be touched. I don't trust him. Believe it or not. Since you don't want to save me, I'm too lazy to save you. Chu Chen was anxious. The clay Buddha still has a temper. This woman is simply sick. After saying that, Chu Chen turned around and was about to leave, and reminded, Director Wan, right? Let me remind you that within 3 minutes, Sister Yao will bleed from all 7 orifices. When the time comes, if you want me to save her, Director Wan will have to pay a small price. As he spoke, Chu Chen looked at Wan Qingqing unscrupulously. This woman would be a good choice to be kept as a maid or personal secretary. Chapter 26, Be a Personal Maid. Wan Qingqing was startled by Chu Chen's words, but seeing his arrogant and complacent look, she immediately hit back. Don't use the same words you used to scare Miss Long and Shirhan to scare me. I'm a doctor of medicine who studied abroad and I'm the director of the dermatology department at Zhongbei Medical University. I don't believe what you say. Wan Qingqing raised her pretty face, which was so delicate that one could not help but touch it, and stared at Chu Chen with eyes as cold as ice. This guy is full of nonsense. Believe it or not. Chu Chen sneered and turned away. Seeing this, Long Hongyan didn't know what to say and followed Chu Chen out of the bedroom. Xiao Chen, is what you said true? Long Hongyan chased after him and asked anxiously. Chu Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, corpse poison is an evil poison. In 3 minutes, the corpse poison will erupt and Sister Yao will bleed from all 7 orifices. If we can't eliminate the corpse poison in her body within a quarter of an hour, even if a great immortal comes, he won't be able to save her. These words made Long Hongyan gasp and her expression tremble. At the same time, in the bedroom, Wan Qingqing stamped her feet in anger. Damn you bastard. You want to scare me? No way. As she spoke, she took out her cell phone, dialed a number, and asked anxiously, how long will it take? Director 1, there's a traffic jam on the road. It will probably take another 20 minutes. The voice of a colleague from the hospital came from the other end of the phone. Hurry up. Wan Qingqing urged and hung up the phone. Sudden change. Yao Shirhan, who was already unconscious on the bed, was shaking violently all over. Then, under Wan Qingqing's horrified gaze, black blood began to flow from the corners of her eyes, nose, mouth, and ears. What's going on here? Wan Qingqing was terrified. What the guy surnamed Chu said was right. Shirhan, don't scare me. Wan Qingqing shouted nervously and anxiously, but it was of no use. Yao Shirhan didn't move at all. Seeing more and more blood flowing out of her 7 orifices, Wan Qingqing knew that the situation was critical and she couldn't wait any longer. I must go find that Chu Chen. However, when Wan Qingqing thought about her previous attitude towards him and the fact that she had to go out and beg him now, her face was filled with conflict and shame. After hesitating for a while, Wan Qingqing turned around, trotted out of the bedroom, and came to the hall, but did not see the other person. Where are Long Hongyan and the man she brought with her? Wan Qingqing asked the servants in the hall anxiously. Gone, the servant replied. Wan Qingqing's face changed drastically. Gone? How could he just leave like that? Without time to think, Wan Qingqing ran all the way out, and just at the door, she saw Long Hongyan and Chu Chen getting into the car and starting to leave. Etc. Wan Qingqing ran out, opened her arms, and stood directly in front of the car. So big. It also jumped up and down. Long Hongyan braked suddenly and almost hit Wan Qingqing. Wan Qingqing was also very frightened. She closed her eyes and her face turned pale. Director 1, what are you doing? I almost bumped into you. Long Hongyan's pretty face turned red with anger, and she stared at Wan Qingqing with displeasure. If she wasn't Yao Shirhan's best friend, given Long Hongyan's personality and temper, she would have cursed at her long ago. You, get out of the car and show it to Shirhan. Wan Qingqing ignored Long Hongyan, ran to the passenger seat, and gave orders to Chu Chen, who was sitting in the car. His tone was harsh and his face was cold. It's like ordering servants around. When Long Hongyan heard this, she was so angry that her chest was heaving. She had never seen a woman with such a bad temper and such an arrogant attitude. Isn't it just that she has a seductive face? Chu Chen snorted and laughed, then turned his head and said dissatisfiedly, Director Wan, is this how you beg people? I am not your assistant, nor am I a stray dog on the side of the road. You can't get off the car just because you say so. So what exactly do you want? Wan Qingqing was anxious, her eyes were red and she was about to cry. Especially at this moment, she was standing by the car door, bending over, with tears in her eyes. She was really charming and gave people a pitiful feeling. In addition, the collar of her white coat was already wide open, and the lace-based shirt underneath was wrapped proudly. At a glance, one could see a touch of Snow White in the summer. And that fatal career line. Call. Even though Chu Chen had great concentration, he couldn't help feeling a little dazed. It's simple. I've said before that if Director Wan wants to ask me for help, he will have to pay a small price. Chu Chen smiled. In Wan Qingqing's opinion, the smile is hooliganism. It is a naked threat and blackmail. What price do you want? Wan Qingqing hesitated for a while, biting her lips that were shining with pink lip glaze, and asked shyly. Chu Chen turned his head and looked at Long Hongyan, pretending not to see and asked, Sister Hongyan, is Director Wan beautiful? She is beautiful, but she is a famous seductive beauty in our Jiangbei medical system. She is a golden flower in the Jiangbei medical system. Long Hongyan said with a smile. What's the meaning? Wan Qingqing was stunned. She looked at Long Hongyan in confusion, then at Chu Chen. She tentatively stretched out her hand and waved it in front of him. You can't see? No need to shake, I'm blind and can't see. Although Chu Chen said this, his eyes were looking at Wan Qingqing unscrupulously. The moment she waved her hands, the blue waves rippled and the spring scenery was alluring. Was it an earthquake or an avalanche? Why do I feel like something is swaying in front of my eyes? Are you blind? Wan Qingqing exclaimed in surprise. She had never expected that Chu Chen was actually a blind man. Chu Chen asked with a smile, what's the matter? Director Wan, do you still want me to help save people? Yes. Wan Qingqing gritted her teeth and nodded, whatever price you want, as long as I can do it, it's fine. Chu Chen thought about it, and asked Long Hongyan with a smile, Sister Hongyan, tell me, if the most beautiful woman in Jiangbei's medical system were to be my blind man's personal maid, the kind that would be available at any time, wouldn't that be very honorable? When Long Hongyan heard this, she immediately understood what Chu Chen meant, and said with a joking smile, that's for sure. By then, you will be a celebrity in Jiangbei, and all the men in Jiangbei will envy you. As I recall, Director Wan doesn't seem to have a boyfriend yet. In Jiangbei, she is well known for being aloof and not interested in men. When Wan Qingqing heard the conversation between the two, she was so angry that her face turned blue. She clenched her fist and asked anxiously, what do you mean? Literally, if you work as my personal maid for 3 months, the kind that's always on call, I'll agree to help you save people. Chu Chen said calmly. He just wanted to kill this woman's arrogant and conceited nature. Wan Qingqing was so angry that she cried out, her pretty face flushed with shame and anger. Damn man! Damn you blind bastard! He actually wants to take advantage of me. Aha! Wan Qingqing is going crazy. She particularly hates men, that is, she is misogynistic. Even the social notes say, I hate men, I don't chat. Only a woman can arouse her desire. Why, Director Wan doesn't agree? Chu Chen asked back, and said to Long Hongyan, Sister Hongyan, since they don't agree, let's go. Long Hongyan nodded and got into the car. Wan Qingqing was anxious. She clung to the car window, bit her lips, and said with red eyes, okay, I promise you. But if you can't save Shirhan, I will never let you go. Chu Chen laughed, got out of the car and returned to the bedroom again. Afterwards, in front of Wan Qingqing, Chu Chen asked for the cinnabar pen and yellow talisman. What do you want these for? Wan Qingqing looked confused. Chu Chen said, remove the corpse qi and remove the corpse poison. What? Relying on the yellow talisman? Wan Qingqing was completely confused and looked at Chu Chen with scrutinizing eyes. Is this guy a doctor or a charlatan? Chu Chen was too lazy to explain. According to the techniques recorded in the medical classics, he directly used a cinnabar pen to draw a corpse-suppressing talisman on the yellow talisman. Then, he stuck the corpse-suppressing talisman on the corpse poison flower on Yao Shirhan's back. The moment the yellow talisman was pasted on, one could see with the naked eye that black corpse qi was boiling and coming out of Yao Shirhan's body. In less than a moment, the red rashes on Yao Shirhan's body began to subside. This scene left Wan Qingqing and Long Hongyan at the door stunned. This Chu Chen is really capable. Could it be that he is also a strange man? Long Hongyan's beautiful eyes revealed a strange look as she stared at Chu Chen, feeling overjoyed. It seems that I really chose the right person. Okay, for the damaged skin on Sister Yao's body, just apply some medicine and it will be fine. Chu Chen exhaled, raised his hand and took off the yellow talisman that had turned black. He flicked his hand, and with a puff, the yellow talisman burned directly in the air. This move is so cool. It made Long Hongyan's eyes full of stars. At this time, Chu Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Chen frowned. The only person who can call through this phone is Xin Yuwei. Oh, and there is Long Hongyan. Hello? Wife, what's wrong? Chu Chen answered the call and asked with a smile. Chu Chen, I might have been drugged, I'm in the general manager's office of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I can't get through to Shaoling. You come quickly. I feel so hot all over. Xin Yuwei was in the bathroom of Zhao Heilung's office at this moment. Her skin was flushed and her breathing was rapid. Chu Chen was shocked, and anger surged all over his body. Drugged? Sudden. There were knocks on the door coming from the phone. Boss Shin, why did you take so long to go to the bathroom? Do you need me to come in and help you? It's a man's voice. With an obscene tone. Yue, wait for me. Shuchen didn't have time to think, turned around and ran out. If you dare to attack his wife, you are seeking death. Chapter 27, Drugged. Xiaochen, where are you going? Long Hongyan followed him out. Seeing Chu Chen's anxious look, she knew that something must have happened. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said anxiously, Sister Hongyan, send me to the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Long Hongyan's face changed and she asked, what are you doing at the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Xin Yue encountered some trouble in the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. I will go and deal with it. Chu Chen said anxiously and had no time to explain clearly. Long Hongyan nodded and quickly asked Chu Chen to get in the car. Just as the car was about to start, Yao Shirhan, who had already woken up, changed into pajamas, and walked out of the yard with the help of Wan Qingqing. Mr. Chu, this is my personal contact information. If you have any trouble in Jiangbei in the future, feel free to contact me. Yao Shirhan said, handing the business card to Chu Chen. Chu Chen didn't hesitate and accepted it directly. Sister Yao, you are too polite. I will write you a prescription later. You can boil the medicine and take it. Within 3 days, your skin will be restored to its original state. When the time comes, just ask Director Wan to come and get it from me. Chu Chen said, looking at Wan Qingqing who was supporting Yao Shirhan on the side. Wan Qingqing's pretty face turned red and she turned away in embarrassment. Despicable man. Really? Yao Shirhan was overjoyed and very excited. What she cares most about is her skin. On weekdays, I often do skin care and beauty. Now, although the red rashes have faded, the areas where the skin was ulcerated are still very ugly. Thank you, Mr. Chu. Yao Shirhan thanked. Chu Chen nodded and signaled Long Hongyan to drive. This way, Black Dragon Department Store. Half an hour ago. After Xin Yue walked into the office, she sat in front of Zhao Heilong and said straight to the point, Boss Zhao, your company owes us 30 million yuan for goods. Can you pay it back today? As you know, the pharmaceutical industry is in a downturn right now. Our company is short of funds recently and urgently needs this payment to make ends meet. Zhao Heilong looked Xin Yue up and down with squinting eyes. A pair of beautiful legs as white as snow, with straight lines. The perfect figure, the proud fullness, and the beauty that surpassed Qishir made Zhao Heilong's heart flutter. She is indeed a golden flower in Jiangbei's business community. It's really top-notch and delicious. Zhao Heilong has been in Jiangbei for so many years. What kind of women has he not seen? He has even slept with first- and second-tier female celebrities. However, this was the first time he had seen such a stunning beauty as Xin Yue. In the past, I had only heard about it, but now when I observe it up close, it is truly a flawless, perfect work of art. Whether its appearance, temperament, or figure, it's all amazing. This kind of woman is suitable for a successful man. For a woman like this, Zhao Heilong would be willing to stay in bed for a whole day. Mr. Shin, your company is facing a tight cash flow situation. What does this have to do with my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Heilong sneered jokingly. Xin Yue's pretty face sank, she frowned and said, Boss Zhao, you are not kidding, are you? Do you think I'm joking? Zhao Heilong shrugged, exhaled smoke, and blew it on Xin Yue's face unscrupulously. Xin Yue was choked and coughed a few times. She squeezed her hands on her white knees, took a breath, and patiently said with a smile, Boss Zhao, what do you want, in order for you to return the 30 million to our company? Zhao Heilong stared at Xin Yue with a smile and said, simple, drink this glass of wine, and the payment will be transferred to your company account immediately. As he spoke, Zhao Heilong picked up the Remy Martin on the table, poured a glass for Xin Yue, pushed it in front of her, and looked at her with a lewd smile on his face. Xin Yue frowned and looked at the glass of wine in front of her. She gritted her teeth, picked up the wineglass, and said, Boss Zhao, you must keep your word. Of course. Zhao Heilong said with a smile, my reputation in Jiangbei is still very guaranteed. Xin Yue took a breath, tilted her head back, and drank the full cup. The stimulating alcohol went down her throat, and Xin Yue coughed violently several times. The moment the crystal-clear wine flowed out from the corners of her mouth and flowed along her white neck into the proud snow valley, Zhao Heilong could no longer hold back and his breathing became rapid. Tempting. So tempting. Such a woman should be conquered fiercely in bed. Mr. Zhao, I'm done drinking. Xin Yue turned the empty cup upside down and gestured. Zhao Heilong laughed twice and clapped his hands. Good. You have a good alcohol tolerance. You are worthy of being the vigorous and decisive female president of Xin Group. President Xin, I admire you very much. As soon as she finished speaking, Xin Yue suddenly felt dizzy and double images soon appeared in front of her eyes. Even Zhao Heilong's obscene laughter began to become three-dimensional. Even my body was getting hotter and hotter. Not good. There's something wrong with that wine. Xin Yue noticed something was wrong and immediately stood up, holding her bag, and said, Boss Zhao, where is the bathroom? At the very back. Zhao Heilong pointed to the innermost door of the office. Xin Yue didn't care about anything else. She quickly got up and trotted towards the bathroom. After taking only a few steps, she felt her body swaying and almost fell to the ground. Zhao Heilong hurried to help him and asked with pretended concern, Boss Xin, are you okay? By the way, he also touched Xin Yue's waist. So thin and soft. Xin Yue quickly pulled Zhao Heilong's hands away and said, I'm fine. After saying that, Xin Yue suppressed the dizziness, walked into the bathroom, quickly locked the door, then took out her cell phone and called her female secretary Xiaoling. However, the line was always busy and I couldn't get through. And the feeling of dizziness became more and more intense. Xin Yue clearly felt that her whole body was beginning to feel hot and she wanted to tear her clothes into pieces. Without time to think, Xin Yue called Xu Chen. At this time, Xu Chen sat in Long Hongyan's car at lightning speed, running through several traffic lights along the way before arriving at the Black Dragon department store. Just as he was about to get off the car, Long Hongyan nervously reminded him, Xiao Chun, you must not get into trouble. The Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is not an ordinary place. Especially their president, Zhao Heilong, is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, you can wait for me to contact someone to ask about the situation. It's too late. Xu Chen said anxiously, pushed open the car door and ran down. Long Hongyan wanted to say something, but Xu Chen had already rushed into the lobby of the Black Dragon department store. Yue, here I come. Who is it? In the hall, several tattooed burly men who were playing cards and had notes stuck on their faces saw Xu Chen rushing in and shouted in unison. Where is Zhao Heilong's office? Xu Chen said in a deep voice, walking towards them step by step. The whole body is filled with murderous energy. Damn it! Where did this little jerk come from, and dare to call our CEO Zhao by his name? One of the leading strong men slammed the cards on the table, stood up, and shouted angrily, Brothers, break both of his legs and throw him out. Hulala! A group of tattooed strong men rushed towards Xu Chen without saying a word. Each of them looked ferocious. Xu Chen's face darkened. He didn't bother to say anything and just attacked directly. Bang! Xu Chen rushed out and slapped the leading burly man, knocking him away. Then, he turned around and kicked 3 people down. With a bang, the fish tank placed in the hall was smashed directly, water flowed all over the floor, and the goldfish were also jumping around. Afterwards, Xu Chen was like a dragon or a python, as if he was in an empty space, and he moved his arms and legs vigorously, knocking all the thugs to the ground. Outside, in the car, Long Hongyan saw the scene of Xu Chen fighting against more than a dozen people in the hall. She was stunned and her beautiful eyes showed a strange color. Isn't he blind? How come he is so strong as if he can see? Long Hongyan opened her mouth wide, her face full of surprise. Here, after Xu Chen knocked down more than a dozen people, he asked for the floor and rushed directly into the elevator. At the same time, on the top floor, in Zhao Heilong's office, Zhao Heilong, who was full of lust, had already taken off his clothes, leaving only a pair of shorts. He stood at the door, rubbing his hands, and said with a lewd smile, Boss Xin, if you don't come out, I'll go in. I pushed the door and found it was locked. Zhao Heilong's face darkened, and he banged on the door, shouting, Xin Yue, open the door for me. In the bathroom, Xin Yue used the shower head to wet her whole body. Her clothes were tightly attached to her skin, outlining her perfect figure very charmingly. The faintly visible white skin, the proud figure, and the pair of white legs that are constantly rubbing against each other make her a complete sexy beauty. Chapter 28, Beat Women Too. Xin Yue wanted to use this method to force herself to cool down. But, to no avail. She felt numb all over. This desire made her bones go limp. Ah! Xin Yue fell to the ground, tearing her clothes madly. Outside the door, Zhao Heilong's rough and greasy voice came, Boss Xin, open the door, I know you can't stand it, open the door quickly, I'll help you. Get out. If you dare to come in, I will call the police, Xin Yue said anxiously and took out her cell phone. However, the effects of the drug made her limbs weak and she was unable to move at all. Zhao Heilong got anxious and kicked the door directly. Bang! 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 Open the door quickly! Zhao Heilong roared. Inside, Xin Yue was terrified and hugged herself tightly, extremely panicked. Bang! The next second, the door was kicked open, and Zhao Heilong's rough and greasy body blocked the door. When he saw Xin Yue squatting in the corner, soaking wet and with a blushing face, he swallowed his saliva and smiled lewdly. How is it? Are you in pain? Beg me and I will help you solve it. Seeing Xin Yue's willing look, Zhao Heilong was no longer in a hurry. This is the Black Dragon department store, and all the people downstairs are his younger brothers. Thinking about it, Zhao Heilong found a video recorder, placed it on the sink, and pointed it at Xin Yue in the corner. She is really a stunning beauty. I feel pity for her. Zhao Heilong rubbed his hands excitedly. Walking up to Xin Yue, Zhao Heilong roughly pulled her hands that were tightly hugging her knees, and then, he pulled hard. With a ripping sound, the buttons of Xin Yue's shirt were torn off in an instant. It's all white. Perfect, absolutely perfect. Zhao Heilong admired Xin Yue with a lustful look. He is not in a hurry at all. He just wanted to wait for Xin Yue to ask him for help. Only then can you feel the pleasure of conquest. Xin Yue, I know you can't bear it anymore. Do you really want a man? Beg me, beg me. Zhao Heilong reached out and stroked Xin Yue's delicate skin. Xin Yue tried her best to maintain the last bit of clarity, shook her head to avoid it, stared at Zhao Heilong with resentment, and said coldly, You will be punished. My husband will be here soon. Ha ha ha. Your husband? That blind man Chuchen? Zhao Heilong laughed loudly and said, It's unclear whether he can find the way here as he is blind. Even if he finds this place, I have more than 100 thugs in the whole building. Do you think your husband can get out alive? You are despicable. Xin Yue spat. Zhao Heilong wiped his face, licked it pervertedly, and said with a lewd smile, It's so sweet. Xin Yue was very anxious. She couldn't lose her mind. Her husband is Chu Chen. I can only give my innocence to Chu Chen. But, it's so painful. Xin Yue really couldn't bear it anymore. She bit her lips so hard that blood came out. Her last hope now is Chu Chen. She didn't ask Chu Chen to really come and save her, as that would be very dangerous for him. She just hoped that Chu Chen could understand what she meant and call the police. Now. Top floor corridor. The moment the elevator door opened, Chu Chen saw more than 20 strong men with tattoos standing densely in the corridor. Each one of them is ferocious. At the front of this group of people was Sister Rong, who had a proud figure. She has the temperament of a big sister. She crossed her arms over her chest, revealing half of her snow-white and plump breasts. She stared at Chu Chen with cold eyes and said coldly, Destroy him. At the command. The 20 or so thugs behind him went crazy, holding the steel bars in their hands and pounced on Chu Chen like hungry wolves. Chu Chen's eyes focused, and murderous aura boiled in his body. Bang bang bang. He transformed into Yama Luo and attacked ruthlessly and without mercy. In just 1 minute, more than 20 tattooed men were all knocked to the ground by him. Each of them covered their broken arms, limbs and howled in agony. Sister Rong was stunned, her beautiful eyes widened. Swish! The next second, Chu Chen appeared in front of Sister Rong like a ghost. Sister Rong's face turned pale and she was shaking all over. She quickly shouted, I am a woman. Bang! Chu Chen raised his big hand and slapped Sister Rong, who flew out with a bang. With a bang, she hit the wall with the ball, spit out blood, fell to the ground, and was unable to get up for a long time. Even the ball exploded, revealing the colloid. Hit women too. Chu Chen said coldly and stepped over Sister Rong. Chu Chen is not a good man. Under normal circumstances, he really would not hit a woman. But, this kind of woman deserves to be beaten. Even, he deserves to be killed. Seeing Chu Chen running towards the tightly closed office door, Sister Rong raised her head with difficulty and shouted, If you dare to break in, you will only die. Chu Chen turned a deaf ear and rushed towards the office with terrible hostility raging in his body. Now. In the office. Zhao Heilong dragged Xin Yue out of the bathroom and threw her hard on the sofa. At this moment, Xin Yue was already in tattered clothes. Although she was trying her best to resist, she was almost losing her mind. Zhao Heilung's face was full of teasing and lewdness. He didn't care about anything else and pounced directly on Shen Yue, grabbed her clothes and was about to take them off. With a loud bang. At this moment, the door of the office was kicked open and collapsed with a loud bang. Chu Chen rushed in, furious and full of violence. Fuck! Who are you? Who let you in? Zhao Heilung was startled when he heard the noise. He quickly turned around and yelled in an angry voice. In his eyes, a seemingly ordinary man broke in. However, the murderous aura emanating from him made Zhao Heilung tremble. He has been in Jiangbei for so long, what kind of people has he not seen? But, I've never seen anything like this. The moment Chu Chen rushed in, the temperature in the entire office suddenly dropped to freezing point. At a glance, he saw Shen Yue, who was soaking wet and her clothes were torn, lying on the sofa, and the anger in his heart rushed to his head. Swish! Chu Chen raised his hand, brushed over 2 bamboo leaves from a small bunch of green bamboo planted at the door, and threw them away. Whoosh! The bamboo leaves turned into green streams of light and shot out. Puff! It instantly pierced through Zhao Heilung's 2 palms, leaving them bloody and nailed to the wall. There were still drops of blood hanging on the bamboo leaves, and there was a layer of sharp air flowing. Ah! Zhao Heilung screamed, stepped back hastily, rushed to the desk, and was about to press the button on the desk. But Chu Chen is faster. With a whoosh, he turned into a black shadow, appeared in front of Zhao Heilung, grabbed his hair, and slammed him hard on the desk with a bang. Just like a comet hitting the earth, it directly created several cracks. Zhao Heilung's entire face was covered in blood. Broken nose. Broken tooth. Broken jaw. It's all blood. Ah! Who are you? Zhao Heilung screamed and threatened, I am Zhao Heilung, believe it or not, I will kill your whole family. If you touch my wife, you will die. Chu Chen replied coldly, his voice sounding like the king of hell. His wife? Zhao Heilung reacted suddenly and shouted in surprise, are you the blind man Chu? Wrong. The moment Zhao Heilung saw Chu Chen's eyes, he suddenly thought of something and shouted in horror, you are not blind? You can see. You guessed it right, but there is no reward. Chu Chen said gloomily. He raised his hand, and with a click, he pulled hard. Ah! Zhao Heilung screamed again. The right hand was torn off by the opponent. It was torn apart abruptly. Pain. It's such a piercing pain. This guy is so scary and cruel. Is he the devil? Zhao Heilung was extremely frightened and was knocked to the ground by Chu Chen. Seeing that the other party was about to attack him, he shouted in horror, I am Zhao Heilung. I have a backer behind me. If you dare to kill me, not only will you die, but your wife and her entire family will also be buried with you. Chu Chen, although I don't know why you are pretending to be blind, but you are no match for my backer. Zhao Heilung became anxious. He is afraid of death. The Chu Chen in front of him was simply reckless and didn't follow the rules. Really? I really want to know who your backer is. Chu Chen's eyes flashed with coldness. Now that we have started, in order to avoid future troubles, why not cut the grass at its roots? Even his backers were taken care of as well. He. Zhao Heilung laughed sinisterly a few times, then climbed up from the ground, holding his torn arm, and said viciously, I'm telling you, I'm afraid I'll scare you to death. The person behind me is Master Yao Shukuan. And add like you definitely doesn't know him, but I might as well tell you that his aunt is the wife of the current Jiangbei mayor Huang Kahong, the mayor's wife Yao Shirhan, the daughter of the Yao family in southern province. Chapter 29, I sit in this seat, what is wrong? Yao Shirhan? Chu Chen raised his eyebrows, sneered, and said, okay, I'll give you a chance. Call your backer and ask him to come over within 10 minutes. If it's less than 10 minutes, you'll die. Chu Chen said in a cold voice, his eyes flashing with terrifying murderous intent. Zhao Heilung trembled all over, frightened by Chu Chen's gaze and aura. Isn't he just a blind man? How could he be so scary? Even if he was not blind, just one sentence would not make Zhao Heilung feel like he was facing the god of death. Zhao Heilung did not dare to delay and hurriedly took out his mobile phone. Using his remaining left hand, he dialed a number with difficulty. Hey, what do you want from me? A clear and impatient male voice soon came from the phone. The tone was indifferent, with a feeling of superiority. Zhao Heilung immediately knelt down, nodded, and cried, Master Cohen, it's me, Little Loach, you must save me this time, I was raped. My hand was broken. Zhao Heilong kept crying. On the other end of the phone, at a high-end golf course in Zhangbei, a handsome young man in a white sweatshirt, white shorts, and a white hat is swinging a golf club. Next to him was a hot backpack ball girl wearing only a bikini, and a girl holding a cell phone to his ear. There are a lot of beautiful internet celebrities following them. Each one seems to look similar. I don't know if they were from the same hospital. Bang! The man swung the club, and the ball flew out and rolled into the hole under the legs of a sexy girl. The man smiled evilly and said coldly, "What did you say? You were gangbanged? Who is that person? Why is he so arrogant? Didn't you tell him my name? Didn't you tell him that you belong to me, Yao Shukuan?" I did say that, but the other party not only did not surrender, he took the initiative to attack me, and even threatened that you should come here in person, otherwise, he would take my life. Zhao Heilong shouted with exaggeration and secretly glanced at Chu Chun, who was checking on Xin Yue's condition over there. "Yue, it's me, I'm Chu Chen." Xin Yue, who was already in a daze, heard a familiar voice and tried to open her eyes. Seeing that it was Chu Chen, she breathed a sigh of relief and murmured, "Chen, I'm so hot." As soon as she finished speaking, Xin Yue hugged Chu Chen directly, breathing heavily, and kept asking for kisses. Chu Chen was startled. My wife's body is so soft. But she was so hot. Chu Chen immediately pushed Xin Yue away, raised his hand, and pressed several acupoints on Xin Yue's body. Xin Yue fell asleep instantly. Looking at Xin Yue, whose skin was glowing with rosy glow, Chu Chen knew that the effect of the medicine in her body was causing trouble. If it was not resolved, at best her mind would be damaged and she would become a vegetable. In serious cases, the person may die suddenly. Thinking about it, Chu Chen shouted to Zhao Heilong over there, "Do you have any silver needles?" Yes. Zhao Heilong was trembling with fear. He took out a set of silver needles from the drawer and threw them to Chu Chen. This is the game he usually plays with his female secretary in the office. Damn it! How dare you not take me, Yao Shukuan, seriously? You are really courting death. Tell him I'll be there soon. Tell him to clean his neck and wait. Yao Shukuan was furious and swung hard, hitting the ball away again. Then, he turned around angrily and left with his men. As soon as I walked out of the golf course, there were 7 or 8 black Maybachs parked at the door. After getting in the car, Yao Shukuan gave direct orders and headed straight for the Black Dragon department store. This way. Zhao Heilong heaved a sigh of relief and suddenly became confident. He stared at Chu Chen, who was giving Xin Yue an acupuncture needle with a sinister look, and said gloomily, "Chu Chen, you are dead. Young Master Cohen will be here soon. Today, if I don't beat the shit out of you, I won't be named Zhao." Chu Chen was too lazy to pay attention to her and gave Xin Yue acupuncture seriously, stimulating the meridian points in her body to release the toxins in her body. In less than a moment, Xin Yue's skin began to turn cold white, her body temperature dropped a lot, and her breathing became steady. "Call." Chu Chen let out a breath, took the blanket, covered Xin Yue with it, then turned around, sat in the boss chair with his legs crossed, stared at Zhao Heilong coldly, and started counting. "Countdown, 10 minutes. Chu Chen said coldly. The tone was so stern that Zhao Heilong trembled all over. "Damn it! Blind Shu, you really dare to count down?" Zhao Heilong roared, "Wait a minute, when young Master Cohen arrives, I will not only kill you, but I will also play with your wife in front of you." Hearing this, Chu Chen's eyes turned cold. "Raise your hand and flick it." The ashtray on the table flew out and hit Zhao Heilong's mouth with a bang. Ah! Suddenly, there was a scream. Zhao Heilong covered his already bloody chin with his hands, and blood gushed out of his mouth like a waterfall. You! Zhao Heilong whimpered, but he was angry but dared not say anything. This guy really dares to do it. Wait! Zhao Heilong stared at Chu Chen with a sinister look. Watching time pass, Chu Chen sat there as if nothing had happened, with an indifferent expression. When there were only 10 seconds left in the countdown, Chu Chen stood up and walked towards Zhao Heilong, who was already pale with fear, and said coldly, "The time is up, you should get going." "You, don't come over, Master Cohen will be here soon." Zhao Heilong was so scared that he fell to the ground with a plop and crawled towards the door desperately. Just when Chu Chen was about to take action, with a bang, the office door, which was already almost breaking, was knocked open by someone from the outside. Immediately, a group of bodyguards in black suits rushed in from outside. Then, Yashukuin, who was dressed in white casual clothes, put his hands on the chests of two hot girls in bikinis, walked in with a heartless step, and said coldly, "Who dares to touch my people?" Domineering. Side leak. Chu-chen raised his head and looked at Yashukuin, who was standing at the door in a grand manner. "Master Koan, you are finally here. You have to make the decision for me, woo-woo." When Zhao Heilong saw Yashukuin coming in, he rushed over like a bullied young wife, hugged his thighs, and cried loudly with tears and snot. Yashukuin glanced coldly at Zhao Heilong lying on the ground, kicked him, and cursed, "Get out of the way. You are bringing shame to me." Then, Yashukuin looked at Chu-chen, who was sitting in the boss chair, with a cold and arrogant look in his eyes, and frowned and said, "Boy, are you the one who beat up little Loach and caused trouble in my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" "It's me," Chu-chen said calmly. Yashukuin nodded, with a wicked sneer on his face. "You are brave. I just don't know if you are qualified to sit in that position. That is the position of the president of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. How dare a young boy like you sit here casually? Court death. You mean this seat?" Chu-chen patted the boss chair under his buttocks and said with a smile, "Don't mention it, it's quite comfortable. How about this, Master Koan? As long as you give me the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce as an apology to my wife, I will treat today's incident as if it never happened and spare your 2 lives." As soon as these words were spoken, Yashukuin's eyes narrowed, and he stared at Chu-chen like a man eating evil ghost. Zhao Heilong behind him, as well as the bodyguards and internet celebrities he brought with him, were all dumbfounded. Mad. It's so crazy. How dare you? Why? Chapter 30, Sister Yao is a versatile goddess. Ha ha ha. Yashukuin's loud laughter was heard in the office. It was the first time he heard someone dare to talk to him like this. "Actually, you want the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce to apologize? Boy, do you know what you are saying? You want my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce to apologize?" Yashukuin felt that the guy opposite him must be crazy, or he must be out of his mind. Otherwise, how dare you say such nonsense without any evidence? Are you a greenhorn? Any questions? Chu-chen laughed coldly, pointed at Zhao Heilong behind him, and said coldly, "Your dog wanted to do something bad to my wife. I was going to kill him, but now, for someone's sake, I will spare your dog's life. I will only cripple his arm and give him the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. It's a good deal." Chu-chen said with a wry smile. "A harmless face." Hearing this, Yashukuin's face instantly darkened and he said coldly, "You little bastard, you are the first one who dares to talk to me, Yashukuin, like this. It is destined to be the last one. I'm giving you away now. Kneel down, crawl over there, kowtow to me and confess your guilt. Also, give me your wife to play with, and I will consider letting you go." Yashukuin smiled sinisterly. As soon as he entered the door, he noticed Qing Yue lying on the sofa. She is truly a stunning beauty. This damn Zhao Heilong, he had such stuff but didn't he give it to himself first? It seems there is nothing to talk about. Chu-chen shrugged and smiled evilly. "Talk about you. All of you, break this kid's teeth and knees, and make him kneel down to talk to me." Yashukuin ordered angrily. What he hates most is people sitting and talking to him. This would make him appear to be of low status and lose face. In Jiangbei, in the provincial capital, who dares not to give face to Yashukuin? Court death. These trash around you are still not my match. Chu-chen smiled indifferently. Yashukuin snorted and laughed, "A bit arrogant, wild wolf, destroy him." "Yes, master." A burly bodyguard beside Yashukuin stood up, clenched his fists and gave Chu-chen a cruel smile. "You are so arrogant, little bastard. I just don't know how many punches you can withstand from me." Chu-chen looked at the other person calmly and hooked his finger. Court death. The wild wolf was furious. It rushed towards Chu-chen, swung its fist and hit him like a sandbag. But the next second, in his horrified eyes, Chu-chen calmly raised his hand, and with just one finger, he blocked the fist that was strong enough to kill an adult bull. This. The wolf looked horrified. He is a master of external force. One punch is enough to kill a child. The kid in front of him actually blocked his fist with just one finger. Impossible. Crack. Without waiting for the wolf to react, Chu-chen grabbed the opponent's wrist with his backhand, and then bent it with force, breaking it directly. Ah! The wolf howled miserably, half of its body fell to its knees, its face filled with pain. Bang! Chu-chen raised his foot and kicked the wolf away. He sat calmly in the boss chair and said jokingly, "That's it? Too weak." When Zhao Heilong saw this scene, he turned pale with fright. He swallowed his saliva in fear and thought to himself, "Oh my god. This is a wild wolf. One punch of this guy could have killed me, but I was subdued by this guy in one move. Horrible. So scary." Yao Shukuan was also stunned for a moment. He obviously didn't expect that the wild wolf was no match for Chu Chen in front of him. He knew very well how strong the wild wolf was. It's no problem for one to beat 10. He is an external force warrior. Among ordinary people, he is at the level of a soldier king. What are you standing there for? Come on, let's kill him. Yao Shukuan shouted angrily. Behind him, more than a dozen bodyguards pounced on Chu Chen in an instant. Chu Chen snorted coldly, not wanting to waste any more time, and rushed out, engaging in fists and kicks. Bang bang bang. In just a moment, more than a dozen bodyguards flew backwards and fell to the ground, covering their broken arms and thighs, howling loudly. Now, Yao Shukuan was dumbfounded. You. Before he could react, Chu Chen had already approached him, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up from the ground. At that moment, Yao Shukuan felt that he was having difficulty breathing. He struggled desperately and squeezed out a sentence from his throat. You dare to touch me? I am the grandson of the Yao family in southern province. My aunt is the first lady of Jiangbei, the wife of Jiangbei Mayor Huang Kahong. If you dare to touch a hair on my head, my aunt and the Yao family will never let you go. By then, you will face the Yao family's rage. Not only you, but also your wife and the entire Jiangbei will not be able to bear it. Yao Shukuan's face turned red, he rolled his eyes, and he was about to die. Bang! Chu Chen raised his hand and threw Yao Shukuan to the ground. The latter fell to the ground with a bang, rolled a few times, covered his neck with 5 finger marks, and coughed violently. This scene left Zhao Heilong dumbfounded. He was almost on his knees. Oh my god. Mad men. Too crazy. This Chu Chen was the first one to attack Yao Shukuan. The sky in Jiangbei is about to collapse. To be honest, I really want to kill you. Chu Chen said coldly, looking down at Yao Shukuan on the ground, and smiled crookedly. Your aunt, the first lady of Jiangbei? The wife of Huang Shishou, right? Yao Shukuan raised his head, stared at Chu Chen with resentful eyes, and shouted, That's right. My aunt is Jiangbei's first lady Yao Shirhan. You little brat, even though this is Jiangbei, not the capital of southern province, you are the first one who dares to touch me, Yao Shukuan. My aunt will tear you into pieces. Chu Chen slapped him and said coldly, Little brat, you were born in the Yao family, and you think you are a rich second generation, so you are too arrogant, right? Okay, call and ask your aunt to come over. I want to see if she will touch me for you. After saying that, Chu Chen sat down there, resting his head with his hands, looking fearless. When Yao Shukuan saw him like this, his heart skipped a beat. Is this guy so confident? After thinking for a while, he got up, dialed his aunt's number, and cried, Aunt, please come to Black Dragon Commercial Building quickly, I was beaten. On the other end of the phone, Yao Shirhan was lying on the elastic waterbed. Wan Qingqing also took off her white coat and changed into a set of sexy ultra-short lace underwear. She half knelt beside her, showing off her proud white figure, and applied ointment to the red rashes on Yao Shirhan's back. At this moment, after receiving the call, Yao Shirhan sat up directly, her head shaking, and said nervously, What did you say? You were beaten? Who dares to be so arrogant? Where are you? I'll be there right away. Black Dragon Department Store. Yao Shukuan replied. Yao Shirhan hung up the phone, put on the semi-transparent silk nightgown next to her, and without caring about anything else, she stepped on the ground with her white jade feet and trotted out. Shirhan, where are you going? Wan Qingqing asked. Yao Shirhan replied, Su Kuan was beaten up, I will go and deal with it. Was Yao Shukuan beaten? Oh my god. Who is so fierce? Wan Qingqing exclaimed in her heart. At this time. In the office. The atmosphere is very tense. Yao Shukuan stared at Chu Chen with resentment, and had already thought of 100 ways to kill him. Boy, let's see how long you can keep pretending. My aunt will be here soon. Yao Shukuan glanced at the time, his face grim. Chu Chen looked fearless. Day. The next second, hurried footsteps were heard in the corridor. Immediately afterwards, a beautiful figure with a powerful aura walked in, wrapped in a thin silk nightgown. Her pretty face was cold. Who dares to hit my Yao Shihan's nephew? Yao Shukuan turned his head, and when he saw Yao Shihan, he was like seeing a savior and shouted, "And, you're finally here. It was that guy who beat me. Not only did he beat me, he also wanted me to give the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce to him. You must take charge of this for me. Arrest him and lock him up until he dies." Yao Shihan frowned, touched Yao Shukuan's cheek, and said with a smile, "Don't worry, I will make the decision for you." Then, she turned her head and looked at the figure sitting on the sofa next to her with only his profile visible, and said coldly, "You are the one who beat my nephew?" "It's me." Chu Chen smiled, showing his big white teeth, looked at Yao Shihan and said, "Nice to meet you again, Sister Yao." Hiss. Yao Shihan is indeed a mature woman, extremely charming. Even when going out, I don't want to wear more than one layer of clothes. She was actually wearing a nightgown, a semi-transparent silk one, and rushed over. The exquisite and curvy figure is in full view. Especially this nightgown, it gave her another feeling, a feeling of a mature woman half covered and half shy, which made people feel itchy. "You bastard! What are you looking at? If you keep looking, I'll dig out your eyes." When Yao Shukuan saw Chu Chen looking at Yao Shihan unscrupulously, he immediately became furious. Result, the next second. Bang! Yao Shihan slapped Yao Shukuan in the face with her backhand. Chapter 31, Yoga. Yao Shukuan was stunned. There are stupid fruits on the stupid tree, and you and me under the stupid tree. Yao Shukuan was confused. Zhao Heilong was confused. The dozen or so bodyguards were also confused. The plot development is wrong. Young Master Yao called for help, but why did he get beaten? This is unscientific. "Aunt, why did you hit me?" "I'm the one who was injured, it was him, he was the one who wanted to fuck me." Yao Shukuan was anxious, pointing at Chu Chen, who was sitting calmly on the sofa, and shouted. He is just short of showing his grievances on his face. "Shut up." Yao Shihan scolded coldly, turned around, walked towards Chu Chen with a smile on her face, and asked, "Mr. Chu, why are you here?" Hiss. Yao Shukuan was startled. When he saw Yao Shihan's polite attitude towards Chu Chen, he knew that something was wrong. "What the hell? My aunt lives in the capital of Southern Province. She used to be known as the Little Witch. Among those second-generation rich people, sons of wealthy families, and group CEOs in the provincial capital, which one has not been taught a lesson by Yao Shihan? She was a female devil who was fearless and could run rampant in the provincial capital. Even the fourth young master of the provincial capital 10 years ago was kicked into a ditch by her. At this moment, he was actually being so polite to a young boy. What is going on? Yao Shukuan felt like he was dreaming today, or he came to the wrong place. "Sister Yao, the dog raised by your nephew wanted to do something bad to my wife, so I taught him a lesson, broke one of his hands, and beat your nephew. Your nephew then asked for my life. So, do you think I should give him my life?" Chu Chen asked back with a smile. When Yao Shihan heard this, her pretty face turned cold. She turned around and shouted at Yao Shukuan, "Get over here. Apologize to Mr. Chu." "What? You want me to apologize to him? Aunt, did you take the wrong medicine?" Yao Shukuan was unable to react for a moment. "In the past, whenever I got into trouble, my aunt would stand by me unconditionally and solve my problems for me. Today, why are you still helping outsiders, and why do you have to apologize to them yourself? Come over here because I told you to. Why don't you listen to me? Are you itching for a beating?" Yao Shihan glared at him and gave the order with the authority of a younger sister. "Why? I am the young master of the Yao family in Southern Province. He is a young man from Jiangbei with no background, no status, and no strength. Why should I apologize to him? I don't accept it." Yao Shukuan shouted. "If what happened today gets out, how can he continue to survive in Jiangbei? You're a rebel." Yao Shihan was very angry. She walked over, grabbed Yao Shukuan's ear, dragged him to Chu Chen, kicked him, and said coldly, "Apologize." "Ouch, it hurts, aunt, please be gentle, my ear is about to be pulled off." Yao Shukuan grimaced in pain. However, under the pressure of Yao Shihan's tyranny, he could only reluctantly apologize to Chu Chen, "I'm sorry." No sincerity. Chu Chen shrugged. When Yao Shukuan heard this, he got furious, "Fuck you." Bang! Yao Shihan immediately slapped him on the head and said coldly, "How dare you talk like that? Who the hell is that? Apologize to me." Otherwise, I'll have someone send you back right away. When he heard that he was going to be sent back to the provincial capital, Yao Shukuan became anxious and quickly bent over 90 degrees. Although he was reluctant, he still pretended to apologize and said, "I'm sorry." Louder. Yao Shirhan said unhappily. Yao Shukuan said again, "Sorry." Yao Shirhan then looked at Chu Chen and asked with a charming smile, "Mr. Chu, do you think this is okay? Su Koan is just a child, don't bother with him." Chu Chen nodded, "Sister Yao, for your sake, let's forget about today's matter. But this Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. This is for you." Yao Shirhan said with a smile. On the side, Yao Shukuan opened his mouth anxiously. Just as he was about to say something, Yao Shirhan glared at him and he had to shut up. But in my heart, I was very confused. A pair of eyes stared at Chu Chen closely, trying to see through him. What's going on? My aunt is too polite to this guy. She even seems to be trying to please him. Yao Shukuan thought to himself, looking conflicted. "Thank you, Sister Yao." Chu Chen smiled, stood up, looked coldly at Zhao Heilong who was hiding in the corner with a panic-stricken look, and asked with a harmless smile, "Master Koan, do you want to kill your dog yourself, or should I do it?" Yao Shukuan's eyes narrowed and he glanced at Zhao Heilong, who was already pale with fright. Zhao Heilong knelt on the ground with a plop, cowed out and shouted to Yao Shukuan, "Master Koan, save me, I have followed you for so many years, even if I have no merit, I have worked hard, you can't abandon me." Yao Shukuan frowned, hesitated for a long time, and said to Chu Chen, "Zhao Heilong has been with me for 3 or 4 years. Can you give him a chance to live for my sake?" Chu Chen smiled faintly and said, "Okay, I still have to give young Master Koan face. But, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. How about this, Zhao Heilong, in 1 hour, you will personally bring the 30 million payment for the goods. Remember, you must kneel in front of the Shin Group building." Yao Shukuan is not bad. Although he is a bit arrogant and overbearing, he is good to his subordinates. A boss who can plead for his subordinates is at least loyal and worth following. When Zhao Heilong heard this, he nodded like pounding garlic and cowed out repeatedly, "Yes, yes, I will go there in person to thank Master Chu for not killing me." Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction, picked up Xin Yuwei from the sofa, and prepared to leave. As soon as he reached the door, he turned around and said to the others, "By the way, if my wife asks about what happened today, do you know what to say?" "I know." Zhao Heilong nodded immediately. After watching Chu Chen leave, Zhao Heilong collapsed to the ground. Yao Shukuan immediately asked Yao Shirhan, "Aunt, who is that guy? Why are you so polite to him? And why did you give him the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce?" Yao Shirhan glanced at Yao Shukuan and said coldly, "Because he saved my life." After saying that, Yao Shirhan turned around, caught up with Chu Chen in front of him, and shouted, "Mr. Chu, you can't see, I'll take you there." Can't see? In the office, Yao Shukuan and Zhao Heilong looked at each other in bewilderment. That guy, can't he really see? Yao Shukuan asked with a suspicious look on his face. "Master Koan." Zhao Heilong said carefully, "As far as I know, Chu Chen has been blind for 3 years, but just now, he could clearly see." Yao Shukuan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, "Forget it, let's keep this a secret." Downstairs. Yao Shirhan caught up with Chu Chen and apologized, "Mr. Chu, I didn't expect such a big misunderstanding to happen. I apologize to you on behalf of Su Koan." "Sister Yao, it's okay. Ask Director Wan to get the prescription from me later. I'll send my wife back first," Chu Chen said with a smile. Yao Shirhan nodded and personally asked the driver to drive Chu Chen back. This Chu Chen is really different. Yao Shirhan looked at the car leaving, the corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and she admired Chu Chen very much in her heart. The most important thing is that he loves his wife. A man will risk his life for the beauty he loves. Yao Shirhan particularly appreciates men who love women. Because, only by being good to women can a man have smooth sailing. After returning to the villa, Chu Chen carried Xin Yuwei into the bedroom and changed her clothes. Hiss. This process was too torturous for Chu Chen. Because Xin Yuwei has such a good figure, when she changes clothes, she will inevitably touch. After finally changing Xin Yuwei's clothes, Chu Chen took out his cell phone and, in a playful mood, took pictures of Xin Yuwei in several innocent, mature, and sexy poses, keeping them for himself to enjoy slowly. Then, unable to bear it any longer, he let out a breath and quietly left the room. As soon as I went downstairs, I saw Lu Qinglan sitting on a yoga mat in the living room, doing the splits, practicing yoga. The charm still remains. However, Lu Qinglan's current posture was a little strange, and his face looked very painful. What are you standing there for? Come and help me. When Lu Qinglan saw Chu Chen coming down the stairs, she immediately scolded him. Chu Chen was stunned. Help? What help? What's wrong? Chu Chen asked, pretending not to see. My legs are numb, pull me up quickly. Lu Qinglan was extremely anxious. Chapter 32, You little bastard, can you set bones? Ah. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. Hug Lu Qinglan up? What are you thinking about? Come here quickly. Lu Qinglan was furious. This Chu Chen is not only blind, but also stupid. I don't know why my daughter fell in love with him and refused to divorce him. No. We must find a way to separate these two people. Oh, here I come. Chu Chen trotted all the way and walked up to Lu Qinglan. I'm not worried about exposing myself. After all, he has been in this family for 3 years. He could feel what was placed in that corner of the house. Hiss. When I got closer, I saw Lu Qinglan sitting barefoot on the yoga mat with her legs stretched out, her hands on the ground, as if she wanted to stand up by herself, but the numbness in her legs made her dare not move. The slightest movement felt like an electric shock. She was wearing a pink yoga tights with an empty back. Hurry up! Lu Qinglan urged. She was almost numb. This damn Chu Chen, his 2 eyes were rolling around, and I don't know what he was looking at. Isn't he blind? Lu Qinglan was somewhat confused. However, the numbness in her legs made her not think about it. How do we do this? Chu Chen asked awkwardly, scratching his head. Lu Qinglan said, hold my waist and pull me up. Isn't this bad? Chu Chen said shyly, looking embarrassed. If Xin Yue woke up and saw this scene, there might be misunderstandings and conflicts. What's good or bad? What are you afraid of? Can I eat you? Lu Qinglan scolded, hurry up, don't waste time. Chu Chen had no choice but to step forward, hug Lu Qinglan's waist, and pull her up from the yoga mat. It's so thin. Ouch, go slower, it hurts. Lu Qinglan grasped Chu Chen's arms tightly with both hands, and her legs were numb and painful so that she kept groaning. After finally pulling Lu Qinglan up, the latter staggered and fell into Chu Chen's arms. It's a foul. This is a big taboo on the football field. You must never hit people with the ball. Hurry, help me to the sofa. Lu Qinglan urged. Chu Chen did as he was told, supporting Lu Qinglan, moving step by step to the sofa and putting her down. Lu Qinglan lay down on the sofa, groaning in pain. Chu Chen frowned, his eyes shining with a gleam, and glanced at Lu Qinglan's white ankles. Hiss. It's red and swollen. It seems that there is a fracture. Did you sprain your ankle? Chu Chen asked. Lu Qinglan then looked at her swollen ankle, her eyes full of tears. She picked up the pillow and threw it at Chu Chen, cursing, it's all your fault. Bastard! What's the use of me having you? Chu Chen raised his hands to cover his head, allowing Lu Qinglan to vent his anger on him with the pillow. What is this? She sprained her ankle and she wants to blame others? Chu Chen was speechless. I just learned some bone setting techniques. I'll massage it for you and it will stop hurting in a while. Otherwise, if you don't treat it, it will leave a root of disease. Chu Chen said with concern. After all, she is Xin Yue's mother. I can't just watch her suffer. Can you also set bones? Lu Qinglan looked at Chu Chen with suspicious eyes. When did this guy learn this? Aren't you blind? How did you learn it? Lu Qinglan asked. Chu Chen explained casually, when I was in the Chu family, I followed an old Chinese medicine practitioner. Okay, you try it. If it still hurts, I'll make you pay. Lu Qinglan said coldly. Chu Chen pursed his lips. I mean well with all my heart, but you still want to make me look bad? What, kick yourself to death with these legs? Chu Chen was helpless, but still grabbed the other person's ankle and started to adjust the bones. Snap. While Lu Qinglan was not paying attention, Chu Chen just twisted it lightly and heard the sound of bones cracking. Hiss. Lu Qinglan took a breath, raised his foot, and kicked Chu Chen hard, knocking him to the ground. Then he stood up angrily, pointed at him and cursed, You little bastard, do you want to break my bones? Chu Chen felt wronged, stood up and said, Aren't you standing up now? At this sentence, Lu Qinglan was stunned. He looked down and tried to step on it twice. It's really all right. Lu Qinglan was surprised, then raised her head, stared at Chu Chen, and said condescendingly, "You, a waste, are finally of some use. Okay, I won't beat you today. Go fill the bathtub with water. I want to take a bath. I'm going out to meet some girlfriends in the afternoon. Tell Yue Wei that you won't be back tonight." "Oh." Chu Chen responded and turned to go to the bathroom. About half an hour later, Lu Qinglan dressed up beautifully and went out carrying a limited edition Hermes bag. Chu Chen glanced at it. Not to mention, if people didn't know that she was Xin Yue's mother, if she walked on the street, young people would definitely mistake her for a girl in her 20s. At this time, upstairs, Xin Yue woke up, walked downstairs, and asked, "Chu Chen, wasn't I in the Black Dragon commercial building? Why are you back?" When she woke up, Xin Yue checked herself and was relieved to find that she was fine. "I vaguely remember that I saw Chu Chen before I fell into coma." "Oh, I called the police when you called me. When the president of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, Zhao Heilong, heard that the police were coming, he released you, and I brought you back." Chu Chen explained casually. Xin Yue frowned and asked suspiciously, "Will Zhao Heilong let him go so easily? Conquer people with virtue. After all, this society still emphasizes reason and the rule of law." Chu Chen smiled naively. "It is indeed about winning people over with virtue." After a few punches, the opponent surrendered. "Is that so?" Xin Yue looked confused and always felt that Chu Chen was hiding something from her. But, the next second, the phone rang. It was the secretary who called. "Mr. Shen, where are you? Are you okay?" "I was locked up by the people from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, and my cell phone was taken away. They are only letting me go now." Xiaoling cried aggrievedly. Xin Yue exhaled and said, "I'm fine, what's the matter?" "The old man has convened a shareholders' meeting. Everyone is here except you," the female secretary said anxiously. Xin Yue frowned and asked, "Why?" "It's still about the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce's payment for goods. The people from the first house made a fuss about this matter and reported you to the old man. They want to use the shareholders' meeting to put pressure on you and force you to resign," the female secretary said quickly. Xin Yue's pretty face sank, and she said coldly, "Okay, I got it, I'll be there right away." After hanging up the phone, Xin Yue was about to go out without saying anything. Chu Chen said, "Where are you going?" "I'll go with you." "Go to the company," Xin Yue said. The two of them got into the car quickly, and in the car, Xin Yue briefly explained the situation to Chu Chen. When Xin Yue arrived at the company's meeting room, Xin Wei asked in difficulty as soon as she entered the room, "Xin Yue, what's wrong with you? Didn't we agree to take back the 30 million yuan payment from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce today? Where's the money?" Xin Bingbing also echoed, "If some people are incompetent, they should step down immediately and let someone who is capable become the president." The rest of the Xin family also followed suit and blamed Xin Yue. The entire conference room was filled with chatter, just like a vegetable market. "Okay, stop arguing." Mr. Xin spoke at this time, looking at Xin Yue with displeasure, and said coldly, "Yue, 3 days ago, you promised me that you would get back the 30 million yuan payment from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce before 5 o'clock this afternoon. If you can't get it back, you will resign voluntarily." Xin Yue clenched her fist tightly, bit her lip, and nodded, "I know, Grandpa. There are less than 10 minutes left until 5 o'clock, Xin Yue, if you don't have the ability, just submit your resignation now." Xin Wei sneered jokingly, with a look of gloating on his face. Xin Yue was silent. "Can't defend myself." After taking a deep breath, Xin Yue said with tears in her eyes, "Okay, I will now." But before he could finish his words, the door to the conference room was suddenly pushed open. Everyone looked towards the door with one gaze, and saw Chu Chen swaggering in, standing beside Xin Yue, holding her hand, and saying to everyone, "The 30 million yuan owed by the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce will be personally delivered by Zhao Heilong in a while." Chapter 33, Dare to Gamble. What the hell? 30 million in payment for goods, delivered personally by Zhao Heilong, the president of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce? The whole audience was in an uproar. All the relatives of the Shen family and the company's senior executives looked at Chu Chen with dissatisfaction. "Blind man, is this the place for you to talk?" Xin Wei stood up, and thinking of the humiliation that night, he was furious and shouted, "Are you crazy, or do you think we are fools? Will President Zhao come over in person to deliver the payment?" He. The people below kept sneering and shaking their heads, thinking that this blind man Chu Chen was talking nonsense. Bang! Shin Bingbing also slammed the table, stood up, pointed at Shin Yue's nose, and cursed, "Shin Yue, what do you mean? This is the company's shareholders' meeting, a confidential meeting. Why did you bring an outsider here?" A group of Shin family relatives and company executives began to speak up. That's right. Shin Yue doesn't take the company and us shareholders seriously at all. Why bring a blind man here? To be a clown and entertain everyone? Since when did a blind man get the chance to interrupt the company's shareholders' meeting? And Chairman Zhao personally sent him here. This is simply nonsense. Faced with the scolding and dissatisfaction of the crowd, Shin Yue's pretty face sank and looked ugly. I brought him here. If you have anything to say, just scold me, don't scold Chu Chen. Shin Yue blocked Chu Chen behind herself like a hen protecting her calves. Chu Chen was touched. She is still the same, and will stand up whenever she encounters any problems. Chu Chen, please go out first. Seeing everyone's unhappy expressions, Shin Yue turned around and whispered to Chu Chen. After all, it is the company's shareholders' meeting, and as an outsider, it is indeed inappropriate for Chu Chen to appear here. Wife, I'm serious. Zhao Heilong will personally deliver the 30 million payment for the goods in a while. Chu Chen said seriously. Shin Yue frowned, forced a smile and said, I know you are doing this for my own good, but you should not say certain things. I went to visit Zhao Heilong in person, but failed to get the 30 million yuan in payment for the goods, and even almost lost my virginity. Why should Chu Chen give it to me just like that? It's not that Shin Yue looks down on Chu Chen, but this society emphasizes strength. Chu Chen's strength. Okay, blind Chu, you don't even think before bragging now, right? Shinwei stood up, looked at Chu Chen with a half smile, and said gloomily, in this case, do you dare to bet with me? Bet? Shinwei, don't forget, you drank the gold juice last time. Chu Chen said coldly, without hesitation, aren't you afraid? If you lose this time, will you drink another bowl of gold juice? With just one word, the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly became awkward. Many of the Shin family's relatives and company executives were also laughing with their hands covering their mouths. Shinwei was furious, gritting his teeth, pointing at Chu Chen and shouting viciously, you bastard! What did you say? Believe it or not, I'll have someone cut off your tongue. Shinwei, if you dare to touch Chu Chen, I will never let you go. Shin Yue said angrily, looking fierce and aggressive. Chu Chen stood behind Shin Yue, looking at Shinwei with a smile, his chin raised. Chu Chen, if you have the guts, don't hide behind a woman. Shinwei was furious and challenged, just tell me, do you dare to bet with me? Dare, what is there to be afraid of? What do you want to bet on? Chu Chen asked with a smile. Upon hearing this, Shin Yue became anxious, grabbed Chu Chen's arm, shook her head at him and said, Chu Chen, don't do this is not a joke. Don't worry, trust me. Chu Chen smiled. Seeing that Shin Yue was still worried, he leaned close to her crystal clear ear and whispered, before, Zhao Heilong was reprimanded by the police. He promised me personally that he would send the payment for the goods in a while. Real? Shin Yue looked surprised, but still very suspicious inside. Would Zhao Heilong, that notorious guy, be afraid of the police? Chu Chen nodded and said, really, when have I ever lied to you? Shin Yue let out a breath. Do you want to believe Chu Chen once? Here, Shinwei saw Chu Chen agreed, and immediately sneered smugly, you won't cry until you see the coffin. Today, I must kill you. Stop talking nonsense and tell me, how do we bet? Chu Chen said coldly. Shinwei smiled and signaled one of his men to bring in a bucket of gold juice. The juice instantly became so smelly that everyone in the meeting room avoided it, covered their noses, and rushed to breathe through the windows. If President Zhao doesn't deliver the payment in person today, you, Chu Chen, will have to drink this whole bucket. Shinwei said with a smile, full of confidence. Joke. Who is Zhao Heilong? President of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Jiangbei troublemaker. Known as Fat Dragon. He is the one who never pays back the money he owes. Wanting him to personally deliver the payment for the goods, what's the difference between that and asking the sun to rise from the West Hills or asking the rooster to lay eggs? Okay, I'll bet with you. Chu Chen smiled and asked, what if you lose the bet? Shinwei pointed at the bucket of golden juice and said, I'll drink this bucket too. No, that's not fair. Chu Chen shook his head and said, how about this, let's add one more thing. If you lose, not only do you have to drink this bucket of gold juice, but you also have to shout while drinking it, this shit is really delicious, Shinwei, love it, how about that? When Shinwei heard this, his face changed. If he really did that, he would never be able to hold his head up again in Shin Group. Seeing Shinwei hesitating, Chu-Chen sneered, "Why, young Master Shin is scared? Alright, apologize to my wife and forget about this matter today." "Bullshit. I won't apologize to her. Who said I was a coward? Let's bet." Shinwei shouted. Chu-Chen smiled complacently. Finally got fooled. At this time, the door of the conference room was pushed open, and Secretary Xiaoling rushed in and shouted, "Boss Shin, old man, President Zhao of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is here." What? Everyone was shocked. Is Zhao Heilong really here? Shinwei's face darkened instantly, and his forehead was covered with cold sweat. Now. Downstairs. Several cars from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce were parked on the side of the road. Zhao Heilong got out of the car with one hand in plaster in his palm and face wrapped in bandages. He looked up at the Shin Group building and asked his men behind him, "Is the money ready?" "Everything is ready," the subordinate replied. Zhao Heilong nodded and exhaled, "Okay, kneel down." Next second. Crash. Zhao Heilong and the dozens of his men he brought with him all knelt at the gate of Shin Group. This scene scared the employees in the Shin Group building. And at this moment, meeting room upstairs, Mr. Shin also stood up excitedly and asked, "What did you say? President Zhao is here?" "Yes, they are downstairs," Xiaoling said. "Let's go downstairs and greet them," said Mr. Shin. Chu-Chen looked at Shinwei, who had an ugly expression, jokingly and said, "Young Master Shin, I'm afraid you will definitely drink this bucket of gold juice." Shinwei's expression at this moment looked worse than if he had eaten shit. Damn. I don't believe that President Zhao will personally send the money over, Shinwei shouted, and went downstairs with the old man and others. Chu-Chen turned around and tried to follow him, but Shin Yue grabbed him, her beautiful eyes flashing with strange colors as she asked, "Chu-Chen, are you sure that President Zhao is here to give you money? If not, you can apologize to Shinwei and Grandpa later, and I will intercede for you. Don't worry, come on, let's go downstairs to watch Shinwei's performance." Chu-Chen smiled and pulled Shin Yue downstairs. Arrived downstairs. When Mr. Shin, along with a group of Shin family members and company executives, appeared in the hall, they were shocked to see people kneeling in a row at the door. What the hell? What's going on? Chapter 34, do you have that at home? Then, isn't that President Zhao? Why is he kneeling at the door? Oh my god. Zhao Heilong from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce is actually kneeling at the door of our company. Crazy. He must be crazy. Can one of you slap me? Am I dreaming? Shinwei was also scared to death. His face turned livid. This style of painting is wrong. Zhao Heilong, the fat dragon from Jiangbei, is ruthless and cruel. Why is he kneeling in front of the Shin Group? This is unscientific. Boss Shin, this is 30 million yuan in payment for the goods. I am personally delivering it to you. I was blinded by lust and was so bold as to do what happened before. Please forgive me. When Zhao Heilong saw Shin Yue walking out with Chu-Chen, he cowed out and shouted. Uproar. He really is here to give money. Shin Yue looked surprised and found it hard to accept what she saw. Thank you, Mr. Zhao. Shin Yue replied stutteringly. Afterwards, Zhao Heilong asked his men to deliver the money to the company building and left in a hurry. When he saw the evil star Chu-Chen, he trembled all over. At the door, the Shin family and the company's top executives didn't react for a long time. Chu-Chen looked at Shinwei and said with a harmless smile, "Young Master Shin, please start your performance." Shinwei's face turned green. Why would the majestic Zhao Heilong personally deliver the money, and do it on his knees? What the hell just happened? I. Shinwei stuttered, his eyes rolling around, thinking only of countermeasures. However, no one knew which honest security guard in the company brought the bucket of gold juice directly to Shinwei. Looking at the yellow juice in the bucket, Shinwei couldn't help but started to retch. Okay, we're all family, there's no need to make such a scene. At this time, Mr. Shin spoke and said to Chu-Chen coldly, "Chu-Chen, let Xiaowei apologize to you and let it go today, how about it?" "Grandpa, since you have spoken, I will naturally give you face." Chu-Chen smiled. He couldn't make things difficult for Shin Yue. "Xiaowei, apologize," Mr. Shin said lightly. Although Shinwei was very reluctant, compared to drinking a bucket of gold juice, apologizing seemed nothing. "I'm sorry." Xinwei said dissatisfiedly, with a resentful look in his eyes. But, the next second, he said to Chu Chen sinisterly, Chu Chen, do you remember what you said before? If you can't get the project of Longhuan Pharmaceutical Group, you will divorce Xin Yuwei. Oh, you are talking about this. I have already got it. Chu Chen smiled. What? Got it? Xinwei was shocked again. He turned to look at Xin Yuwei and asked, did you really get it? When did you get it? How come I don't know about it? Xin Yuwei said coldly, I have shown the project contract to Grandpa this morning. Xinwei's face darkened and he looked at Old Man Shen. The old man nodded and said, indeed, I got it. Xiaowei, from now on, you must cooperate with Yuwei Management Company and make sure to do a good job on this project with Longhuan Pharmaceutical Group and strive to bring our group to a higher level. Xinwei was furious. Grass. Oh shit. So, you are just a clown? Yes, Grandpa. Although Xinwei was dissatisfied, he still nodded in response. Cooperate? Xinwei smiled coldly. Xin Yuwei, just wait. If I don't ruin this project, I wouldn't be surnamed Xin. After dealing with the company's affairs, Xu Chen and Xin Yuwei went back first. My mother-in-law will not be back tonight. As I said before, she is going to play with some of her close friends. In the huge villa, only Chu Chen and Xin Yuwei were left. I'm going to take a shower first. Xin Yuwei looked at Chu Chen lying on the floor, in her red semi-transparent silk lace nightgown, and got up and walked into the bathroom. All of a sudden, Chu Chen became energetic, jumped up from the floor, and smiled stupidly, okay. Seeing him like that, Xin Yuwei chuckled and said, don't worry, after I wash, you should also wash. Chu Chen smiled innocently. Then, the sound of splashing water was heard from inside. Originally, Chu Chen could see through the wall with his own eyes. But, after thinking about it, I decided to give up. This is the highlight tonight, so we need to keep the mystery. In my ears, there is the sound of splashing water, and in my mind, there are all kinds of fantasies. Chu Chen finally waited until Xin Yuwei came out, and his eyes immediately widened. Beautiful. So beautiful. Perhaps because she had just taken a shower, Xin Yuwei's skin was white, rosy, and tender. Especially this nightgown, which was semi-transparent and revealed her proud figure, which made Chu Chen swallow his saliva involuntarily. Why are you standing there? Go quickly. Xin Yuwei kicked Chu Chen lightly. Chu Chen immediately stood up, rushed into the bathroom, took a quick shower, and came out shirtless and in his shorts. When Chu Chen saw Xin Yuwei half lying on the bed, he couldn't bear it even more. So tempting. The pair of long legs that were folded together were only covered to the thighs by the nightgown. I'm fine. Chu Chen said. Xin Yuwei closed the book in her hand, patted the bedside, and said, come and sit down. Chu Chen walked over nervously and sat next to Xin Yuwei. He could smell a faint fragrance on her. Xin Yuwei hugged Chu Chen from behind, resting her head on his shoulder, and put her hands around his chest, stroking it gently, and asked in a low voice, do you have a small umbrella at home? Chu Chen was stunned. Not really. I'll go buy it right away. Chu Chen said anxiously, quickly put on his pants and clothes, ran out at the speed of a 100-meter sprint, and ran to a nearby convenience store. He didn't know which one Xin Yuwei liked, so he bought them all. After carrying a whole bag, Chu Chen hurried back to the villa. And at this moment, in the bedroom, Xin Yuwei was playing with her mobile phone and searching for terms on Baidu. What should I pay attention to when I'm with my husband for the first time? Will it hurt the first time? I heard that men's first time is usually short. Should I comfort and encourage him? Suddenly, WeChat rang. It's Xinwei again. Xin Yuwei frowned and opened WeChat. Xinwei's profile picture shows more than a dozen unread messages. Click on the avatar. Xin Yuwei, did you see the photo I sent you this morning? Why don't you reply to me? Xin Yuwei. Chu Chen cheated on you, don't you know about it? I was bombarded with 7 or 8 messages and 7 or 8 60-second voice messages. Xin Yuwei was too lazy to listen, her eyes fixed on the last message Xinwei had just sent. Chu Chen, cheating? Xin Yuwei's face changed, her eyes full of surprise, and she quickly scrolled up the page. In an instant, more than a dozen photos came into view. Surprisingly, they were all photos of Chu Chen and Long Hongyan in the hot spring club. Every angle of the photo was full of ambiguity. The more Xin Yuwei looked, the colder her face became. Xinwei is still continuing to bombard me with information. Xin Yue, I know you are reading the news. Chu Chen, it's not as simple as you think. Do you really think that he got the medical project by saving Miss Sun from the Long family? I think it's likely that he came here with that woman, Long Hongyan, at night. Xin Yue, what's the point of you being so nice to him? All men are the same, they are all big pigs, and they are all cheating on you. If I were you, I would divorce him. Make him leave the house with nothing. On the other side, in a 5-star hotel, Xinwei was lying on the bed, happily sending messages to Xin Yue, his phone clicking non-stop. I don't believe Chu Chen would cheat on me. Xin Yue replied. Xinwei knew she would reply like this, and immediately replied, if you don't believe me, you can just ask him where he went in the early hours of last night. Send. Red exclamation mark? Grass. Xin Yue blocked herself? Xinwei was furious and threw his phone on the bed angrily. Baby, I'm done. At this time, a muscular man walked out of the bathroom and threw himself directly into Xinwei's arms. This way. After Xin Yue blocked Xinwei, she looked up, her eyes reddened, and tears rolled down uncontrollably. Although she didn't want to believe that Chu Chen would cheat on her, how could she explain these photos? Honey, I'm back. At this time, Chu Chen just pushed the door and walked in, smiling and panting. Xin Yue raised her head, stared at Chu Chen with red eyes, and asked, where did you go in the early hours of last night? I'm sleeping at home. Chu Chen was stunned and replied casually. Whoosh! A pillow flew over and hit Chu Chen in the face. Get out! You'll sleep on the sofa outside tonight. Xin Yue said angrily. Chapter 35, Killer Group Shisha Hall. Chu Chen was confused. What's going on? But, it can be seen that Xin Yue seems really angry. Helplessly, Chu Chen walked out of the bedroom dejectedly and lay down on the sofa in the living room. No, why? Chu Chen was very upset and couldn't fall asleep. He tried to ask Xin Yue what happened several times, but she told him to get lost. Have no choice. Chu Chen looked at the large bag of small umbrellas on the coffee table and let out a breath. Tonight, all my efforts have been in vain. I can't use it alone, right? Lie down again. Chu Chen rested his head on his head, looking at the ceiling, but couldn't fall asleep. Suddenly, Chu Chen sat up straight. Shit! My qi-gathering pill. Chu Chen suddenly remembered the 3 pots of qi-gathering pills stewed in the kitchen during the day. Without saying a word, he stood up and rushed into the kitchen. Fortunately, all 3 pots are there. Chu Chen let out a breath and looked at the 3 pots with a nervous, complicated, and solemn mood. Chu Chen bowed 3 times in front of the 3 pots, muttering words like bless you, please and you must succeed. Then, he nervously opened the first pot. The smell of burning hit me in the face, the whole pot was black, and there was a faint stench. All right. The first pot failed. Chu Chen sighed, walked to the second pot, opened it with a complicated expression and a heavy heart. Also failed. A burnt mess. Then, Chu Chen turned his gaze to the last third pot. These were medicinal herbs that he had spent over $360 to buy. It's impossible that none of the pots could be successful, right? Chu Chen took a deep breath, bowed to the last pot again, wiped his hands on his clothes, and then carefully lifted the lid. No burnt smell. Chu Chen wanted to look but didn't dare to. 3 black pills were lying quietly in the pot. Each one is about the size of a winter jujube. Chu Chen smiled. Success. He succeeded. This is the qi-gathering pill. Although it's not round enough, it's a success at least. Pouring out 3 black qi-gathering pills, Chu Chen took them in his hand and smelled them. Suddenly, a faint smell of medicine rushed into the nose. In an instant, Chu Chen felt as if all his limbs were activated, just like a person who had not had water in the desert for 3 days and suddenly smelled the moist air and saw a clear spring. The flesh and blood all over his body was jumping in joy. It's probably because the medicinal material is too old and has too many impurities. Otherwise, it could be more refined, rounder, and smaller. Chu Chen muttered to himself, I hope these 3 qi-gathering pills can allow me to break through to the 4th level of qi refining and achieve the so-called inner strength perfection. Chu Chen was very excited. Without wasting any time, he swallowed all 3 qi-gathering pills in 5 or 6 bites. Gulp! The moment the qi-gathering pill entered his stomach, Chu Chen instantly felt a current of heat exploding in his body. Then, this powerful aura, like a wild horse running free from its reins, flowed through his meridians, traveled throughout his body, and finally sank into his dantian. Chuchen quickly sat cross-legged and began to refine this breath. At this moment, all the major acupuncture points on Chu Chen's body were emitting faint fluorescence. An hour later, the sound of frying beans crackling came from Chu Chen's body. Then, there was a loud bang. A powerful aura emanated from Chu Chen, sweeping across the entire villa. He opened his eyes quickly. There was a dazzling gleam in her starry eyes, brighter than before. Even his eyes became more terrifying. The black pupils also flashed with a faint golden light, as if they were covered with a layer of light gold powder. It kind of means something like the transformation of dragon's eyes. Call. Chu Chen exhaled a breath, clenched his fists, and felt the changes in the strength in his body. At this moment, he clearly felt that his sixth sense had become stronger than before. With just a thought, he could hear clearly everything moving within a radius of 500 meters. It seems like I have made a breakthrough. Is this the power of the fourth level of weapon refining? It's so terrifying. Chu Chen clenched his fist lightly, with a confident smile on his face. He tried to punch, and with a bang, a horrible fist mark was left on the wall directly through the air. So strong. Ha 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 ha. Chu Chen wanted to laugh out loud. He is very confident now. Even if Chao Long, who was beside Long Hongyan, fights with him, he can defeat him within 3 moves. The reason why it was 3 moves was because Chu Chen felt he had to give the other party some face. Well, it's sticky and smells a bit. Only then did Chu Chen realize that there was a layer of black grease on his body. He quickly got up and rushed to the bathroom downstairs to take a shower. Upstairs. In the bedroom. Xin Yue lay in bed, unable to fall asleep. She stared at the phone for a long time, but didn't see Chu Chen calling her. He didn't even knock on the door. You scumbag. I told you to get out, and you really did. If I continue to care about you, I'll be a puppy. Xin Yue was so angry that she covered herself with a thin blanket and went to sleep. She wanted to wait for Chu Chen to come in and explain, but this blockhead didn't dare to knock on the door after being scolded by her several times. Men are all pigs and idiots. Don't they know that women need to be coaxed? As long as Chu Chen explains clearly where he went in the early hours of last night, Xin Yue will believe him. But now, Chu Chen not only lied, but also refused to explain, which made Xin Yue feel very uncomfortable and sour. Of course Chu Chen didn't know Xin Yue's little thoughts. He was taking a shower downstairs happily. At the same time, Li's villa. A roar and a roar resounded throughout the entire courtyard. Then the woman burst into tears. My dear Xiaowu, you died so tragically. Inside the main hall of the villa, a beautiful woman with bare white legs was kneeling on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Holding a mobile phone in his hand, he played a surveillance video of a private room in the club. It was the video where Li Xiaowu and Wu Yinglong were killed. Bang! Li Shenkuan's face was grim. He smashed the tea table with one hand, and he was filled with murderous aura, and he shouted, Who killed my son? The surveillance video only captured the murderer's back, but not his front. The subordinate quickly stepped forward and replied in a trembling voice, Master, that night, the entire club was booked by the young master. That night, only one person entered and left. Who? Li Zhenkuan asked angrily. The subordinate replied, Shen family's son-in-law, Chu Chen. Chu Chen? Li Zhenkuan gritted his teeth and asked in a deep voice, Who is this person? Master, he is the orphan of the Chu group 3 years ago, a blind man, who married into the Shin group. His wife is the president of the Shin group, Xin Yue. Said the subordinate. Li Zhenkuan's eyes were cold, his mouth was trembling, and he squeezed out a cold word from between his teeth, No matter who he is, if he dares to kill my son, he must die. Contact the people from Xixia Hall immediately. I want to see that kid's head tonight to commemorate my son's soul in heaven. Also, that Xin Yue is the woman Xiaowu has been thinking about, right? Capture her and bury her alive. Ask Taoist Qingfeng to come and perform a ritual for my son and arrange a ghost marriage for him. Since you refuse to be my son's woman while you are still alive, then go directly to the underworld and be my son's bride. Li Zhenkuan's face was full of grim and fierce expression. The subordinate immediately responded, Yes, I will contact them right away. At this time, in the suburbs of Jiangbei, in the top floor box of a high-end club, a man with a strong build and handsome appearance stood in front of the French window, looking at the night outside. At this moment, the door of the box was pushed open, and a woman wearing a high-slit, low-cut cheongsam and a ponytail walked in. She was wearing a pair of thin black stockings from Balenciaga and a black suspender at the root of her thighs. Her plump butt was twisted and her snow-capped mountains were shaking up and down. There is a cold and indifferent atmosphere. Master, there is a mission. The woman said respectfully to the man in front of her. The man turned around, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and asked with sharp eyebrows and starry eyes, "What mission?" "The Lee family contacted us and asked us to kill a blind man and capture a woman." The woman replied. The man frowned slightly and said dissatisfiedly, "Kill a blind man and capture a woman? Since when did Xia Hall start accepting such tasks?" It can be heard that the man's tone is somewhat dissatisfied. The woman smiled awkwardly and replied, "The other party gave too much." "How many?" 5 million. The man exhaled and nodded, "Let Black Rose go." Chapter 36, Beauty Killer. Under the cover of night. A slender figure appeared outside the villa wall. With just a running jump, he climbed over the wall and landed silently. Even wearing a black nightgown, it couldn't hide her curvy figure. Then, the woman bent over and trotted towards the villa, choosing an open window in the kitchen. In the living room, Chu Chen had just come out of the shower, feeling refreshed. "When I looked in the mirror just now, I don't know if it was an illusion or what, but I felt that I had become more handsome. Moreover, his figure has improved, his chest muscles and abdominal muscles are very obvious." Even when Chu Chen looked down, he smiled confidently. The true nature of a man. Even more powerful. Ha ha. The effect of this qi-gathering pill is surprisingly so strong. It not only strengthens the body, but also helps secondary growth and development. If this were mass-produced, it would definitely take over the male market. I just don't know if I can increase the time. Someday, I'll make a batch of castrated versions and find someone to sell them to. After all, Chu Chen is very short of money now. He needs money to buy older medicinal herbs and refine purer qi-gathering pills. Wiping his wet hair, Chu Chen came to the living room. Just as he was about to sit down, his ears suddenly moved and he heard a rustling sound outside the windowsill. Someone. Still a master. The other party's breathing was very steady. Chu Chen's face darkened instantly and his eyes narrowed, but he pretended nothing had happened. He turned off the lights, lay down on the sofa, and prepared to go to sleep. In an instant, the living room of the villa fell into deathly silence and darkness. As Chu Chen's breathing began to stabilize, Black Rose, who had been squatting under the windowsill, turned over and climbed over the windowsill into the living room. Then, she took out the dagger from her waist, walked to the sofa step by step, tiptoe, and when the opportunity came, she stabbed the figure lying on the sofa fiercely. However, what Black Rose did not expect was that the other party just raised his hand slightly and grabbed her smooth and delicate wrist. At the same time, the man on the sofa pulled hard, and Black Rose lost her balance and flipped over the sofa, falling into the man's arms, with his arm strangling her neck. Black Rose was shocked and instantly turned around and wanted to slap Chu Chen. However, the latter was faster and quickly grabbed her hands and put them behind her back. In an instant, pain spread throughout my body. Black Rose was confused. What's going on? Isn't it said that he is a blind man? How could he see his own? Moreover, the opponent's skills were obviously superior to hers. Let me go. Black Rose struggled violently, twisted her body, and shouted in a deep voice. This twist made Chu Chen gasp. Be good. Is this woman's figure so explosive? Although she looks as petite as a wild cat, her high chest and plump butt are truly amazing. Because Chu Chen held the other person with his backhand and held her tightly in his arms, as soon as Black Rose moved slightly, a feeling of softness would come over her. Beauty, you broke into a private house in the middle of the night? Don't tell me you are dressed like this to steal food? Chu Chen said with a smile. Black Rose was shy and furious, but she was still resisting and struggling. But the more she struggled, the more she felt something was wrong. In an instant, Black Rose thought of something, turned her head and glared angrily, saying angrily, "Rogue! What are you thinking about? I will kill you." Chu Chen joked, "The moon tonight is big, white, and round. You're thinking about the moon the most. Let me go." Black Rose was about to explode with anger. This feeling made her crazy. Ah! Damn man! When I break free, I will cut him off with my own hands. Chu Chen smiled and shook his head. You haven't told me what you're here for yet. If I just let you go, what if something goes wrong? I'm lost, okay? Black Rose lied casually. Even this panic, anyone can hear it. But you can't blame her, after all, she has never lied before. Basically, every mission is a must-kill. Black Rose would never have thought that there would be mistakes in this mission. No. I have to find a way to leave quickly and go back to tell the hall master. This blind man is not simple. The information is wrong. Get lost? Shuchen smiled helplessly. Beauty, can you not even lie? The aura you have is not something that ordinary people can possess. Tell me, who asked you to come? Tell me. Because of your nice figure, I can be gentler later. What's the meaning? Black Rose was stunned, her face changed instantly, and she said anxiously, You dare. I am the third seed killer of Xixia Hall. If you dare to do anything bad to me, our hall master will come and kill you personally. Xixia Hall? Shu Chen frowned, he had never heard of this name. A killer organization? Who would take his own life? Shu Chen's expression became solemn. Because he still doesn't know whether this beautiful killer from Xixiatang is targeting him or Xin Yue upstairs. If it were me, it wouldn't matter. If it were Xin Yue, if Chu Chen was not there tonight, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, no matter who the other party is, Chu Chen must wipe out the roots. Chu Chen raised his hand and tapped the other person a few times. In an instant, Black Rose lost the ability to move and collapsed on the sofa. She shouted in horror, What did you do to me? No matter how hard she tried, her limbs just couldn't move. Not only the limbs, but even the neck cannot move. The energy in the body cannot even be mobilized. It's like it's sealed. Shu Chen turned on the light calmly, then sat opposite the woman and said in a cold tone, I used a little trick to seal the meridians and acupuncture points all over your body. I won't untie it for you, and no one in this world can untie it for you. Shu Chen was telling the truth. This method, called exploring the dragon's acupuncture points, is recorded in medical classics and can seal the 8 extraordinary meridians of the human body. Of course, it is only useful for people who are weaker than you or at the same level as you. The woman in front of him looked like someone who had just started to learn internal energy. Black Rose was stunned and looked very unhappy. The methods of the man in front of her were beyond her imagination. She could even imagine what would happen next. What do you want to know? Black Rose stared at Chu Chen with resentment. Chu Chen looked at the Black Rose in front of him. I didn't notice it just now, but now when I take a closer look under the light, she really is an absolute beauty. Not only does she have a perfect figure, but her face is also white and tender, as if water would come out if pinched. Especially those big watery eyes, it seemed that she would cry out of grievance with just a little effort. She is petite and has a great figure. Isn't this the Lolita that many old perverts imagine? What means did Xixiatang use to train such a woman into a killer? 3 questions. Chu Chen said coldly, First, what is Xixia Hall? Secondly, who asked you to come? Who is the employer behind you? Third, I want you to tell me the location of Xixia Hall. Now, answer my first question. Remember, don't try to lie to me. I can tell if you are lying. If you lie to me, to a woman as beautiful as you, I won't be able to help it. Shu Chen made an appropriate threat. Chapter 37, Master, I listen to you. Black Rose's eyes trembled. She didn't know why, but the man in front of her looked sloppy, weak, and full of flaws, but he gave her a very dangerous feeling. There is an illusion that I am facing the Hall Master. However, as the organization's number 3 killer, Black Rose will not easily surrender to the enemy after so many years of training. I will never betray the organization. Snort! Black Rose raised her noble chin, glanced, and said coldly, Don't waste your energy. I will not betray the organization. You can kill me or chop me up, it's all up to you. If he betrays the organization, even if the other party does not kill him, he will be killed by the leader when he returns to the organization. Seeing the woman in front of him looking ready to die, Shu Chen smiled and asked, Are you worried that if you betray the organization, even if I don't kill you, that Xixia Hall will kill you? Black Rose said nothing, but frowned and continued to raise her chin proudly. Shu Chen continued, I'll give you a choice. Answer the 3 questions I asked you just now, stay by my side, and do things for me. Not only can I save your life, but I can also help you improve your strength. How about it? What? Not only to protect your own life, but also to help yourself improve your strength? Black Rose stared at Chu Chen with her bright eyes, her face full of suspicion and hesitation. After a long time, she spoke up and asked tentatively, "Are you serious? I, Chu Chen, will never change my name or surname, and I will never lie to anyone." Chu Chen smiled and raised his right hand, making a swearing gesture. Now, Black Rose began to feel conflicted. At the beginning, because she had no parents and no one to rely on in Jiangbei, she was accidentally picked by the manager of Xixia Hall. From the age of 12, she was trained day and night, and finally, she was trained to become the number 3 killer in the organization. In the past 8 years, Black Rose has completed more than 100 missions for the organization, and each mission was completed beautifully and successfully. However, the organization seemed to have never had any feelings for her and always treated her as a killing machine. Black Rose is tired of this kind of life. I proposed to quit the organization several times, but was rejected by the leader. The most recent time it was proposed, the hall master put forward a condition. That is, let Black Rose help the organization complete one last mission, and then she can withdraw. Assassinating Chu Chen and capturing Xing Yue is Black Rose's last mission. But now it seems that it has failed. How about it, do you want to try it? Chu Chen asked again. It can be seen that the female killer in front of him seems to be a little moved. Chu Chen was not in a hurry and waited slowly. Almost 10 minutes later, Black Rose seemed to have made sufficient mental preparations. She looked at Chu Chen with burning eyes and asked, "Can you really protect me and help me improve my strength?" "Can." Chu Chen nodded, and like a magic trick, he took out the remnants of the chi-gathering pill from his arms and handed it to Black Rose, saying, "I believe in seeing the effect first. If you eat this, it can at least help you improve your internal strength to a small level." Hiss. Black Rose took a breath and looked at the black thing in Chu Chen's hand. "What's that in your hand? Why does it look like dog leftovers?" Black Rose asked with her beautiful brows furrowed, a look of disgust on her face. Chu Chen's face turned red, and he coughed twice in embarrassment and said, "What do you mean by leftovers? Just eat it when I tell you to. Why are you talking so much?" Chu Chen became anxious and directly pinched the other person's fair chin and stuffed the remnants of the chi-gathering pill into Black Rose's mouth. At the same time, Chu Chen removed the restrictions on the other party. She couldn't run away anyway. Cough, cough. Black Rose coughed violently twice, her cheeks flushed. Damn it! This straight guy, doesn't he know how to be gentle and considerate to women? So rude. It nearly hit my throat. But the next second, Black Rose felt a warm current flowing through her body. The heat flowed through the meridians of her whole body and then gathered at her dantian. Call. Such pure spiritual energy. Black Rose was shocked, and her bright eyes widened. What on earth did this guy eat? This spiritual energy is even purer than the bodybuilding pills provided by the organization. The concentration of this spiritual energy is at least 10 times that of the body strengthening pill. In just a moment, Black Rose felt hot all over, her face flushed, and she felt as if a powerful force was about to burst out of her body. Ah! Black Rose bit her red lips and white teeth tightly and couldn't help but let out a low moan. So cool. So comfortable. That's the feeling. This feeling of sinking into oblivion. Puff. The next second, a loud fart sound filled the living room. Chu Chen was stunned, staring at the Black Rose in front of him. Damn it! Beautiful women also fart? Black Rose was also dumbfounded, her cheeks instantly turned red, and she was very ashamed. I was even more crazy in my heart. Ah! What did I do? I just actually farted in front of him? Black Rose screamed madly in her heart. But, soon after, Black Rose discovered that she seemed to have made a breakthrough. Small success in internal strength. Chu Chen also felt the change in Black Rose's aura, and smiled faintly. How is it, I didn't lie to you? Black Rose stared at Chu Chen in surprise. She could never have imagined that the fingernail-sized object in the other person's hand could actually help her easily break through to the small level of internal strength. You know, if you have achieved a small success in internal strength, you can be ranked on the Tiger list of the Dragon and Tiger list of martial arts. Call. Black Rose exhaled, stared at Chu Chen with burning eyes, and asked, "What was that thing you just gave me to eat?" The chi-gathering pill is something I made myself. It can help improve your strength. Chu Chen said with a smile. What? Did he make it himself? Black Rose was extremely surprised. Is this guy in front of me also an alchemist? You know, in the world of martial arts, an alchemist is extremely precious. Even a martial artist with great internal strength must be respectful to the alchemist. This was because a one-star alchemist would often know a dozen or so warriors who had achieved some success in internal strength, and most of them were warriors who had requests from the alchemist. In other words, a one-star alchemist can, with a single command, call over a dozen warriors with minor internal energy to gang up on you. Such people are basically guests of honor in all major martial arts sects. Are you an alchemist? Black Rose asked, blinking her big suspicious eyes. If I remember correctly, there is an alchemist in Xixia Hall. But unfortunately, the other party was just a one-star alchemist who had just started out and could only make pills like the body-strengthening pill. But, the thing Chu Chen just took out was 10 times more powerful than the bodybuilding pill. That means Chu Chen is at least a 2-star alchemist. Hiss. Fear. Thinking of this, Black Rose stood up without any hesitation, put her hands on her forehead, knelt on the ground, and said seriously, I'm going to tell you whatever you ask. From now on, I, Black Rose, will only have you as my master. I'm willing to do anything you ask me to do. Why? What's going on? The style of painting is wrong. He looked ready to die just now, why is he suddenly changing sides now? Still consider yourself the master. Chu Chen frowned and looked carefully at the Black Rose in front of him. What a great figure! Especially now that she was kneeling almost on the ground, her figure was about to burst her nightgown. Beauty. A natural beauty. Well, okay, it seems not bad to have such a hot lowly female killer little slave. Chu Chen said calmly, okay, get up and answer the first question first. Black Rose straightened up, but still knelt straight. Chu Chen touched his nose awkwardly. Who turned me off? Wow, she gives out more benefits than the welfare girl. And, it's big enough. Master, Xixiatang is a killer organization in Jiangbei. In fact, this is just a branch of Xixiatang. My code name is Black Rose, and I am the number 3 killer in the organization. Black Rose said. The second question. Chu Chen nodded and said. Black Rose frowned and shook her head, saying, as for the employer behind the scenes, I don't know either. It can only be found on the intranet within the organization. Of course, our hall master also knows. The third question. Chu Chen said again. Black Rose replied, number 13 Linbei Street is where our branch is located. After that, Black Rose asked curiously, Master, why are you asking this? Chu Chen smiled coldly, stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and said domineeringly, since you don't know the employer behind you, then I can only go to ask your hall master. No. Master, you can't go. Black Rose was anxious. She stood up and grabbed Chu Chen, saying, our hall master has great inner strength and ranks 23rd on the tiger list. I'm worried that you are not his opponent. If you go like this, you will only die. When Chu Chen heard this, he sneered and said, the internal strength is fully developed, and the 23rd on the tiger ranking, is that amazing? Chapter 38, 800 at a time? Black Rose was stunned, her pretty face full of hesitation. Isn't that amazing? That's the head of Xixia Hall in Jiangbei. It is the strongest in the entire branch. Ranked 23rd on the tiger list. That's pretty awesome, okay. However, when Black Rose looked at Chu Chen in front of her, she always felt that there was an indescribable temperament in him. You go wait outside first. Chu Chen said. Black Rose responded, okay, master. Afterwards, Chu Chen quietly went upstairs, stood in front of the bedroom door, listened for a while, and after confirming that Xin Yue was asleep, he went downstairs again quietly and walked out of the villa. Outside the door, on the roadside, the Black Rose was waiting quietly. After seeing Chu Chen coming out, she asked, Master, how are you going to go? How did you get here? Chu Chen asked. Black Rose pointed to the shared bicycle next to her and said, I came here by bike. Chu Chen was stunned and glanced at the shared bicycles with a helpless look on his face. He wanted to complain, but then he thought better of it. No, sister, you are a killer after all, right? Why are you so tight? I still ride shared bicycles. Is this low carbon and environmentally friendly? Let's take a taxi. Chu Chen said helplessly. After getting in the car, Chu Chen couldn't help but asked, are you poor? Black Rose was like a primary school student, with her hands on her knees, sitting beside Chu Chen seriously, not daring to move, blushing, and nodded, not very rich. How much do you get for each mission? Chu Chen asked. Black Rose hooked the hair that fell by her ear, revealing her crystal white earlobe, and replied, 800. What? 800? Chu Chen was shocked, his eyes widened. Even the driver was stunned. He glanced through the rearview mirror at Chu Chen sitting in the back seat and the shy Black Rose. Damn it! This girl is really pretty. She has a petite figure and a hot body. Especially the tights, which wrap up her curvy figure, making it look fuller and straighter. What are you talking about? Accept the task? 800? The driver thought wrongly and swallowed his saliva. 800, it's a great profit. Such a beauty, I don't even want to use any force. Is this the price for all of you? Chu Chen asked again. Black Rose responded, there are 2 more that are 1,000, and the others are cheaper than mine, all 600. Chu Chen let out a breath. He is indeed a capitalist. This damn shisha hall is really exploiting the black slaves. At the same time, Chu Chen had a new plan in mind. Should I recruit Jiang Bei Zixiatang under my command and have it work for me? Soon, the two arrived at their destination. As soon as they got out of the car, the driver looked through the window and said to Black Rose with a lecherous look, "Little girl, if you want to get a job next time, why don't you contact me? I'll give you 1,000 and guarantee that you'll make a lot of money and have a good time." Whoosh! The next second, a dagger turned into silver light and pierced through the driver's door, scaring the other person so much that his face turned pale and he ran away. Which floor is your hall master on? Chu Chen asked. Black Rose looked up and pointed to the lighted room on the top floor, saying, "That room on the top floor is the hall master's office." Chu Chen nodded, and without saying a word, he walked straight towards the lobby. Black Rose got anxious and chased after him, saying, "Master, you can't get in like this. You need fingerprint and iris verification to get in. Otherwise, the alarm will be triggered. Once the alarm sounds, all the killers in the organization will be on alert immediately." Chu Chen smiled, glanced at the dim lobby, then raised his head, looked at the top floor, and said, "Since we can't go through the main door, let's go through the window." What? Go through the window? Black Rose was stunned and looked up at the window of the hall master's office. That's the 6th floor. A full 20 meters from the ground. How to get through the window? Jump up or fly up? Master, are you kidding? How do we get through the window? Black Rose scratched her head, somewhat unable to understand what Chu Chen meant. Chu Chen smiled faintly, raised his hand and took out 2 yellow talismans that he had prepared in advance from his pocket and stuck them on his feet. Wall walking talisman. Then, he just walked up the wall step by step in front of Black Rose. That's right. The whole person was perpendicular to the wall, with his hands in his pockets, and he walked up step by step. This scene scared Black Rose. Oh my god. The master can actually fly over the eaves and walls. Isn't this the strength that only a martial arts master can possess? Could it be that the master is a martial arts master? Black Rose stared blankly at Chu Chen walking step by step to the 6th floor window. In her mind, she couldn't help but say, this is too pretentious. At the same time. 6th floor, inside the office. Chi Fei was lying on the soft big bed, with the female assistant who was wearing a Cheongsam and Balenciaga clothes sitting on him. Master, I can't do it anymore. You are so strong. Finally, with a low gasp, she slowly lay on Chi Fei, her whole body dripping with sweat and her skin flushed red. A few minutes later, Chi Fei let out a breath, got up, put on his pajamas, sat on the sofa, and smoked a cigarette alone. Is there still no news about Black Rose? Chi Fei asked the female assistant who was getting dressed on the bed. The female assistant came over, poured Chi Fei a glass of wine, and replied, "Not yet." Chi Fei hummed and asked, "Are you all ready?" "We are ready. As long as Black Rose comes back, we will arrest her as you wish." The female assistant replied, "Master, are you really going to take action against Black Rose?" The female assistant made a gesture of wiping her neck. Chi Fei nodded, took a big sip of wine, narrowed his eyes, and said in a grim tone, "Black Rose, don't blame me. The organization has its own rules. Once you join Shisha Hall, you will never betray and leave the organization unless you die in this life." And at this moment, outside the window, Chu Chen, standing on the wall, watched every move in the office with cold eyes. He heard everything clearly, including the conversation between the two. Want to take action against Black Rose? The leader of Shisha Hall is really cruel. Previously, when Chu Chen heard Black Rose say that she would be allowed to leave the organization after completing her last mission, Chu Chen felt that there was something wrong. As expected. Capitalists are all black-hearted. Even if I squeeze you dry, I will find a reason to kill you. In the office, the female assistant suddenly had an idea. She sat in Chifei's arms, caressing his chest and abdomen, and said with a seductive smile, "Master, since you are going to kill Black Rose, why not just sleep with her before killing her? As far as I know, Black Rose is still a chick. I know you've been thinking about her for a long time." Chifei glanced at the woman in his arms, pinched her chin, and said with a wicked smile, "You know too much, be careful, I will kill you." The woman was not afraid. She met Chifei's cold and intimidating gaze and said, "Even if the Hallmaster wants to kill me, I still hope to have a hearty battle with the Hallmaster before I die." As she spoke, the woman's hand slowly slid down from his chest. Chifei took a breath and was about to turn over and press her down on the sofa. "Master Chi, you are in such a good mood." Suddenly, a cold voice came into Chifei's ears. Chifei was startled and quickly stood up, looking around the office with a grim look. But no one. "It's a ghost. Who are you? Come out." Chifei shouted in a deep voice, his eyes were sharp and murderous aura was boiling in his body. As the head of Jiangbei Xixia Hall, he possesses the strength of great internal energy and ranks 23rd on the Tiger list. Under normal circumstances, it is absolutely impossible for someone to appear 10 meters around you without you noticing. But, judging from the sound, it was only a few meters away from me. Master. And he is a master who knows how to restrain his aura. Chifei was shocked. In Jiangbei, there are only a few people who can be regarded as masters by him. The dragon and tiger duo of the Long family. The undefeated boxing champion of the Kong family. The Lu family's four evils in Jiangnan. Apart from these few people, Chifei can be said to be able to run rampant in Jiangbei. But, these people will definitely not appear here. Chifei's eyes were solemn. When did another master appear in Jiangbei? Next second. With a bang, the bulletproof glass of the window exploded. A figure broke the bulletproof glass with one punch, jumped in from outside, and walked straight to the boss chair behind the desk and sat down. After Chuchen sat down, he crossed his legs and looked at Chifei with cold eyes. Chifei was shocked. "This is the fucking 6th floor. How did the other party get up here? Where are the people downstairs? Are they all dead?" Such a big living person, and no one discovered it. However, Chifei was the head of Jiangbei Xixia Hall after all. He was used to seeing big storms and waves. He did not show any panic on his face. He even looked at Chuchen calmly and asked coldly, "Who are you? Who asked you to come? Tell me, what is your purpose?" Chuchen grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth, and said, "My name is Chuchen." Chapter 39, Is This Enough? Chuchen? Chifei was stunned, his brows furrowed, and his face changed drastically. "You are the blind man." Chifei shouted, his eyes instantly darkening. Chuchen laughed coldly, "It's me." "Ha ha." Chifei chuckled, looked at Chuchen in front of him, and asked, "So, Black Rose failed?" Chuchen didn't say anything. Chifei picked up the foreign wine on the coffee table, poured himself a glass of wine, sat on the sofa, looked at Chuchen calmly, and said coldly, "Interesting, it seems that the information is wrong, you are not blind." Not only is he not blind, he is also a master. At least, Black Rose never failed before she met you. Chifei took a sip of wine, and said to himself and confidently, "To be honest, I am a little bit bashful of talent. How about this, Chuchen, I can help you fake your death. From now on, you join my Xixia Hall and become my subordinate. I can guarantee you prosperity and wealth. How about it?" Chuchen snorted and laughed. "Wealth and glory? As far as I know, Black Rose only gets 800 yuan for each mission." Chuchen smiled and said jokingly, "Master Chi, you are a little too dark." Hearing this, Chifei was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled and said, "She even told you this?" After thinking for a while, Chifei said, "Well, I admire you very much. I'll give you a little extra. You can go on a mission and get 100,000. How about that?" Chuchen's face changed, and he looked at Chifei with a half smile, saying, "Oh, Hallmaster Chi is quite generous, 100,000, it's really generous." At this point, Chuchen looked up, his eyes sparkling, staring at Chifei, and asked, "What if I don't agree?" Chifei smiled. The smile was cruel. With a click, he lit a cigarette for himself and said, "Chuchen, in this world, at least in Jiangbei, no one has dared to reject me, Chifei. You are the first one. In the past, those who rejected me were either disabled or died. Threaten. A naked threat. But Chu Chen was not afraid at all and looked calm. Really? Then I really want to try and see if Hall Master Chi has the ability to destroy me. Chu Chen smiled. In an instant, the atmosphere in the office fell into deathly silence. Even the air seemed to freeze. Are you provoking me? Chi Fei asked with a smile, narrowing his eyes. A faint murderous intent began to flow from his body. So what? Chu Chen shrugged and smiled. Chi Fei was furious. You're looking for death. Whoosh. The next second, he shot out like a rocket, stretched out his hand and grabbed Chu Chen's neck. The momentum is strong and the murderous intent is overwhelming. You know, he, Chi Fei, is the head of the Jiangbei Xixiatang branch. He is a martial arts master with great internal strength. On the Tiger list, it ranks 23rd. In Jiangbei, it can be ranked in the top 10. Even if the information about Chu Chen in front of him was wrong, in Chi Fei's opinion, he just had some skills. Dealing with him is just a one-handed task. But what Chi Fei never expected was that just as he approached Chu Chen and was about to succeed, Chu Chen, who was sitting on the boss chair, suddenly appeared in front of Chi Fei, grabbed his neck, and lifted him up. That's right. He picked Chi Fei up just like picking up a chicken. At that moment, Chi Fei widened his eyes and stared at Chu Chen in front of him in disbelief. There was also a huge force at his neck, which made it difficult for him to breathe. In less than 3 seconds, Chi Fei felt himself short of breath, having difficulty breathing, and felt like he was on the verge of death. Master Chi, it seems that your strength is very average. Chu Chen said with a joking smile. There was a loud bang. Chu Chen grabbed Chi Fei's neck and threw him against the wall like he was throwing garbage. In an instant, Chi Fei came into close contact with the wall, leaving a human-shaped mark on the wall, and rolled on the ground like a dead dog. At that moment, Chi Fei felt that all the bones in his body were about to break. It hurts. The pain that pierces the soul. And at the moment when Chu Chen threw Chi Fei out, he grabbed the cigarette but flying out of the other party's hand with 2 fingers, walked over, and pressed the cigarette but hard on Chi Fei's face. Squeak! Just like burning pig hair, a burnt smell instantly emerged. Chi Fei also let out a miserable cry. Master Chi, are you convinced? Chu Chen squatted down and patted Chi Fei's face. Chi Fei was lying on the ground, his whole body in pain, not daring to move, but his eyes were staring at Chu Chen with incomparable vicious anger, gritting his teeth and threatening. Chu Chen, you really surprised me. I didn't expect that you still have such strength. But do you think I will be afraid of you if you do this? It's far from enough to make Chi Fei convinced. Chu Chen frowned, raised his hand, grabbed Chi Fei's hair, and pushed him to the ground. There was a muffled sound, and the whole office was filled with the sound of thunder. Even the ground beneath my feet shook. Looking at Chi Fei again, his head was broken and bleeding. Is it enough? Chu Chen asked coldly. Chi Fei gritted his teeth and shouted, not enough. Bang bang bang. Chu Chen grabbed his hair without saying a word and continued to slam him to the ground. In an instant, rhythmic collision sounds were heard in the office. A deep pit was created on the entire ground, filled with blood. Chi Fei's entire face was covered in blood and flesh. Even if his mother came, she wouldn't be able to recognize him. Is it enough? Chu Chen asked again. Chi Fei spat out broken teeth and sticky blood from his mouth, hesitating. Enough, enough. After hearing this, Chu Chen threw Chi Fei to the ground like garbage. Chi Fei was lying on the ground, his face covered in blood. His forehead was almost broken. The pain made him feel like he was about to die. Master Chi, I have a piece of advice for you. Next, change your tone when talking to me. Chu Chen sat back in the boss chair, looked at Chi Fei quietly, and said, I am a person who is soft-hearted and not hard-hearted. It took Chi Fei several minutes to come back to his senses. The previous calmness and composure, even the arrogance, are now gone, and only fear and terror remain. My whole body is shaking. Now, can you correct your attitude? Chu Chen asked. Chi Fei said with difficulty, who are you? What do you want to do? I've already told you who I am, the son-in-law of the Shin family, Chu Chen, a blind man, a loser who lives off his wife in the eyes of everyone. Chu Chen replied. Chi Fei frowned and shook his head, impossible, you are definitely not blind, nor a coward. Your strength is above mine. In the entire Jiangbei, there are only a handful of people as powerful as you. At this point, Chi Fei was startled, and thought of something, and shouted, are you pretending to be blind? Master Chi, I am the one asking the questions and you answer them, not you asking me. Shu Chen said coldly, looking unhappy. Who is the employer behind this? Qi Fei trembled, his eyes rolled, and he asked, if I tell you, will you let me go? Master Qi, you are not qualified to negotiate terms with me now. Shu Chen said coldly, murderous aura bursting out of his body. In an instant, a terrifying aura swept through the entire office and pressed down on Qi Fei, making him unable to move and his whole body shudder. This is the breath of perfect internal strength. He actually has perfect internal energy? Qi Fei was shocked. Speak or die, it's your choice. Shu Chen said in a deep voice. Qi Fei didn't hesitate at all and blurted out, it's Li Zhenkuan from the Li family. Li family. Li Zhenkuan? Shu Chen's brow sank, and an evil sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. Li family, you are really eager to die. I haven't even gone to find you yet, but you came to my door first. Shu Chen chuckled, with a piercing cold light flashing in his eyes. Then he stood up and looked at Qi Fei lying on the ground. In front of Qi Fei's astonished eyes, he smashed his head with a palm. Until his death, Qi Fei couldn't believe that the other party really dared to kill him. He is the head of the Xixiatang branch. Once he dies, the Xixiatang headquarters will know about it and will definitely send experts to investigate. By then, the entire Jiangbei will be in chaos. But Shu Chen didn't care about these. He turned around and walked out of the door. Black Rose waited downstairs for a long time, very anxious. Seeing that Shu Chen was not coming down for a long time, she wanted to rush up herself. Seeing Shu Chen walking out of the gate, Black Rose's pretty face was startled. He actually came out safely. Seeing Black Rose stretching her head and staring behind him, Shu Chen asked with a smile, what are you looking at? You came out alone? Black Rose asked. Shu Chen nodded and said, what's wrong? Where is Hall Master Qi? He actually let you out like that? Black Rose couldn't believe it. The Hall Master is a cruel and ruthless person. How could you let him out so easily? Shu Chen smiled and said, your Hall Master is dead. What? Dead? Black Rose's eyes were wide open, and her delicate pink mouth was also wide open, making people unable to help but want to be evil. It's over, it's over. This has really gone bad. Black Rose was so anxious that she was sweating all over and stamping her feet. When Shu Chen stopped his feet, he didn't know if it was an earthquake or something else, but he felt something shaking in front of his eyes. Judging from its size, it feels like it would take at least 2 hands to grab it. Do you want to try catching it? Chapter 40, Director 1 is also great. Seeing Shu Chen staring at her in a daze, Black Rose asked anxiously and puzzledly, Master, what are you looking at? It's a nice day today. Shu Chen pretended to look at the sky. Hey, those birds are quite white. Black Rose was stunned. She followed Shu Chen's line of sight, looked down, and her pretty face suddenly blushed. Master, you are so lustful. Black Rose pursed her lips and muttered. Shu Chen was embarrassed. Ahem. Shu Chen coughed twice and said, Black Rose, this is not called lust, this is called appreciation. Black Rose rolled her eyes at Shu Chen, not wanting to dwell on this issue too much, and asked, Master, did you really kill Hall Master Qi? Yeah. Shu Chen nodded. Hiss. Black Rose took a deep breath and took a long time to react. She said anxiously, Master, you shouldn't have killed him. Why? Shu Chen asked. Black Rose said solemnly, Master, you don't know much about Xixia Hall. Although Jiangbei is only a branch, the head of each branch is directly appointed by the Xixia Hall headquarters. Among them, many are descendants of the big shots at the headquarters who come here to gain experience and gild their reputations. Master Qi Fei is one of them. Shu Chen frowned and whispered, experienced and gilded? What's going on? A killer organization that also uses the system's tactics. Yes. Black Rose nodded and continued, there are a total of 8 founders of Xixia Hall, known as the 8 Heavenly Dragons, namely Tang, Feng, Zhou, Wuqi, Xiao, Han, and Tian. Qi Fei, the head of the Qi Hall, is the second young master of the Qi family. If you kill him, not only will the Xixia Hall headquarters not let you go, but the Qi family will not let you go either. Xixiatang is at least one of the top 10 organizations in the domestic assassin world, with a large number of members. If the people at Xixiatang headquarters knew that you killed Master Qi, they would definitely send more assassins, stronger assassins, to assassinate you. The more Black Rose spoke, the more worried she looked. She had a rough idea of the power of Xixia Hall. It's simply not something that one person can fight against. Even if Chu Qin is stronger than Qi Fei, he is still not enough in front of the entire Xixia Hall. Hearing what Black Rose said, Chu Chen's face darkened slightly, and he said coldly, "Kill him if you want. It's just Xixia Hall. If you insist on making things difficult for me, I don't mind destroying it." After saying this, Chu Chen felt a strong sense of crisis and fighting spirit in his heart. He doesn't want to cause trouble, but that doesn't mean he can be bullied. A Xixia Hall. No fear. With the Dragon Emperor medical classics given by the old blind man, Chu Chen believed that sooner or later he would be able to destroy this killer organization. Of course, before being discovered by the other party, what he has to do is to keep working hard to improve his strength. It seems that a large amount of more refined Shi-gathering pills need to be refined. At this moment, Chu Chen already had plans and arrangements for the future in his mind. Make money. Buy medicinal herbs. Alchemy medicine. Then, breakthrough. The fourth level of Qi refining is still too weak for Chu Chen. He wants to stand at the top of Jiangbei, at the top of the entire southern province. He wants the so-called Xixia Hall, and everyone who sees him must kneel down and submit to him. "Master, what are you thinking about?" Seeing Chu Chen in a daze, Black Rose waved her hand in front of him and asked. Chu Chen smiled and said, "Nothing. By the way, I have a task for you." "What mission?" "Within a week, I will conquer the entire Jiangbei Xixiatang branch and make them all work for me," Chu Chen said with a burning gaze. Black Rose frowned and shook her head, saying, "Master, this may be a little difficult. As long as you are willing to submit to me, Chu Chen, and work for me, Chu Chen, I can provide you with the elixir you need to practice martial arts and breakthrough." Chu Chen said, "It's the one you ate before." Click. Black Rose's big, lively eyes instantly opened wide, and she nodded, revealing two cute little canine teeth, and said with a smile, "Master, don't worry, I will definitely complete the task." Chu Chen was stunned. The attitude changed too quickly. "Also, from now on, you will protect my wife secretly for me. If you have any questions, just contact me at any time." Chu Chen said, "Also, I can see this with my own eyes, so remember to keep it a secret." Understand. Black Rose made an okay gesture. After returning to the villa, Chu Chen went upstairs and found that Xing Yue was still asleep. He breathed a sigh of relief and tiptoed back to the living room. Seeing that it was almost dawn, Chu Chen did not continue to sleep. He sat cross-legged and breathed in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to consolidate his realm. By the way, start meditating and feel your six senses. As for the Li family, Chu Chen was not in a hurry to go, and then asked Black Rose to deliver a letter for him. Now, the Li family's house is brightly lit. Li Xingkuan paced back and forth in the living room, looking anxious. "Master! Master!" Suddenly, a subordinate ran in hurriedly. "How disgraceful it is to shout and yell. Tell me, what's the matter?" Li Xingkuan glared at his men. The subordinate lowered his head quickly and replied breathlessly, "Master, we can't contact Xixia Hall." "Can't get in touch? What does that mean?" Li Xingkuan's face changed. The subordinate shook his head and said, "I don't know either." Li Xingkuan frowned, took out his cell phone and called Qi Fei directly. But no one answered. "It's strange. Master Qi, is he still so busy so late at night?" Li Xingkuan looked suspicious. Whoosh! Suddenly, a dagger shot in from outside, directly brushed Li Xingkuan's ear, and with a thud, it nailed the wooden pillar behind him. "Who?" Li Xingkuan yelled angrily and touched his ear, which was scratched. If it had been 2 inches more to the right, his head would have been pierced. The men rushed out quickly, shouting, "There's an assassin! Protect the master!" The next second, more than a dozen thugs rushed out from every corner of the Li family yard and put the entire yard under martial law. In the lobby, Li Xingkuan pulled the dagger off the wooden pillar, opened the letter on it, read it for a few seconds, and suddenly a look of anger flashed across his face. "You bastard! You're looking for death!" Li Xingkuan flew into a rage, slammed the paper on the table, and shouted, "Come here. From today on, guard the yard 24 hours a day. Anyone who dares to break in without my permission will be killed without mercy." "Yes," the subordinate replied. Li Xingkuan put his hands behind his back, staring at the night outside with deep and gloomy eyes. He said coldly, "Chu Chen, fine, fine. You dare to threaten me and ask me to wash my neck. I want to see if you have 3 heads and 6 arms to dare to be so arrogant." The content of the letter was simple. Shu Chen asked Li Jinkuan to kneel down at the Li family's house and wait for him to come to the door to pay for his parents' lives. Who is Li Jinkuan? The head of the Li family built the Li group by himself. Not only is he ruthless, but his hands are also stained with blood. It would be a dream to let him sit and wait for death. The next day, Shu Chen specially made a loving breakfast for Xin Yue, knocked on the door and said, "Wife, I made breakfast for you, come out and eat." Crash. The door opens. Xin Yue walked past Shu Chen with a cold expression on her face without saying anything. He went out without even having breakfast. Shu Chen scratched the back of his head in confusion. It seems that there is a misunderstanding. What should I do? Shu Chen was very anxious. He casually took out his phone and searched what to do if your wife is angry. As a result, the comment with the most likes was "fuck her, if one time doesn't work, try twice, if 2 times doesn't work, try 3 times. Shu Chen frowned. It was obvious that he was a single guy without a wife. Shu Chen let out a breath. It seemed that he could only take it one step at a time and find an opportunity to ask Xin Yue what the reason was. Coincidentally, at this moment, his cell phone rang. I looked at the caller ID and saw it was Yao Shurhan calling. Sister Yao? Why did she call me so early in the morning? Shu Chen answered the call and asked, "Hello, who is this?" "Mr. Chu, it's me." Yao Shurhan had obviously just woken up, her voice still sweet and lazy. When people hear it, they feel all the bones in their body tingling. If I could say good morning and good night to you every day, I would be so happy. It's Sister Yao. What do you want from me? Shu Chen smiled. Yao Shurhan said, "I'll ask Qingqing to go get you the prescription later, okay?" "Of course, I'll wait at home." Shu Chen replied. After hanging up the phone, Shu Chen took out a pen and paper and wrote down the prescription. I figured out how to explain it and just said that it was Xin Yue who wrote it. After all, Shu Chen's handwriting is pretty good and beautiful. Just after finishing writing the prescription, Shu Chen's phone rang again. This time it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who is this?" "It's me, Wan Qingqing." On the other end of the phone came Wan Qingqing's cold voice, sounding a little unhappy. "It's Director Wan. I have prepared the prescription. You can come and get it any time," Shu Chen said. But who knew that Wan Qingqing directly refused? "I don't have time, how about this, you send it to me, Panlong Bay Villa District 36, the password is 000516, the key has a blind mode." After saying that, the other party hung up the phone without waiting for Shu Chen to speak. Shu Chen stared with his eyes wide open, very angry. This Wan Qingqing is quite good at ordering people around. After thinking about it, Shu Chen was too lazy to argue with her. He put the prescription in his pocket, went out, took a taxi, and headed straight to the Panlong Bay Villa district. After finding building 36, Shu Chen first pressed the doorbell. When no one responded, he entered the password. After the door opened, Shu Chen walked straight in. As a result, the first person I saw was Wan Qingqing coming down the stairs from the 2nd floor. Oh my god! Did she just take a shower? I only wore. Chapter 41, Kneeling Service. This figure is amazing. It can be seen that Wan Qingqing pays great attention to taking care of her skin and figure on a daily basis. A pair of long legs is suitable for wearing stockings. At this moment, Wan Qingqing had obviously just taken a shower. No one knew what she was in a hurry to do. She was wiping her wet hair with a towel while walking downstairs in her pink plush slippers. Wan Qingqing didn't expect that the door of her villa would be opened at this time. At first glance, he saw Shu Chen standing in the living room downstairs in a daze, his eyes rolling around looking at him. "Ah!" Wan Qingqing screamed and hurriedly covered herself with a towel. You, who let you in?" Wan Qingqing was furious, her pretty face flushed red, and her big watery eyes stared at Shu Chen. This guy is so abominable. He actually broke into a girl's house like that. Doesn't he know that this is rude? Hateful. Shu Chen scratched his head awkwardly and said with a smile, "Director Wan, I rang the doorbell just now, but no one answered, so I pressed the password to come in." Perhaps because he was afraid of being exposed, Shu Chen pretended not to see anything and asked, "Director Wan, what's wrong with you? Why are you screaming so loudly? I can't see you and I dare not move. Here is the prescription. I brought it to you." As he spoke, Shu Chen took out the prescription he had prepared in advance from his pocket. Wan Qingqing stood on the stairs, not daring to move. Suddenly, she remembered that Yao Shurhan said that Shu Chen was blind and could not see. Call. Wan Qingqing let out a breath, ran down the stairs quickly, picked up a bathrobe from the sofa and wrapped herself in it. This run made Chu Chen's heart jump out. It's really hard to take your eyes off it. The key point is that when Wan Qingqing ran, the towel in her hands were barely covered. Beauty is exposed right before our eyes. How does this woman take care of herself? Such a great figure. Wan Qingqing wrapped herself in her nightgown, hugged herself tightly with her arms around her chest, and stared at Chu Chen, who was less than 2 meters away from her, with a scrutinizing look. She raised her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, asking, "Are you really blind?" "You've been blind for 3 years, Director Wan, please stop waving." Chu Chen smiled. Wan Qingqing was embarrassed for a moment, frowned and said, "I'm sorry." Chu Chen didn't take it seriously and said, "This is the prescription Sister Yao wanted." Wan Qingqing walked over and took the prescription from Chu Chen. It was also at this time that Chu Chen observed Wan Qingqing up close for the first time. This woman not only has a devilish figure, but also a stunning face. No worse than Yao Shihan and Long Hongyan. Of course, she is a little inferior to my wife. Chu Chen thought to himself. Wife, you are the most beautiful in the world. However, with such a figure and appearance, she would be a killer in Jiangbei, or even in the entire South Province. Chu Chen could even smell the pleasant fragrance on her body. It doesn't smell like a shower gel. It was more like her own scent. Oh shit. Chu Chen was shocked. This Wan Qingqing actually has body odor? This woman is truly a rare find. Are you sure this prescription can remove the scars and restore the rashes and ulcers on Shihan's body to their original state? Wan Qingqing looked at the prescription in her hand with some suspicion and asked. Is there such a magical prescription in the world? Even with the medicines in the hospital, it is impossible to restore the skin to its original state without leaving any scars. If this is true, wouldn't it take over the medical market and become a daily necessity for women? Is this stinky man playing a joke on me? Just let Sister Yao try and you'll know. Chu Chen shrugged lightly and smiled. Wan Qingqing rolled her eyes at Chu Chen and said, "All right, I get it, you can go back now. Remember, next time you enter someone else's house, remember to open the first door. Even if no one agrees, you can't just come in casually." After saying that, Wan Qingqing turned around and went upstairs. Damn it. Fortunately, he is blind, otherwise, if he saw everything, how would I go out and see people in the future? However, Chu Chen did not seem to plan to leave. He sat directly on the sofa, crossed his legs, and said with a smile, "Director Wan, you seem to have forgotten something." Wan Qingqing had a suspicious and foxy face, full of doubts, staring at Chu Chen with a pair of smart big eyes, and asked, "What's the matter?" Chu Chen unscrupulously looked at Wan Qingqing, who had a devilish figure in front of him, and said, "At Sister Yao's house, you promised me that you would be my personal maid for 3 months. Didn't you forget it?" "What? A personal maid for 3 months?" Wan Qingqing only then remembered what happened that day, and immediately became so angry that her pretty face turned red. She bit her red lips, stared at Chu Chen, and shouted. "Chu Chen, you are dreaming. I am Wan Qingqing, but I am the director of the dermatology department of Jiangbei Medical University. You want me to be your personal maid? Are you worthy?" Of course, there was one more thing Wan Qingqing didn't say. That is, she is a popular figure in Jiangbei's medical system. Why should he, Chu Chen, a blind man and the useless son-in-law of the Shin family, let me be his personal maid for 3 months? It's simply a fantasy. No way. Director Wan, are you planning to cheat? Chu Chen laughed and took out his cell phone. "Then I'll call Sister Yao and ask her if the bet we made that day still counts." When Wan Qingqing heard that she was going to call Yao Shihan, she got anxious and ran over quickly. She stretched out her hand to grab the phone from Chu Chen and said dissatisfiedly, "Don't call." Wan Qingqing looked unhappy and bit her red lips. We must not let him tell Yao Shihan about this. Thinking of this, Wan Qingqing glared at Chu Chen fiercely. Stinky man. It's really embarrassing. He actually used Yao Shihan to threaten me. Hateful. After hesitating for a long time, Wan Qingqing finally let out a sigh of relief. Forget it, just think of it as being bullied by a dog. Chu Chen raised his head. Hiss. The robe was askew. This is my old shoulder. Wan Qingqing didn't even notice that the collar of her nightgown had slipped halfway down from her shoulders. Don't look at what is inappropriate. Don't look at what is inappropriate. As if she noticed Chu Chen's strange look, Wan Qingqing looked down and realized that she was exposed. She quickly pulled up the collar of her nightgown to cover her figure and said coldly, "Just 3 months. But I warn you, don't cross my bottom line and don't force me to do those dirty things you dogs want to do." Wan Qingqing screamed in her heart. Sooner or later, she will take revenge on Chu Chen. Snort! Chu Chen smiled and said, "Director Wan, don't worry, I'm not as perverted as you think. I'm a law-abiding citizen and will never let you do those obscene things." Bottom line? What is the bottom line? Chu Chen suddenly had a bad idea in his mind. That is to test Wan Qingqing's bottom line step by step. This kind of arrogant and superior woman must have her self-esteem severely suppressed. "Director Wan, I'm thirsty and want to drink water. Please pour me a glass of water," Chu Chen said. "You." Wan Qingqing gritted her teeth in anger and glared at Chu Chen with resentment. She let out a breath, clenched her little pink fists, suppressed her inner anger, bent down, picked up the kettle on the coffee table, and poured water for Chu Chen. "Drink." Wan Qingqing picked up the cup and handed it to Chu Chen with a cold attitude, muttering, "I can't drink it to death, you bastard." Wan Qingqing was furious. No man has ever asked me to pour water for him. This is her first time. Damn dog man. Aha. Wan Qingqing was going crazy and wished she could bite Chu Chen to death and torture him severely. She even wanted to poison Chu Chen in the water and kill him. Chu Chen pretended not to hear the second half of the sentence and said with a smile, "Director Wan, since you are my personal mate from now on, I simply ask you to learn from the people of Dongdaeguo and kneel down to serve me. When you hand me the cup, shout 'Brother, please drink some water.' There should be no problem, right?" Chapter 42, Just Do It. What? Kneeling service? This damn blind man, who does he think he is? Wan Qingqing was so angry that her teeth were itching and she gnashed them, wishing she could bite Chu Chen to death. "You are dreaming." Wan Qingqing uttered 3 words one by one. "Despicable man. He also wanted me to kneel down and serve him tea and water. Let him dream his big dream." Chu Chen was not in a hurry. He calmly took out another mobile phone from his pocket and said, "Hello, Sister Yao, it's like this." Swish. Wan Qingqing was quick-witted and snatched the phone from Chu Chen's hand, glanced at it, and didn't call at all. "You're kidding me." Wan Qingqing was furious. She pursed her lips and stared at Chu Chen like a man eating tigress. Chu Chen chuckled, resting his head on his hands and crossing his legs. "Director Wan, I'm thirsty." Wan Qingqing was very angry. "But there is nothing we can do about Chu Chen. Just wait for me." Wan Qingqing gritted her teeth. Then, holding the cup of water, she slowly knelt in front of Chu Chen, with a reluctant look on her face, looking at Chu Chen with murderous eyes, and said, "Brother, please drink some water. This sound is like holding poisonous water in your hand." Chu Chen glanced at it indifferently and found that the scenery was even more beautiful from this angle. Especially the snow-white color from the neckline down. Hiss. Even the nightgown could hardly block it. Not to mention that pair of white knees, kneeling on the ground, with the back tilted on the heels, the posture really makes people's blood boil and can't help but think more. "Wan Qingqing, you are still very beautiful." Moreover, it can be seen that she has rarely had contact with men. Chu Chen also knew that he couldn't play too much, so he calmly took the water cup and took a sip, then said, "Director Wan, get up." Snort. Wan Qingqing snorted coldly, stood up, stared at Chu Chen and said, "You can leave now." Chu Chen shrugged, didn't stay long, and got up and left the villa. The moment he walked out of the door, Chu Chen turned his head with a deliberate smirk and made a phone call gesture to Wan Qingqing, saying, "Director Wan, remember, I'll be there whenever you call. Get out of here, you bastard." Wan Qingqing was so angry that she picked up the pillow on the sofa and threw it at Chu Chen. With this throw, the robe was completely opened. A vast expanse of white comes into view. Chu Chen took another look, then quickly turned around and ran away. After going out, Chu Chen felt it was a pity. "I should have pretended to play with my phone and took the photo. There must be a lot of old perverts who privately messaged me asking for photos." In the villa lobby, Wan Qingqing was still too angry to calm down after seeing Chu Chen leave. "Damn you, stinky man. Sooner or later, I'm going to step on you and beat you hard." Wan Qingqing was furious and turned around and went upstairs. After returning to the villa, Chu Chen began to think about his future plans. The most important thing right now is making money. Only by making more money can you buy better medicinal materials and refine more refined qi gathering pills, thereby making continuous breakthroughs and improving your strength. At the moment, Chuchen already has a general idea about the money-making plan. That is to refine a castrated version of the qi gathering pill and sell it to the dignitaries in Jiangbei. Chuchen even thought of a name for this castrated version of the qi gathering pill, which is Bailing pill. After all, for ordinary people, the qi gathering pill can not only strengthen the body, but also improve physical fitness and even prolong life. Even some difficult and complicated diseases can be cured easily. Although the castrated version of Bailing pills is not as effective, it is a top-grade health product for these dignitaries. Just do it. But just as he was about to go out, Chuchen realized that he had no money. What should I do? Coincidentally, Chuchen saw Lu Qinglan sitting in the living room applying a facial mask. She was wearing a loose, thin black silk pajamas, lying on the sofa, her white legs folded together, holding a mobile phone. No one knew what she was looking at, but she was enjoying it and laughing from time to time. Chuchen thought about it, walked over reluctantly, and said, "Can you lend me some money?" After asking this question, Chuchen's face turned red. Lu Qinglan raised her head, tore off the mask from her face, gently patted the remaining essence on her face, rubbed it on her neck and hands, glared at Chuchen in dissatisfaction, and asked, "What money do you want to borrow? What do you want the money for?" "Buy something," Chuchen said. "Buying things?" Lu Qinglan snorted coldly, "No money. You eat our food, live in our house, use our money, and don't make money for the family, but you still want to borrow money? You're a coward. You're useless. I don't know why my daughter doesn't want to divorce you." "Chuchen, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but take a piss and take a good look at yourself. You've been idle all day, living off others, and you don't think it's shameful of yourself." When Chuchen heard this, he felt that Lu Qinglan's curse was a bit harsh. What does it mean to eat their food and use their things? "Mom, back then, the Shin family took over many projects from our Chu family and made a lot of money. Is it so difficult for me to borrow some money from you?" Chuchen frowned and said unhappily. This Lu Qinglan is really a miser, not willing to spend a penny. Seeing that Chuchen dared to talk back, Lu Qinglan was so angry that she pointed at his nose and cursed, "You are from the Chu family, what does it have to do with you? Besides, that was originally the betrothal gift for you to marry my daughter. Get lost, get out of my way. I get angry when I see you." Lu Qinglan rolled her eyes at Chuchen and continued to pick up her phone. Chuchen clenched his fists and glared at Lu Qinglan fiercely. "Oh shit. Sooner or later, I will return all the humiliation I have suffered to her. Especially the humiliation she suffered in the past 3 years, she must be paid back for it all." Chuchen sighed and returned to the bedroom. After thinking about it, he took out the small box he brought from the Chu family from under the bed. When the box was opened, in addition to the medical book given by the old blind man, there was also a family photo and some miscellaneous items. Chuchen picked up the family photo, his eyes reddened, he stroked his parents' faces, and choked up and said, "Dad, Mom, don't worry, no matter who the enemy is, no matter how strong or powerful he is, I will avenge you." After saying that, Chuchen took out a jade pendant. "That was what my mother left for me. There's nothing I can do but pawn it for some money." Chuchen said helplessly, took the jade pendant and left the villa. Just left the villa. Brother Chuchen. Suddenly, a BMW Mini drove over from a distance. When Chuchen looked up, he saw Long Qingyao getting out of the car. She was wearing a white long skirt, paired with white sneakers, and had a small pink bag slung across her chest. Her arms were whiter than snow, her eyes were lively under her thick eyelashes, her lips were rosy red, her long, soft hair fell over her shoulders, and she had a pure, girlish smile on her face. So sweet. So pure. It really is true that a beautiful woman's hair will glow. Is that Miss Long? Why are you here? Chuchen said with a smile. Long Qingyao ran to Chuchen in small steps, with her hands behind her back and tiptoeing, and said with a smile, "Why, can't I come and play with you?" Chapter 43, Die Together. Chuchen smiled faintly and said, "Of course, I wonder what Miss Long wants to see me about." "It's nothing. I have a party with my best friends tomorrow afternoon and I can't find a male companion. I didn't want to see Brother Chuchen, so I wanted you to go with me." Long Qingyao smiled sweetly. Chuchen said, "Miss Long, this is probably not a good idea, right? I'm just a blind man. If I go, I will embarrass you in front of your best friends." "Oh, it's nothing. My girlfriends are all nice people." Long Qingyao said, and took Chu Chen's arm, shook it, and said coquettishly, "Brother Chu Chen, just accompany me." It is said that women who act coquettishly have the best life. Chu Chen believed it. Unable to persuade Long Qingyao, Chu Chen had no choice but to agree. Long Qingyao was very excited and said with a smile, "Then it's a deal. We'll stick to it for 100 years. Long Qingyao grabbed Chu Chen's hand and hooked her fingers. Chu Chen laughed. He didn't expect that this little girl, Long Qingyao, was quite innocent. "By the way, brother Chu Chen, where are you going? Do you want me to take you there?" Long Qingyao asked. Chu Chen said, "I'll go pawn something." "Pawn things?" Long Qingyao asked suspiciously. Chu Chen nodded and briefly explained. After listening, Long Qingyao took out her phone and said, "Brother Chu Chen, what's your Alipay account number? I'll transfer some money to you. After all, the jade pendant was left to you by your mother, so you'd better not pawn it." Chu Chen was startled, looking at the serious Long Qingyao in front of him, thought for a moment, put the jade pendant away, nodded and said, "Okay, just think of it as me asking you to borrow it. What's the matter with lending it or not? You saved me last time, and I haven't thanked you properly yet. Just consider this money as medical fee." Long Qingyao smiled. Then, Chu Chen told his payment account number. After a moment, a ding-dong reminder sounded. 5 million has arrived in your Alipay account. Damn it! Chu Chen was startled. This. She is worthy of being the rich lady of Jiangbei, she is so generous. Afterwards, Long Qingyao sent Chu Chen to a nearby Chinese medicine store. Chu Chen purchased the medicinal materials he needed in batches, and the quality of the herbs was generally average. After all, for the castrated version of the qi-gathering pill, the medicinal materials don't need to be very good. Then, he bought a batch of medicinal herbs that were several decades old. Chu Chen planned to use this batch of medicinal materials to refine more refined qi-gathering pills. By the way, he also planned to refine some beauty pills and give them to Xin Yuwei. No matter what the misunderstanding is, giving a gift to apologize is always the right thing to do. If there are any extra beauty pills, they will be given to Long Hongyan, Yao Shihan, and Long Qingyao. As for Wan Qingqing, it depends on the situation. "Brother Chu Chen, why did you buy so many medicinal herbs?" Long Qingyao asked curiously, blinking her big watery eyes. Chu Chen smiled and said, "Refine the elixir. You can also make pills?" Long Qingyao became even more curious, her big eyes blinking. Chu Chen nodded and said, "A little bit." "Then what do you plan to do with it?" "Sell it for money." Long Qingyao nodded. She knew very little about business matters. After sending Chu Chen back to the villa, Long Qingyao prepared to drive away. "Brother Chu Chen, don't forget the party tomorrow afternoon. I will pick you up then." Long Qingyao smiled sweetly at Chu Chen through the car window. Chu Chen nodded, "Got it." After watching Long Qingyao drive away, Chu Chen couldn't wait to go into the kitchen with several large bags of medicinal herbs. Fortunately, Lu Qinglan was out, otherwise, she would definitely ask all kinds of questions, including where the money came from. With the experience of refining the qi-gathering pill last time, Chu Chen clearly felt that he had become much more proficient in refining the castrated version of the qi-gathering pill this time. There were 3 pots in total, and 2 were successful. Looking at the castrated qi-gathering pills the size of sugar beans in the pot, Chu Chen couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Is the thing in this pot qi-gathering pill? No. That's wealth. It is the cornerstone to his path to the top of the pyramid. Ha ha ha. It's done." Chu Chen laughed. After pouring out the castrated qi-gathering pills in the pot, I counted them and found there were 23 in total, which was not bad. Chu Chen took one and tested the efficacy of the medicine. "Well, it's really good. This thing can definitely carve out a niche in the circle of wealthy people. Ha ha ha. Why do I feel like a pig killing plate?" Then, Chu Chen used the remaining medicinal materials to refine 3 pots of qi-gathering pills. This time, everything was successful. 3 pots, a total of 7 qi-gathering pills. Just by looking at it, Chu Chen knew that it was purer than the last time. Whether it's color, taste, or shape, it's several times better than last time. Chu Chen looked at the 7 pure qi-gathering pills in his hand, took a deep breath, and his face was filled with uncontrollable excitement. However, he did not take it immediately, but put it away. He wanted to find a quiet place and use these 7 qi-gathering pills to reach the 5th level of qi refining. According to the book Dragon Emperor Medical Classics given by the old blind man, the breakthrough from the 4th level of qi refining to the 5th level of qi refining is a hurdle and it is very easy to fail. The next step is to impact the 8th level of qi refining from the 7th level of qi refining, and the impact of the 9th level of qi refining on the foundation building. These are 2 levels. It is also known as the 3 levels of qi refining. After putting away the 7 qi gathering pills, Chu Chen began to refine the beauty pills. Not surprisingly, the success rate is not high. All the medicinal materials were used up before 2 beauty pills were refined. This put Chu Chen in a difficult position. One of them must be for my wife Xin Yue. Then, who should I give the remaining one to? Give Long Hongyan? She is the #1 socialite in Jianbei and treats herself very well. If I give it to her, it can help my wife cooperate better with the Long family. To Yao Shihan? She is the wife of Jiangbei Mayor Huang Kahong, the first lady of Jiangbei, and the daughter of the Yao family in southern province. Judging from what Long Hongyan said, his status is very special. If you give it to her, she can come forward to solve any problems in the future. At least in Jiangbei, no one dares not to give face to Yao Shihan, the first lady, right? Long Qingyao and Wan Qingqing were automatically excluded. Long Qingyao is still young and has plenty of collagen. As for Wan Qingqing, she has a hot temper and needs to be suppressed further. Forget it, never mind, just put it away first and talk about it later. Chu Chen said. Thinking of this, Chu Chen went to a boutique gift box store and bought an exquisite pink box and put the beauty pill in it. Then, he took the beauty pill and took a taxi to Xin Group. When entering the lobby, Chu Chen unexpectedly discovered that a man wearing a black jacket, a black mask and a baseball cap, pretending to be nothing, walked into the elevator carrying a box in his hand. Perhaps because of his sixth sense, Chu Chen was instinctively alert and looked at the other party a few more times. He always felt that there was something wrong with this person. Wrong. There is a big problem. Without time to think, Chu Chen rushed directly to the elevator, but the elevator door was already closed. There was no other choice, Chu Chen could only choose to take the stairs and run all the way. His physical fitness exploded at this moment and he was even faster than the elevator. In just a dozen seconds, they reached the highest 18th floor. But Chu Chen was still a step too late. As soon as he appeared in the corridor, he saw the figure from before rushing into Xin Yue's office. Then he heard screams and quarrels coming from the office. Chu Chen's sixth sense is too strong now. Even if he was more than 10 meters away, with 7 or 8 offices and a lot of noisy sounds, he could still accurately lock onto the conversation content of the people in the office he wanted to hear. Without time to think, Chu Chen rushed out and kicked the closed office door without saying a word. With a loud bang, the entire door was kicked into pieces. At this moment, in the office, an emotional man, holding a gasoline barrel, doused himself with it, then took out a lighter from his trouser pocket and screamed at Xin Yue, who was sitting behind the desk like a madman. Xin Yue. You bitch, if you don't give me a way to live, I will die with you. Sudden. The office door was kicked open, Chu Chen rushed in, and saw the sneaky man he had seen downstairs earlier. As for Xin Yue, who was sitting behind the desk, she was wearing a white professional shirt, a black hip skirt, her snow-white legs were bare, her long hair was tied behind her head with a pencil tied on it, she looked clean and experienced. Especially the shirt, maybe because it is too big, even with 3 buttons unbuttoned, it feels like it is about to burst. Although Xin Yue looks calm now, the panic in the corners of her eyes betrays her inner panic and fear. You, don't come over here. If you come over here again, we will die together. The man holding the lighter roared at Chu Chen, who was walking in, his eyes bloodshot, like a trapped beast with nowhere to go. As soon as he finished speaking, he pressed the lighter hard with his finger. With a snap, the flames leapt up. Chapter 44, Chu Chen, Master Chu. Chu Chen was quick-eyed and quick-handed. He raised his hand and a wave of energy shot out from his fingertips. With a whoosh, it hit the man's wrist through the air. Ah! The man screamed, and before he could react to what happened, he felt like something hit his wrist, which quickly became red, swollen, and numb. The lighter in his hand also fell to the ground. Just as he pounced towards the lighter on the ground with a hideous look, Chu Chen rushed out quickly and kicked the man away. With a bang, the man fell to the ground, covering his broken jaw and screaming. And all this happened in a flash. Xin Yue, who was sitting in the boss chair, looked at the scene in front of her with astonishment with her beautiful eyes. Can Chu Chen see it? Otherwise, how do you explain this? At this time, several company security guards rushed in from outside the door. Without saying a word, they pressed the man to the ground, and no matter how hard he struggled, it was of no avail. Ah! Let me go, let me go! The man screamed and struggled desperately, raised his head, stared at Xinyue like a devil, and shouted. Xinyue, why don't you give me a chance to live? As long as I don't die today, I will definitely find a way to kill you. Xinyue looked indifferent as she looked at the man being pressed to the ground and said coldly. Boss Ma, this is a matter of principle. Your company purchased substandard medicinal materials and sold them to our company as good quality ones. This has violated the contract and even the law. I am only following the rules. No matter what the consequences are, you should bear them yourself. This has long been written in the contract. It is your own greed that has led to the current situation. Mr. Ma shouted viciously, Xinyue, you stinky bitch, you won't give me any chance to live? Xinyue said expressionlessly, I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it seriously. After the truth was revealed, you refused to admit it. Now it's your own choice, you can't blame anyone else. Xinyue. I'm going to kill you. Mr. Ma yelled hysterically. Chu Chen frowned, stepped forward and kicked Ma in the abdomen, and said coldly, when talking to my wife, be careful with your attitude. Vomit. This kick knocked out all of Mr. Ma's overnight meals. Xinyue glared at Chu Chen and said coldly to the security guard, take him away and hand him over to the police. Yes. Several security guards quickly pulled Mr. Ma up and dragged him out. Only Chu Chen and Xinyue were left in the office. Chu Chen was a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to take out the box of beauty pills from his pocket, Xinyue looked up, her pretty face cold and her eyes looking at him seriously, and asked, Chu Chen, were you able to see it just now? No. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment and replied immediately. Xinyue frowned and said, you really can't see? Then how did you kick him down so accurately just now? Also, why did the lighter in his hand suddenly fall? Chu Chen thought for a moment and explained, maybe he was too nervous and didn't hold it tightly. As for my kick, it was completely based on my feeling. You know, I've been blind for 3 years. Even though I can't see, my 5 senses are still pretty strong. As long as the other person makes a sound, I can roughly determine his location. Xinyue frowned and asked suspiciously, is that so? Not wanting to dwell on this issue too much, Xinyue continued to ask, why did you come here suddenly? This is a beauty pill that I made myself according to a medical book. I came here specially to give it to you. Chu Chen quickly took out the box of beauty pills from his pocket and handed it to Xinyue. Xinyue was slightly stunned, took the small box from Chu Chen's hand, opened it and saw that it was indeed a pill. She immediately asked suspiciously, did you make it yourself? Why are you giving it to me? I apologize to you. Chu Chen smiled and said, although I don't know why you were angry last night, it must be that I did something wrong, so I came to apologize to you. Apologize? Xinyue was startled, but immediately understood what Chu Chen meant, and said in a cold tone, Chu Chen, I will give you another chance. Where did you go in the early hours of that night? Think it over and answer me. Xinyue stared at Chu Chen with burning eyes. Chu Chen was stunned. Why is this question again? After thinking for a while, Chu Chen scratched his head and said, I'm sleeping at home, what's wrong? Snap. Xinyue closed the box, threw it to Chu Chen, pointed at the door, and said coldly, get out. Get out right now. Damn it. Angry again. Chu Chen was stunned. He bent down to pick up the beauty pill on the ground and muttered, wife, this can't be thrown away casually. It's very precious. One pill can be sold for at least tens of millions. I have only refined 2 pills in total. Tens of millions per star? Xinyue frowned, wondering if Chu Chen was crazy. 2? What about the other one? Xinyue asked. Chu Chen replied without hesitation, the other one, I plan to leave it to Miss Long, the beauty of the Long family. After all, she. Get out. Get out. Xinyue was furious and interrupted Chu Chen directly, from today on, you will sleep on the sofa in the living room. When you think it through and are willing to confess to me, you can go back to your room to sleep. Chu Chen looked innocent and puzzled. What is this? Seeing that Xinyue was angry, Chu Chen didn't want to stay any longer and left dejectedly with the beauty pill. Looking at Chu Chen's leaving back, Xinyue's pretty face turned red with anger. She threw the pen on the table, folded her arms across her chest, and glared angrily. When did Chu Chen begin to learn to lie to himself? Xin Yuwei was very upset. Especially when she heard the words Long Hongyan from Chu Chen's mouth, she felt suffocated and jealous. Could it be that he really cheated on me behind my back? Once this thought appeared, Xin Yuwei couldn't help thinking about it. It was like an ant crawling on her body, making her feel uncomfortable all over. Call. Xin Yuwei exhaled, and just then her secretary Xiaoling walked in from outside and said, Boss Xin, your best friend Xiao Shanshan is already downstairs. I understand. Let her come up. Xin Yuwei said. Soon, a stylish and beautiful woman, carrying a limited edition LV bag, walked in from the door with her plump and perky buttocks twisted. She is Xin Yuwei's best friend, Xiao Shanshan. She was dressed very avant-garde, with a deep V-neck red leather jacket that exposed her shoulders and belly, which made her tall and white breasts look spectacular. Especially the career line, which is bottomless. She was wearing a pair of black ultra-short shorts that were so tight that they stretched to her buttocks. A pair of long, snow-white legs with taut muscles and straight lines. Yuwei, I've already contacted young Master Qian for you. Let's meet at the Golden Phoenix Club tonight. Xiao Shanshan sat on the sofa with her long white legs crossed. She took out a lady's cigarette from her bag and lit one with a click. Xin Yuwei nodded and smiled. Shanshan, thank you so much this time. What are you thanking me for? We are good friends. Mr. Qian's family is a well-known investment group in Jiangbei. As long as you can reach an agreement with him tonight, you can borrow at least 50 million. Xiao Shanshan said. Xin Yuwei nodded and let out a breath. There is no way. The company is short of funds recently. Even if we get back the 30 million yuan in payment for the goods from the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, it is still not enough. The company now has a gap of at least 50 million. She must borrow the money within 3 days. The bank no longer lends. So, in desperation, Xin Yuwei had to mobilize her own circle and ask friends to help her contact people who could lend her money. Whether it's a rich second generation or an investment company, as long as they can borrow money, it's fine. Xiao Shanshan glanced at the time and said, It's still early, let's go out for a walk first, and I'll take you there later. Okay. Xin Yuwei nodded. After all, if you need help from others, you should be humble. Before leaving, Xin Yuwei thought for a moment, took out her cell phone, and sent a voice message to Chu Chen. I'm going to Golden Phoenix to discuss investment tonight, so I'll be back late. You don't have to wait for me. After sending the message, Xin Yuwei put the phone back into her bag and went out with Xiao Shanshan. On this side, Chu Chen received Xin Yuwei's voice message and frowned slightly after listening to it. Invest? Is she so short of money now? It seems that the castrated version of the qi-gathering pill still needs to be mass-produced and sold as soon as possible. Only in this way can you make more money. In fact, Chu Chen has already made up his mind that once he makes money, he will start a company and invest in Xin Group. In that case, Xin Yuwei won't have to stay up late for social events every day. Of course, Chu Chen also has his own little thoughts. What will be Xin Yuwei's expression when she finds out one day that the mysterious boss who invested hundreds of millions of dollars in her and Xin Group is actually her blind husband? Hey. It should feel great, Chu Chen thought, grinning foolishly. So, Chu Chen called Zhao Heilong and asked him to meet at a nearby tea house to discuss the project. Half an hour later, Zhao Heilong arrived with a dozen of his men. He bowed 90 degrees to Chu Chen and shouted, Master Chu. The sound was so loud that all the guests in the tea house were frightened. Oh my god? Isn't that President Zhao Heilong of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Oh my god. Who is that young man? He can actually make Zhao Heilong bow his head and call him master. Isn't this too cool and pretentious? A real man should be like this. Zhao Heilong didn't care about the discussions of the people around him. He ran to Chu Chen in a flattering manner and asked humbly, Master Chu, what do you want from me? Chapter 45, Bailing Pill, a Hit. Chu Chen took out 22 castrated qi-gathering pills packed in a plastic bag, placed them on the table, and said, This pill is called Bailing Pills. It has the effect of strengthening the body, improving physical fitness, and prolonging life. Now there are only these 22 pills in my hand on the market. Zhao Heilong scratched his head and looked at the black pills on the table. He was confused for a moment and didn't know what Chu Chen was trying to do. Mr. Chu, what are you going to do? Just tell me what you want me to do. I, Xiao Zhao, will definitely help you with it. Zhao Heilong said with a grin. Chu Chen continued, You can sell these bailing pills. Your target customers are the dignitaries in Jiangbei. As for the price, I will charge 300,000 for each one. As for how much you want to sell it for, you decide for yourself. The extra money will be considered as your service fee. The value of baling pills is definitely more than 300,000. However, this was the first time he tried the waters, and Chuchin did not dare to set the price too high, otherwise, if he couldn't sell it, it would be a waste of money. As long as he can sell it, Chuchin will have plenty of ways to mass produce it later, and he can definitely create a kingdom of money. However, Zhao Heilung's expression was very ugly. He stared closely at the black pills in the plastic bag, his facial expression full of complexity and confusion. What the hell? This black pill costs 300,000 each? Elixir of life? If this isn't robbery, what is? Do you really think that all the rich people in Jianbei are idiots? Who would buy this thing? However, Zhao Heilung did not dare to say these words, and could only tentatively say, Master Chu, this 300,000 is not too expensive. I have dealt with those rich people in Jianbei, and they are all stingy people who will not give up until they see the rabbit. Besides, the richer people are, the stingier they are. This pill. Zhao Heilung held it in for a long time and didn't dare to speak. Chuchen glanced at Zhao Heilung, frowned and said coldly, if you have to fart, just fart. Mr. Chu, it's not that I look down on you, but does this pill really have the effects you said? Zhao Heilung asked what he was most worried about. Chuchen rolled his eyes at him and said, Zhao Heilung, don't worry, I won't cheat you, just go and sell it. This is a good thing for you. I don't think you want to work in the gray industry for the rest of your life, right? This is a good opportunity for you to make a career. As long as you can sell it, I'll take care of the pills. Have to. Zhao Heilung finally understood. Chu Chen had to sell it. Although Zhao Heilung was very unhappy, he dared not speak out. Who made him the one who dared to beat even young Master Kuan? Besides, Master Kuan-san has a background that makes him difficult to offend. 22, a total of 6,600,000. It's too dark. Too cruel. Zhao Heilun left the tea house carrying Chu Chen's bag of baling pills. As soon as he got in the car, he threw the bag aside and cursed, damn it. Who do you think you are? You dare to sell a broken pill for 300,000? Damn. This Chu Chen is too evil. Is he crazy because of poverty? Damn it, where can I sell it to him? Even if you sell me, I'm not worth the money. Zhao Heilung was so angry that he was smoking, puffing out smoke, with a worried look on his face. The driver, a Biao, turned his head and frowned and asked, Brother Long, if it's not easy to sell, why did you agree to it? Zhao Heilung rolled his eyes at a Biao and cursed, shit. This pill is just an excuse. His real purpose is to ask me for money. This is a common tactic used by those big shots. Just like the collections I sent to Director Wang of the development zone last time. If you sell it outside, it will be worth several million. Biao suddenly realized, and muttered with dissatisfaction, Brother Long, from what you said, Chu Chen is just relying on the background of young Master Kuan's aunt to cheat money? Zhao Heilun sighed and said, well, forget it. For those of us who are engaged in the gray industry, we are at the mercy of others. We have to handle all the relationships well, otherwise, if something goes wrong, no one will help us. Zhao Heilun felt very uncomfortable. Having followed Master Kuan for so many years, even though he seems to be doing well on the surface, he is actually walking on thin ice. What should we do with these pills? Just throw them away? A Biao glanced at the 20 or so black pills in the bag. Zhao Heilung frowned, picked up a pill, and muttered, I don't know if what he said is true or not. I'll eat one first. For the rest, you call the local bosses on the roster one by one and ask them to buy one each. If they dare not buy, let them try the methods of my Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Heilung said coldly, threw the baling pill directly into his mouth and chewed it. It's really unpalatable. It's like eating mud. Brother Long, you are still superior. Why did that guy ask you for money, but you just asked someone else for it? You didn't lose anything. A Biao gave him a thumbs up and flattered him. Zhao Heilung smiled and said, of course. Don't you see who I am, Zhao Heilung? I am extremely smart. By the way, I will sell it for 500,000. We make 200,000 F-King dollars per piece. Ha ha ha. Zhao Heilun laughed out loud, and in an instant, all his previous gloomy mood disappeared. If one coin sells for an extra 200,000, he would make more than 4 million. Cent. A Biao also laughed. You can get at least hundreds of thousands of dollars for yourself. I'm going to the club to find the cleaning lady tonight, hee hee. Okay, then I'll arrange it now. Biao said excitedly. Wait a moment. Zhao Heilong shouted. What's wrong, Brother Long? Leave 5 and I'll give them away. Although it is unknown whether these pills are genuine or not, the title of the First Lady of Jianbei is still very useful. As long as they say that these pills are made by the little miracle doctor that even Yao Shihan is optimistic about, then the big shots in Jianbei will definitely scramble for them. But Zhao Heilong did not sell it, but gave it to them instead. That is a favor and a connection. After returning to the company, Zhao Heilong suddenly found himself extremely hot and called 3 young models to relieve the pressure. As a result, Zhao Heilong was surprised to find that his condition was exceptionally strong. The 3 young models screamed non-stop, and finally they couldn't stand it anymore and begged him to stop. After finishing the work, Zhao Heilong sat in the boss chair, looking at the bailing pills in the 5 exquisite small boxes in front of him, touched his chin, and said to himself, could it be the cause of this pill? An hour later. Biao rushed in from outside, sweating profusely, and shouted excitedly, Brother Long, a lot of big bosses are coming down from the building. What's going on? Are you here to collect debts? Zhao Heilong's face darkened and he was very dissatisfied. Biao hurriedly shook his head and said, no, I just came to ask you to buy the bailing pills. What? Zhao Heilong was shocked. Soon, he met more than a dozen local big bosses in the conference room, most of whom had a net worth ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions. Boss Zhao, do you still have the pill from this afternoon? I'll pay 800,000 for another one. President Zhao, my friend in Shanghai wants the bailing pills. They cost 1 million each. If you can get me 8 or 10 of them, I'll give you the land in the north of the city. Boss Zhao, do you have any more of these bailing pills? You must leave one for me. No matter how much it costs. Zhao Heilong was surrounded by a group of big bosses, all talking at once, and the noise gave him a headache. But he was very excited and thrilled. Okay. Come on, everyone, come and register. Write down how many you want to buy. I guarantee you will have enough. Zhao Heilong was extremely excited. He never expected that the pills given by Chu Chen would be so popular. This is fucking hair. Without having time to think too much, after seeing off these big bosses, Zhao Heilong immediately called Chu Chen, made an appointment, and went there in person. Master Chu, do you still have that bailing pill? I want as many as you can get. Zhao Heilong shouted excitedly. Seeing Zhao Heilong's impatient look, Chu Chen knew that the bailing pill had succeeded. Have you sold all of them? Chu Chen asked. Zhao Heilong nodded, took out a bank card from his pocket, handed it to Chu Chen and said, Master Chu, this is the 6.6 million I sold. I rounded it up for you, 7 million. Chu Chen took the bank card calmly, put it in his pocket, and said, I'll call you in a few days and you can come and pick it up. However, I might want to raise the price. How about 880,000 per piece? When Zhao Heilong heard this, the corner of his mouth twitched. This is rising too fast. But it's acceptable. After all, someone offered a price of 1 million per piece. Okay. Zhao Heilong responded readily. Chu Chen then took out a list of herbs he had prepared in advance, threw it to Zhao Heilong and said, go buy these herbs and rent a house. Tell me when you're done and I'll go right over. Zhao Heilong took the list and glanced at it. Can't read. Chu Chen was not worried that Zhao Heilong would play any ulterior motives. After all, the order of medicinal materials for refining bailing pills was very important, and only Chu Chen knew this. After seeing Zhao Heilong off, Chu Chen breathed a sigh of relief. The cell phone just happened to ring. Master, I have already figured out the situation of the Li family. When will you come over? Black Rose sent a voice message. Chu Chen's eyes condensed, and a nameless murderous aura rose from his body. He replied, wait, I'll be there soon. Li family, Li Zhenkuan, your death is coming. Chapter 46, The Real Murderer. Chu Chen took a taxi and came directly to the vicinity of Li's villa. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Black Rose not far away. She was lying on a big rock, holding a telescope, looking at the Li family villa a few hundred meters away. How is it? Chu Chen asked as he approached. He glanced down at Black Rose and was immediately startled. What the hell? What a great figure. Black Rose was lying on the ground. Because she was wearing a black bodysuit, her figure looked very spectacular. Especially a pair of long legs, that really kills me. Call. After exhaling a breath of hot air, Chuchen touched his nose, feeling a little embarrassed. What on earth did this girl grow up eating? Although she looks like a loli, her body proportions are very good. Master, you are here. When Black Rose heard Chuchen's voice behind her, she quickly stood up, patted her chest and dusted off. This slap was so powerful that Chuchen almost had a nosebleed. Yeah. Chuchen glanced away slightly, really afraid that he couldn't help but do something wrong. Black Rose also quickly took out the layout and defense map of the Li family villa that she had drawn from her chest. Such a cool move made Chuchen stunned. Where did you clip the drawing? Chuchen asked with his eyes wide open. Black Rose said with a silly look on her face, "What's wrong?" Chuchen shook his head, "Nothing." You can't say that he also wants to be pinched. Afterwards, Black Rose explained seriously, "This is the layout of the Li family's courtyard, and the guard positions of the internal personnel. There are 5 of them at the gate. They are just ordinary bodyguards. They are not enough. I can deal with them in 3 seconds. There are 10 of them on both sides of the front yard. They should be masters of external strength, at the level of a soldier king. They may be very powerful in the outside world, but to me, they are still very weak. I can take care of them for you in 10 seconds at most." Chuchen looked in the direction Black Rose pointed, and nodded as he listened. In the inner courtyard, there are 6 personal bodyguards. They are very powerful and just arrived this morning. They should have been hired by Li Jinkuan at a high price. Each of them has the strength of an entry-level inner strength master. Black Rose frowned slightly when she said this, and said, "Give me 5 minutes, I can deal with them." Chuchen didn't care. He pointed to the innermost position on the sketch and asked, "Why is it marked in red?" Black Rose replied, "This is Li Jinkuan's study. He has been staying in there since this morning and has not come out." Chuchen frowned. Black Rose continued, "Master, I discovered one more thing." "What's the matter?" Chuchen glanced at Black Rose and asked. "No. Can't look at her at all. Too big." Black Rose pinched her chin and pouted, saying, "An hour ago, a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s entered the study and has not come out since. That person gives me an extremely dangerous feeling. As for his strength, I can't tell." At this point, Black Rose looked up at Chuchen and said, "Master, I think that man is very likely the strongest bodyguard hired by Li Jinkuan. At the very least, he has the strength of a minor success in internal energy, and it is very likely that he has achieved a major success in internal energy. The inner strength is fully developed? That means his strength is about the same as Chao Long's." Chuchen nodded, patted Black Rose's shoulder appreciatively, and said, "Well done, this is a reward for you." As he spoke, Chuchen took out a few bailing pills from his arms and threw them to Black Rose. Black Rose took the bailing pill and just took a look at it. She knew that this was what her master had given her that night. "Thank you, master." Black Rose was very excited, with a smile on her face. After putting away the bailing pill, she took out the dagger from her waist and was ready to take action. "What are you doing?" Chuchen was stunned for a moment, then grabbed Black Rose and asked. Black Rose blinked her big watery eyes and said, "Go, and help you deal with those bodyguards." Chuchen laughed and said, "No need, I can go by myself, you stay here." "Master, are you going alone?" "No, that's very dangerous." Black Rose was anxious. Li Jinkuan was obviously prepared. If his master just barged in like that, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. Chuchen smiled and said, "Don't worry, I know what to do." As soon as he finished speaking, Chuchen flashed and disappeared from Black Rose's sight. When Black Rose reacted, she quickly picked up the telescope and looked around for Chuchen. "Over there." Black Rose immediately found Chuchen. Within sight, Chuchen was seen knocking down all the bodyguards at the door and in the front yard with one quick and decisive move. Silently. Act quickly. The battle was resolved in a flash. From beginning to end, it only took about 10 seconds. "Master, this is too strong." Black Rose opened her cherry lips and looked at everything that happened in the Li family villa in disbelief. At the same time, inner courtyard. When the 6 guards who had just mastered the inner strength realm discovered Chuchen, it was already too late. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost at the moment when the 6 people discovered Chuchen, Chuchen raised his hand, and 6 silver needles burst out from his palm, turning into dazzling silver light, which pierced through their eyebrows in an instant. Thump! The next second, the 6 people opened their eyes wide, with blood spots between their eyebrows. Without making any sound, they fell to the ground and became corpses. At the same time, in the study, Lee Jin-kwon was drinking tea with a middle-aged man who was about 40 or 50 years old. "Senior Ko, I'm going to trouble you this time." Lee Jin-kwon smiled and handed a bank card to the man in front of him. "There is 8 million in it. As long as you kill that Chu Chen for me, I can add another 5 million. The middle-aged man took the bank card, put it in his pocket, smiled evilly, and said, "Master Lee, don't worry. With me, Kujinwoo, here, that kid named Chu Chen will die no matter who he is or how powerful he is. When the time comes, I will bring his head to you." "Okay." Lee Jin-kwon nodded. The middle-aged man in front of him was named Kujinwoo. He is an elder of the Black God sect, a martial arts magic cult. The strength of great internal energy. Ranked 20th on the Tiger list. He is an absolute peerless master. Lee Jin-kwon spent a lot of money to invite him here this time. But as long as I can kill Chu Chen and avenge my son, everything will be worth it. At this moment, Lee Jin-kwon and Kujinwoo in the study room had no idea that their conversation had been heard clearly by Chu Chen on the roof. "Kujinwoo? Never heard of it. Lee Jin-kwon, do you really want to kill me?" Suddenly, a cold voice sounded in the study. Lee Jin-kwon was so frightened that his expression changed drastically. He stood up suddenly, looked around, and shouted, "Who? Who is talking?" Even the black god called Elder Kujinwoo, who was beside him, had a solemn look on his face and a frown on his face. Strangeness. There was actually someone who could get close to this study without disturbing me. Kujinwoo's face looked very ugly. "You're a coward. Get down if you have the guts." Kujini shouted angrily, grabbed the teacup on the table, and threw it towards the roof with a whoosh. At that moment, the teacup was like a cannonball, and with a loud bang, it smashed a big hole in the roof. With the light coming down from above, Lee Jin-kwon and Kujini in the study room could clearly see Chu Chen hiding on the roof. "It's you, Chu Chen," Lee Jin-kwon said grimly. Chapter 47, Terribly Strong. Lee Jin-kwon stared fiercely at Chu Chen on the roof. His subordinates had already shown him Chu Chen's information, including his appearance. At this moment, Lee Jin-kwon was also surprised to see Chu Chen on the roof. But there is more anger and hatred. It was this bastard who killed his own son and left no body behind. Even last night, someone sent a letter to him, threatening him, Lee Jin-kwon, to clean his neck and wait. This is simply like peeing and shitting on Lee Jin-kwon's head. How can I not be angry? Therefore, Lee Jin-kwon gathered a lot of powerful bodyguards overnight at a high price, and even spent a huge price to invite Elder Kujini from the Black God cult to help him settle the matter. However, Lee Jin-kwon never expected that this damn Chu Chen would actually dare to take the risk alone. Isn't this seeking death? Besides, I heard from his subordinates that he is still blind. It's me, Patriarch Lee. We finally meet. Chu Chen stood on the roof, with the light behind him, and his condescending posture gave people a very powerful and terrifying feeling. Snort! Lee Jin-kwon snorted coldly, glanced at Kujinwoo, who was calm beside him, and felt relieved. With Elder K here, no matter who this Chu Chen is, he must die here. Chu Chen, I didn't expect that you would actually dare to come here alone to die. Lee Jin-kwon's face was grim. What a pity. No matter what means and confidence you have, it will be useless in front of Elder Ku. He. Chu Chen smiled coldly, leaped down from the roof, and the moment he landed, his feet raised a layer of dust. Even the marble on the floor was cracked. Kujinwoo frowned and glanced at Chu Chen, feeling a little surprised. This kid seems to have some strength. After thinking for a moment, Kujini's face was filled with a grim smile, and he didn't take Chu Chen seriously at all. After all, he knew most of the masters in Jiangbei. Especially those ranked on the Tiger list, Kujinwoo also knew them. But the Chu Chen in front of him looked very unfamiliar. He doesn't look like a top player on the Tiger list? If it isn't, then there's nothing to be concerned about. Kujin sneered in disgust and even wondered, when he attacked later, should he break his 2 hands first, or his 2 legs, or even break all the bones in his body? Chu Chen landed, walked to the sofa fearlessly, sat down in front of Lee Jin-kwon and Kujinwoo, crossed his legs, looked at Kujinwoo with cold disdain, and said, "Just because you invited this so-called master?" Hearing this, Lee Jin-kwon's expression changed, his brows knitted, and he said coldly, "Boy, what do you mean by this?" "Weak." Chu Chen grinned. "Hiss. In a word, the temperature in the entire study suddenly dropped to freezing point. Ko Jinwoo's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. Ha ha ha. Li Jinkuan reacted, raised his head and laughed, shook his head constantly, and said jokingly, Chu Chen, I really don't know where you get the confidence to say such naive and foolish words. How dare you say Elder Ku is weak? Elder Ku is an elder of the Black God cult, ranked 20th on the Tiger list. His strength is enough to overwhelm anyone in Jianbei. How dare you, a blind man and a young boy, look down on Elder Ku? After saying these words, Ko Jinwoo beside him also laughed coldly twice. Chu Chen said, so what? As he said that, he turned his head to look at Ko Jinwoo and said coldly, Elder Ko, right? I don't care what your Black God cult is, or what deal you have with Li Jinkuan. Today, the person I'm looking for is him, and it has nothing to do with outsiders. If you don't want to die, just sit there and don't move. Don't make any move. Otherwise, I don't mind killing you. Snap. In one sentence, it was like thunder exploding in the study. Li Jinkuan's face darkened. For the first time, he felt that Chu Chen was too arrogant. Ha ha ha. Good. How dare you brat, threaten this elder? Ko Jinwoo stared at Chu Chen with cold eyes, his gaze flashing with a biting chill. This is the first person who dares to threaten the Black God cult. What if this elder doesn't agree? Ko Jinwoo said coldly. Chu Chen had a calm face and showed a harmless smile, then I can only say sorry to you, you will die. Court death. Ko Jinwoo was furious and smashed the tea table with a bang. He suddenly made a move, clenched his hands like claws, and grabbed Chu Chen's neck fiercely. At that moment, the space seemed to be distorted. A black light flashed in Chu Chen's eyes. However, he looked calm and fearless as he watched the other party attack. In Ko Jinwoo's eyes, Chu Chen looked frightened by the momentum of his attack. Humph. If you overestimate your abilities, you will die. Ko Jinwoo laughed grimly and even shouted to Li Jinkuan behind him, Masterly, you can pay the balance now. This is Ko Jinwoo's confidence. Li Jinkuan watched Ko Jinwoo take action and grinned, alright. Kill this guy and transfer the 5 million to Elder Ku immediately. However, just as he finished speaking, a shocking scene made Li Jinkuan's eyes widen and his face was full of surprise. Just when Ko Jinwoo was about to grab Chu Chen's neck, the latter took action. With a click. As fast as lightning. Chu Chen took the initiative and grabbed the opponent's wrist, twisted it hard and broke it. Ah! Ko Jinwoo screamed, stared at Chu Chen in horror, and roared, You! What do you mean by you? Chu Chen said coldly. Bang! He didn't tolerate the other party either. He raised his hand and slapped Ko Jinwoo, sending him flying. He spun in the air for more than 10 times before falling heavily to the ground with a bang. He was unable to get up for a long time. Upon closer inspection, one could see that Ko Jinwoo's face was covered in blood and half of it was bruised. Seeing this scene, Li Jinkuan was shocked and terrified. What's going on? Even Ko Jinwoo is no match for this kid? Isn't it said that he is blind? Judging from the current situation, Li Jinkuan understood that Chu Chen was not blind at all. Elder Ku. What are you doing? Kill him. Li Jinkuan became anxious and shouted. Ko Jinwoo got up from the ground, staring at Chu Chen with a sinister look, and said fiercely, My boy, this elder underestimated you. Now, you have completely angered this elder. Since you want to die, I will let you see the strength of this elder. Ko Jinwoo looked like a devil and had disheveled hair. With a swish, he pulled out a white bone knife from his waist. Chu Chen's eyes focused, and he saw the boiling black evil spirit on the bone knife at first glance. Buzz! Ko Jinwoo held a bone knife in his hand and slashed at Chu Chen fiercely. Suddenly, a black light slashed past Chu Chen. Fortunately, Chu Chen was fast and dodged the knife with a quick move. However, a huge crack appeared on the wall behind him after being cut by a knife, and even emitted a sinister black aura. What a good knife! Chu Chen was secretly shocked. Seeing that Chu Chen dodged his sword, Ko Jinwoo slashed at him a few more times, covering Chu Chen like a spiderweb. Chu Chen frowned, and without thinking too much, he took out 2 wall-walking talismans from his arms and stuck them on his legs. Fortunately, I was well prepared. The next second, Chu Chen flew into the air, and in front of the extremely astonished eyes of Ko Jinwoo and Li Jinkuan, he stepped on the roof and hung upside down as if he was flying over the eaves and walls. Longhu Mountain, Talisman Technique. Ko Jinwoo was so nauseated and shocked that he shouted. Before he could react, Chu Chen ran down from the roof, grabbed the other person's neck, and slammed him against the wall with a bang. In an instant, the wall collapsed. Kujinwu was buried in the rubble, covered in blood. Seeing Chu Chen coming over, he shouted in fear, "I am the elder of the Black God cult. If you dare to kill me, the 800 members of the Black God cult will kill you even if they chase you to the ends of the earth." Black God cult? Then I'll just wait. Chu Chen said coldly, and crushed Kujinwu's head with one foot. Red and white splashed all over the floor. Thump! When Li Jinkuan saw this scene, he was so scared that he peed his pants on the spot. He knelt on the ground with a deathly pale face. Chu Chen picked up the bone knife on the ground and looked at it for a few seconds. "Yes, it is a good knife. Elder Ku, you are so kind. You gave me a knife before you died. Then I will keep it for you reluctantly." After saying that, Chu Chen naturally held up the bone knife, turned his head and looked at Li Jinkuan, who was kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, "Li Jinkuan, do you have anything else to say?" I. Li Jinkuan was anxious, trembling all over, and finally shouted, "You can't kill me, you can't. The matter between the Chu family and your parents has nothing to do with our Li family. We were also forced by the 4 major families. Master Li, I need something valuable." "Your son has already said these words," Chu Chen said coldly. Li Jinkuan was terrified, his eyes rolling, and he said anxiously, "The Sun family, yes, the Sun family. Back then, the Sun family, one of the 4 major families in Jianbei, took something away from the Chu family." "What is it?" Chu Chen asked with his eyes fixed. Li Jinkuan shook his head. I don't know." Chu Chen frowned, raised his hand, and chopped off Li Jinkuan's head with a knife, without giving the other party a chance to beg for mercy. Afterwards, he left the Li family in big strides, stood on the side of the road, smoked a cigarette, and said to Black Rose, "You go and clean up the mess, don't leave anybody alive." After saying that, Chu Chen left. After returning to the villa, Chu Chen unexpectedly received a call from Long Hongyan. "Brother Xiaochen, come to Chuntingshu quickly. Sister needs your help with something." Long Hongyan was a little anxious. When Chu Chen arrived, he knew why Long Hongyan wanted to see him. Help her unclog the sewer. Chapter 48, A woman is as fierce as a tiger at 30. Chu Chen scratched his head and looked at Long Hongyan in front of him, shocked by her beauty. Hiss. Today, Long Hongyan is dressed in an exceptionally charming and intellectual manner, giving her a girly and beautiful vibe. A royal white shirt. Especially Long Hongyan was kneeling on the ground at this moment, fiddling with something in the kitchen. That kneeling posture is absolutely beautiful. That's too imperial. "Sister Hongyan, what do you need me to do?" Chu Chen stood at the door, not knowing whether to go in or not. The main reason was that the scene in the room was too erotic, which made him feel a little uneasy. When Long Hongyan heard Chu Chen's voice, she turned around, got up from the ground with a look of surprise on her face, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaochen, you are finally here. I am so tired. Please help me. My sewer is blocked and it is useless to dig it out. I don't have many male friends, so please help me dig it out." Long Hongyan raised her white arm and wiped the crystal beads of sweat from her forehead. When she raised her hand, the left collar of her shirt slid down along her shoulder, revealing her collarbone and shoulder. "Call." Chu Chen exhaled a hot breath, turned his eyes away, and said awkwardly, "Okay, where is the kitchen?" Long Hongyan trotted over to Chu Chen. Even though Chu Chen had great self-control, he couldn't bear it. "Over here, I'll take you there. Be careful where you step. This house is not habitable and is rather messy." Long Hongyan took Chu Chen's hand and led him to the kitchen. Chu Chen took the tools, squatted on the ground, and began to help Long Hongyan clear the sewer. Long Hongyan stood beside him, with her hands on her snow-white knees, bending over, looking at Chu Chen, occasionally hooking the hair hanging by her ears, and asked, "How is it? Is it working?" Chu Chen looked up and was about to speak when he was attracted by Long Hongyan. "Flawless." Chu Chen let out a breath, his face feeling hot. This can't be blamed on him, it's mainly because Long Hongyan was too close. "Sister Hongyan, you're too close to me, and you smell so good. I can't stand it anymore. How about you go to the living room and rest for a while, I'll call you when I'm ready." Chu Chen said awkwardly, staring at her. "It's a shame not to watch it." Long Hongyan was startled for a moment, then she reacted, immediately grabbed the collar, looked at Chu Chen suspiciously, raised her hand and waved in front of him, and asked, "Did you see it?" Chu Chen immediately said, "No, Sister Hongyan, I am blind and can't see anything. It's mainly because you smell too good and make me feel dizzy." Hearing this, Long Hongyan narrowed her eyes, chuckled, looked at Chu Chen, whose cheeks were a little red, and said with a smile, "Brother Xiaochen, it's a pity, it would be great if you could see it." Ah? Chu Chen was confused. Can you see it? What? Long Hongyan still wants me to see it? What kind of fetish is this? Chu Chen scratched his head awkwardly and thanked him. Yes, it would be great if I could see it. Sister Hongyan must be the most beautiful woman in the world. After hearing this, Long Hongyan was very happy. She raised her finger, poked Chu Chen's forehead, and said with a smile, "Little man, this is not what I meant." As she spoke, Long Hongyan leaned close to Chu Chen's ear, exhaled the scent of orchid, and said seductively, "I can wear what you like." Gulp. Chu Chen's eyes widened. What do you like? Oh my god. Is Long Hongyan so open and bold? And what did she mean by telling herself this? This is naked seduction. Seeing Chu Chen's embarrassed reaction, Long Hongyan was very proud, chuckled, and said, "When you can see it, I will show it to you, how about it?" Long Hongyan really likes Chu Chen. He blushes at the slightest teasing. What a cute little man. Sister Hongyan, this is not good. Men and women should not be intimate with each other. Besides, I already have a wife. Chu Chen looked stunned, lowered his head and said with a red face. Call. No way. She is so good at it. If this goes on, Chu Chen suspects he will lose control. Long Hongyan didn't care. She rolled her eyes at Chu Chen coquettishly, raised her hand, hugged Chu Chen's chin, and said charmingly, "Brother Xiaochen, you are a capable man. Isn't it normal for a capable man to have a few female confidants? Don't you want to see it? And you still say that you are not a man? Oh my god." This one sentence excited Chu Chen. This is not right, whether you look at it or not. Sister Hongyan, please don't embarrass me. I'm afraid my eyes will never be healed in this lifetime. Chu Chen spat, trying to change the subject as quickly as possible. But Long Hongyan seemed determined to tease Chu Chen today and said, "If you never see it, I will never marry. No other man has ever seen my body except you. You have to be responsible for me." Chu Chen knew what Long Hongyan meant as soon as he heard it, and quickly said, "Sister Hongyan, I was treating you last time, I have no other thoughts, Okay, I won't tease you anymore." Seeing Chu Chen sweating profusely in anxiety, Long Hongyan smiled contentedly, turned around, and left the kitchen with her snow-white buttocks twisted. Chu Chen looked up and saw that the sunlight penetrated the shirt, clearly illuminating Long Hongyan's curvy figure. Call. This light and shadow is so beautiful. The kind of figure that is hazy under the shirt is what makes men most excited. Gulp. Chu Chen swallowed, shook his head, abandoned his random thoughts about the alarm clock, and quickly cleared the sewer. After more than 10 minutes, Chu Chen finished it. Sister Hongyan, it's connected. If you need anything or need help in the future, just contact me. I'll go back first. Chu Chen washed his hands and prepared to leave. If he stayed any longer, he was really afraid that he wouldn't be able to bear it. Because Long Hongyan was lying on the sofa without any hesitation, with her long white legs folded together, holding a magazine in her hand, reading it with great interest. The cover of the magazine is called Love Guide. Chu Chen was a little surprised that Long Hongyan actually read these things. Has she never been in love? It shouldn't be. Isn't a woman like her surrounded by a bunch of men? Hearing that Chu Chen was leaving, Long Hongyan sat up lazily, her eyes moist, staring at Chu Chen seductively, supporting her fair chin, and asked with a smile, "Can you help me with anything?" Chu Chen almost went crazy after just one look. Long Hongyan like this is too attractive to men. I don't know which stinky man will marry Sister Hongyan in the future. If anyone dares to bully her, Chu Chen will never let him go. Yeah. Chu Chen nodded, somewhat afraid to look directly into Long Hongyan's eyes. Mainly, her eyes were too aggressive. Most men simply can't bear it. Long Hongyan looked at Chu Chen lovingly with charming eyes and asked, "If I'm lonely at night, can you come and talk to me?" Chapter 49, I, Chu Chen, am the most respected. Ah. Chu Chen was stunned for a moment. Is she telling the truth? In an instant, Chu Chen's cheeks turned red. He is shy. It was the first time that he was played back and forth by a woman like this. Ah, look at you, you're shy again. I've never seen a man as capable and shy as you. It's really interesting. Long Hongyan laughed sweetly, and because of the large amplitude of her movements, her body swayed back and forth, creating a ripple of green waves that made people's blood boil. Chu Chen wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. He was not a shy person at all, but for some reason, when facing a mature and charming woman like Long Hongyan, he felt like he was being manipulated. Okay, I won't joke with you anymore. I do need your help with something. Long Hongyan restrained her smile, squinted her eyes, and looked at Chu Chen. She saw Chu Chen's reaction. This little man is so funny. So pure. No, it's still a small place, right? What's the matter? Chu Chen let out a breath and asked. Long Hongyan said, I have a dinner with Director Liu from the medical bureau tomorrow night. His wife has had an old illness for more than 10 years and has never been cured. I will recommend you to him. When the time comes, you can check his wife for me. If she is cured, it will be a good thing for you and your wife. After all, Director Liu is in charge of the entire Jiangbei medical system and market. Chu Chen nodded, okay, I understand. Then he trotted away from Chuntingshu. Looking at Chu Chen, who was leaving in a hurry, Long Hongyan smiled and said, what an interesting little man. 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Chu Chen was in the villa, studying medical skills from medical classics and researching talismans while waiting for Xin Yuwei. At the same time, he was planning his next revenge plan. The Li family is gone. The news will probably get out tonight. Black Rose did a great job of cleaning up the mess. Everything was burned to ashes in one fire. Chu Chen believed that with the demise of the Li family, the 4 major families in Jiangbei, the Zhao family, the Qian family, the Sun family, and the Wang family, as well as their affiliated small families and wealthy families that had divided the Chu family in the past, should have heard the news. As for whether they could guess that he did it, Chu Chen had no idea. However, even if they guessed it, they had no evidence. Chu Chen knew that he must improve his strength as soon as possible. Only if he breaks through the qi refining stage and reaches the foundation establishment stage before they discover him, can he run rampant in Jiangbei and even the entire southern province. By then, the big boss from the provincial capital behind the scenes will have to pay for his blood debt with blood. Chu Chen is not a brainless fool. He knows how to stay hidden until he has grown strong enough. The 4 major families in Jiangbei. And the one in the provincial capital. I will definitely come to your door in person to seek revenge. Chu Chen clenched his fists in hatred, with murderous intent in his eyes. He already has his next goal. One of the 4 major families in Jiangbei, the Sun family. Things that were taken from my Chu family back then must be returned. Chu Chen said coldly. Suddenly, the cell phone rang. It was Black Rose calling. Master, the lady seems to be in some trouble here, would you like to come over and take a look? Trouble? I'll be there right away. Chu Chen immediately hung up the phone, went out, took a taxi, and headed straight for Golden Phoenix. Arrived at Golden Phoenix, Chu Chen rushed directly into the box given by Black Rose. As a result, as soon as I entered, I saw 4 or 5 girls sitting in the box. They were dressed very fashionably and beautifully, and they all looked very good. Xin Yuwei was sitting among them, talking to another girl with a smile on her face. Chu Chen also knew that girl. It was Xin Yuwei's best friend, Xiao Shanshan. He's seen it several times. But every time they met, the other party was sarcastic and made fun of Chu Chen. Therefore, Chu Chen has a relatively poor impression of Xiao Shanshan. No, man, who are you? Did you enter the wrong box? One of the girls, who was wearing a motorcycle suit, dressed very coolly and had smoky makeup, shouted to Chu Chen. Chu Chen was stunned. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao Shanshan noticed him and called out in surprise, Chu Chen? Why are you here? Sister Shanshan, do you know this old-fashioned guy? The motorcycle girl pointed at Chu Chen in surprise and asked, looking him up and down with disgust. He was dressed very casually, and the total value of his entire outfit was no more than 500 yuan. 2 points deducted. The hairstyle is average, a bit messy, not Korean enough. 2 points deducted. Height and build are average. Add 1 point. His temperament is very rustic and poor, and he looks like a poor loser at first glance. Deduct 8 points. The total score was 10, but after the motorcycle girl's mental comments, Chu Chen only got 1 point. You don't know him? Xiao Shanshan looked at the motorcyclist girl and others in surprise. Several girls shook their heads. Sister Shanshan, stop keeping us in suspense and tell us now. Xiao Shanshan immediately looked at Chu Chen jokingly and said mockingly, he is the husband of our Xin University campus beauty, Chu Chen, the blind man Chu. With that one sentence, the entire box was silent for a few seconds. Afterwards, several girls looked at Chu Chen in surprise, then looked at Xin Yue, who was sitting in the middle and whose face had begun to turn red and embarrassed, and then burst into laughter. What the hell? Are you the blind husband of our Xin University's campus beauty? Oh my god, Xin Yue, is your husband so unsophisticated? This is too much of a loser, Miss Xin. I've heard that your husband isn't that great before, and now I see that he's really just average. How did you manage to hold on? In my opinion, you should divorce him as soon as possible. A group of women were chattering and commenting on Chu Chen, with a tone full of sarcasm. Xin Yue sat there awkwardly. She looked up and glanced at Chu Chen with some dissatisfaction. She immediately stood up and apologized to her friends. Sorry, I'll take him out first. After saying that, Xin Yue quickly pulled Chu Chen out of the box. Wife, what's wrong? After leaving the Golden Phoenix and standing at the door, Chu Chen called out, and Xin Yue let go of her hand. Chu Chen, who asked you to come? Xin Yue turned her head, staring at Chu Chen with cold eyes and an unhappy expression. Chu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Looking at Xin Yue, she seems very unhappy. I'm sorry, I was just worried about you, so I came to see you. Chu Chen apologized. Xin Yue let out a breath, suppressed her anger, and said to Chu Chen coldly, I'm here to discuss investment, not to play. Even if you are worried about me, you can't just rush in like this. You know, tonight is very important to me. Fortunately, Xian Xiao hasn't arrived yet. If you rashly rushed in like that just now and angered Xian Xiao, causing him to be unwilling to lend me money, then the Xin Group would be at risk of running out of funds and might even go bankrupt. Xin Yue became anxious and her voice tone became noticeably higher. Chu Chen frowned and asked, borrow money? How much do you want to borrow? Maybe I can help you. Xin Yue glanced at Chu Chen, took a breath and said, forget it, don't ask. You can't help me with this matter. I just ask you not to cause me trouble tonight. After saying that, Xin Yue turned around and was about to leave. Chu Chen stared blankly at Xin Yue's back. This is probably the first time she has treated me like this. Perhaps, because the company's capital shortage crisis was too serious, Chu Chen could clearly feel that Xin Yue was very anxious and very angry. I'm sorry, wife. It's my fault. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Chu Chen apologized. Click. Xin Yue stopped and turned to look at Chu Chen, who was standing at the door with a panic. She opened her mouth and wanted to say something, but finally held back. She didn't mean to show this attitude towards Chu Chen, but she was really anxious and was already suffocating due to the financial pressure of the company. I understand. I'll come out after we finish talking. Xin Yue said, then turned and left. Just then, Xiao Shanshan came out and chatted with Xin Yue for a few words, then let her go in first. Then, Xiao Shanshan crossed her arms over her chest, walked up to Chu Chen with her long legs, raised her delicate chin, and said sarcastically, Blind Chu, if I were you, I would have divorced Xin Yue a long time ago. Don't forget, you are no longer the eldest master of the Chu family. You are now just a piece of trash that can be bullied and trampled on by everyone. A useless person like you who has no money, no skills, and is blind is not worthy of being with Xin Yue. If you can't squeeze into our circle, don't force your way in. Looking at the arrogant Xiao Shanshan, Chu Chen's lips curled up in a playful manner. Xiao Shanshan, you think too highly of yourself, and you think too lowly of me, Chu Chen. Although I don't have much status or achievements now, I believe that one day, Jiangbei, and even the southern province, will respect me, Chu Chen, as the leader. Chapter 50, Take her off and shoot. In an instant, a surge of momentum burst out from Chu Chen's body, as if he was a god high above, with an aura that could swallow mountains and rivers and shake the world. Xiao Shanshan was so shocked that her face was filled with astonishment, and she even felt it was difficult to breathe. This guy. What a strong momentum. As for your so-called circle, in my eyes, it's worthless. From now on, in Jiangbei and Nan province, only where I, Chu Chen, am, can be considered a circle. Besides, whether Xin Yue and I get divorced or not is our private matter. What does it have to do with you? What qualifications do you have to meddle in other people's business? After he finished speaking, Chu Chen stared at Xiao Shanshan with cold eyes. Click. Xiao Shanshan's heart trembled suddenly. She felt her whole body go numb under Chu Chen's gaze. She took 2 steps back unconsciously and almost fell down. What a scary look. Isn't he blind? Why does it feel like he can see? Xiao Shanshan was nervous, but pretended to be indifferent on the surface. She glared at Chu Chen fiercely and said angrily, "Chu Chen, I don't know where you got the confidence to say those big words just now. With your strength, you still want the entire southern province to respect you? Who do you think you are? The king of Jinnan? Rubbish." Xiao Shanshan spat, turned around and prepared to leave. But she suddenly thought of something, turned around, and said with a sly smile, "Oh, I forgot to tell you, tonight, Yue wants to borrow 50 million from Qian Xiao. Qian Xiao seems to be very interested in your wife." After saying that, Xiao Shanshan gave Chu Chen a meaningful smile, swung her two long white legs, and left with her back twisted. Chu Chen stood at the door with a gloomy expression. Black Rose walked out of the darkness at this time. "What's going on? Didn't you say there was trouble?" Chu Chen asked with a frown. Black Rose replied, "When I was in the bathroom just now, I heard Xiao Shanshan calling Qian and saying that everything was ready and he could get his wife tonight, so I informed you, my master. Master, that Xiao Shanshan is obviously not a good person. She sold out the lady." Black Rose is anxious. Chu Chen's face became even uglier and his brows were furrowed. Damn Xiao Shanshan. She actually dared to do such a dirty thing. It was a pity that Xin Yue trusted her so much. "I understand. I'll stay here. You go back first," Chu Chen said coldly. Black Rose nodded, and with a whoosh, she disappeared through the doorway and blended into the darkness. A killer indeed. Come and go silently. At the same time. In the box. After Xin Yue and Xiao Shanshan came back, several girls chatted with Chu Chen for a while. Most of them were full of ridicule and contempt, and advised Xin Yue to divorce. Xin Yue just smiled and didn't bother with them too much. At this time, Xiao Shanshan interrupted everyone, holding her phone, and said excitedly, "Yue, Xin Xiao will be here soon. This time, you must seize the opportunity." Xin Yue exhaled, a little nervously, and nodded, "I understand." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the box was pushed open, and 8 bodyguards in black suits rushed in from outside, surrounding a man wearing a gold sequin Chelsea suit. Even his leather boots were gold and inlaid with diamonds. With this outfit, when he walks out, one can tell at first glance that he is a typical nouveau riche, a rich man. Especially in this kind of nightclub, as long as you sit there, all the girls in the club will come running to you and ask for less money. After all, when you travel with little money, the most important thing is face and appearance. In Jianbei, which club or bar is not at the top of the consumption list if you spend little money? He is a real rich man. "Qian Xiao, you are here." When Xiao Shanshan saw Qian Kong come in, she quickly pulled Xin Yue up. The other girls also quickly stood up, bent over and called out to Qian Kong, "Mr. Qian." Qian Kong walked over, sat down on the sofa with his legs crossed, swung his pair of gold leather shoes inlaid with diamonds, and waved his hand. The bodyguard beside him immediately took out several stacks of red banknotes from the silver briefcase he carried with him, threw them to several girls including the motorcycle girl, and said coldly, "The money is a reward for you." The motorcycle girl and several other girls were stunned. They snatched the money and stared with wide eyes. 20,000 per person. It's too generous to spend so little money. Thank you, Mr. Qian. Several girls shouted excitedly. Although their families have some money, they can earn 20,000 just by going this way. Who wouldn't be happy? Qian Kong looked up, sized up Xiao Shanshan and Xin Yue beside her, and asked with a smile, "Xiao Shanshan, where is the beautiful woman who wants to borrow money in the photo you showed me?" "Mr. Qian, she is Xin Yue." Xiao Shanshan quickly pulled Xin Yue in front of Qian Kong and introduced her, "Yue, he is young Master Qian." As she spoke, she leaned close to Xin Yue's ear and whispered, "You saw it just now, Qian Xiao has plenty of money. As long as you accompany him well tonight and make him happy, you can borrow 100 million, not to mention 50 million. After saying that, Xiao Shanshan pushed Xin Yue with her arm. Her face was full of smiles, just like a brothel owner. He was just about to push Xin Yue directly into Qian Kang's arms. Xin Yue frowned slightly, and had a very low opinion of Qian Kong in her heart. She was disgusted by Qian Kang's behavior of getting rich overnight, especially the action of asking his men to throw money just now, which was too insulting. However, when she thought about the company's funding gap, she had no choice but to force a smile and said, "Hello, Chen Xiao. I want to borrow some working capital from you. Don't worry, the interest rate is higher than the market rate." Qian Kong didn't listen to Xin Yue at all. He looked at her with his round eyes and said with a smile, "Are you Xin Yue? You are so beautiful, even prettier than those beauties on TikTok who have been beautified." As he spoke, Qian Kong stood up, approached Shin Yue, exhaled a mouthful of alcohol, and nodded. Not bad, not bad, I give it a 10. Mr. Shin, we are all adults, and I am also a bit impatient. 50 million is a piece of cake. I can transfer the money to you tomorrow. But, let me be frank. You can't lend me this money for nothing. Because you're pretty, I can waive the interest, but within 3 months, I need Mr. Shin to accompany me whenever I call. He had an obscene smile on his face. How about it? If Mr. Shin has no problem with it, just sign it. He narrowed his lewd eyes and looked at Shin Yue's long legs, proud fullness, and slim waist and buttocks in front of him unscrupulously. Beautiful. So beautiful. Qian Kong was so excited that he wanted to kill her right there and have a good time with her. Qian Kong snapped his fingers, and the bodyguard behind him took out a loan agreement and handed it to Shin Yue. At the same time, he turned on the video function of his mobile phone and said, "Boss Shin, I need you to take off your clothes and take a short video." What? Take off clothes and shoot video. Shin Yue's face changed drastically. This is not borrowing money, it is clearly a naked loan. Shin Yue turned her head and glared at Xiao Shanshan with displeasure. She let out a breath and said to Qian Kong, "Chen Xiao, I'm sorry, I won't lend you this money. I'm borrowing money, not selling my body." If it wasn't for Xiao Shanshan's sake, according to Shin Yue's personality, she would have slapped Qian Kong in the face long ago. Yue, don't be in a hurry. When Xiao Shanshan saw Shin Yue picking up her bag and about to leave, she immediately stopped her and explained, stamping her feet, "This is the rule for borrowing money from Chen Xiao. I just took off my clothes to shoot a short video. It's not anything else. There are many ways to borrow money like this on the market, and there is not much risk. When the money is repaid, the video will be deleted for you. Besides, your company is so short of funds right now. You've asked all the banks in Jiangbei, but no one wants to lend you money. If you don't ask for less money now, who else will lend you money?" The motorcycle girl also chimed in and advised, "Yeah, Yue, it's just a short video, and it doesn't matter if the money is little. Anyway, we are all adults. Even if your husband knows he is a blind gigolo, what can he do to you? Just bear with it." Upon hearing this, Shin Yue's pretty face turned cold. She stared at Xiao Shanshan and the motorcycle girl and said angrily, "Shanshan, Tang Shui, why are you like this? I treat you as my best friends. I won't lend you this money." After saying that, Shin Yue was about to leave. Not lending it? Qian Kong was furious, his eyes darkened, he grabbed Shin Yue's hair, yanked her back, pressed her down on the coffee table, and said coldly, "Bitch. You've made me angry, wasted my feelings and time, and now you don't want to lend it to me, so what? Today, you must borrow this money. You have to take the video. You, too, must sleep with me." As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Kong raised his hand and shouted, "Come on, hold her down, and strip her clothes off for me, shoot." Chapter 51, Go home and let your mother accompany you. Let me go. You beasts. Shin Yue struggled desperately, but she was pinned down on the coffee table by 2 bodyguards. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't move. She panicked. Scared. Xiao Shanshan and the others were also startled, and quickly stood up and said to Qian Kong, Chen Xiao, don't be like this, can't you talk about it nicely if you have something to say?" After saying that, Xiao Shanshan quickly ran to Shin Yue, bent down and advised her, "Yue, don't be so stubborn. You will never find a rich man like Qian Xiao in your lifetime. Following him will give me a better future than following that blind husband. As long as you accompany Qian Xiao well tonight and agree to his terms, the 50 million can be loaned to you immediately. If you don't agree, where can you borrow the 50 million? Shin Yue turned her head, stared at Xiao Shanshan with cold eyes, and spat, "Bah. Xiao Shanshan, I thought you were my best friend, but you actually cheated me like this. Even if I die, I will never borrow this money from him." Xiao Shanshan frowned. Seeing Shin Yue's unwillingness to surrender, she flew into a rage and slapped Shin Yue on the face, saying viciously, "Shin Yue. You really think you're a pure and innocent person, don't you? Best girlfriend? To tell you the truth, I, Xiao Shanshan, don't consider you my best friend at all. When I'm with you, all men's eyes are always on you. Whether it's in high school, college, or now, you, Shin Yue, are too arrogant as a white swan that cannot be desecrated. But what about today? I want to ruin your reputation and keep you under my feet for the rest of my life." Boom. After hearing what Xiao Shanshan said, Shin Yue's mind went blank. She didn't expect that her best friend, whom she treated sincerely, was actually such a person. Xiao Shanshan, you will die a horrible death, Xin Yue said angrily. Now that the relationship had been exposed, Xiao Shanshan was too lazy to pretend anymore. She stood up, crossed her arms over her chest, and said to Qian Kong with a sneer on her face, Mr. Qian, I have done what I promised you. Don't forget the agreement between us. Qian Kong smiled and nodded, don't worry, I, Qian Kong, will do what I say. Then, he signaled with his eyes for the two bodyguards to lift Xin Yue up. He raised his hand, touched Xin Yue's delicate cheek, and said with lustful eyes, she is indeed tender enough, ha ha ha. Xin Yue was terrified, but she pretended to be calm and shouted at Qian Kong, aren't you afraid of the law? Xin Yue regretted it. She regretted trusting Xiao Shanshan and she regretted borrowing money from a scumbag like Qian Kong. King's law? Qian Kong laughed out loud, and the bodyguards around him also sneered and mocked him. His eyes were frivolous, with contempt and disdain. In Jiangbei, I, Qian Kong, am the law. Those who follow me will prosper, those who go against me will perish. Xin Yue, I'll give you one chance. Come over here like a dog and stay with me. Otherwise, not only will you be in trouble tonight, but even your Xin group and the Xin family will be in trouble with you. After saying that, Qian Kong sat on the sofa with a frivolous look in his eyes, legs apart, waiting for Xin Yue to crawl over like a dog. He has used this trick many times and it has always worked. No woman can remain calm under his threats. If you want to accompany me, go home and ask your mother to accompany you. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from the door. Everyone looked up and saw Chu Chen walking in with big strides, exuding a biting coldness and hostility. Who are you? Qian Kong suddenly frowned and looked unhappy. I'm a tender daddy. Chu Chen shouted angrily, kicked all the bodyguards in front of Qian Kong away, and then rushed to Qian Kong. As fast as lightning. Just like an afterimage, the group of people didn't react at all. Qian Kang's face darkened, and the two bodyguards who were holding Xin Yue quickly turned around and stood in front of Qian Kong. Chu Chen didn't even look at them. He swung his big hand like a palm leaf fan and slapped each of them. They flew 3 or 4 meters away, spun more than 10 times in the air, and then fell on the marble coffee table with a bang. The entire marble coffee table suddenly exploded. The two bodyguards also screamed, feeling as if their heads had exploded from a slap. They fell to the ground and were unable to get up for a long time. This scene shocked everyone in the box. They never expected that Chu Chen would break in at this time and fight with them. In a few seconds, he took care of the 8 bodyguards brought by Qian Kong. This is the existence known as the 8 Vajra. I heard that they are all retired mercenaries. At this moment, Qian Kong was sitting on the sofa, already terrified. Before he could react, Chu Chen had already walked up to him, grabbed his head of yellow hair, and pulled his face upwards. My dear son, let me teach you a lesson. When you go out, you must know how to respect others, especially women. Especially her. Chu Chen pointed at Xin Yue, who was already dumbfounded, and with a bang, he smashed Qian Kang's head heavily against another marble coffee table. Boom! With a loud bang, Qian Kang's face exploded instantly, covered in blood. The nose bones and teeth were all broken. The bleeding won't stop. This scene stunned everyone in the box. There was complete silence. Bang! The next second, Chu Chen kicked Qian Kong to the ground. The latter lay on the ground like a dead dog, covering his face and wailing. Ah! Qian Kong rolled on the ground, screaming. His face was covered in blood. His nose was broken and 7 or 8 teeth were shattered. Quick! Chu Chen is too fast. It took only 10 seconds from the time he came in to the time Qian Kong looked like this now. As a result, Xiao Shanshan and others didn't react at all. They could only stand there in a daze, with their mouths wide open and faces full of horror. Even so, Chu Chen did not intend to stop. He kicked Qian Kong on the knee with a cracking sound, causing him to scream in pain like a pig being slaughtered. Come on, dear son, apologize to her. Otherwise, you won't be able to save your leg. Mad. Too crazy. This is the inner evaluation of Xiao Shanshan and others. Ah, bastard, you damn bastard. Qian Kong kept screaming miserably, and the pain in his knee made him tremble all over. You will be beaten if you swear. Didn't anyone teach you that at home? As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Chen stepped hard, and with a click, the leg bone broke. Then, Chu Chen raised his foot and stepped on Qian Kong's other leg. This. Xiao Shanshan and the others were terrified and shouted desperately, Blind Chu, what are you doing? Are you crazy? He is Qian Kong, young Master Qian. You are done for, you are dead. Bang! Chu Chen turned around and slapped Xiao Shanshan, who rushed up to pull him away, directly into the air, and then fell to the ground with a bang. I usually don't hit women, but a bitch like you deserves to be beaten to death. Chu Chen said coldly, I'll settle the score with you later. After saying that, Chu Chen was too lazy to look at Xiao Shanshan lying on the ground. He turned his head and looked at Qian Kong under his feet, and said coldly, Mr. Chen, right? I'll give you a chance to choose. First, apologize to my wife and transfer 50 million to her immediately. Remember, this is not a loan, it is compensation. Second, I will break your other leg right now. As soon as the words fell. Suddenly, a tall and thin old man with tiger eyes and eagle eyebrows walked in from the door. He shouted in a deep voice, How dare you touch my young master, you bastard, you will die tonight. Chapter 52, I am Zhao Heilong. Master Qi. Save me. Kill this bastard. When Qian Kong saw the old man walking in at the door, he immediately burst into tears. Old Qi glanced at Qian Kong, and when he saw his miserable appearance, his eyes suddenly turned red with anger. He just found a few girls downstairs to play with, and his young master was beaten like this by an ignorant brat? These bodyguards are such good for nothings. Can't even beat a young boy. If I go back and let the head of the family see Qian Kong in this horrible state, he will definitely scold me. Even the resources for practicing martial arts will be reduced. And all this is the fault of this blind bastard in front of me. Therefore, in the eyes of old Qi, Chu Chen must die. Only when he dies can he give an explanation to the head of the family. Boy, let my young master go, then kneel down and wait to die. Old Qi stood with his hands behind his back, looking like a martial arts master, with cold light flashing in his eyes. A faint martial arts energy also flows through his body. Chu Chen glanced at the old man in front of him, frowned and asked, Who are you? You bastard. You don't even know Master Qi, and you dare to attack me? With Master Qi around, Qian Kong naturally felt confident and stared at Chu Chen with a grim look. Old Qi, Qi Tianshan, number 59 on the tiger list. A martial arts master. Killing you is like crushing an ant. Qian Kong shouted with a grim look in his eyes. Crack. Chu Chen stepped hard and broke Qian Kang's other leg. He said coldly, You are the only one who talks too much. Ah. Qian Kong screamed in agony, covering his two bloody knees that even showed bones. Master Qi, kill him, kill this bastard. Qi Tianshan was also furious. How dare you, you bastard, harm my young master in front of me? Die. Qi Tianshan roared, and his figure rushed towards Chu Chen like a ghost. Take action. Thunder Fist. It came in the blink of an eye as powerful as thunder. But Chu Chen raised his hand and slapped it, then swung the wheel in a circle. Bang! It was like thunder. Qi Tianshan instantly flew backwards like a dead dog, smashing the door of the box with a bang. He fell to the ground with half of his bloody face tilted, spitting out blood, staring at Chu Chen in horror. You. Before he could finish his words, Qi Tianshan died, deader than death. Such a scene made Qian Kong, Xiao Shanshan and others look shocked and horrified. Xin Yuwei was even more shocked. A pair of beautiful eyes stared at Chu Chen, feeling very strange. When did Chu Chen become so strong? Moreover, can his eyes see? Qian Kong, who was lying on the ground, saw Chu Chen turning his head to look at him. He was so frightened that his whole body was covered with hair. He stammered and threatened. You, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, this is the Golden Phoenix. Even if you have some skills, if you dare to do anything to me, not only will my Qian family not let you go, even the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce will not let you go. Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Chu Chen frowned, then smiled faintly and said, So, you know Zhao Heilong? Qian Kong glared at Chu Chen with disdain, endured the pain in his knees, and shouted, Nonsense! The Golden Phoenix is the property of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, it is Sister Ling's place. If anything happens to me, you, and all of you will be buried with me. Who dares to provoke the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce? Zhao Heilong is a very ruthless guy. Chu Chen, you are crazy. You even dared to beat Qian Xiao and broke both of his legs. You are pushing all of us into the fire pit. At this time, Xiao Shanshan was helped up from the ground by her sisters. When she saw the scene in front of her, she almost fainted again. Half of his face had been twisted by Chu Chen, and blood was still flowing from his mouth. But she didn't care at all. What she is most worried about now is Qian Kong and how to resolve this matter tonight. If you touch Qian Kong, especially in Sister Ling's place of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, you are really courting death. Shan Yue. Look at what your blind husband has done. I brought you here with good intentions to borrow money from Qian Xiao. If you didn't want to borrow, that would have been fine. But now this blind man Shu has beaten Qian Xiao up like this. How are you going to end this? Xiao Shanshan shouted angrily at Xing Yue, who was still in a daze. This sound also brought Xing Yue back to reality. She looked at the scene in front of her, her body still trembling slightly. Finished. It's really over. Qian Kong lost both legs. Even if she and Chu Chen were compensated, or even the Xin group was compensated, it would be useless. It's not your turn to point fingers at me when I, Chu Chen, do things. Chu Chen stared at Xiao Shanshan coldly. I told you I'll deal with you later. Since you've jumped out now, let's deal with you together. After saying that, Chu Chen ignored Xiao Shanshan's astonished look, rushed up to her, pinched her neck, and punched her left and right. Let you cheat on my wife. You'll be cheating people behind their backs. You're not allowed to talk too much. Every slap was like thunder, making Xiao Shanshan's head buzz. Even the eardrum was bleeding. Stop. What are you doing? The motorcycle girl rushed out and stopped Chu Chen. Bang. Chu Chen would not tolerate her bad habits, so he kicked her and sent her flying. Then, he continued to pull Xiao Shanshan's hair and threw her to the ground. Xiao Shanshan was completely stunned, her face covered in blood and her hair disheveled. After she finally recovered, she looked up, stared at Chu Chen fiercely, and shouted, Blind Chu, you're dead. And you, Xin Yue, you are dead too. Your husband beat me like this. I don't care about what happened tonight. You all can just wait to die. Xin Yue said nothing, her brows tightly furrowed, and glanced at Chu Chen, feeling very complicated. After a moment, Xin Yue let out a breath. She decided that no matter what happened tonight, she would stand with Chu Chen. After all, he was doing it for himself. Day. Just at this moment, a group of people rushed in from outside the door. About a dozen burly men with tattoos on their faces came in, surrounding a busty woman in a cheongsam. The woman looked to be about 30 years old, charming, tall, and her breasts were shaking. Especially the waist and the back, the proportions are amazing and captivating. She is the person in charge of Golden Phoenix, Sister Ling. Oh my god, Xian Xiao, how did you become like this? This is outrageous. Who beat you? Seeing the scene in the box, Sister Ling was immediately shocked. She glanced at the whole place and said coldly, Whoever hit me, come out on your own initiative. His eyes fell on Chu Chen. Chu Chen raised his head and sneered, Are you Zhao Heilung's man? How dare you? Do you think you can call our CEO Zhao by his name? Sister Ling said coldly, Boy, I don't care what conflicts you have with young Master Qian. If you fight here, it will be equivalent to breaking the rules of Golden Phoenix. Chu Chen smiled faintly and said, Why don't you ask me why I took action? Sister Ling was stunned, then jokingly said, No matter what the reason is, it's wrong for you to take action. My fault? Chu Chen smiled, looked at the arrogant woman in front of him, and said coldly, So, even if Zhao Heilung comes, it's my fault? Of course. That's the rule of the Golden Phoenix. Sister Ling raised her chin and said in a cold voice. Chu Chen nodded, chuckled and said, From now on, the rules of the Golden Phoenix have changed. Sister Ling was stunned, looking at Chu Chen in front of her in disbelief, sneered, her chest jumping up and down, and said disdainfully, Boy, what did you say? You want to change the rules for Golden Phoenix? Who do you think you are? The words fell. A dozen of Sister Ling's men surrounded her and stared at Chu Chen menacingly. Two of them also took out two homemade shotguns from their waists. You bastard, you're finished. Qian Kong gritted his teeth and smiled sinisterly. Xiao Shanshan, Tang Shui and others were also gloating as they waited for Chu Chen to be killed by Sister Ling. If you dare to challenge Sister Ling in Golden Phoenix, you are courting death. Why, I can't change it. Fine, I'll ask Zhao Heilung to come and change it himself. Chu Chen smiled calmly, took out his cell phone, dialed Zhao Heilung's number, and threw it to Sister Ling calmly, saying with a smile, Answer it. Sister Ling took Chu Chen's phone, her eyebrows knitted tightly, glanced at Chu Chen, and said jokingly, It's already this time, and you're still pretending? Is it fun? Chu Chen was too lazy to listen, so he turned around and pulled Xin Yue, who was pale and trembling, and comforted her, Don't worry, I'm here, nothing will happen. Such a scene made Shin Kong and Sister Ling furious. Oh shit. This kid is too crazy. He didn't take her and the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce seriously at all. Whether it was his tone or his posture, he gave off an aura that he was the boss of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Xiao Shanshan, Tang Shui and the others laughed at him. Shu Chen, you are too good at pretending. How can a blind loser like you have Zhao Heilung's phone number? As soon as the words fell, a dull male voice suddenly came from the phone in Sister Ling's hand. Hello? Who is this? I'm Zhao Heilung. Hiss. Sister Ling's hands trembled and her eyes were filled with shock. But the next sentence on the phone made her tremble all over and her legs shook as if she had been hit by a stick. This number is, Mr. Chu, is this you? What do you want from me? Chapter 53, If you are not arrogant, can you be called a young man? My name is Zhao Heilung. Those 5 words, like a spell, lingered in the box and exploded in Sister Ling's mind. It stirred up excitement in everyone's heart. However, the key is not these 5 words. But it was the sentence that Zhao Heilung said afterwards. Chu, Master Chu? Zhao Heilung, the president of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce, actually called the blind man Chu Chen Master Chu? Who is Zhao Heilung? The president of the Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce. Although Zhao Heilung looks vulnerable and humble like an ant in front of Chu Chen, he is a real figure in Jiangbei. With a strong background, he is known as the Fat Dragon of Jiangbei. In Jiangbei, he can run rampant without any hindrance. The entire Black Dragon Chamber of Commerce occupies a quarter of Jiangbei's gray industry. If he said just one word, Sister Ling might not see the sun the next day. Even if Qian Kang's father came, he would have to rely on Zhao Heilung. Even if Zhao Heilung spat, Qian Kang's father would swallow it with his mouth and say, "It's so sweet." This is Zhao Heilung's strength. But now, Sister Ling was confused, Qian Kang was confused, Xiao Shanshan and others were also confused. Even Xin Yue looked at Chu Chen in surprise. Why does it feel like Chu Chen has changed so much after not seeing him for a few days? Even Zhao Heilung had to be so polite to him. Is he hiding something from me? Inside the box, Sister Ling was drenched in cold sweat, her legs were shaking constantly, and her charming and delicate face was pale. She raised her head with difficulty and looked at Chu Chen, who had a calm expression and was pulling Xin Yue to sit down. The other party calmly brought him a glass of wine and said, "Zhao Niqiu, I'm in Golden Phoenix." Golden Phoenix? Zhao Heilung's voice rang out from Sister Ling's phone, and then she said excitedly, "Master Chu, what a coincidence. I'm just about to arrive at Golden Phoenix. Please wait for me, I'll come to see you right away." The phone hung up. The entire box was in deathly silence. What did he call Zhao Heilung just now? Zhao Loach? Oh my god. What Zhao Heilung hates most is being called Zhao Niu. In the past, several of Zhao Heilung's mortal enemies were torn into pieces by 5 horses just because they shouted Zhao Niqiu. Shu Chen crossed his legs, his eyes indifferent, looking at Sister Ling who was already scared to death, and said, "Sister Ling, can the rules of the Golden Phoenix be changed?" Thump! Sister Ling's knees went weak and she knelt down. "Master Chu, I'm sorry. I was blind and didn't recognize the great man. I offended you. Please forgive me." She was scared. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice. Upon seeing this, a dozen thugs immediately knelt on the ground, lowered their heads, and dared not speak. Ah! Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Qian Kang, who was originally complacent and thought he had found a life-saving straw, went crazy and shouted hysterically, "Sister Ling, why are you kneeling down to this little jerk? Get up and fight him." Xiao Shanshan and others also stared at the scene with wide eyes and astonishment. How so? They couldn't believe it, because that was the arrogant and well-known Sister Ling. He actually knelt down to a useless blind man like Chu Chen. In Jiangbei, as long as you hang out in entertainment venues, who would not give you face if you say you know Sister Ling? Who wouldn't lick you, call you brother or sister, and offer you a cigarette? Bite. At this moment, the elevator in the corridor outside rang. Then the door opened, and Zhao Heilung, along with a Biao and a dozen burly brothers, hurried in. Seeing a row of his men kneeling at the door of the box, Zhao Heilung kicked a few of them away and said dissatisfiedly, "What are you doing with the plane? What are you blocking the road for? Get out of the way. The momentum is scary." The guests, waiters, and princess who were watching the fun in the corridor of the club all looked at each other, not daring to breathe heavily. Zhao Heilong saw Chu Chen sitting on the sofa and rushed over in 2 steps, shouting excitedly, "Master Chu, you finally called me, I missed you so much. I have bought all the herbs and rented a house. I am waiting for you to come over any time." Zhao Heilong now looks at Chu Chen as if he were the god of wealth. Bailing pills cost 1 million each. Now all the wealthy people in Jiangbei, and even in the 4 surrounding cities of Zhenghai, Chuzhou, Zhenghai, and Yuncheng, have called him to inquire about them. Everyone said they wanted to buy it. The lowest price is to buy 3. Zhao Heilong spent the entire afternoon talking to them on the phone and his mouth was dry. Some people even shut down their phones directly. A rough calculation shows that 500 pieces have been pre-sold in this wave, reaching an astonishing 500 million. Zhao Heilong himself can get 60 million. Astronomical figures. Isn't this the god of wealth? Come on, Mr. Chu, let's go now. Zhao Heilong hurriedly stepped forward to pull Chu Chen. Seeing this scene, Xiao Shanshan and the others were extremely shocked and horrified, their minds went blank. Zhao Heilong was no longer polite to Chu Chen, he was flattering him. At this moment, they were a little dazed. Isn't Chu Chen blind? How can a useless man who lives off others be so familiar with Zhao Heilong? This is a big shot that they will never be able to reach in their lifetime. Xiao Shanshan and Tang Shui were shocked and bewildered. They looked at Xin Yue, who was also stunned on the sofa, with eyes full of jealousy, resentment, and unwillingness. Why? Shen Kong, who was lying on the ground, also had a changed expression. The Qian family investment company sounds awesome, but compared to Zhao Heilong, it's garbage. The 5 Qian families combined are not as good as Zhao Heilong's. After all, he is not from the Qian family, one of the 4 major families in Jiangbei. At this moment, Shen Kong suddenly realized that he might be in trouble tonight. Leave? Where to? Chu Chen smiled coldly and said, "I can't leave. This guy named Shen Kong forced my wife to lend him 50 million yuan and asked her to accompany him. This girl called Sister Ling wants me to kneel down and admit my fault, no matter the reason. And this person named Xiao Shanshan, although she is my wife's best friend, she deceived my wife and deliberately tricked her to come here to make a deal with Qian Kong. Zhao Niqiu, since this happened here, please solve it for me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Heilong became furious. Of course, he also noticed Xin Yue sitting next to Chu Chen, and immediately said with a playful smile, "Sister-in-law, we meet again, don't worry, I will seek justice for you for what happened tonight." After saying this, Zhao Heilong straightened up, a terrifying aura burst out from his body, raised his hand, pointed at Qian Kong and said coldly, as if the king of hell was calling his men. "This Qian Kong, kill him first, and then notify his family to bring 50 million to Golden Phoenix to redeem him." Boom! When Qian Kong heard this, his face turned pale. Then, Zhao Heilong pointed at Sister Ling and said coldly, Ling, didn't I tell you that when doing business outside, the most important thing is not to judge people by appearance, especially in entertainment venues, where all the people are masters? Tonight, you made me really angry. Slap yourself 10 times, cripple one of your hands, and get out of here." Sister Ling was so scared that she was shaking all over. She said, "Thank you, Mr. Zhao and Mr. Chu, for showing mercy." Then, Zhao Heilong pointed at Xiao Shanshan and the others and said viciously, "As for you guys, brothers, if there are any who haven't had sex recently, take them to other private rooms. As long as no one is killed, do whatever you want." Boom! Xiao Shanshan and others were so frightened that their faces turned pale and they cried loudly. But it was of no avail, and he was dragged away by Zhao Heilong's men. "Chu Chen, how about just forget it?" Xin Yue wanted to plead for them, but Chu Chen grabbed her hand and said, "Wife, some people don't deserve sympathy." Xin Yue was stunned and stopped talking. The matter was resolved, and Chu Chen took Xin Yue away. "In 2 days, I'll call you and you can pick me up." Chu Chen said a few words to Zhao Heilong before getting into Xin Yue's car. Originally, Chu Chen thought Xin Yue would ask a lot of questions, but she didn't. Xin Yue didn't say a word until she returned home. Seeing Xin Yue taking a shower in the bathroom, Chu Chen was extremely anxious and always felt something was wrong. Why didn't she ask me? Did she know something? Chu Chen sat in the living room, feeling very uncomfortable. Pa. Suddenly, the sound of slippers came from the second floor. Chu Chen looked up and saw Xin Yue walking down from the second floor in a pink and transparent nightgown. A pair of long legs, so captivating. Seeing Xin Yue looking at him, he quickly pretended not to see it and smiled. "Wife, are you done washing?" However, Xin Yue walked straight up to Chu Chen, stared at him seriously, and asked, "Chu Chen, tell me honestly, can you see it?" Ah, no, it's still the same. Chu Chen explained, scratching his head awkwardly. Xin Yue frowned and asked suspiciously, really? Then, under Chu Chen's astonished gaze, Xin Yue directly pulled off her shoulder straps, and the soft nightgown slid off. Hiss. Chu Chen's eyes widened immediately. Perfect figure, flawless whiteness. Xin Yue stood in front of Chu Chen, biting her lip, and asked tentatively, can't you really see? Chapter 54, Black God Cult. Chu Chen swallowed wildly, his body felt hot, and his eyes were wide open. My wife has become a bad person. She actually wants to use this method to test whether I can see. Well, I still can't see it. Chu Chen suppressed his inner restlessness, touched his eyes, and showed a helpless emotion. Seeing this, Xin Yue frowned slightly, then pulled up her nightgown again, stepped forward, hugged Chu Chen, and comforted him. Don't worry, even if you can't see for the rest of your life, I will still support you. Chu Chen was stunned and was held in Xin Yue's arms, feeling the warmth from her body. Xin Yue has such a great figure. Chu Chen almost wanted her to hold him like this forever. So comfortable. Chu Chen moved. Xin Yue noticed something unusual, her pretty eyebrows slightly frowned. She let go of Chu Chen and asked, "What's wrong? Where do you feel uncomfortable?" Chu Chen quickly smiled and said, "No, it was just a little too sudden." As he spoke, Chu Chen consciously buried his head in Xin Yue's chest again. So comfortable. However, Xin Yue's next words made Chu Chen stunned. Chu Chen, are you very familiar with Zhao Heilong? Xin Yue asked Chu Chen seriously. Chu Chen was alert. But, I had already thought of the excuse. Not bad. Chu Chen said. Xin Yue frowned and asked, is it okay? Then why is he so polite to you tonight? It's because of what happened to you last time. Zhao Heilong was afraid that I would sue him, so he was so polite to me. Chu Chen explained casually. Xin Yue was skeptical and asked suspiciously, sue? Well, there has been a severe crackdown on public security in Jianbei City recently. Zhao Heilong is a key monitored target. Also, I heard that he is undergoing a transformation recently, so he keeps a low profile when outside. Chu Chen lied. Although Xin Yue was a little bit unconvinced, she couldn't find any evidence that Chu Chen was lying, so she had to give up and continue to ask, then what medicinal herbs is he talking about? Oh, about this. I've recently been learning about Chinese medicine and alchemy knowledge from audiobook apps. A few days ago, I tinkered with it and made a pill that has the effect of strengthening the body. Zhao Heilong wants to cooperate with me to expand production. Chu Chen didn't hide this, but he just omitted important information. Xin Yue's pretty face was full of surprise. She blinked her big, lively and moist eyes and asked suspiciously, you also know how to make medicine? Did you teach yourself? Yes. Chu Chen nodded, took out a bailing pill from his arms, held it in his palm, and showed off to Xin Yue like a treasure. This is it, one pill can be sold for hundreds of thousands. As soon as she finished speaking, Xin Yue chuckled and said, okay, you're talking nonsense and you're addicted. Can this thing in your hand be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars? If it's true, then wouldn't you become a billionaire? Xin Yue didn't believe it and thought Chu Chen was joking with her. There was no way. She knew best what Chu Chen was like in the past 3 years. Even if he taught himself how to make medicine, it's impossible for him to sell one pill for hundreds of thousands, right? How can the pharmaceutical companies on the market survive? Furthermore, Xin Yue knew a little about medicine refining. It was something that only an alchemist with more than 10 years of experience could make. How long did it take Chu Chen to learn how to make medicine? Seeing that Xin Yue didn't believe him, Chu Chen smiled awkwardly and put away the bailing pill. By the way, my mother's birthday is in a few days. I'll give you some money. You can prepare some gifts to make my mother happy. Xin Yue said, picked up the body lotion, and began to wipe her neck, arms, and a pair of snow-white long legs in front of Chu Chen. Chu Chen was stunned. Xin Yue's legs are really a man's dream. There was no flaw at all, which brought a great shock to Chu Chen. Xin Yue bends down and keeps applying lotion to her legs. Every time she bends down, she is so beautiful. Call. So beautiful. She actually only wore this outer piece. This kind of concealed and hazy feeling can stimulate a man's heart even more. I understand. Chu Chen nodded, staring intently. Xin Yue suddenly looked up and saw Chu Chen staring at her, and she was dazed. I don't know why, but I always feel like Chu Chen can see it. But, looking at his silly grin, it seems that he can't see it. Also, don't think that Zhao Heilong is really being polite to you. He's just afraid of going in. So, Zhao Heilong helped you tonight. It's best to find a time to thank him and then draw a clear line with him. Xin Yue's eyes were filled with worry. We should not associate with such people. I know. Xu Chen replied, naturally understanding what Xin Yue was worried about. After all, Zhao Heilong is engaged in gray industries and is likely to be imprisoned. Afterwards, Xin Yue got up and went to the bedroom on the second floor to sleep. Xu Chen shamelessly followed, but was stopped at the door by Xin Yue, who blinked her cold eyes and asked, "Have you figured it out?" "What do you mean?" Xu Chen scratched the back of his head, somewhat confused. Bang! The response to Xu Chen was the sound of Xin Yue slamming the door. "Get lost. Keep sleeping in the living room. When you've figured it out, confess to me and come in to sleep again." Xin Yue shouted angrily. Xu Chen was confused and helpless, so he had to give up and ran to the sofa in the living room in dejection. Late at night. Black Witch Mountain. The whole mountain stands in the midst of a rolling mountain range. At this moment, on the top of the mountain, there is a magnificent and ancient palace, brightly lit. Above the main hall hangs an ancient gilded plaque. Black God Cult. The hall was dark and gloomy. The walls on both sides were covered with flames from wall lamps. There were about a dozen figures in black robes sitting on both sides, their faces covered by the hoods of the black robes, so their true features could not be seen clearly. At the deepest part of the hall, on a high stone platform, sat a figure wearing a purple-black robe. It's a woman. Even wearing a loose purple and black robe, it couldn't hide her extremely explosive figure. Especially the cold and charming face and those ruthless eyes, which give a feeling of looking down on the world and despising all living beings. It was as if she was a female emperor, sitting high on a stone throne, her chin supported by her left hand, with a haughty look in her eyes. The black robe was actually cut open on both sides, revealing a pair of slender legs underneath. She was wearing thin red silk. Absolutely. It's amazing. She is just like a lonely, cold, heartless, and charming queen. Cool temperament. Of course, the most eye-catching thing is her proud figure. She raised her hand and threw a broken jade tablet on the ground, making a crisp sound. She asked coldly, "Elder Ku's soul tablet is broken. Does anyone know what happened?" No joy, anger, sorrow or happiness could be heard, but it gave people a great deal of pressure and echoed in the hall. Reporting to the leader, Elder Ku left the Black God cult yesterday and said he was heading to the Li family in Jiangbei, southern province. Below, a man in black robe spoke. Li family from Jiangbei, southern province? The woman frowned, and her slender white fingers, painted with red nail polish, tapped lightly on the armrests of the stone seat, making a rhythmic sound of clang 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 that echoed in the hall. It's been a long time since anyone has gone against my Black God cult. Elder Feng, Elder Lei, the two of you go to Jiangbei and find out who killed Elder Ku. If he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his body. The woman said coldly, her tone cold and full of murderous intent. It was like the coldest days of winter, with ice covering 300 miles. Yes, I will follow the leader's orders. Below, two black-robed elders stood up and bowed. Chapter 55, Lu Qinglan drank too much. Another big thing happened that night. The news of the Li family's demise began to ferment in Jiangbei. Although the news said that a fire broke out in Li's house, anyone with a discerning eye knew that this was definitely not as simple as a fire. Now, in a top floor box of a high-end private club in Jiangbei, there sat 4 men and women of different sizes and ages. He is the one who is in power in the 4 major families in Jiangbei today. The head of the Jiangbei Zhao family, Zhao Tianda. The head of the Jiangbei Qian family, Chen Guoshan. The head of the Jiangbei Sun family, Sun Yuhai. The head of the Jiangbei Wang family, Wang Shueru. 3 boys and 1 girl. At this moment, the 4 of them looked a little ugly. Li Jinquan is dead, and the Li family is gone. Zhao Tianda said coldly, his eyes deep and cold, scanning the other 3 people present. The 3 people's faces showed no signs of happiness, anger, sorrow, or joy. Xian Guoshan smiled faintly and said, "It's just an accidental fire. There's no need for Master Zhao to be so nervous. Just call us here in the middle of the night." After saying this, Xian Guoshan coughed twice. He is old, over 70 years old. He received a call from Zhao Tianda in the middle of the night, got off his young wife, and rushed here in a hurry. He was really exhausted. Zhao Tianda's face darkened, he looked at the other two and asked, "What about you, do you also think it was an accident?" Sun Yuhai and Wang Shueru looked at each other. Sun Yuhai said, "Perhaps, what Patriarch Shin said is correct. It was indeed an accident. After all, the news has come out." "I don't think so." Wang Shueru suddenly spoke with a cold tone. "She is also the only female among the four and the youngest one. Not even 40. However, none of the three people present dared to underestimate this woman. Because, in Jiangbei, she is a legendary woman of her generation. In his 20s, he won the fierce power struggle in the Wang family on his own and took the position of head of the family. She is also the only woman in the Wang family's hundreds of years of inheritance. This is enough to show how terrible her methods and scheming are. Moreover, she is still young, only in her 30s. There are even rumors that for the sake of the Wang family, she has remained single, has never been interested in men, and will not trust any man. Such a heartless woman will pose a great threat to the other three families in the future. But for now, the four major families in Jiangbei support each other and restrain each other, forming a delicate balance. If it weren't for the Chu family incident 3 years ago, they wouldn't have joined forces, let alone sitting together like this now." "What do you mean?" Xian Guoshan and Sun Yuhai turned to look at Wang Shueru at the same time. I have to say, Wang Shueru is very beautiful. Even though she is over 30, she still looks very well maintained. She has fair skin, a curvy figure, and still has charm. Especially her arrogant and cold temperament made many men crazy about her. For these big men who have already stood at the top of Jiangbei, conquering a woman like this is the only way to have fun. Wang Shueru looked at the two of them and asked disdainfully, "How could such a bigly family be burned to death because of a fire?" Xian Guoshan and Sun Yuhai frowned, looked at each other, and asked, "Who do you think did it?" Wang Shueru's face was gloomy. She didn't say anything, but looked at Zhao Tianda and asked, "Does Patriarch Zhao have any guesses?" In an instant, the eyes of the other two people also turned to Zhao Tianda. Zhao Tianda frowned and said after a long silence, "There is one." "Who?" Sun Yuhai asked hurriedly. Zhao Tianda tapped the table with his fingers and said, "The orphan of the Chu family, now the son-in-law of the Shin family, Chu Chen." "Chu Chen? Are you talking about the blind man who went blind 3 years ago?" Sun Yuhai's face was exaggerated, and then he sneered and said, "Master Zhao, are you too nervous? A blind man can destroy the entire Li family? Isn't this a fantasy?" Xian Guoshan also echoed, "I think what Patriarch Sun said is right. I had someone monitor Chu Chen before, and he is indeed a blind man. In the Shin family, he is even more humble than a dog. I don't believe it if you say he killed Li Jinkuan and destroyed the Li family." When Wang Shueru heard the name, she frowned. Although she felt that the destruction of the Li family by a fire was not a simple matter. But she didn't suspect Chu Chen. After all, he was indeed a blind man. "Master Zhao, do you have any evidence?" Wang Shueru asked. Zhao Tianda shook his head and said, "No, it's just a guess." "Guess?" The three of them breathed a sigh of relief. "Okay, let's stop here for tonight. I'm tired, so I'm going to go back and rest first." Xian Guoshan stood up and glanced at Zhao Tianda. "Master Zhao, don't be too nervous, it's just a small Li family. Compared to the blind man of the Chu family, I believe that this was an assassination by a business rival. After all, Li Jinkuan has offended too many people. If the Li family falls, we can still support other small families." After saying that, Xian Guoshan turned and left. Afterwards, Sun Yuhai stood up and said to Zhao Tianda and Wang Shueru, "Master Zhao, Master Wang, I will go back first." However, just as he was about to leave, Zhao Tianda stared at Sun Yuhai with cold eyes and asked, "Master Sun, what did you take away from the Chu family back then?" Sun Yuhai was startled, then smiled and said, "Master Zhao, it's better if you don't ask about this matter." After saying that, Sun Yuhai walked away. It was not until he got in the car that Sun Yuhai's face showed dissatisfaction and unwillingness to accept. "This Zhao Tianda has gone mad in the middle of the night. He summoned a few of us here just because of the Li family. Does he really think he's an important person? If it weren't for the Marquis's refusal, how could Zhao Tianda have the ability to sit on the top of the four major families in Jiangbei?" Sun Yuhai looked out the car window with gloomy eyes. Even though the four of them are sitting together, they all have their own ulterior motives. A blind man can destroy the Li family? How ridiculous. I think Zhao Tianda is already old. Sun Yuhai complained coldly and said to the driver, "Drive. Go to the casino." And at this moment, In the club's private room, only Zhao Tianda and Wang Shuaru were left. Both of them had gloomy faces. "Master Wang, why haven't you left yet? Is there anything else?" Zhao Tianda looked at Wang Shuaru, who was still sitting there with some surprise. Wang Shuaru looked at Zhao Tianda coldly and asked, "Master Zhao, I want to know how sure are you of your guest just now?" Zhao Tianda was stunned, his brows knitted, his face darkened, he hesitated for a long time and said, "Half." "Then we can't keep him," Wang Shuaru said coldly, her eyes flashing with coldness. Zhao Tianda frowned and asked in confusion, "Wang Jiazhu, what do you mean?" "Master Zhao, we are all 1,000-year-old foxes, so don't pretend to be ignorant." Wang Shuaru smiled faintly, "That Chu Chen, no matter if he is blind or not, no matter if he did this to the Li family, he should not be allowed to stay. 3 years ago, he should not have been alive." Zhao Tianda stared at Wang Shuaru closely, and after a while he asked, "What do you want to do?" Wang Shuaru raised her hand and made a gesture of wiping her neck, "Find someone and kill him to prevent future troubles." Zhao Tianda was silent. After a long time, he nodded and said, "Okay, I'll take care of this." "Indeed. If you don't remove the roots of the problem, there will be endless trouble. Whether he is blind or not, he should not be alive in this world." Chu Chen, on the other hand, had no idea that Zhao Tianda had already suspected him and was planning to strike first. The next day, when Chu Chen woke up, he found that Xing Yue had already gone to work early. As for Lu Qinglan, he did not come back all night and no one knew where he went. Just as Chu Chen walked to the bathroom downstairs to take a shower, the bathroom door was slammed open with a bang. Afterwards, Chu Chen saw Lu Qinglan, dressed in a nightclub style, rushing and drunk, lying on the toilet, vomiting violently. "Oh shit." Chu Chen looked confused and frightened. "How much did she drink?" Chu Chen hurried over, pulled up the drunk Lu Qinglan, and asked, "Why did you drink so much?" Lu Qinglan laughed drunkenly, looking at Chu Chen in front of him, and said with a smile, "Huh, man. Chapter 56, You're really drunk." Lu Qinglan pounced on Chu Chen. Fortunately, Chu Chen dodged quickly. Lu Qinglan was lying on the ground, his eyes blurry and drunk. He shouted drunkenly, "Men, none of them are good." Chu Chen was shocked. Covered in cold sweat. Lu Qinglan was really drunk. "You even dare to say such things. Is this because she has been suppressing her emotions for too long?" It seems that it is time to remind Xing Yue to find a man for Lu Qinglan. Otherwise, Chu Chen felt it was very dangerous to stay in this house. Lu Qinglan, when drunk, is truly charming, mature and charming. The age of 36 or 37 is the most mature, the age when one understands men the most, and the age when one cares for others the most. The blurred look and state, a pair of phoenix eyes, almond-shaped eyebrows, and lips painted with red lipstick give people a fiery feeling. It is worthy of being called the flaming spicy flower. Back then, Lu Qinglan was one of the most beautiful women in Jiangbei, and she charmed thousands of young boys. Even as she grows older, there is no trace of time on her. Instead, she becomes more charming and perfect. "Hey, wake up, wake up." Chu Chen patted Lu Qinglan's face. I don't know if Lu Qinglan was drunk or what, but he just fell to the ground and fell asleep with his legs spread out. But he was still muttering words like man, and so on. Chu Chen let out a breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "Forget it, for Xing Yue's sake, I will reluctantly take care of you today," Chu Chen said, stood up, and sent Lu Qinglan into her room. This was the first time Chu Chen came to Lu Qinglan's room. The entire layout of the room was pink and tender. The walls are pink, the bed is pink, and the sheets are pink. There is also a dressing table, etc., and basically everything you can see is pink. I didn't expect that Lu Qinglan still has a girlish heart at her age. In order to avoid misunderstanding, Chu Chen turned around and was about to leave. But a vomit sound was heard from behind. Finished. Chu Chen thought to himself that something was not good. When I turned around, as expected, Lu Qinglan vomited. Vomited all over. What can I do? Chu Chen stood awkwardly at the head of the bed, looking at Lu Qinglan, who had vomited all over the bed, twisting her body constantly, and looking a little uncomfortable. Chu Chen was quick to act and quickly held her hand. It was almost a foul. Seeing Lu Qinglan's uncomfortable look, Chu Chen had no choice but to find a set of pajamas from the closet and change them for Lu Qinglan. After changing, Chu Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead, let out a long breath, and made a bowl of sobering soup for Lu Qinglan to help her sober up. Fortunately, there were some leftover medicinal herbs in the kitchen, so Chu Chen made a sobering pill and stuffed it into Lu Qinglan's mouth. Chu Chen turned and left. Lu Qinglan on the bed immediately yelled coquettishly, "Stinky man, coward." Coward? Chu Chen was confused and stunned for a moment. Are you talking about him? What do you mean? Chu Chen asked in a low voice. Lu Qinglan muttered a few words, "Coward, why don't you dare, why?" After saying that, she fell into a deep sleep again. This scared Chu Chen a lot. Is this referring to him or someone else? Call. Chu Chen was frightened and ran out quickly, taking a cold shower to get rid of the heat in his body and calm himself down. Afterwards, Chu Chen sat in the living room, studying the medical classics given to him by the old blind man with great interest. This study took the whole morning. Chu Chen stretched and was about to get up when Lu Qinglan rushed out of the room with a cold face and angrily shouted at Chu Chen, who was sitting on the sofa, "Chu Chen! You beast, what did you do to me?" Chu Chen was startled and quickly explained, "I didn't." Lu Qinglan's cheeks turned red with anger. She stared at Chu Chen angrily and asked, "Did you change the clothes I'm wearing?" Lu Qinglan is going crazy. She remembered that she came back from the nightclub in a daze and rushed to the bathroom. As a result, when I woke up, I found myself lying in bed. Even the clothes on his body were changed. At that moment, Lu Qinglan became anxious and quickly took off his clothes to check himself. Fortunately, there was nothing abnormal about her. However, such a situation was enough to drive Lu Qinglan crazy. Where is this? This is home. At this time, Xin Yue had already gone to work. The only person still at home is that blind man Chu Chen, that coward. In an instant, an idea that made Lu Qinglan crazy emerged in her mind. The clothes I was wearing were changed by Chu Chen. Aha! Lu Qinglan felt unwell all over. Anyone can change her clothes, except Chu Chen. Because he is a wimp. Even if he can't see it, it won't work. When Lu Qinglan thought that it was Chu Chen who changed his clothes, he wished he could cut that damn little beast into pieces. I. Chu Chen was also embarrassed and stammered. No, based on Lu Qinglan's personality and intelligence, he would definitely guess that he was the one who changed it. If he said so, Lu Qinglan would definitely chop himself to death. Seeing Chu Chen hesitating, Lu Qinglan knew that it must be him. At that moment, she rushed over, raised her foot, and kicked Chu Chen, who was lying on the sofa. Chu Chen was startled and saw her kicking towards him. Damn it! She is serious. Wouldn't Chu Chen be kicked to death with this kick? At that moment, Chu Chen dodged sideways and raised his hand to grab Lu Qinglan's ankle, saying coldly, "Why are you drunk? You little beast, you dare to fight back? Let me go." Lu Qinglan became even angrier and kept struggling and pulling his legs. But unfortunately, Chu Chen held her too tightly and she couldn't pull away. Moreover, this posture made Lu Qinglan feel very ashamed. She quickly grabbed the hem of her pajamas with both hands and pulled it down, angrily yelling at Chu Chen, "Little beast, don't let go." Then I'll let go? Chu Chen smiled coldly and loosened his hand. Ah. You, wait. Oh, it hurts. Lu Qinglan screamed immediately and sat down in a straight line. Directly chopped down. Pain. Lu Qinglan's eyes were filled with tears from the pain, and she angrily said to Chu Chen, "You little bastard, I'm not done with you." Chu Chen was not in a hurry. He sat on the sofa and said calmly, "You got drunk and vomited all over yourself. I took care of you with good intentions. What's wrong with that? What are you in such a hurry for? Besides, I'm a blind man and can't see anything, so you can rest assured." Ever since he started practicing, and after Lu Qinglan refused to lend him money last time, Chu Chen's attitude towards her has obviously changed. I don't want to accept it anymore. I don't want to be suppressed by her all the time. You. Lu Qinglan was so angry that he got up from the ground, glared at Chu Chen, and warned, "Blind man, I warn you, you are not allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, otherwise, I will chop you up with a knife." Oh? Chu Chen became interested, smiled coldly, stood up, and deliberately pressed towards Lu Qinglan step by step, teasing, "Madam, you don't want Xin Yue to know about what happened today, right?" You, what do you mean? Lu Qinglan was frightened and backed away repeatedly. Chu Chen forced her to lie down on the sofa, with her body jumping a few times. Chu Chen sneered, "Simple, I need you to fulfill one of my requests." Chapter 57, Military Region Prodigy, Triple Crown Champion. Lu Qinglan was shocked. Especially when she saw Chu Chen, who was tall and masculine, she felt even more frightened. After all, there are only two of them in this family. If Chu Chen lost his beastly nature and did something to her, she would not be able to resist at all. What do you want to do? Lu Qinglan was anxious and scolded Chu Chen. Little beast, I tell you, don't even think about those messed up ideas of yours. I am your. You think too much. I'm not as dirty as you think. Chu Chen interrupted Lu Qinglan and sneered, today, you wash the dishes in the kitchen, mop the floor at home, wash the clothes, and then cook a meal for me. Chu Chen smiled, a harmless smile on his face. Upon hearing this, Lu Qinglan was stunned and a little unable to react. No. Wash dishes, mop the floor, do laundry? Lu Qinglan stared blankly at Chu Chen. She thought Chu Chen was going to do that to her. It turns out that I was scaring myself. Lu Qinglan breathed a sigh of relief, glared at Chu Chen angrily, and scolded, you little bastard, just wait for me. If Yue knows about what happened today, I will never let you go. After saying that, Lu Qinglan swung her long legs and went to do housework. Chu Chen felt relaxed and happy. He sat on the sofa, resting his head on his head, and began to meditate. So cool. It's nice to have a day without housework. Moreover, it feels even better to let Lu Qinglan, who has always bullied me, do the housework. To the extent that Chu Chen deliberately found fault with Lu Qinglan when she was doing housework. Something like this side is not cleaned, that bowl is not washed properly, etc. This made Lu Qinglan so angry that she threw the mop to the ground with a bang. Her chest trembled, and she put her hands on her waist and shouted, Chu Chen, are you done yet? Are you blind? Yes, I am. Why not? Chu Chen said with a smile. Lu Qinglan frowned, always feeling that Chu Chen was hiding something from her, but she couldn't find any evidence. Under the pressure of Chu Chen, Lu Qinglan had no choice but to continue doing housework obediently. When it was time for dinner, Chu Chen received a call from Long Qingyao. Brother Chu Chen, I'm at your door, please come out soon. Long Qingyao's voice was sweet and crisp. She is absolutely the goddess in every man's dream. I see. Chu Chen responded and said, I have something to do outside, you can take your time to wash. Afterwards, regardless of how Lu Qinglan scolded him, Chu Chen left. You little bastard, if you have the guts, don't come back tonight. Lu Qinglan cursed angrily. After going out, Chu Chen could still hear Lu Qinglan scolding in the villa. Just then, in the BMW mini car at the door, Long Qingyao, wearing a light yellow long skirt and with her long smooth hair, waved at him and said with a smile, Brother Chu Chen, get in the car quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Long Qingyao thought of something, and quickly got out of the car, trotted towards Chu Chen, grabbed his arm, and apologized, Oh, I'm sorry, Brother Chu Chen, I forgot, you can't see, I'll take you to the car. Chu Chen smiled and was led into the car by Long Qingyao's hand. Then the car started and headed straight for today's noon destination. Mission Hill's private estate, concert. As soon as he heard the name, Chu Chen knew that it was a place where upper-class people would go. To sum it up, he is rich and just pretends to be cool. It's called literary and artistic enlightenment, but in fact it's just because they have nothing to do and come here to show off. From what Long Qingyao said, there will be quite a lot of rich second generations here today. In the car, because Long Qingyao's driving skills were a bit poor, she was always braking suddenly and flooring the accelerator, so Chu Chen inevitably bumped into Long Qingyao all the time. After taking a look, Chu Chen realized that Long Qingyao was dressed very pure and lovely today. It's totally the style of a school beauty. A light yellow long skirt that reaches about the knee. She was barefoot with a pair of long, snow-white legs and a pair of white sneakers on her feet. Her long, smooth, black hair sparkled in the sunlight. There is also a light green butterfly hairpin on her head, adding a touch of purity. She has a great figure, with a curvy figure and full breasts. Sure enough, a pretty girl's hair will glow. Girls like this are definitely the ones pursued by all boys in college. Long Qingyao smiled sweetly and said, Brother Chu Chen, we are here. Chu Chen nodded and got out of the car. Long Qingyao held his arm and took him into the Mission Hill's private estate. The entrance of the manor was filled with all kinds of luxury cars. BMW, Audi, Mercedes-Benz, Ferrari, Lamborghini, Rolls-Royce Phantom and so on, we have everything. Mission Hill's private estate, one of the few luxurious estates in Jiangbei. It is said that the cost is 1 billion. There is a bright lake in front and green mountains in the back. The feng shui is very good. Those who live here are either rich or noble. Just by standing here, Chu Chen felt a surge of spiritual energy coming towards him. It's spiritual energy. Chu Chen was secretly shocked, such a strong spiritual energy, this is simply a blessed place for cultivation. Chu Chen was overjoyed. A few days ago, he was still thinking about finding a good place to use the few pure qi gathering pills on him to break through to the 5th level of qi refining. Now, he finally found it. This Mission Hills is the perfect place for spiritual practice and breakthrough. Chu Chen secretly took note of this place in his heart. Then, he was brought by Long Qingyao to a hall. There were already quite a few people sitting in the hall, and the place was bustling with noise. At a glance, they are all young people. From the way they are dressed, you can tell that they are all rich second-generation sons and daughters. At this moment, seeing Long Qingyao coming in, a group of boys stared at her with sharp eyes. It's Long Qingyao. She's here too. Fuck. She's so beautiful. She's worthy of being the pure goddess of Jiangbei, the #1 campus beauty. If I could date her, I'd be willing to be her liquor. Ha? Who's the man next to her? I've never seen him before. How come he came in with Long Qingyao, and she's holding his arm? Damn. All of a sudden, the crowd exploded with discussions. Because Long Qingyao is not only the most pure goddess campus beauty in Jiangbei, but also famous for being lonely and arrogant. She has never been in a relationship, let alone going in and out of such private high-end places in pairs with men. Therefore, almost all the second-generation rich men and women from Jiangbei present at the scene showed a strong interest in Chu Chen, who was beside Long Qingyao. Some are jealous, some are angry, some are suspicious, and some sneer and gloat over other people's misfortune. At this moment, there were two faces in the crowd that Chu Chen was very familiar with. Shen Wei and Shen Bingbing. Isn't that the blind man Chu Chen? Why is he here too? And he came with Miss Long Qingyao of the Long family. A look of doubt flashed across Shen Bingbing's pretty face, and she looked over with some surprise. How could a rubbish like Chu Chen have the qualifications to appear at an occasion where only rich second generations could come? Could he have come in to steal food? Shen Wei took a deep breath, his face darkened, and he smiled coldly. This Chu Chen is really capable. Not only is he having a hot relationship with Long Hongyan, the most famous lady in Jiangbei, but now he has even managed to hook up with Long Qingyao, the granddaughter of the Long family. Shen Wei, what do you mean? Shen Bingbing turned her head and asked suspiciously. Shen Wei smiled teasingly, took out his cell phone, and showed Shen Bingbing the photos he had taken that night of Chu Chen and Long Hongyan entering and leaving the hot spring club. After reading it, Shen Bingbing widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and said with an exaggerated expression, "Oh my god. You mean, Chu Chen, he is secretly a gigolo? Then, does Xin Yue know?" Shen Wei nodded and said, "That's probably the case. Otherwise, how could a blind man like him, a loser, win the favor of the two goddesses of the Long family?" Speaking of which, Long Hongyan and Long Qingyao, the aunt and niece, really have a lot of fun in private. Two people are actually playing with Chu Chen at the same time. I don't know what extraordinary strengths Chu Chen has. Shen Wei guessed, and he became very excited when he thought about it. What a shocking piece of news. Thinking of this, he quickly took out his cell phone and secretly took a few photos of Chu Chen and Long Qingyao from particularly intimate angles. What are you doing? This is a private concert. We were told before we came that you are not allowed to bring in cell phones or take photos. Where did you get this cell phone? Shen Bingbing asked suspiciously. Her cell phone was confiscated when she came in again. Where did Shen Wei get the phone? Shen Wei smiled mysteriously and said, "The hermit has his own ingenious plan." Putting away his phone, Shen Wei sneered grimly and said, "Tonight, Chu Chen is finished." What do you mean? Shen Bingbing found that she could hardly keep up with Shen Wei's train of thought. Shen Wei sneered and said, "I heard that Xiao Zhan from Jianghai Xiao family will also come over tonight. He is Long Qingyao's #1 pursuer. For so many years, there has been no man around Long Qingyao. The first reason is that she is too lonely, cold, and arrogant. The second reason is this Xiao Zhan. Almost all of Long Qingyao's suitors have been beaten by him, either with broken arms or legs. Some who refused to obey him had their families destroyed. That was Xiao Zhan, who was known as Jiangbei's #1 flower protector and the triple champion of the Southern Province Military Region's martial arts competition. Do you think Chu Chen can walk out alive tonight? Shen Wei smiled evilly. What? Xiao Zhan? Is he the genius of the Southern Province Military District who joined the army at the age of 16 and was promoted to major at the age of 22? Shen Bingbing's eyebrows widened, her pretty face filled with horror. She turned her head and looked at Chu Chen, who was sitting with Long Qingyao, sneering secretly in her heart. Chu Chen, you are dead tonight. At the same time, outside Mission Hills Resort, a military jeep stopped at lightning speed, and a tall and handsome young man in military uniform stepped out. "Are you sure Qingyao is here today?" He turned and asked his companion behind him. "Brother Jean, don't worry, Long Qingyao has arrived." The young man with the crew cut and military uniform behind him replied with a smile. "Well, let's go in." The burly young man nodded and stepped into the villa. On Chu Chen's side, he was chatting enthusiastically with Long Qingyao when suddenly, his cell phone rang. When I took it out, I saw it was a voice message from Lu Qinglan. When I clicked on it, I heard a clear and charming voice, with a lazy tone. "Xiao Chen, when will you come back? The house is clean. I accidentally fell while taking a bath just now and can't get up from the bathtub. I can't get through to Yue on the phone. Can you come back and help me first?" At the end of the speech, the voice gradually weakened. "Oh shit." Chu Chen was startled and swallowed. "Urgent online, can you reply?" Chapter 58, Miss, who do you think you are? Inside the Shen family villa. Lu Qinglan was soaking in the bathtub, staring at her phone with rosy cheeks. The pain in her ankle made her hiss continuously. She tried to get up by herself, but failed. She had no choice but to send a voice message to Chu Chen. "Later, I have something to do outside." Soon, Chu Chen replied. When Lu Qinglan heard this, he was furious. This damn little beast, is he really going to let himself soak in the bathtub forever? And at this moment, after Chu Chen replied to the message, he let out a breath and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. "It's just an ankle injury, it shouldn't be a problem." "It's just right, let Lu Qinglan suffer a little." The other side. Shenwei looked at Chu Chen, who was chatting and laughing with Long Qingyao, with a gloating expression, and said, "This blind man doesn't even know that he has already stepped into the gates of hell. Just wait, there will definitely be a good show today." Shenwei sneered repeatedly. He wished Chu Chen would die here today. Last time at the Shen family dinner and at the Shen group meeting, Chu Chen made him very embarrassed. If Chu Chen died, he would of course be very happy. "Shenwei, are you sure Xiao Zhan will come?" Shen Bingbing was still a little suspicious. After all, Xiao Zhan is the prodigy of the Southern Province Military District and rarely shows up. Even in Jiangbei, he is famous. In the Jiangbei circle, many wealthy girls are obsessed with Xiao Zhan, including Shen Bingbing. Every late night, she would hold her pillow and imagine that it was Xiao Zhan who was ravaging her. But unfortunately, Xiao Zhan only has eyes for the pure goddess Long Qingyao, and other women are not in his eyes at all. Of course, this is inside information. Shenwei said proudly, Xiao Zhan asked for leave from the military district and came to Jiangbei specifically for Long Qingyao. Hearing this, Shen Bingbing nodded, and the look she gave Chu Chen was full of contempt and gloating. "So, if nothing unexpected happens, Chu Chen is doomed to die today?" Shen Bingbing smiled coldly, her face full of indifference. "Even if you don't die, you'll lose a layer of skin." Shenwei snorted. "Compete with Xiao Zhan for a woman? That really means you are living a life of disgrace." In Nan Province, everyone knew that Long Qingyao was the woman Xiao Zhan specifically wanted to pursue. No matter how powerful your background is, as long as you are in Southern Province, you have to bow your head when you see Xiao Zhan, the genius of the military region. Not for any other reason, just because he is the triple champion of the Southern Province Military Region Martial Arts Competition. He is a person who is highly expected by the commander of Southern Province and the Prince of Jinnan. He is the person among the younger generation in the entire Southern Province who has the greatest hope of participating in the National Military Region Competition and winning the top 3 places. He is also the person with the most qualification and potential to become the god of war in Southern Province in the next 20 years. He is the genius who towers over all the young talents in the entire Southern Province. Moreover, outside, Xiao Zhan is also known as Xiao Guanjuan and Little God of War. Basically, Xiao Zhan can roam freely in the 3 adjacent urban areas of Jianhai, Jiangbei, and Zhangzhou. The other side. In a rest area not far from Long Qingyao and Chu Chen, several beautifully dressed girls with proud figures gathered together and looked at Chu Chen and Long Qingyao. "Is that Qingyao's friend? Why does he look so unfamiliar? Is this the first time we meet?" Among them, a beautiful girl with a cold face, wearing a black low-cut miniskirt, dressed like a queen, frowned and asked curiously. She is the leader of this group of girls. She has rich social experience and knows many rich second generations and young talents in Jiangbei. "I'm not familiar with him." Looking at Qingyao's appearance, she was talking and laughing with him. Could he be her new boyfriend? No way, that guy looks so unsophisticated. Would Qingyao like a boy like that? Could he be some second-generation rich guy who came here to experience life? Several girls kept looking at Chu Chen and commenting on him. They are what Long Qingyao calls her besties. They have been playing together since childhood. Today they came here specially to get together and enhance the relationship between sisters. However, they suddenly realized that Long Qingyao actually brought a male companion with her. This is very rare. It can even be said that it is enough to make the headlines in Jiangbei tomorrow. Long Qingyao. Jiangbei is famous for being aloof and pure, a school beauty. She has never spoken more than 3 sentences to a boy, let alone had any close contact with him. Not to mention that it is almost sticking to Chu Chen now. This was simply incomprehensible to them. What's going on with Long Qingyao? Are you secretly dating behind the backs of your sisters? Let's go and help Qingyao. If that guy is not good enough, as her best friends, we must quickly persuade her to break up. The girl in the black low-cut short skirt frowned and said, besides, that man is coming today. If he sees this, it will be over. The others also nodded, stood up, and walked towards Chu Chen and Long Qingyao. This action naturally attracted the attention of many people in the hall. It's Su Qing. They've gone over. The kid next to Long Qingyao is probably in some trouble. Su Qing is the big sister in her circle. She has a strong personality, can't tolerate any injustice, and is quite arrogant. There are many second-generation rich people pursuing her. If that boy doesn't have some background, he would be unlucky today. Soon, Su Cheng and others came to Long Qingyao and Chu Chen. Qingyao, why don't you introduce the person next to you to us? Su Qing looked down at Chu Chen with her arms folded across her chest, her eyes cold. In my heart, I have already started giving him a score. Looks average, not too handsome. The figure is okay. Temperament, very rustic and loser. As for her taste in clothing, it is extremely poor. If he is not some top-rich second generation who hides his identity to experience life, then he is a pure poor loser. People like this are not worthy of being in the same space with them. Long Qingyao looked up and saw Su Qing and the others. She immediately stood up with joy, took Su Qing's hand, and said coquettishly, Sister Su Qing, you are here? I thought you weren't here yet. Let me introduce you. This is Brother Chu Chen. After saying that, Long Qingyao looked at Chu Chen again and introduced him. Brother Chu Chen, these are my best friends. Her name is Su Qing. She is the big sister in our circle. She has a lot of experience and connections, but her personality is a bit cold. But it doesn't matter. When you get to know each other better, you will find that she is a good person. Chu Chen glanced at the girls in front of him without leaving a trace. They were all good-looking and obviously came from wealthy families. Because her figure and skin are both very good. And these few people, they are. Long Qingyao was eager to introduce herself to Chu Chen, but Su Cheng stared at Chu Chen with a cold and seductive face, interrupting Long Qingyao and saying indifferently, Qingyao, that's enough. I came here just to ask you, who is he? What's his family background? How did you two meet? Is he your boyfriend? The other girls also stared at Long Qingyao with scrutiny, waiting for her answer. Long Qingyao blushed instantly, and she became shy. She glanced at Chu Chen secretly and muttered softly. Sister Su Qing, don't talk nonsense. Brother Chu Chen and I are just ordinary friends. It's not what you think. Having said that, at this moment, Long Qingyao's expression and posture were completely like a love-brain girl who had just fallen in love. Finished. Su Qing secretly thought that something was wrong. Long Qingyao is still unrequited love. What was it about this rustic-looking guy in front of her that attracted Long Qingyao? There are so many outstanding young talents in Jiangbei, but none of them can be favored by Long Qingyao. Even Xiao Zhan from the Jianghai Xiao family was rejected when he confessed his love to Long Qingyao. Why does this kid named Chu Chen rely on this? Moreover, judging from his appearance, he must be 2 or 3 years older than Long Qingyao, right? Okay, can't we tell if they are just ordinary friends? Su Cheng rolled her eyes at Long Qingyao coquettishly, raised her head, stared at Chu Chen with a serious look, and said coldly, Your name is Chu Chen, right? Well, let me ask you, what does your family do? How many companies do you run? How much assets do you have? And who do you know in Jiangbei? Chu Chen frowned, glanced at Su Cheng who was bossing around and acting superior, and said coldly. Miss, I don't think I have any obligation to answer these questions for you, do I? Who do you think you are? Chapter 59, No One Can Leave. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent instantly. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Chu Chen in amazement. Oh my god, this guy is too arrogant. He actually dares to talk to Su Qing like this. Awesome. This guy is either dumb or has a very strong background. No matter which one, he has offended Su Qing. Why would Long Qingyao bring such a young man here? Could he really be her boyfriend? A group of rich second-generation men and women were watching this scene not far away and talking about it. Many people even had gloating sneers on their faces. In fact, they are not interested in any concert at all. Right now, this kind of gossip is what they love to watch the most. This way. Su Qing's pretty face turned cold, and she blinked her big eyes, looking at Chu Chen in disbelief, who looked extremely ordinary, and asked suspiciously, "Are you talking to me?" As soon as she finished speaking, Su Qing's face turned very ugly. This was the first time someone dared to speak to her like this in Jiangbei. Who do you think you are? These 5 simple words are extremely lethal. Vulgar. Disgusting. I'm telling you, you're done. She's Su Qing. No matter who you are, you'll never have a good ending if you offend our sister Qing. Qingyao, who the hell is this guy? How can he talk like that? He doesn't even take Sister Qing seriously. The girls around Su Qing were also furious and shouted and pointed at Chu Chen. If Long Qingyao hadn't been standing here, they would have rushed up and torn Chu Chen's mouth apart. Sister Qing, I'm sorry, brother Chu Chen didn't mean it, he just. Long Qingyao was so anxious that she was sweating all over, not knowing how to explain. Chu Chen suddenly stood up at this moment, pulled Long Qingyao behind him, and said coldly to the arrogant Su Qing, "No, that's what I mean. Miss, who do you think you are? Who am I, Chu Chen? What family background do I have? What does it have to do with you? Even if I am a beggar on the street, so what? Even if I am a top dignitary, so what? Am I eating your rice? Since you don't know how to respect others, why should I respect you?" Just a few words made Su Qing so angry that her chest heaved up and down violently. This was the first time she was left speechless by a man. So angry. Angry. Su Qing gritted her teeth, her eyes cold as she wanted to cut Chu Chen into pieces. Blind Chu, stop relying on others for power. Suddenly, a cold and gloomy voice came from behind everyone. Su Qing and others, including Chu Chen, all looked over. It was Xin Wei and Xin Bingbing, who walked over with their hands in their pockets, disdainful eyes and playful expressions. "Miss Su, I know this guy, and I'm very familiar with him." Xin Wei came close to Su Qing and said in a flattering manner. The Jiangbei Su family is not a small family either, and is more powerful than their Xin family. "Mr. Xin, do you know him?" Su Qing asked in surprise. Xin Wei nodded, raised his head, looked at Chu Chen with a haughty and mocking look, raised his finger and pointed at him, and shouted to the whole audience. "He is the son-in-law of my Xin family, the husband of my cousin Xin Yue, and the orphan of the Chu family in Jiangbei. He is also a blind man." Uproar. The whole audience was boiling. Everyone widened their eyes and stared at Chu Chen in disbelief. What a shocking piece of news. What? He is that Chu Chen? Fuck. This is much more interesting than the skit. This kid is actually a gigolo. You didn't hear the second half of the sentence. He is still blind. In the hall, all the guests gasped in disbelief and talked about it. After Su Qing heard this, her face turned extremely bad. Her anger was instantly ignited. She stared down at Chu Chen and said coldly, "You are not only a live-in son-in-law, but also a blind man?" At the side, Long Qingyao was almost going crazy. She didn't expect things to develop to this point. Chu Chen had an indifferent attitude and nodded calmly, "Yes, I am a blind man." There was an uproar again. Chu Chen admitted it. Su Qing immediately pulled Long Qingyao from behind Chu Chen with a cold face, stared at him arrogantly, and scolded, "You bastard, now that you have a wife, don't cheat on other girls outside, especially a pure girl like our Qingyao who is not very experienced in the world. Also, if you want to get involved in this business, you need to have a background in strength. You are a gigolo, and you are blind. What qualifications do you have to be here? I now order you to immediately draw a clear line between yourself and our Qingyao and get out of here. Otherwise, I will make you pay." Su Qing was very angry. She was angry that Long Qingyao could even believe such a married man. She was angry that Chu Chen even deceived a pure girl like Long Qingyao who was young and inexperienced in the world. That's right, in Su Qing's eyes, Chu Chen must have used shameful means to deceive Long Qingyao. On the side, Xinwei and Shen Bingbing had smug sneers on their faces. What they most hoped to see is a conflict between Chu Chen and Su Qing, and the more intense the conflict, the better. In this way, the more unlucky Chu Chen is, the happier they are. But, to everyone's surprise, Chu Chen said calmly, "Miss Su, right? I need to explain two things to you. First, I have a wife, but I didn't cheat on Long Qingyao. She and I are just pure friends. Secondly, you don't seem to be qualified to give me orders. Just get me out of here." Tit for tat. The situation is tense. Su Qing was furious. Just as she was about to speak, Long Qingyao beside her hurriedly shook off Su Qing's hand, stood next to Chu Chen again, and said, "Sister Su Qing, brother Chu Chen and I are really just ordinary friends. It's not as complicated as you think. Besides, even if we have the kind of relationship you think, it's also me. I'm interested in him unilaterally. Brother Chu Chen didn't lie to me." Hiss. Long Qingyao's words were like a bolt from the blue, like a huge rock falling into a lake, causing huge waves. On the side, many rich second-generation men and women had looks of astonishment on their faces, unable to believe what they had just heard. Oh my god! What did Goddess Qingyao say? She is actually the one who is the bootlicker. Isn't that guy blind? Why, is this popular now? Blind people have a unique charm, and they can actually attract Long Qingyao, the most pure school beauty in Jiangbei. Is this true? Long Qingyao actually likes him. He is just average looking. Moreover, his clothes are so rustic. Even my servants can't compare to him. For a time, many people began to feel jealous. How could that boy make a pure school beauty like Long Qingyao fall in love with him? Long Qingyao is the most beautiful woman in their circle, and countless people are jealous of her. This is a juicy cabbage, but it was picked by the good-for-nothing Chu Chen in front of him? Just because he is blind? Qingyao, what did you say? Su Qing was shocked, blinking her big eyes, somewhat incredulous. Not only her, Chu Chen was also a little confused. Long Qingyao is actually interested in him? Chu Chen found it hard to believe. Am I so charming? To be honest, Long Qingyao is really beautiful, with a look like Goddess Lu. Moreover, she has a very good figure, with full headlights and an amazing waist-to-body ratio. If he hadn't been treating her illness, Chu Chen wouldn't have dared to believe that there was a bulging thunder hidden under Long Qingyao's clothes after taking a quick look. No! You are a married man, how can you still be thinking about other women? Chu Chen quickly abandoned the thoughts in his mind. Long Qingyao looked at Su Qing, hesitating to say something, and the latter asked directly, "Qingyao, let me ask you again, do you really like this blind man?" Long Qingyao was embarrassed and kept fiddling with her skirt with her fingers. Although she didn't say anything, her expression said it all. Su Qing let out a breath, glared at Long Qingyao with a look of disappointment, and said anxiously, "Qingyao, are you crazy? Don't forget, Xiaozhan has been pursuing you, and he will come here today, and he will be here soon. If he knew that you liked a blind and married man like this, what would he think? By then, this guy named Chu Chen will be crippled if not dead." When Long Qingyao heard this, her pretty face turned pale and her expression changed drastically. She asked in surprise, "What? Xiaozhan will come too?" Su Qing nodded. "It's broken. It's broken." Long Qingyao was anxious, and quickly pulled Chu Chen, saying anxiously, "Brother Chu Chen, let's go quickly." Why? Chu Chen was a little confused. Who is this Xiaozhan? Why did Long Qingyao get so nervous when she heard his name? Leave? Today, if he doesn't kneel down and crawl under my crotch, he can't leave here. Suddenly, there was a shocking roar at the door, shaking the whole place. I saw several burly men in military uniforms walking in with big strides and a terrifying aura. Chapter 60, Are you teaching me how to do things? With the appearance of several men in military uniforms, the atmosphere in the hall suddenly became tense. Many people stood up and looked here. It's Xiaozhan. He actually came. Fuck, Xiaozhan is here, that blind man named Chu Chen is definitely dead. Look at the look in Xiaozhan's eyes. He wants to kill that Chu Chen. Everyone watched the excitement with sneers and gloating on their faces. No, who is this Xiaozhan you are talking about? Is he very powerful? Some newbies who had just entered the circle asked crisply. Someone immediately explained to them in a boastful manner, as if they had instantly put themselves in Xiaozhan's shoes. You don't even know who Xiaozhan is? How dare you get involved in this circle? Xiao Zhan is the third young master of the Jianhaishao family. He joined the army at the age of 16. Now, at the age of 22, he has been promoted to major in the Southern Province Military Region. Moreover, he is a person who was called a genius by the Southern Province Military District. He has won 3 consecutive championships in the Southern Military Region's martial arts competitions, and is known as the Southern Military Region's triple champion. His martial arts strength is close to the great perfection of internal strength, and he ranks in the top 5 of the Tiger list. He is the most promising talent of the Southern Province Military Commander and the Southern Province Jinnan King. It is said that he is also the youngest and most qualified genius in this generation of Southern Province to become the God of War. In addition, he is Long Qingyao's die-hard pursuer. Countless men who wanted to pursue Long Qingyao have been punished or warned by him. Some who refused to obey him had their families destroyed the next day. These people explained with a sense of superiority to another group of newbies who had just entered the circle. After hearing this, the newbies' eyes widened, they gasped, and their faces were filled with surprise and envy. Damn it! This Xiao Zhan is so awesome. At the same time, the looks they gave Chu Chen were full of pity. From this perspective, the blind man named Chu Chen is in big trouble. Here he comes. Xiao Zhan is really here. Shen Wei and Shen Bingbing were also very excited when they saw Xiao Zhan walking towards the door step by step. Especially Shen Wei, he has waited until now just for this moment. Ha ha ha. Chu Chen, Chu Chen, you are dead today. Shen Wei shouted in his heart, and the look he gave Chu Chen was full of coldness and mockery. And at this moment, under the gaze of everyone in the audience, Xiao Zhan walked up to Chu Chen step by step, looking down at him, and said in a cold voice with dignity, "Are you the Chu Chen who deceived Qingyao?" 1 minute ago, after Xiao Zhan entered the villa, he heard reports from others. It was said that breaking news occurred in the lobby of the villa. Long Qingyao has a one-sided love for a married man named Xu Chun. The other party is a blind man. This was a huge blow to Xiao Zhan, who always thought highly of himself, and he was extremely angry. You know, he is the proud son of Jianhaishao family, a major in the military district, a triple champion of the military district, and a candidate for the future God of War. He has been pursuing Long Qingyao for 4 years, but has never received a good response from her. Why can a blind married man be liked by Long Qingyao? This is a great humiliation for Xiao Zhan. No matter who the other party is, he will make the man named Chu Chen understand today what is a genius and what is an ant. Similarly, Xiao Zhan would also like to take this opportunity to warn all those in Jiangbei who covet Long Qingyao. Long Qingyao belongs to him, Xiao Zhan. No one can get involved. Chu Chen frowned and glanced at Xiao Zhan in front of him. Sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. Handsome and cool. In military uniform. The breath is scary. An arrogant and condescending attitude. Especially the look in his eyes, which was so arrogant. Just as Chu Chen was about to speak, Long Qingyao rushed out and stood between him and Xiao Zhan. With a cold face, she said to Xiao Zhan anxiously, "Xiao Zhan, this matter has nothing to do with brother Chu Chen. He didn't lie to me. I just like him myself. Call." After hearing this, Xiao Zhan was extremely angry and said in a deep voice, "Xin Yao. I don't believe you would like such a blind married man. It must be this guy who used some despicable means to deceive you. Today, I must let him know that you, Long Qingyao, belong to me, Xiao Zhan, and no one else can think of you." After saying that, Xiao Zhan took a step forward, his aura fully open, and the terrifying breath directly enveloped the entire place, pressing down on Chu Chen alone. Inside the hall, everyone was so frightened by the terrifying aura from Xiao Zhan that they dared not speak loudly, and some even had difficulty breathing. What a strong aura! Is this the triple champion of the Southern Province Military District Martial Arts Tournament? As expected of Major Xiao, the little God of War, the future candidate for the God of War, he speaks with such domineering attitude. Oh my god, he's so handsome. If I could be fucked by him once, I would be so happy. At the scene, there were many infatuated rich girls, staring at Xiao Zhan with infatuated eyes. It's a pity that even if they took off all their clothes and lay in front of Xiao Zhan, he might not be attracted to them. There's nothing we can do about it, since Xiao Zhan, the Triple Crown winner, is a pure lover who only likes Long Qingyao. These little girls simply cannot handle this kind of overbearing love and consistent licking of the man. Sudden. Hee, a cold laugh. Chu Chen stared coldly at Xiao Zhan in front of him, frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Uproar. These 3 words shocked the whole audience. Who are you? What the hell? After all this time, Shuchen didn't even recognize Xiao Zhan. Crazy, must be crazy. Similarly, these 3 words made Xiao Zhan, who was already furious, even more annoyed. In other words, he said a lot of harsh words here, but the other party didn't even know him. You little brat, you don't even recognize our brother Zhan? The crewman with a crew cut beside Xiao Zhan stood up and glared at Shuchen with an unhappy look. Shuchen frowned, glanced at the other person, and said unhappily, "Who the hell are you?" Uproar. Another uproar. The whole audience exclaimed. Now, everyone understood that this guy named Shuchen was either stubborn or had a strong background. However, the option of having a strong background has been ruled out by Shinwei. In other words, Shuchen is just a young and inexperienced person. These 2 sentences completely offended Xiao Zhan and his followers. You have to know that those who are with Xiao Zhan are all famous second-generation people in southern province, and their ancestors all served in the army. Let us not talk about Xiao Zhan, let us just talk about the follower beside him, named Huang Xiaolong, the only child of the Jianhai Huang family. The Huang family has been in the military for 4 generations. 1 family, 3 generals. Fuck. I think you are looking for a fight. Huang Xiaolong was furious and punched Shuchen in the face. He has a bad temper. A lot of trouble happened in the military area. But because of family ties, everything was settled. Xiao Zhan did not stop him. After all, he also wanted to deal with Shuchen. However, due to his identity and status, he cannot act rashly. Otherwise, if Major Xiao fought with a blind man and the news got out, how would he continue to stay in the military region? So, Huang Xiaolong became his thug. Okay, let Xiaolong teach this ignorant kid a lesson and make him understand the gap between us. Xiao Zhan said to himself. He knew Huang Xiaolong's skills very well. Just reached the peak of internal strength. Not on the tiger list yet. It's not that I didn't T-go, I just didn't T-challenge the test. According to Huang Xiaolong's strength, he is at least in the top 20 of the tiger list. In other words, for Huang Xiaolong, dealing with the blind man Shuchen was as easy as crushing an ant. Bang! Suddenly, a thunderous applause broke out in the hall. Huang Xiaolong, who had just thrown a punch, felt a slap in the face before he could see clearly what happened. Then he flew sideways, hit a lot of tables and chairs, fell to the ground, and spit out blood. Shuchen, on the other hand, shook his hands indifferently and said coldly, "Where did this big mosquito come from? It keeps buzzing. It's so annoying. I don't know if I killed it or not." Uproar. Shock. Inside the hall, everyone was stunned as they watched Huang Xiaolong fly out and fall to the ground, unable to get up for a long time. Finished. This is really out of the ordinary. Shuchen actually slapped Huang Xiaolong and sent him flying. This is definitely an emergency, breaking news. You are playing with fire. Xiao Zhan said viciously, anger dancing in his eyes. He clenched his iron fist and shouted, "Get over here and kneel down, kowtow and apologize to Xiaolong. Let him slap you 100 times. Otherwise, you die." Who doesn't know that Huang Xiaolong is Xiao Zhan's follower? Hitting him would be equivalent to slapping Xiao Zhan in the face. He. Shuchen smiled calmly and said, "Are you teaching me how to do things?"